Wake Plaza. Lu Ruyan failed. Chen Qingchuan failed. Zhang San failed. Zhu Xiaoming failed. Gao Qiqiang, F level, Wisdom Fist. The awakening process was quick, just a step onto the formation and it was done. Finally, it was Luo Xing'er's turn. She tugged at Su Chen's sleeve. Brother, cheer me on. She wanted him to cheer her on. Go, you got this. Su Chen casually made a gesture. Awakening wasn't like giving birth. What was there to cheer for? Should he fuel her up with 95 petrol? So perfunctory. Luo Xing'er pouted and walked to the center of the magic formation. She was rarely this quiet as she slowly stepped onto it. The moment she stood in position, the light beam on the six-pointed star trembled slightly. In the next second, golden light erupted. Gold. That's at least an S-grade talent. My gosh, Jiangxing First High hasn't seen an S-grade talent in years. Luo Xing'er awakened an S-grade talent? She was already the school belle, and now her talent is insanely extraordinary. No, this isn't just S-grade, it's SSS grade. There's green in the gold. Green symbolizes life, support, and healing abilities. SSS grade, source of life. The entire venue was in an uproar. The students were filled with envy and jealousy. Luo Xing'er, with her ethereal beauty, now also possessed otherworldly talent. Countless students who had dreamed of pursuing her after their awakening now could only watch her ascend far beyond their reach. SSS grade, source of life. The most formidable support talent in the history of Jiangxing First High has emerged. The principal was utterly stunned, waving his arms in excitement, completely discarding the dignified demeanor of a principal. The history of Jiangxing First High only had one SSS grade awakening 500 years ago, and there hadn't even been an S-grade talent in recent times. Luo Xing'er directly awakened SSS grade source of life, a legendary ability rumored to resurrect those below her level and provide unparalleled healing. SSS grade. That's me, brother. Praise me. Luo Xing'er ran excitedly to Su Chen's side, eyes gleaming with anticipation for his praise. Xing'er is amazing. Su Chen was envious but held back too much expression. SSS grade talent. She was indeed a genius. He thought of Xing'er's elder sister, who also had an SSS grade talent, the Chaos Ice Phoenix, and had since been recruited by the elite Kyoto University. Both sisters being SSS grade talents, it was impossible to deny the effect of genetics. You're so insincere, but I'm happy anyway. Luo Xing'er pouted haughtily, still radiantly adorable. Take me under your protection. Su Chen murmured with a hint of humor. Having such a powerful support as a teammate? Who wouldn't dream of it? From the back, Chun Hui sneered. Luo Xing'er might be SSS grade, but when you awaken, you'll be at best F grade. Her support might not even save you in time. Chun Hui came from wealth, was considered one of the class's affluent, handsome types, and had always tried to pursue Luo Xing'er. Yet, Luo Xing'er only cared for Su Chen, leaving Chun Hui seething. Luo Xing'er immediately rebuffed, "Stay away." She glared at Chun Hui, her demeanor icy and confident. With SSS grade talent, Chun Hui didn't frighten her in the slightest. Furthermore, her elder sister was an 88th level powerhouse. The Chen family didn't even dent her radar. The principal, glancing back, realized Su Chen hadn't walked up to awaken yet and became irritated. Everyone's waiting. You two quit your chatter. Still, with Luo Xing'er now being a treasure of the school, the principal didn't dare push her, instead admonishing Su Chen and Chen Hui. Su Chen complied outwardly but didn't let it get to him. When Su Chen finally stepped onto the formation, his heart was brimming with anticipation. However, he soon noticed that the light pillar only quivered faintly, vastly different from the brilliant spectacle during Luo Xing'er's awakening. No SSS grade. No SS grade. Not even S grade. No A grade. No B grade either. His initial excitement sank to rock bottom, so much so that he resignedly prayed just to awaken anything at all. As the process ended, there wasn't even a commotion. It didn't even reach C grade. A fleeting flash of light appeared momentarily, so brief it almost didn't register. Su Chen, F grade, God of Annihilation Gunner. 5 seconds, the awakening concluded. Only F grade, the lowest tier talent. However, he was granted a profession, Gunner. A long spear manifested as an illusory shadow before him, over 2 meters long, radiating sharp intensity and an imposing aura. The classmates immediately broke into discussions. F grade isn't bad, at least he awakened something. Su Chen's spear, so long, so fierce, it looks impressive. Is there even any point training a spear with F grade talent? Well, at least he's spared from farming. Up till now, for students from Class 8 had awakened. Luo Xing'er with her SSS grade, 2 others with F grade support talents, and now Su Chen. Although F grade, his spear undeniably stole the show. The girls watched him bashfully, while the boys boiled with jealousy. Su Chen attempted to remain composed. Talent doesn't determine fate. Achievements come from hard work. He stepped off the formation and walked back toward Luo Xing. She looked like she wanted to comfort him, but was speechless. The awkward silence was palpable. Right at this moment, Chun Hui came over to mock him. Huh? F-grade. Watch this. I'll show you something better. Su Chun, feeling peeved, kicked him without saying a word. Luo Xing'er shook her fists in defense of Su Chun, but all the teachers and the principal were still gathered around the SSS grade Luo Xing'er, leaving Su Chun to swallow a certain bitterness. And just then, ding, a mechanical voice rang in his mind. The sound of the sea echoed. The system is here. Loading system. Load successful. Activating. Binding successful. It was indeed a system. The string of redundant voice notifications left Su Chun speechless. System introduction. Invincible combat strength system. Hunt exotic beasts to gain attribute points, which can enhance luck, skills, and more. Su Chun saw a virtual light screen appear before him. The system's features were simple but extremely powerful. With such a robust system, leveling up meant becoming invincible. He couldn't help but ask, "Are there any other functions?" The system replied, "I know you're eager, but please don't rush me." Su Chun thought, "Did I give off the impression that I'm in a hurry? What would I even be anxious about? What kind of nonsense is this? Even though you're not eager, you could be. Starter gift pack available. Do you want to open it?" The system seemed a little bored by how calm Su Chun was. "Open it," Su Chun responded directly. The system was chatty, but it worked well. A starter gift pack like this was a must-open. Internally, he was quite excited about it. Starter gift pack open. You have received SSS level talent, Endless Domain. You have received SSS level talent, Origin World Space. As soon as the gift pack was opened, 2 SSS level talents appeared, and Su Chun was so thrilled he nearly jumped up. SSS level. Previously, Luo Xing'er had an SSS level talent, while he himself was only an F level, but now he had shot straight up to the top. Without any hesitation, he said, "Fuse." In every novel he'd read, you always fused system rewards immediately without overcomplicating things. Fusing Endless Domain. Fusing Origin World Space. The fusion process began, and while there were no physical movements or disturbances, he could clearly feel the changes within himself. The fusion process was swift. Endless Domain, an SSS level golden tier ability, provided plus 1000 base combat power and extended over a range of 100 by 100 by 100 meters. Within this range, enemy attack and damage were reduced by 40%. At just the first stage, it was already this powerful. He could hardly imagine how fearsome it would become later on. Origin World Space, also SSS level and golden tier, amplified combat power by 150%, created an independent spatial dimension, allowed storage, and had upgrade potential. Its current size was 10 li, which could grow larger in the future. Incredible, absolutely insane. Su Chun was so ecstatic that he could only sum things up into 2 words, amazing. SSS level abilities right at the start. Who could possibly compete with that? He checked his personal stats. System 1.0. Name, Su Chun. Level 1. Luck, plus 3. Strength, 1650. Mount, none. Wealth, none. Skills, Doomsday Spear Techniques, Basic, Tier 1. Abilities, Endless Domain, SSS, Tier 1. Space, Origin World Space, SSS, Tier 1. Note, combat power equals, base plus equipment, X amplification. In the system's info panel, Su Chun noticed that his previous F-level talent had been entirely erased. It seemed even the system found F-level 2 embarrassing to keep around. Now his combat power was at 1650, while for ordinary people, the base stat was just 100. He had essentially become a superhuman overnight. At that moment, Luo Xing'er called out to him, and he turned to respond. The awakening ceremony in the square was still ongoing. Most participants were unsuccessful, and those who succeeded largely awakened F or E level talents. C and D levels were sparse, while B or A levels were even rarer. As for S level talents, they were practically legendary. In the distance, Chun Hui was bragging loudly. After all, he had awakened a C level talent, God of Defense, so why not show off? Chun Hui had admittedly done the best, aside from Luo Xing'er. He wasn't afraid anymore and took the opportunity to comfort Su Chun, though his true intent was to mock him. When he walked up to Su Chun, the latter coldly dismissed him, telling him to get lost. He didn't want to waste time dealing with him. In Su Chun's eyes, a C-level talent like Chun Hui was insignificant. After all, Su Chun himself had 2 SSS-level talents he hadn't even showcased yet. Chun Hui, annoyed, called Su Chun a little F-level and smugly told him to look up to him in awe from now on. Luo Xing'er immediately snapped back. "You're just a mere C-level. Don't get cocky." Chun Hui was dissatisfied, arguing that while Luo Xing'er might have looked out for Su Chun in the past, Now he was the talented one. Su Chun, as an F level, shouldn't still have her protection. His indignation was palpable. Luo Xing'er replied haughtily, I'm SSS level. Comparing you as a C level isn't exactly insulting, is it? Chun Hui stormed off, shooting Su Chun a venomous glare before leaving. 3 hours later, the awakening ceremony concluded. Among the 1,114 participants, only 203 successfully awakened. F level, 152. E level, 27. D level, 18. C level, 4. A level, 1. SSS level, 1. The remaining 911 participants failed to awaken any powers. The school principal announced the end of the ceremony and instructed those who had awakened talents to head to the auditorium. Seating in the auditorium was organized by talent levels. Luo Xing'er, as the sole SSS level talent, naturally sat in the first row. A levels and C levels filled the second row, D levels the third, E levels the fourth and fifth, and F levels were relegated to the very last row. In this world, talent determines social rank, even before anyone had achieved any real results. The principal delivered a speech congratulating everyone on their awakenings while giving special recognition to Luo Xing'er for her SSS level talent. He recounted the history of how, 1,000 years ago, exotic beasts invaded Earth, spurring humanity to awaken their powers and grow stronger. He emphasized that it was the responsibility of awakeners to hunt exotic beasts. However, the awakening ceremony was merely the starting point. Next month, there would be a strength-based entrance exam. Only those with outstanding results could attend prestigious universities and secure bright futures. In closing, the principal informed everyone that they could venture into the wilderness to enhance their skills, based on their talents and capabilities. Finally, the principal announced, in 7 days, the freshman dungeon of Jiang City No. 1 High School will open. Those who wish to participate should arrive at school on time. This is a rare opportunity. 1 month from now, all awakeners across Jiang City will take the unified exam. All right, he said as he walked away, leaving the rest to the teacher. Outside the auditorium, Luo Xing'er ran up to Su Chun. Brother, let's team up later. I found a team. Luo Xing'er had just been invited to join a team by a few talented classmates. After all, she was an SSS rank support with this source of life, ability, which could potentially revive others and deal respectable damage once developed. However, she insisted on bringing Su Chun into the team. Xing'er, Su Chun said with a smile, I'll solo train for 2 days first. The college entrance exam is only a month away. You work hard, and when the time comes, just support me. He was genuinely happy to have his sister's support. Luo Xing'er was his maternal cousin's daughter. Su Chin's parents had gone missing on the ancient battlefield early on, so he grew up living with his grandparents. Despite being only a few days older than Luo Xing'er, their relationship was extremely close. Luo Xing'er protested earnestly, no way. You can't do it alone. It's too dangerous without support. This isn't about pride. Thinking that Su Chun was being stubborn, she was slightly annoyed. Su Chun proposed, then let's settle it by comparing our entrance exam results. Loser has to bark like a dog. With 2 SSS level abilities, he saw no need to team up. Even regular dungeons posed no threat to him. Luo Xing'er immediately became excited, stretching her pinky out to hook onto Su Chen's. Don't go back on your word. The two had always had a playful competitive streak from a young age, which only strengthened their bond. 10 minutes later, they both returned to their respective homes. Upon arriving, Su Chun greeted his grandparents. His grandfather, Su Jingtian, although 70 years old, was still robust and energetic, always seen holding a walking stick, appearing as though he hadn't aged a day. Grandpa, I've successfully awakened, Su Chun said with a hint of bashfulness, knowing his grandfather might not want him to follow in his parents' footsteps as a martial artist. What's your ability? Su Jingtian's expression was calm, showing little emotion. F rank, Doomsday Gunslinger. Su Chin replied, feeling slightly embarrassed. The system had granted him 2 SSS rank abilities, but he couldn't mention them. That's excellent. To Su Chin's surprise, his grandfather even smiled. He couldn't understand why, considering that awakening the weakest F rank ability would normally be disappointing. At that moment, his grandmother called them to dinner. Despite being in her 60s or 70s, his grandmother looked no older than 30, maintaining her youthful appearance throughout Su Chen's life. Seeing the braised pork his grandmother prepared, Su Chun exclaimed happily, "Thank you, Grandma." At the dining table, Su Jingtian asked him about his plans for college. Su Chin shook his head, admitting he hadn't decided yet. The truth was, whether before or after awakening, Su Chin hadn't given it much thought. But with 2 SSS rank abilities and the system's assistance, he was confident he could enhance his strength significantly within a month, making it easy to qualify for a top university. Su Jingtian nodded in approval, encouraging him to work hard before resuming his meal. Suchin quietly accepted the dishes his grandmother served and ate seriously. He couldn't help but wonder. His grandfather, who seemed opposed to him becoming a martial artist due to his parents' disappearance on the battlefield, now appeared quite pleased, even with his supposedly weak F-rank awakening. The next morning, after breakfast, Su Jingtian handed Su Chun an antique-looking ring, claiming it was a spatial ring he had randomly found. After that, he left to join his friends for a game of chess. Su Chun accepted the ring, though he already had a spatial realm of his own. His grandmother then brought out a jade pendant and personally hung it around his neck, explaining that she and his grandfather had found it together. Feeling a bit helpless, he still accepted it. She reminded him to carry a backpack to disguise the spatial artifacts and avoid flaunting his wealth outside. The backpack was filled with only some daily items, water, and dried food, all of which Su Chun stored inside the space ring. Carrying his bag, Su Chun left home and took a bus to the eastern gate of Jiang City. In a world where only 99 megacities remained, each housing billions of people, city walls were enormous and fortified to protect against beast invasions. After registering and receiving a weapon, a soldier saluted him, saying, "Stay safe." With that, Su Chun stepped beyond the city gates and officially entered the wilderness. The wilderness was desolate, with occasional sightings of martial artists coming and going. Armed with 2 SSS level abilities, Su Chun had a combat power of 1650. His physique was strong, and his speed was impressive as he sprinted into the distance. He envied the experts who could soar through the sky on flying swords. After running for half a day, his body began to feel fatigued. He arrived in a danger zone where the roars of beasts echoed, sending chills down his spine. Finding a place to rest, Su Chun drank some water and prepared to hunt wild beasts. Half an hour later, he began carefully searching. Being his first time outside the city, he felt a bit nervous. Soon, he encountered a first-rank black boar. In the hierarchy of beasts, there were 9 ranks. Even a first-rank beast could be life-threatening to a newcomer like him. Su Chun gripped his spear tightly, ready for combat. His awakened ability, F-rank Doomsday Gunslinger, came with basic spear techniques. Everyone had their inherent base skills. As he saw the black boar, as large as a buffalo, charging toward him, Su Chun didn't hesitate. He thrust his spear forward. *SSSHHH. Boom! *. The spear radiated a flash of light, piercing straight through the black boar, distorting the air from the impact. The beast collapsed instantly. Beast Hunt. First rank wild beast defeated. Experience plus 2%. Attribute points plus 10. A notification sound rang in his mind, and Su Chun was stunned. He had thought his first battle with a wild beast would be a tough challenge, yet he managed to take it down with a single strike. The reason was quite simple. His combat power was 1650, while a first-rank wild beast was only 1000. Adding in his domain ability that weakened beasts' attacks by 40%, the beast's effective strength was reduced to just 60%, making it an easy target for him. Su Chun shouted, "Awesome!" Feeling brimming with confidence, he immediately found a secluded spot and summoned a virtual interface to check the 10 attribute points he had just earned. He decided to give it a shot and allocate some points. Where to allocate? Luck? Marksmanship? Domain? Metaverse space? After a moment's thought, he decided to allocate to luck. Luck influenced item drop rates. The higher the luck, the better the chances of getting rare items. Currently, his luck was only 3 points, categorized as F grade. Even though he had received an SSS grade starter gift pack, his luck remained at only 3 points. Fortunately, luck could be upgraded using attribute points. Consumes 10 attribute points. Luck increased by 3 points to 10%. To raise luck to 4 points, he would need 100 attribute points. Su Chun made up his mind. He was determined to raise his luck. The higher his drop rate, the better. With his experience in instantly killing alien beasts, Su Chun fought with increasing confidence, and his skills and combat operations became more refined. He realized that true rapid advancement came only through constant battle. For now, the first-tier alien beasts in this area were no match for him. All were killed in one shot. However, this zone only featured first-tier alien beasts. To ascend further, he would have to venture into more distant and dangerous areas teeming with stronger adversaries, a realm unsuitable for beginners. This was the novice area, where advanced players rarely came to waste their time. Su Chun quickly massacred 50 first-tier alien beasts in one go, all obliterated in seconds. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 2. Combat power plus 6. Shrouded in golden light, Su Chun leveled up. With the metaverse space enhancement, his actual combat power increased by 9 points, bringing his total combat power to 1659. Without pausing, Su Chun resumed hunting alien beasts, striving to gather more attribute points and experience. For now, Leveling up was his main priority. The profit from selling first-tier alien beast materials could wait. Su Chun didn't waste time collecting alien beast carcasses. He devoted every moment to fighting and leveling up. Time flew by, and dusk soon arrived. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 3. Combat power +8. He had leveled up, but the process of leveling became progressively harder. At level 1, killing a first-tier alien beast yielded 2% experience. At level 2, the experience dropped to 1.8%. Now, at level 3, each first-tier alien beast provided only 1.5% experience. To reach level 4, he would have to kill nearly 70 alien beasts. There are enough beasts here. I'll level up to 3 and then find a temporary base. The wilderness was dangerous at night. Su Chen needed to secure a safe place quickly. Boom. Congratulations on killing a first-tier alien beast. Experience plus 1.5%. Attribute points plus 10. Su Chen knew that continuing to slay lower-tier alien beasts would become increasingly inefficient. Tomorrow, he'd have to attempt hunting second-tier alien beasts. Second-tier alien beasts had over 2,000 combat power, but Su Chen believed he could handle them. Focused on leveling up, Su Chen fought continuously as night fell. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 4. Combat power plus 10. In half a day, Su Chen reached level 4 and amassed 1,700 attribute points. Unlike other newcomers who often perished early, most beginners typically started with a mere 200 combat power. Su Chen, on the other hand, began with a staggering 1650, utterly crushing the competition. He ceased fighting and sprinted across the wilderness, heading toward a pre-selected location for shelter. By the time night had fully descended, Su Chen reached a concealed cave. Small and hidden, it was perfect for spending the night. Crawling in, he blocked the entrance and retrieved dry rations and water from his space ring. Eating in big bites, he replenished his strength. These supplies had been prepared by his grandmother. Su Chen checked his attribute points, 1,700 points. Unfortunately, it was incredibly difficult to get equipment drops with such low luck. He began spending attribute points to increase luck. Every 10 points increased luck by 0.1. He raised his luck to 4 points, then to 10 points, consuming 600 attribute points in total. With 10 luck, drop rates and equipment yield finally reached 10%. Killing 10 beasts might now result in 1 equipment drop. This was the standard threshold for awakening talents. Still unsatisfied, Su Chen continued to increase his luck to 20 points, spending another 1,000 attribute points. Now his drop rate had risen to 20%, with a 1% chance of obtaining rare items. Tomorrow, maybe I'll actually get some equipment. Finally, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. By cycling through luck improvements, he could continuously enhance his combat power and equipment quality. At midnight, his communicator buzzed. Su Chen smiled. This confirmed he was on the right path. Though rare drops were still only at 1%, at least there was a chance. If I could get my luck up to 100 points, that would mean a 100% drop rate, he murmured to himself. Turning off the interface, he pulled out a mat and blanket, setting up a makeshift bed to rest. The day's battles had drained him, but the results were immensely rewarding. 20 minutes later, Su Chen fell asleep. At Qingjiang Community, apartment 906. I wonder how little Chen is doing. It's his first time away from home. Murong Lan was absent-minded, paying no attention to the television. Su Chen had been raised by her and Su Jingtian since he was a child. They had almost never been apart. Now that he had to leave the city for training, she couldn't help but worry. Su Jingtian grew annoyed. You've been talking about this all day. Awakening powers is inevitable. If you're so concerned, why don't you just follow him? Murong Lan shot him a glare, turned off the television, and headed back to her room. Because there was no signal outside, she couldn't call Su Chen. Otherwise, she would have contacted him already. In the wilderness, day 2. Su Chen woke up early. After tidying up, he stepped out to fetch water, wash up, and eat some dry rations, preparing himself for combat. This time, he was setting out to hunt second-tier alien beasts, armed with nearly 1,700 combat power. Not hunting second-tier beasts would be such a waste. Second-tier beasts offered high experience and better equipment. He memorized the nearby resting points, so he could return if he couldn't find a place to stay for the night. The novice area was safe. Only rookies were around there. However, he wouldn't let go of any first-tier beasts he encountered along the way. After all, it only took 1 shot, and any extra experience was good. In half an hour, he had hunted down 84 first-tier beasts. The system notification pinged. Level up, Su Chen reached level 5, combat power plus 14. The first-tier beasts were still fair game, and leveling up quickly was still the priority. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the area. Su Chen became alert and spotted a gigantic second-tier beast, a rampaging dragon. This was the first second-tier beast he had encountered, and it was a serious opponent. Running was pointless, it was faster. His only choice was to fight. With his spear in hand, he activated the Endless Domain and charged straight at the rampaging dragon. Despite the dragon's over 2,000 combat power, within the Endless Domain it was weakened to just over 1,200. Spear clashed with the dragon, and blood splattered everywhere. The rampaging dragon, wounded, became even more ferocious, while Su Chun gritted his teeth and fought on. Who wouldn't get frustrated? Su Chun had been one-shotting beasts with ease, yet here he was struggling against the rampaging dragon. It didn't sit well with him. The battle escalated rapidly, turning the surrounding 100 meters into ruins. The rampaging dragon sustained heavier injuries with each passing moment. Finally, Su Chun drove his spear through the beast, taking it down with a decisive blow. System notification. You've slain a second-tier beast. Plus 20% experience, plus 50 attribute points. Dropped. Flame God Spear, exclusive. Su Chun was ecstatic. He had finally taken down a second-tier beast and was excited to see just how much experience he earned. It was an impressive 20%. That meant killing 5 of these would grant him another level, in addition to the 50 attribute points. But the most shocking part was the drop, an exclusive weapon radiating multicolored brilliance. Exclusive equipment. It was even rarer than gold-tier items. His instructor had explained this before. Exclusive items have no level restrictions and boast unparalleled properties. For a rookie out grinding on just his second day, scoring an exclusive drop was unbelievable. No one would believe him if he told them. He hurriedly returned to his resting spot and immediately inspected the equipment as soon as he got inside the cave. The Flame God Spear was an imposing 2.6 meters long, wreathed in flames. It made even the legendary Spear of Neza look mundane in comparison. When he grasped it, the attribute page popped up instantly. Flame God Spear, exclusive, no level restriction, rainbow tier attributes, combat power, 88,888. 1. Increases flame damage by plus 300% upon attack. 2. Enhances penetration by plus 300%. 3. Grants 50% immunity to fire-based attacks. 4. 30% chance to trigger Frozen Inferno, a storm of icy fire over a 300x 300-meter range. Su Chun was awestruck. Exclusive gear truly defied logic. The combat power was sky-high and the attributes were outrageously powerful, a weapon fit for a god. His instructor had once provided a crash course on equipment rankings, from bronze, silver, gold, diamond, glory, king, epic, legendary, to mythic. Attributes ranged from normal, rare, perfect, to exclusive, which exceeded even golden tier and had no level requirement. They were exceptionally scarce. The system pinged. Exclusive equipment cannot be dropped or traded once equipped. Without hesitation, Su Chun equipped the spear and checked his stats. Level 5, 21.5%, luck plus 20, combat power 135,039, attribute points 900. All skills and talents remained intact. Equipping a single exclusive weapon immediately boosted his combat power to a staggering 135,000. He could now overpower any martial artist below level 50 in an instant. Seems like there's no need to invest further into luck. 20 points is enough to get exclusive drops. Now, attribute points should focus on enhancing skills and core talents, Su Chun decided. His priority was maximizing raw power, leaving other considerations for later stages when he had surplus points. With 135,000 combat power, Su Chun felt unstoppable. Brimming with confidence, he prepared to resume leveling up. The priority was raising his level as soon as possible. After calming himself, Su Chun exited the cave and headed back to the battlefield. 10 minutes later, he returned to the spot where the rampaging dragon's corpse lay, only to find that it had attracted a group of over 10 first and second-tier beasts. Glancing at the beasts, Su Chun charged forward without hesitation. From 200 meters away, he thrust the Flame God Spear. The air seemed to evaporate under the intense heat. The spear's energy transformed into flames and shot toward the beasts. Immediately after, Frozen Inferno unleashed itself across the battlefield. The area of 300 by 300 meters turned into a raging sea of fire and ice in an instant. Every beast, whether first or second tier, was incinerated to ash on the spot. Damn, Su Chun couldn't help but curse out loud. His combat power was ridiculously strong, with flame damage nearing invincible levels. Instantly annihilating over 10 low-tier beasts wasn't surprising, considering his combat power sat at 135,000 compared to their mere 2,000. However, completely obliterating the beasts had exceeded his expectations. Experience plus 20%, plus 1%. Attribute points plus 10, plus 50. With one move, The entire field was cleared, and experience and attribute points surged. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 6. Combat power plus 16. As golden light shone, Su Chun reached level 6. He felt as though he were crushing everything in his path. Brimming with confidence, he speculated that if he encountered enough monsters today, he could reach level 20. Indeed, the 4-attribute Flame God Spear was nothing short of a game-changer. Its damage output and destruction potential were outright terrifying. Onward he went, slaying every beast in sight. Wherever the spear went, flames engulfed everything, leaving nothing behind. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 7. Combat power plus 16. Ding! Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 8. Combat power plus 18. Buzz! Congratulations on leveling up, current level 9, combat power plus 20. Time passed as the slaughter continued. By noon, Su Chun had already reached level 17, but the pace of leveling had noticeably slowed down. Killing a second-tier beast only increased his experience by 0.8%, requiring the defeat of 125 beasts to ascend to the next level. The higher the level, the harder it became. However, his combat power was incredibly high, paired with Area of Effect, AoE, skills that allowed him to level up far faster than other newcomers. For an ordinary beginner, reaching level 20 could take several months or even a year. After all, who else could possess over 100,000 combat power at only level 6? Su Chun found a hidden spot, drank 2 bottles of mineral water, and rested for a moment to recover his stamina. The few pieces of equipment he kept in his primordial world space provided little benefit to his strength, so he couldn't be bothered to examine them. Heading back to the city tomorrow, Su Chun decided. He planned to reach level 20 today and return tomorrow. This was his first time venturing out alone for 3 whole days, and he was beginning to feel a bit lonely. An hour later, his stamina restored, he resumed grinding monsters. His spear flashes, skyfire, and ice rain alternated attacks, leaving every beast he encountered reduced to ash. Attribute points plus 50, experience plus 0.6%. Time crept by as Su Chun fought nonstop. With significant improvements in both his experience and techniques, he had entirely shed the label of a novice. Now, he was starting to emulate the demeanor of a true expert. Su Chun had mastered precise control over the frequency of his AoE attacks. When there were only a few beasts, he barely used AoE skills. When the numbers increased, he unleashed his powerful big moves like Ice Rain and Skyfire without hesitation. By evening, he leveled up again. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 20, combat power plus 60. A flash of golden light quickly faded as he reached level 20, earning an even greater boost to his combat power. Wrap it up. He stowed away his long spear and swiftly returned to his temporary resting spot. As night fell, Su Chun entered a cavern, letting out a sigh of relief. He leaned against the cool stone wall, rested, ate some dry rations, and drank water to restore his stamina. In truth, with Su Chun's current combat power of 130,000, he wasn't physically exhausted from combat. The fatigue came from deliberately suppressing his spear techniques and absorbing experience. With a blink of his eyes, the virtual interface appeared before him. He checked his attribute points first. He had slain numerous second-tier beasts today. First-tier ones no longer counted for much after level 10. From that point onward, first-tier beasts provided barely any experience, and second-tier beasts were becoming just as ineffective. Now, a single second-tier beast yielded only 50 achievement points. Su Chun had killed nearly 800 or 900 of them today. Attribute points, 49,710. What should he upgrade next? Field. Spear techniques? Space. Luck wasn't a priority for now. His primary aim was to enhance either his field abilities or spear techniques. Upgrading space was important too, but it required considerable resources. He experimented by allocating points to field, spear techniques, and space respectively. Upgrading the primordial world space by 1% required 1,000 points, which was too cost-intensive. The endless field required the same, 1,000 points for 1%. On the other hand, upgrading spear techniques cost only 100 points for a 1% increase, offering the best value. Thus, Su Chun decided to allocate all his points to the Annihilation Spear techniques. Spent 100 points. Annihilation Spear techniques, Tier 199%, Tier 20%. After spending a total of 10,000 points, the Spear techniques progressed to Tier 2. Notification: Tier 2 Annihilation Spear techniques now unleash 2 Spear Lights, with speed plus 10%, armor penetrating plus 10%, and piercing plus 10%. The techniques have become significantly stronger and more effective in combat, though they won't contribute to his overall combat power rating. He continued upgrading. Spent 200 points. Annihilation Spear Techniques Tier 2 99%, Tier 3 0%. Further details are yet to come. Attribute points exhausted. With the Annihilation Spear Techniques reaching Tier 3, he could now unleash 4 Spear Lights, with an additional 20% boost to speed, armor penetration, and piercing. However, progressing further in the third tier required 400 attribute points for each 1%, and he didn't have enough points to spare. Su Chen's attribute points were now completely depleted, leaving him with just 110 points, and the spear techniques upgraded to 44% into the third tier. Exhale, spending them all feels reassuring. Next, he began organizing his equipment. Today, he had acquired several pieces of gear, though most were ordinary bronze tier white gear. There were only a few rare red items and 3 silver tier items. Opening his equipment panel, he prepared to equip the best items. The panel assembled a private preview of his gear. They weren't externally visible aside from weapons and clothing. Clothes, helmets, necklaces, bracelets, and rings. He could equip a total of 8 pieces of standard gear. Special items like badges, boots, gemstones, halos, and cloaks were rarer and harder to acquire. Without any hesitation, Su Chen chose the best options and automatically equipped them. Within 10 seconds, he was fully geared up. Weapon, Flame Divine Spear, exclusive, combat power, 88,888. Clothes, silver tier, white, combat power, 1,000. Helmet, silver tier, white, combat power, 1,000. Necklace, bronze tier, red, combat power, 800. Bracelet, bronze tier, white, combat power, 600. Bracelet, bronze tier, white, combat power, 600. Ring, silver tier, red, combat power, 1,000. Ring, bronze tier, roar, combat power, 800. As his teacher had once said, equipment below champion grade lacked advanced attributes. At the moment, only his exclusive weapon had special features. Everything else was just basic gear. Although his equipment was modest, wearing the full set along with the boost from the primordial world space had still increased his combat power by 8,000 to 9,000. Su Chen's current total combat power, 144,095. System interface. Su Chen, level 20, 0.06%. Luck, plus 20. Combat power, 144095. Skill, Apocalypse Spear Technique. Third tier, 44%. Ability, Endless Domain, SSS. First tier, 1%. Space, Origin Space, SSS. First level, 1%. Attribute points, 110. The light screen closed, and Su Chen decided to rest and go home tomorrow afternoon. There was a novice dungeon at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, and he didn't want to miss it. He planned to train for 2 more days and then fully challenge the school dungeon, which reportedly offered rewards. However, his real goal wasn't the rewards but advancing his strength and leveling up. He thought of Luo Xinger, an SSS level talent. She was likely leveling up quickly and was someone every team wanted to recruit. After pondering this, Su Chen tidied his bed and quickly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Su Chen got up, washed, ate, and began combat. Today went smoother than yesterday. With the Apocalypse Spear Technique at the third tier, each thrust unleashed 4 spear beams, much faster than before. Boom, boom, boom. Attribute points plus 50. Attribute points plus 10. Experience plus 0.1%. Experience plus 0.05%. Now, hunting second-tier beasts only granted 0.1% experience, while first-tier beasts gave almost none. But Su Chen wasn't here to level up today. He was here to farm attribute points. To level up, he'd need to hunt third-tier beasts instead. Time passed slowly. At 1 p.m., Su Chen began making his way toward the city. Along the way, he casually dispatched any beasts he encountered. By evening, he arrived at the city gate, passed a simple inspection, and entered. Finally, I'm back. Upon entering the city, Su Chen visibly relaxed. No matter how strong one was outside, it was never as safe as being within the city. He took a half-hour ride back to the Qingjiang district. Knocking on the door, his grandmother, Murong Lan, was watching TV inside. Upon hearing the noise, she got excited. At this hour, no one but Su Chen would be visiting. Open the door. I forgot my key again, Su Jingtian said. Since the community hadn't installed fingerprint locks yet, Su Chen often forgot his keys. Murong Lan glared at Su Jingtian and got up to open the door. Grandma. Su Chen greeted her cheerfully. He had missed his grandparents after being away for so long. His first time away from home for several days. Xiao Chen, you're back. Let me have a look at you. Oh my, you've lost weight. Go shower first, and I'll cook you some food to replenish your health. Grandma hugged Su Chen and looked him over from head to toe, convinced that her grandson had gotten thinner. Grandma, I haven't lost weight. I've just gotten fitter. Su Chen's heart was warm, and he was genuinely happy. He went into his room and greeted his grandfather. Su Jingtian remained as quiet as usual. How did you do? Su Jingtian asked. Grandpa, the past 2 days have been great. I'm already level 21, Su Chen replied honestly. Yesterday he had reached level 20. Today he hunted numerous beasts and advanced to level 21, earning 50,000 attribute points along the way. What? Su Jingtian initially thought he had misheard. Being able to reach level 2 on an initial outing was already commendable. Level 21? He found himself doubting his ears. Su Chen nodded firmly. Grandpa, it's 21 for sure. Su Jingtian was shocked. He knew that even with an SSS level talent, reaching level 5 in 2 or 3 days was astonishing, let alone level 21, a feat that could only be achieved through extraordinary luck or opportunity. Grandpa, I had some good luck. I obtained a specialized weapon. Su Chen directly took out the blazing divine flame spear, and the room instantly filled with a searing heat. Indeed, that's quite fortunate. Su Jingtian's heart trembled. Though he wasn't a warrior himself, he was knowledgeable. After all, his son and daughter-in-law had been powerful warriors. Grandpa, I'm going to go shower now. Su Chen put away the divine flame spear and returned to his room. Finally, he could take a proper bath. Afterward, he enjoyed a hearty meal under Grandma's watchful eye. Returning to his room, he found himself unable to sleep. He tossed and turned until nearly dawn before managing to drift off. At noon the next day, he was woken up by Luo Xing'er. Brother, are you a pig? Do you even know what time it is? Luo Xing'er's sweet voice called as she poked Su Chen. She tugged him with her small hands, trying to pull him out of bed. You're the pig, small and chubby. Su Chen rubbed his eyes, catching her radiant smile and faintly pleasant scent. If I'm small, you're big. Luo Xing'er grinned triumphantly. Guess what? I'm level 9 now. Impressive, right? Quickly praise me. Refusing to let Su Chen sleep any longer, she both pulled him and boasted excitedly. Over the past 2 days, she had teamed up with a group of geniuses and leveled up to level 9. Early this morning, she had freshened up and rushed over to Su Chen's house to show off. Xing'er, you're amazing, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Level 9. He was already at level 21. Luo Xing'er wasn't satisfied. Such a dismissive reply, she huffed, urging him to get out of bed. Helpless, Su Chen said, you go out first. Don't stare at me, or how will I get up? Luo Xing'er's cheeks turned pink, and she quickly released him and left the room. Before going, she reminded him, no more sleeping. I'll be waiting for you. Su Chen obediently got out of bed, washed up, and dressed. Luo Xing'er pulled him along, giving a quick goodbye to Grandma Moronlan. We're heading out to have some fun, and we won't be back anytime soon. It's time to eat. Moronlan smiled and waved for them to go play, showing particular fondness for Xing'er. 3 days passed. During those 3 days, Luo Xing'er clung to Su Chen every day. Shopping, and more shopping. Su Chen's legs nearly gave out. Don't be fooled by how small Luo Xing'er appeared. She was utterly tireless when it came to shopping. That morning, the two were on their way to school together. Luo Xing'er hopped along happily. Brother, after this dungeon, let's team up and grind together. Today, the school had opened its beginner's dungeon, which only occurred once every 6 months, a rare opportunity. Suddenly, Su Chen stopped and asked seriously, Xing'er, do you know about hidden professions? He could sense that ever since her awakening, Xing'er had been acting cautiously, afraid of making him uncomfortable. Luo Xing'er nodded. Of course I do. Hidden professions are very rare. I've heard that 50 years ago, someone in Jiang City awakened as a forbidden space mage. Even though their innate talent wasn't that remarkable, they eventually became the strongest in Xia and dominated their era. Looking at her, Su Chen said earnestly, I've also awakened a hidden profession, God of Fortune. He had thought up this lie a while ago. After all, with his unbelievable luck, there had to be some explanation that others would find convincing. This way, Xing'er wouldn't have to hold back so much. Sometimes, a well-intentioned lie wasn't a bad thing. It's not like he could just say he had a system. What? You awakened a hidden profession? Really? Luo Xing'er was completely shocked. She almost shouted but quickly covered her mouth, staring at Su Chen in disbelief. Su Chen nodded. Seeing that no one else was around, he took out the scorching flame divine spear as proof. A personal weapon. Oh my gosh, brother, you're amazing. When Luo Xing'er saw the scorching flame divine spear with its stunning special effects, she immediately used her detection skill. Upon seeing the information and drop date, she froze. A personal weapon obtained 2 days ago. The timeline matched exactly when they'd been in the wilderness together. Clearly, hidden professions had outrageously high drop rates. Although she felt a tinge of envy, her excitement for Su Chen overshadowed it. After all, she was already SS grade, and now her brother was even more extraordinary. Don't tell anyone else, Su Chen reminded her. By By the way, what's your level? Level 21. Whoa, that's amazing. This is great. I'm SS grade, you're SS grade, and your hidden profession is even more powerful. We can both get stronger. Luo Xing'er was ecstatic, even happier about Su Qin's progress than her own. I'm the SS grade Chaos Frost Phoenix, your SS grade support, and I farm gear, Su Qin chuckled. The two chatted as they made their way to school. It was a Sunday, and Jiang City No. 1 High School was relatively empty, with only a few awakened students around. Along the way, many people greeted Luo Xing'er warmly. However, no one paid attention to Su Qin, whose F-grade presence was practically non-existent. Brother, you're being completely ignored, Luo Xing'er teased with a mischievous smile. She only gave others a slight nod of acknowledgement, her full attention on Su Qin. Now that she knew about Su Qin's hidden profession, she no longer felt the need to tread carefully around him. She was relaxed and blissfully content. Let them ignore me, Su Qin said indifferently. After the dungeon, they'll change their attitude, Luo Xing'er laughed. Soon, they arrived at the school plaza. There were still 20 minutes before the gathering. The principal stood by the podium, surrounded by a row of individuals who were clearly not high school teachers. They appeared to be university recruiters, all eager to compete for SS grade talent. The principal waved for Luo Xing'er to come over, asking her which university she wanted to attend and whether she had any specific requests or preferences. I'd like to hear what kind of offers these professors have for me first, Luo Xing'er replied. If you choose Kyoto University, you'll receive 1 billion in resources annually, as well as priority access to dungeons. Jiangnan University also warmly welcomes you. The resource packages were all about the same: 1 billion in cash, 1 billion in resources, top-tier dungeons, and even personalized equipment. At this time, all the recruitment representatives began pitching their university's benefits and unique advantages. Once they finished, they stared expectantly at Luo Xing'er, their eyes filled with hope. After all, she was an SS grade talent with unparalleled potential, capable of resurrecting teammates. If cultivated correctly, she could become invincible. Luo Xing'er suddenly spoke up. Professors, I want my brother to go with me, and I want him to receive the same benefits as I do. She looked over at Su Qin. The professors froze. Your brother is also SS grade? They had never heard of anyone requesting to take an F-grade sibling along with the same privileges. Could Jiang City No. 1 High School have a second SS grade? Was there a mistake? Luo Xing'er shook her head. No, he's F-grade. She even beckoned to Su Qin with a sly grin, clearly pulling another one of her pranks on her brother. As Su Qin approached, Professor Qi Delong quickly scolded. Su Qin, what are you doing here? Get back to your group immediately. Stop interfering with Luo Xing'er. The university recruiters also began shaking their heads. Luo Xing'er, we're sorry, but there's no way we can admit an F-grade student. Exactly. No matter how generous the offer, we can't bring him in. The top 10 universities in Xia don't take F grades. The more polite ones only made allowances because of Luo Xing'er. Most of the others, however, openly showed their disdain for Su Qin, inwardly blaming him for dragging Luo Xing'er down. Luo Xing'er had no choice but to pretend to behave, wearing an expression of disappointment as Su Qin left together and got in line. Su Qin shot her a glare, muttering under his breath, You're up to mischief again. Luo Xing'er giggled and asked her brother which university he wanted to attend. Su Qin replied he hadn't decided yet and turned the question back on her. Luo Xing'er suggested, How about going to Kyoto? Sis is over there. Even if it's not Kyoto University, there are plenty of other great schools. Su Qin nodded in agreement, but added that he'd need to check with their grandparents since they had to look after the elderly. At that moment, a grating voice interrupted them. Little F, you're joining the dungeon too? Without even seeing the face, it was obvious it was Chenhui. Luo Xing'er immediately snapped back. Got a hole in your brain, or what? Su Qin couldn't even be bothered and chuckled, saying, Stupid dog. Chenhui was infuriated and began yelling. As the commotion continued, the principal, Qi Delong, sternly shouted, Quiet. The dungeon opens at 9. Let me explain the rules first. The difficulty level of Jiangqing First High School's dungeon has been debated, and it's dangerous. You can choose your difficulty level shortly. There are 4 difficulty levels for the dungeon. The levels are divided into 4 grades. 1. Normal level, 3 days inside, with 1 or 2 Tier 1 beasts and automatic teleportation out after 3 days. 2. Difficult level, 7 days inside, with beasts ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 4. Teleportation out after 7 days. 3. Despair level, 10 days, with sightings of Tier 6 beasts. Almost no one has exited alive. 4. Apocalypse level, no one has ever entered or exited, rumored to contain Tier 7 or 8 beasts and even humans. Survival chances are minimal. The principal reminded everyone that despair level and apocalypse level were almost certain death and not for beginners. Participants must be under 18 years of age, and each person can only choose one difficulty level. Everyone then queued up to select their difficulty. Teachers held up signs labeled 1, 2, 3, and 4. Luo Xing'er tugged on Su Chen's arm, asking, "Which one are you picking?" Just then, a system prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. Random task, choose apocalypse level. Reward, 200,000 attribute points, one piece of exclusive equipment. Su Chen was tempted and decided to challenge apocalypse level. Casually, he remarked, "Just a beginner's dungeon, that's all." Luo Xing'er stared at him in disbelief. He comforted her, and she chose the difficult level instead. Luo Xing'er believed that with her luck bonus and the gear her brother had given her, she'd be fine. Most people opted for the normal level, with only 6 choosing the difficult level. No one chose despair level or apocalypse level. During the selection process, Qi Delong noticed that Su Chun hadn't queued up and reminded him. Su Chun calmly walked to the apocalypse level section, causing an uproar. Everyone was shocked. The teachers thought he had approached the wrong section, but Su Chun replied calmly, "I'm picking apocalypse level." The crowd erupted into chaos, thinking he was courting death. At that moment, 4 beams of light descended, enveloping the 4 difficulty zones. Students in the normal level and difficult level disappeared one by one. Finally, the light enveloped Su Chun, and he, too, was teleported away. The quantum force pulled him. He was utterly powerless to resist. Wrapped in light, his body vanished in an instant. In the square, more than 200 students had been present. Now, not a single one remained. They had all been teleported away. He really picked apocalypse level. Is he out of his mind? Even though he's F rank, he's still strong compared to ordinary people. Sigh, just one less F rank then. Luo Xing'er chose difficult level. She should be able to make it back safely. The student's mentality isn't stable. Luckily, it's just an F rank. If it were a genius, that'd be a waste. On the podium, the teachers began to discuss. An F rank student choosing apocalypse level. It was clearly a reckless stunt. Fortunately, he wasn't a prodigy. Otherwise, it would have been a real loss. Principal Qi chuckled and said, "Are you all planning to wait here for a few days?" In the past, he'd always been low profile, but it was different now. Jiangxing First High had an SSS rank prodigy this year, and even his demeanor was more casual. The teleportation process was Su Chen's first experience. It felt like riding an elevator, except the surroundings outside were pitch black, occasionally glowing with streams of mysterious substances. The ride lasted about 10 seconds. Suddenly, it came to a halt, and he felt as if he'd been thrown into the air. When he landed, there was no sense of impact. The air was laden with an ancient, weathered aura. He opened his eyes and found himself in the wilderness. There were no signs of humans or beasts around, and for now, it was safe. Welcome to the Qingluo world. This is the soul of Qingluo world speaking. Your participant ID is 9527. The 9.8 billion people who came before you all died. Let's see how lucky you are. Rules. Complete the tasks within 20 days. Tasks. Hunt 6,666 Tier 1 beasts, 5,555 Tier 2 beasts, 4,444 Tier 3 beasts, 3,333 Tier 4 beasts, 2,222 Tier 5 beasts, and 1,111 Tier 6 beasts. Upon completion, enter the Qingluo Tower. Only by passing that will you be deemed victorious. Reward. Qingluo Glory, Divine, Exclusive, Special. A floating, ethereal voice echoed through the air, sometimes near, sometimes far. After the sound dissipated, a streak of light flashed across the void, solidifying into a glowing screen roughly 1 foot in size. Name, Su Chun. Age, 18. Origin, Galaxy World, Blue Star, Great Xia, Jiang City. Level, 21. Current mission, hunt the designated beasts according to the requirements and successfully clear the Qingluo Tower. Countdown timer, 19 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 11 seconds. Damn it, Su Chen muttered, stunned. Killing so many beasts within only 20 days. And that was just the prerequisite. The real challenge was the Qingluo Tower. For a newcomer, completing that was practically impossible. No wonder 98 billion warriors before him had perished here. The task was overwhelmingly hopeless. With the entire world now devoid of other people, a profound loneliness began to creep into Su Chen's heart. Still, the rewards were truly absurd, and the descriptions of the equipment's attributes were enough to ignite one's blood. After the artifact spirit's voice faded, silence engulfed everything. Ding. Congratulations on selecting Calamity level difficulty. Reward. Attribute points asterisk 200,000. Exclusive equipment box asterisk 1. The system notification echoed. At least he had the system for company, making the solitude slightly more bearable. Su Chun immediately claimed the 200,000 attribute points and the exclusive equipment box, his mood skyrocketing. These two rewards were exactly what he needed. Previously, he still had 50,000 in used attribute points. Now, he could directly boost his domain abilities in the Yuan world space. Finding a concealed corner, he prepared to open the equipment box. Although there wasn't another soul in this world, his instincts still led him to choose a safe spot. The system prompt followed suit. Exclusive equipment box is being opened. Successfully opened. You have obtained Heart of Rules, exclusive. Su Chen excitedly retrieved the new equipment. It was a necklace radiating multicolored streams of light, resembling a miniature galaxy. He didn't immediately equip it, but first examined its attributes. Exclusive equipment was practically equivalent to divine artifacts, but what truly mattered were the affix effects. Name, Heart of Rules, exclusive. Grade, no level limitation. Combat power, 88,888. Affixes, multicolored. Feature 1. 50% chance to imprison the target upon attack, can be enhanced using world shards. Feature 2. 100% resistance to soul attacks. Feature 3. 100% immunity to poison. Feature 4. 300% damage reflection. Su Chun nearly cried out in excitement. These attributes were monstrous. The necklace's combat power was directly equivalent to that of the top-tier weapon, the blazing divine spear, and each affix provided overwhelming effects. Comparing it to ordinary equipment wasn't even a consideration. Each feature held its own incomparable strength. He tried to calm his excitement and began madly allocating his attribute points. Yuan World Space consumed 99,000 points, advancing from 99% of the first tier to 0% of the second tier. The space expanded significantly, and the attribute amplification directly doubled to 200%. In essence, for every 1 point gained, his actual progress doubled. Continuing with the tests, he discovered that advancing to the third tier required 500,000 attribute points, far beyond his current capacity. He decided to abandon that for now and instead focus on upgrading his Endless Domain. Endless Domain consumed a similar 99,000 points, advancing from the first stage to the second stage. Domain upgraded, Stage 2 unlocked. Ding. Endless Domain upgraded. Combat power plus 10,000. Within a 300x, 300x, 300 meter range, the target's damage and attack are reduced by 50%. The domain's range expanded from 100 by 100 by 100 meters to 300 by 300 by 300 meters, and the damage reduction improved from 40% to 50%. Moreover, the combat power surged to 10,000. The 200,000 attribute points reward had been perfectly balanced by the system to upgrade both the Endless Domain and Yuan World Space precisely by 1 tier each. No surplus, no shortage. After equipping the Heart of Rules, Su Chun opened his status panel. Name, Su Chun. Level, 21, 2.16%. Combat power, 385,902. Skills, World-Destroying Spear Art, Stage 3, 44%. Ability, Endless Domain, SSS class, Stage 2, 2%. Space Technique, Yuan World Space, SSS class, Tier 1, 2%. Remaining attribute points, 53,010. Equipping the new gear also boosted the combat power multiplier from 1.5x to 2x, rocketing his combat power to 385,902. Let's get to work. Exiting the virtual screen, Su Chun dashed out from his hiding spot. The only downside was that he still felt his speed was slightly lacking. To kill 20,000 beasts in 20 days, their density must be staggering. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a cacophony of beastly roars echoed in the distance. Within less than 10 minutes, a horde of beasts appeared before him, their sheer numbers deafening. Seeing the overwhelming wave of beasts before him, Su Chen's fighting spirit surged. Not one of them exceeding the 6th tier, he had nothing to worry about. With his current combat power of 385,902. Kill. Summoning the blazing divine spear, Su Chun unleashed 4 destructive spear lights. While the beasts surged toward him wildly, none of them could even get close. Any beast that dared attack Su Chun was instantly grievously injured or outright killed by the 300% damage reflection. Even standing still, he could reflect their attacks to claim victory. However, he quickly discovered that the reflection ability only worked against those actively attacking him. If he wanted to expedite the process, area of effect attacks were necessary. Wielding his spear, Su Chun summoned Frost Rain and Heavenly Fire, wiping out every beast within the 300x 300 meter scope of his domain. None were spared. Even their bones were reduced to ash. The strongest among them were no higher than Tier 5, with combat power barely reaching 50,000. a mere trifle to him as he annihilated the oncoming horde with ease. In front of him, they were insignificant. The domain reduced damage by another 50%, and a group of exotic beasts couldn't withstand even a single strike. Level 1, 10 points. Level 2, 50 points. Level 3, 100 points. Level 4, 200 points. Level 5, 500 points. Attribute points and experience were skyrocketing like crazy. 30%. Experience plus 5%. Buzz. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 22. Combat power plus 120. With a flash of golden light, Su Chun leveled up to level 22. Buzz. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 23. Combat power plus 140. Buzz. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 24. Combat power plus 160. Buzz. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 25. Combat power plus 180. Buzz. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 32. Combat power plus 400. In just half an hour, Su Chun directly leveled up to 32, climbing 11 levels in shockingly fast succession. This kind of leveling speed was akin to a king bullying a bronze-tier player. Even Su Chun felt a bit numb. He plunged into a frenzy of slaying monsters. Low-tier exotic beasts were nothing but trash mobs to him. Time slipped into the evening, and the sky began to darken. While killing monsters, Su Chun searched for a place to rest. In this entire Qingluo world, he was the only human, so he only needed to guard against exotic beasts. After battling continuously all day, he was utterly exhausted. Leaving the battlefield, Su Chun arrived at a lakeside cliff after about 20 minutes. On the cliff was a small cave about 10 square meters in size, suitable for living and resting, with a source of water nearby. After washing up, he crawled into the cave, blocked the entrance, and took out food and water to eat and recover. After half an hour, he was full and mentally refreshed. He opened the task board. Tier 1 Exotic Beasts * 6666 completed. Tier 2 Exotic Beasts * 5555 remaining 1162. Tier 3 Exotic Beasts * 4444 remaining 1937. Tier 4 Exotic Beasts * 3333 remaining 2010. Tier 5 Exotic Beasts * 2222 remaining 1328. Tier 6 Exotic Beasts * 1111 remaining 725. The Tier 1 category was done. Tier 2 had a bit left. Tiers 3 to 5 were more than halfway cleared, and progress with Tier 6 was starting to show. The progress he made in just a day was astonishing. It was certain that he could clear everything within 3 days and reach level 60. After spending only 1 day in the dungeon, he'd gone from level 21 to level 60. No one would believe it, but he'd made it happen. At level 60, his combat power shot straight up to 28,500. Every new level would add 1,500 combat power, eventually totaling 442,000. The attribute points were even more astonishing. Tier 1, 66,660. Tier 2, 219,650. Tier 3, 250,700. Tier 4, 264,600. Tier 5, 447,000. Tier 6, 386,000. Total, 1,634,610 points, with a balance of 1,687,620. His equipment stash was also overflowing, even containing some golden tier equipment. But he couldn't be bothered to switch to new gear. He just wanted to sleep. Closing his information panel and the system's interface, Su Chun collapsed onto the bedding and immediately fell asleep. Fighting all day had truly exhausted him. What? Xiao Chun went into an apocalyptic-level dungeon. In apartment 906, building 6 of Qingjiang Community, Moron Lan was stunned for half a day before regaining her senses, her face full of disbelief. This revelation hit like a bolt of lightning out of the blue, perhaps even a crushing blow. Qi Delong told me. Su Jingtian's expression was calm, leaning on his cane as he sat on the sofa with half-closed eyes. Why would he go to an apocalyptic-level dungeon? That's far too dangerous for a beginner dungeon. Moron Lan was entirely at a loss. Why would Su Qin enter an apocalyptic-level dungeon? That was a place of certain doom. Even the strongest rarely made it out alive. So how could a novice survive? In fact, strong individuals couldn't even enter beginner dungeons. Su Jingtian comforted her. He'll be fine. Trust him. The two of them were often mistaken for grandfather and grandson, as Moron Lan, though in her 60s, appeared only 30 years old, her beauty still enduring. Su Chun and his father had inherited their looks from her. Moron Lan worriedly muttered, "Apocalyptic-level dungeons are so dangerous. How can I trust him? This boy is just as stubborn as his father." Her son and daughter-in-law had gone missing in the ancient battleground, leaving her grieving endlessly. She had poured all her love into Su Chun. But now, Su Chun had gone to an apocalyptic-level dungeon. The next day, in the Qingluo world, Su Chun woke up early, washed up, ate breakfast, and prepared to continue fighting. He was already level 60, and hunting exotic beasts below Tier 6 yielded almost no experience anymore. Tier 1 exotic beasts would only give him a 0.00001% increase, and even Tier 6 ones only gave 0.2%. As for Tier 7 exotic beasts, he hadn't encountered any yet. Hunting Tier 6 exotic beasts. Experience plus 0.2%. Attribute points plus 1,000. Drop. God of Life, exclusive. Suddenly, the system chimed with a notification about special equipment. Su Chun didn't rush to check it out, deciding to focus on killing the beasts first. The tide of monstrous creatures seemed endless, yet wherever he went, they were annihilated completely, turned to ash. Unnoticed in the flow of battle, something strange occurred. Suddenly, all the beasts around him vanished, as though they had never existed. Su Chun froze in confusion. Congratulations on completing the slaughter mission. You are the 2025th to achieve this. From now on, there will be no more beasts in the world of Qingluo. In 3 days, you will be transported to Qingluo Mountain for your final trial. Only then did he understand. The system had only generated the beasts necessary to meet the mission's target, and once completed, they disappeared entirely. Clearing out the beasts in just 2 days amazed even himself. Now, with all threats eliminated, Su Chun was left alone in the Qingluo world, utterly at ease for the first time. A world without people is loneliness itself. To be devoid of all living creatures is a step further into desolation. In this vast Qingluo world, Su Chun was now utterly alone. Fortunately, in 3 days, he would be transported to Qingluo Mountain for the last trial. Whether he could leave or not hinged on this final test. Qingluo Mountain was the heart of the Qingluo world, towering so high it pierced the clouds. At its summit rested a crystal palace. From outside, it seemed modest in size, but its interior contained an entirely separate mystical realm. It was a paradise, filled with the sweet songs of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, a scene befitting a celestial realm. Deep within the palace, on a swing, sat a woman of incomparable beauty, gently swaying back and forth. She had been alone here for countless years, as though the entire world held only her existence. "How many years has it been?" she whispered softly. A multicolored butterfly fluttered in, its voice ethereal as it replied, "Honored divine maiden, it has been 10 million years." 10 million years. The woman murmured, gazing into the distance. There was hope in her eyes, yet it was tinged with deeper sorrow. Having hoped and been disappointed countless times, her heart had grown weary, but she couldn't help herself from feeling a flicker of anticipation. The butterfly's voice stirred again. "It is rare for anyone to succeed, but this time, the individual surpasses all those who came before." "Oh, has he passed the first trial?" the divine maiden inquired. "He has already succeeded," the butterfly replied. Out of over 9 billion who entered the Qingluo world, only 2024 had ever completed the slaughter mission, most barely finishing on the last day. This individual, however, had achieved it in just 2 days. "He has already passed the first trial," the divine maiden murmured in mild astonishment. She understood, though, the slaughter mission was merely a beginning, with even greater challenges yet to come. As the sun began to set, a gentle breeze rippled across the lake's surface. Lying atop a massive boulder, Su Chun enjoyed rare relaxation after a day of relentless battle, embracing solitude. When night fell, he leapt into the lake for a bath, changed into clean clothes, and retreated into a cave. Tearing into some dried rations and snacks, he prepared a makeshift bed to rest. On impulse, he retrieved the newly obtained exclusive equipment from his Yuan realm space. Taking a glance at it left him momentarily stunned. It was another necklace. Now he had 2 necklaces, yet could only wear one at a time. All he could do was examine the new necklace's properties. Name, God of Life, exclusive. Grade, unranked. Power, 88,888. Abilities. 1. Immunity to 50% damage. 2. 50% chance to completely negate attacks. 3. Healing speed increased by 500%. 4. Summons the Thunder Sacred Beast. Su Chun sighed helplessly. The necklace's attributes weren't particularly useful to him. Instead, it seemed better suited for Luo Xinger. Deciding to set it aside, he planned to give it to her in the future. Next, Su Chun began organizing his equipment. Weapon, Flame God Spear, exclusive, power, 88,888. Armor, Golden Tier, power, 6,000. Helmet, Golden Tier, power, 6,000. Necklace, Heart of Rules, exclusive, power, 88,888. Bracelets, X2 Golden Tier, power, 6,000. Rings, X2 Golden Tier, power, 6,000. His full set of dazzling, golden glowing equipment made for an impressive sight. Even so, his exclusive equipment outclassed the look of gold tier gear. After equipping it all, Su Chen's combat power reached 33,000, which, when including enhancements, brought his total combat power to 66,000. Attribute points should be used wisely. With over 3 million attribute points at his disposal, Su Chen took careful consideration as he started allocating them. Space manipulation, domain control, spear techniques, and luck, all were crucial. He made his decision. Upgrade spatial abilities by 1 level, domain abilities by 1 level, and then allocate the rest into spear techniques and luck. First, he upgraded the Yuan Realm Space. Cost, 500,000 attribute points. Yuan Realm Space advanced to the 3rd tier, increasing its amplification by 250% with dimensions of 500 li in length, width, and height. Next, he leveled up his Endless Domain. Cost, 500,000 attribute points. The domain's power reached 50,000, with an area now measuring 600 by 600 by 600, capable of reducing enemies' damage and attacks by 60%. An additional 1% upgrade for the domain required 20,000 attribute points, with the same for full space upgrades. The full upgrades for each would demand 2 million attribute points. With 2.72 million points remaining, Su Chen shifted his focus to enhancing luck. The higher his luck, the better item drop rates and higher chances for rare finds. Each single point of increased luck required 5,000 attribute points. Su Chen first spent 50,000 points, raising his luck to 30. This resulted in a 30% drop rate increase and a 2% chance of finding rare items. Spending another 100,000 attribute points raised luck to 40 points, with a drop rate of 40% and a rare drop chance of 3%. Then, after spending 500,000 more attribute points, luck reached 50 points, pushing the drop rate to 50%, rare drops to 4%, and enabling special drops, 0.001% chance. The cost was too high, so Su Chen decided not to upgrade further for now. The remaining points went toward upgrading the world-destroying spear technique. For every 1% increase, it consumed 400 attribute points. He kept allocating points and advanced the world-destroying spear technique to Tier 4. Tier 4 effects: 8 spear beams, speed plus 30%, defense penetration plus 30%, piercing plus 30%, and a combat power increase of 110%. Seeing such a significant improvement, Su Chen became excited and continued upgrading. Spent 100,000 attribute points, advancing the world-destroying spear technique to Tier 5. Tier 5, 16 spear beams, speed plus 40%, defense penetration plus 40%, piercing plus 40%, combat power increase of 120%. It's effective. Keep going. Spent 500,000 attribute points, advancing the world-destroying spear technique to Tier 6. Tier 6, 32 spear beams, speed, defense penetration, and piercing plus 50%, combat power increase of 130%. Su Chen checked his new combat power, 828,750. A Tier 6 spear technique delivered a direct 1.3 times boost. He still had 1,463,210 attribute points left. He knew that even for a level 60 martial artist, combat power typically wouldn't exceed 100,000. He had long surpassed anyone of the same level. At any level below 100, I'm invincible. Su Chen closed the virtual screen, lay down to play a game, and relaxed while waiting for the next quest. After 3 days, boredom had long overtaken him. Suddenly, in the early morning, a clap of thunder echoed and azure lightning descended from the sky, enveloping him in a bright light. Su Chen stayed calm. The teleport is activating. The Qingluo Mountain begins. The teleport lasted 3 seconds before Su Chen appeared at the base of a colossal mountain. The artifact spirit's voice sounded. Reached the summit of Qingluo Tower within 15 days. A towering pagoda emerged, hidden among the clouds. As the tower's gate opened, Su Chen immediately dashed into the first floor. The moment he entered, roaring beasts echoed as a first-tier magical beast charged toward him at high speed. Su Chen scoffed. It wasn't nearly enough to be a challenge. But in the next moment, he found his movements restricted by a suppressive soul force. He couldn't move at all. Damn it! Qingluo Tower is actually a soul-based trial? Su Chen finally grew serious. It was no wonder everyone before him had perished. It all made sense now. Hissing furiously, the beast's gaping maw came dangerously close, and Su Chen cursed his carelessness. As the creature lunged to devour him, Su Chen felt alarmed, but not panicked. The Heart of Rules he possessed granted automatic damage reflection and 100% soul resistance. As expected, the moment the beast made contact, it was blown away by the reflected force, instantly losing all vitality. At level 61, Su Chun was strong enough that even without the reflection, a first-tier magical beast couldn't break through his defenses. As the creature fell lifeless to the ground, the soul suppression dissipated, rendered ineffective. First floor of Qingluo Tower cleared. Reward, double EXP scroll, 1 day, times 10. Su Chun was enveloped in light and transported to the second floor. The soul suppression was still present, but equally ineffective. A second-tier magical beast charged forward, and Su Chun obliterated it with a single thrust of his flaming god spear. Second floor of Qingluo Tower cleared. Reward, triple EXP scroll, 1 day, times 10. The light enveloped him again, bringing him to the third floor, where a third-tier magical beast awaited. Su Chun stiffened, wondering if the challenge might escalate to beasts over Tier 9. Reassuring himself he'd deal with it step by step, he still disposed of the third-tier beast in one blow. Third floor of Qingluo Tower cleared. Reward, 10-fold EXP scroll, 3 days, times 10. The fourth floor, fifth floor. Each floor he entered, every beast fell with a single strike. Meanwhile, the rewards kept improving. Starting from the fifth floor, instead of EXP scrolls, the rewards became attack scrolls, which were even more potent. Reaching the sixth floor, he felt an increasing sense of intensity. Though confident in his ability to dispatch even 7th-tier beasts in one hit, he had no idea how many levels there were in total, leaving him uneasy. Luckily, his complete immunity to soul suppression allowed him to stay unharmed. Otherwise, the situation might have been different. At the 7th floor, it was no surprise when the 7th-tier beast was also annihilated in a single strike. 7th floor of Qingluo Tower cleared. Reward, 10-fold attack scroll, 12 hours, times 10. Su Chun found himself transported to the 8th floor, where the 8th-tier beast fared no better. It couldn't withstand a single blow. 8th floor of Qingluo Tower cleared. Reward, Windstride Boots, Special. Spotting a special piece of equipment among the rewards, Su Chin's heart raced, but there wasn't any time to examine it. He was whisked away to the 9th floor, where the 9th-tier magical beast met the same fate as its predecessors, defeated in one strike. 9th floor of Qingluo Tower cleared. Reward, Wings of Space, Special. The artifact spirit's voice rang out, declaring Su Chin's success in clearing the tower. When Su Chin heard that he'd passed the 9th floor, his heart sank, assuming he'd be transported to even higher levels and unsure if he could endure. However, when the spirit explained that Qingluo Tower only had 9 floors, and he had fully cleared it, relief washed over him. Streams of radiant light materialized in front of him, forming scrolls, equipment, and even a refined crystal palace. Without hesitation, Su Chun stored all the rewards in his internal dimensional space. As the entire realm around him began to crumble, Qingluo world was on the brink of destruction. Before he could fully react to the world's impending collapse, a golden light suddenly enveloped him, propelling him through space and time. Qingluo world vanished in an instant, leaving Su Chun floating aimlessly amidst the radiant brilliance, uncertain of his destination. Several minutes later, Su Chun passed through the darkness and saw the light dissipate, realizing he had returned to Jiang City High's central square, the exact spot where he first entered the dungeon. At that moment, a voice echoed. It was teacher Qin Shuyao. She was first puzzled, then stunned, as she hurriedly ran over. Su Chun was a student of Class 8, possessing only an F-level talent, yet he dared to choose a Calamity-level dungeon. And to everyone's surprise, he had returned alive. Su Chun greeted her with a smile. Qin Shuyao herself was at level 88, with exceptional talent, a gorgeous appearance, and was considered a campus beauty. Many people found it perplexing that such a genius chose to be a teacher, but at the moment, her mind was filled with questions. She asked Su Chun to come over and confirm his signature. Su Chun noticed that out of the 11 students in the class who awakened, 9 had chosen ordinary dungeons. 8 of them survived, while 1 did not return, likely perishing in the dungeon. The examination concluded it was an ordinary-level dungeon. While not extremely dangerous, it was still challenging for newcomers confronting beasts for the first time. The fact that 8 had survived was already remarkable. Teacher Qin, I'll head back now. After signing, Su Chun bid farewell to Qin Shuyao. She nodded and waved at him, watching as he walked away. 10 minutes later, Su Chun arrived back at apartment 906 in the residential complex. He knocked on the door, feeling quite cheerful. Returning safely filled him with joy, and knowing that his grandparents were likely worried about his venture into the Calamity-level dungeon, he believed they would feel relieved after seeing him back safe and sound. From inside, he heard the voice of Murong Lan. She sounded somewhat listless. She came to the door and looked through the peephole, momentarily stunned when she saw Su Chun. Then, with an overwhelming sense of joy, she swiftly opened the door. "Old man, Xiao Chen is back. Our Xiao Chun is back," she shouted, pulling him into a tight hug as she called for the others inside. From the study, Su Jingtian responded indifferently, his tone suggesting he wasn't fazed by much. Nonetheless, he emerged with the help of his walking stick, taking a close look at Su Chun before nodding in satisfaction. "Xiao Chun, tell Grandma about the calamity-level dungeon. What was the mission?" Murong Lan asked as she held Su Chen's hand, her curiosity piqued. For a novice, a calamity-level dungeon was almost impossible to conquer. How had Su Chen managed? Though Su Jingtian remained silent, it was clear he was listening attentively. Su Chen sat between them and recounted his experience briefly. The dungeon was called Qingluo World. The artifact's spirit mentioned that 98 billion people had entered it in the past, yet they had all perished, leaving me as the sole survivor. The mission was to hunt first to 6th-tier beasts, thousands of each, and upon completing that, I had to ascend the Qingluo Tower. Clearing the tower allowed me to leave, and the final reward was a piece of special equipment. He omitted and altered parts of his explanation, keeping the existence of the system a secret. Everything else, however, he narrated truthfully, as there wasn't much reason to hide it. "What kind of unreasonable mission is that? It sounds impossible," Murong Lan exclaimed, her face full of disbelief. Still, her grandson had actually completed it. Su Jingtian offered his analysis. The hunting task was merely a threshold. The true test lies within the Qingluo Tower, where it assesses the soul rather than combat strength. Xiao Chen probably encountered a specific scenario that allowed him to bypass the assessment somehow. Very impressive. Su Chen nodded in agreement. "You're right, Grandpa. The tower assessed my soul. When I entered, my body was immobilized, and I could do nothing but watch as beasts hurled themselves at me. Luckily, I had a piece of soul-resistant equipment that came in handy." He couldn't help but admire his grandfather's insights. Despite lacking personal talent, Su Jingtian was immensely knowledgeable. With such extraordinary offspring and descendants in the family, Su Jingtian surely must feel proud. Su Jingtian then advised, "In the future, don't casually reveal your equipment to others. Only show it to people you absolutely trust. Revealing its attributes is akin to exposing your trump card." Su Chen nodded. Understood. He was not foolish enough to flaunt his equipment randomly. In the end, true strength was what mattered, not showing off. Su Jingtian continued his questioning. "You must be around level 60 now, right? After hunting so many beasts, I'd be surprised if you hadn't reached that level." Even he found it hard to believe that Su Chun had completed such a defiant, heaven-shaking task. He sighed internally, marveling at the uniqueness of calamity-level challenges. Although Su Chun was just a novice, hearing his account made it clear that even someone at level 100 could easily meet their demise in such a place. "Grandpa, I'm actually level 61 now." There was no use hiding something like his level. "Rest up for now. When school starts, accompany us to Kyoto." Su Jingtian decided on the spot, leaving no room for argument before retreating into his study with his walking stick. After he left, Murong Lan asked, "Do you have a university in mind that you like? If so, just tell Grandpa. If not, you'll head to Kyoto." Su Chen replied calmly, "I haven't really thought about it." In truth, he had no particular preference. Murong Lan beamed. "All right then, in a while, we'll head to Kyoto. For now, go take a bath and rest. I'll cook up something special so we can celebrate." Su Chen obliged, retreating to his room for a bath. Nothing beat the comfort of being home. Soaking in the water for half an hour, he emerged feeling completely refreshed. At dinner, the three of them sat around the table, their meal accompanied by a warm and familial atmosphere. By 9:30, his grandmother urged him to get some rest. After washing up, Su Chen lay on his bed. As he prepared to sleep, he sensed something and reached into the primordial space, retrieving the Windstrider boots, obtained from Qingluo Tower. It was a pair of multicolored boots. Windstrider boots, special. No level requirement. Resplendent attribute. Combat power, 66,666. Effects, speed plus 300%. Automatic mastery of shadow step technique. Agility plus 300%. Su Chun had always felt his movement speed was too slow, and these boots were the perfect solution. Equipped with them, his overall stats surged. Although not as overpowered as exclusive items, they still packed a punch. Then, he took out the Wings of Space, the reward for clearing the Qingluo Tower's 9th floor. A pair of visually stunning, dazzling, with colorful wings. Wings of Space, special. No level restriction, colorful attributes. Combat power, 66,666. Effect, assists in flying, speed plus 300%, reachable within 100 miles through mere thought. It could fly and even enable instant teleportation within 100 miles, a total game changer. Su Chun took a deep breath, preparing to unveil the ultimate reward from the Qingluo realm, the Qingluo Shining Glory. Divine exclusive special, 3 ultimate tags, all in one piece of equipment. With a single thought, the equipment appeared. It radiated vibrant light, a mysterious yet stylish aura. It was a metal. Cool, stylish, powerful, speechless. Words couldn't describe this metal. He clicked to inspect. Name, Qingluo Shining Glory Divine Exclusive Special. Grade, unique. Attributes, colorful. Combat power, 666,666. Effect 1, 100% resurrection guarantee. Effect 2, summon Qingluo Divine Bird 100%. Effect 3, ignores higher level suppression, Realm Master's power plus 300%. Effect 4, in combat, there's a 50% chance to trigger Qingluo Shining Glory, controllable, with a range of 1,000 cubic meters. Effect 5, in combat, can activate Qingluo Extinguishing Glory, damage plus 1,000%, controllable. Note, this equipment cannot be dropped, disappear, or traded. 5 attributes, all game-breaking. First, the resurrection. Su Chun was stunned. Resurrection? That's god tier. Second, summoning a divine bird. It was essentially a pet. Third, ignoring superior suppression powers with a 300% boost in Realm Master's strength. He wasn't sure what it meant yet, but it had to be incredible. Fourth, Qingluo Shining Glory. Though he control with a 50% probability, usable at will. Fifth, Qingluo Extinguishing Glory. Tenfold damage multiplier, also controllable. With its unique grade, once equipped, it would be bound to him. Untradeable, undroppable. Trade it? Who would sell something that grants resurrection? Su Chun equipped the wind-walking boots, wings of space, and finally donned the Qingluo Shining Glory. His combat power skyrocketed, 3,428,743. From just 820,000 originally to over 3 million now. Next, he took out a crystal palace, but couldn't comprehend it. The system notified him. Insufficient level, access restricted. Level 61 still wasn't enough? He was unbothered, it wasn't urgent. Closing the light screen, Su Chun entered his Yuan realm space to sort out his rewards. Mostly experience scrolls and attack scrolls, items of great rarity. The equipment could wait for later. Su Chun is back. Which Su Chun? Principal Qi Delong, upon hearing Qin Shuyao's words, paused briefly. Was it necessary to make such a fuss over a student returning from a dungeon? Most of those from Jiangxing First High School had safely exited their instances, except for Luo Xing'er and her team. Their instance was challenging, requiring 7 days. Su Chun. In the principal's eyes, only Luo Xing'er with her SSS level talent mattered. Everyone else was irrelevant. Our class 8's Su Chun, Qin Shuyao replied, feeling resigned. Those with poor talent were treated like air. Oh, just register him. Qi Delong replied perfunctorily, not paying attention. Luo Xing'er was worth monitoring, others were not. Principal, Su Chun is F-grade talent. The Wasteland Gun God, Qin Shuyao pressed further. F-grade I see. The principal appeared impatient. F-grade fighters were as common as dust, utterly ordinary. Teacher Qin, why do you seem so excited? F-grade is still just F-grade. Nothing will change that. He returned from a calamity-level dungeon. Qin Shuyao dropped the bombshell. He returned? That's just returning. An F-grade completing an ordinary dungeon isn't dangerous. Wait, you said what? Calamity level? Are you saying he? No one at Jiangxing First High School had ever set foot in a calamity-level dungeon. This year, an SSS grade talent like Luo Xing'er appeared, stirring interest among top university recruiters. However, when the dungeon trips commenced, a joke surfaced. Su Chun, an F-grade, had chosen a calamity-level dungeon. Lately, the school buzzed with talk of Luo Xing'er's incredible SSS grade talent and Su Chin's absurd dungeon choice. One was pride, the other, a jest. Hearing now that Su Chun had returned intact from a calamity-level dungeon was simply unbelievable. Principal Qi Delong was stunned for a long time. An F-grade, returning from a calamity-level dungeon, intact. Qin Shuyao was speechless. Su Chun returned safe and sound. What else did you expect? For him to come back crippled? 2 days later, in the early morning, Su Chun was sound asleep when his grandmother woke him up. Xiao Chun, get up quickly. Go pick up Xing'er. She's finishing her dungeon run today. Reluctantly, Su Chun rose from bed. His grandmother treated Luo Xing'er exceptionally well, like a beloved granddaughter-in-law. Hurriedly washing and changing, his grandmother handed him milk and steamed buns. Eat on the way, she said. As Su Chun walked along while eating, he arrived at the school by 8:30 a.m. The school gate was already crowded with recruiters from various universities, all waiting for Luo Xing'er's return. Qin Shuyao noticed Su Chun and greeted him. Here to pick up Xing? Su Chun nodded. Nearby, the recruited teachers whispered among themselves. Wasn't he the one who chose the Calamity level dungeon? How did he return? Wait, isn't he Luo Xing'er's brother and an F grade? The admissions officer noticed Su Chun, both surprised and curious. What's wrong with returning from a catastrophe level instance? Su Chun asked nonchalantly, his tone cold as he looked at the instructor like he was looking at a fool. The instructor was rendered speechless, unable to respond for a moment. Putting on an air of superiority, he looked down on Su Chun, who was merely an F rank. Su Chun couldn't be bothered with these self-important individuals, finding them laughable in his heart. I'll remember you, Su Chun said indifferently. The admissions officer from Kunlun University turned pale, his face alternating between green and white. To be rebutted on the spot by an F-rank student, his dignity took a hit, yet he had no words to counter it. Time ticked by. At 9 o'clock, the sky shifted dramatically. Beams of light descended from above, and 5 silhouettes appeared. It was the classmates who had entered the difficult level dungeon 7 days prior returning. Zhang Yuding is back. Luo Xing'er is back. Gao Mingyao is back. Zhong Kueisheng is back. Wang Ziguang is back. Ling Lingqi hasn't returned. He's probably dead in there. The instructor stepped forward. Only 5 had returned, with 1 missing. Everyone understood what that meant. Brother. The moment Luo Xing'er saw Su Chun, she was both elated and worried. Her brother had entered a catastrophe-level dungeon. Even if he had a hidden class and a specialized weapon, his primary class was still F-rank, and catastrophe-level dungeons were incredibly dangerous. How could she not worry? To her surprise, the first thing she saw upon returning was Su Chun. She immediately ran over, completely ignoring the admissions officer. She rushed forward and grabbed Su Chen's hand. You've lost a little weight, Su Chen remarked, gently rubbing her face with a smile. Brother, didn't you enter a catastrophe-level dungeon? How did you come out so quickly? Luo Xing'er pouted, her face filled with curiosity. I completed the mission and came out, Su Chen replied casually. The duration of a catastrophe-level dungeon was only known to its participants. Outsiders wouldn't understand. Luo Xing'er replied with an ode. The admissions officer beside them was speechless. Instructor Qin Shuyao approached and asked them to register their levels. The others have already registered. Zhang Yuding is level 14, Gao Mingyao is level 14, Wang Ziguang is level 13, and Zhong Kueisheng is level 13. Everyone had an A or C level talent, so reaching levels 13 or 14 within 7 days was perfectly normal. When it was Luo Xing'er's turn, she wrote, level 25. The entire room was shocked. Luo Xing'er is level 25, as expected from an SSS level talent. The difference in talent is just enormous. At level 25, she truly lives up to her talent. No one dared to falsify their level, as the Academy's detection spells could see through any lies. Next, Qin Shuyao asked Su Chun to register. Her expression was filled with intense curiosity. After all, being able to emerge alive from a catastrophe-level dungeon was a miracle in and of itself. A high level? Could it be higher than Zhang Yuding and the others? Mr. Qin, do I have to write my actual level? Su Chun nodded as he prepared to write, but he still looked up and asked Qin Shuyao, hesitant about how much he should reveal. Of course, you must write your actual level. This data will go into the records and later be archived in the Grand Xia Empire's information database, Qin Shuyao replied with a laugh, thinking this kid was quite amusing. Was he really hesitating about this? Surely, he wasn't planning to falsify it. That wouldn't be allowed. A teacher from Kunlun University interjected. Su, are you planning to write level 20? Cheating is unacceptable. It's normal for levels to be low right after a novice dungeon. Clearly, the teacher bore a grudge against Su Chun. Cursing inwardly while maintaining his calm demeanor, Su Chun glanced at the teacher before writing 61 on the form. The moment Qin Shuyao saw it, her expression changed dramatically. Instantly casting a detection spell to confirm, she seemed unable to form words after seeing the result. Level 61. In less than half a month, it had only been a little over 10 days since Su Chun awakened, several of which he'd spent at home. Yet, he was already level 61. If she hadn't confirmed it herself with the detection spell, she wouldn't have believed it. Luo Xing'er, with her SSS level talent, was only at level 25. How could Su Chun, an F rank, already be at level 61? The surrounding admissions officers and even the university dean grew curious and moved closer. What level? Level 61. You're joking. Everyone thought Su Chun must have been lying, only to be left stunned as multiple instructors cast their detection spells and all confirmed the same result. Luo Xing'er beamed with joy. Brother, you're leveling up so fast. You were only level 21 before entering the dungeon, and now you're level 61. You're even higher than the instructors. Hearing this, several shocked instructors almost coughed up blood in frustration. This led to a mad scramble among the prestigious universities. Su-chun, you should consider Kunlun University. Jingnan University will offer you the best benefits. You're warmly welcomed at Kyoto University. Though merely F rank, Su-chun's ability to return at max level from a catastrophe-level dungeon made him even rarer than SSS-level students. Su-chun smiled politely and declined. I'll consider it, thank you. The instructors watched on, unwilling to give up, as Su-chun and Luo Xing'er walked away. The sun left. Luo Xing'er held Su-chun's little hand and smiled. Brother, you're amazing. Su-chun chuckled. It was just luck. Luo Xing'er handed him something else. Brother, this is for you. It's the reward from a mysterious side quest in a difficult dungeon. I'm not sure what it's for. She took out an ancient, humble-looking ring, and a diamond-shaped crystal appeared in her palm, shimmering with brilliance. She handed the crystal to Su-chun. As he accepted it, information surfaced in his mind. Name, World Fragment. Effect, contains the power of a domain master, can upgrade the Heart of Rules. Su-chun was overjoyed. He promptly accepted it, thanking Luo Xing'er. In return, Su-chun took out a colorful, radiant necklace and handed it to Luo Xing'er. It was exclusive equipment, the necklace of the goddess of life. Luo Xing'er was stunned and ecstatic, but she hesitated to accept it, worried it might hinder Su-chun. However, Su-chun reassured her, ruffling her hair with a smile, and explained that he already had suitable gear. Luo Xing'er only accepted the necklace after confirming several times. She checked the item's attributes and found it incredibly powerful, perfectly suited for her. Overjoyed, she immediately wore it, causing her power to double. Su-chun reminded her that her level was still low and suggested resting for a few days before heading outdoors to increase her strength. He remarked that the college entrance examination was of little importance. Strength was what truly mattered. Obediently, Luo Xing'er nodded, and the two of them held hands as they headed home. When they arrived back at their neighborhood, they first stopped at Luo Xing'er's house. Luo Xing'er affectionately greeted her grandmother, and Su-chun also greeted her as grandma. Luo Xing'er's grandparents had raised her and her elder sister, creating a warm and loving home. Su-chun, too, had his own room and daily necessities prepared there. Luo Xing'er's grandfather, Luo Tianxiang, was a frank and bold man who invited Su-chun to play chess with him. Su-chun skillfully moved the pieces but lost the game. Luo Tianxiang inquired about Su-chun's level, and Su-chun admitted he had reached level 61. Luo Tianxiang was shocked and immediately checked. It was indeed level 61, leaving him completely stunned. He was utterly amazed, his eyes filled with envy. As a seasoned cultivator, he suspected Su-chun must have a hidden class. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone with an F-rank class to reach level 61 so quickly. Even SSS rank class holders couldn't accomplish that, let alone survive a catastrophe dungeon without a hidden class. It would be more suspicious if someone like Su-chun didn't have one. Su-chun humbly replied, "It was just luck." Luo Tianxiang advised, "After leveling up, you must practice your skills more. Skills are critical in the later stages. Reaching level 100 is a major milestone, particularly for fixed-class roles like yours. Your skills are among the hardest to train, but if mastered, their power can defy heaven. For example, the Apocalypse Gun God's terrifyingly deadly gun skills. However, low talent makes it difficult to advance. Pairing weak talent with supreme abilities is like starting at the gates of hell." He couldn't help but laugh at his last remark. When it came to cultivation experience, there was no way a newcomer could measure up to him. High talent paired with strong skills is invincible. High talent paired with weak skills trains quickly. Low talent paired with strong skills is hell mode. Low talent paired with weak skills results in average outcomes. Su-chun asked, "Grandpa, is the Apocalypse Gun style truly a supreme technique?" He knew Luo Tianxiang was right. Without the system, he would have long failed. Thankfully, his system could allocate extra points to his skills. Luo Tianxiang explained, "The Apocalypse Gun style, also called the Chaos Divine Demon Gun style, is one of 6 peak-tier output class skills. It's considered a supreme technique, though it was downgraded because of its extreme difficulty to train. Little Chun, how far along is your gun style training?" Although he wasn't Su-chun's biological grandfather, he was still a senior figure. Su-chun answered, 6th stage. He didn't think it was particularly advanced, so he saw no reason to hide it. Luo Tianxiang stood up in shock, staring at Su-chun as if looking at a monster. 6th stage? You're not joking, are you? Su-chun replied earnestly. Not joking. Luo Tianxiang sighed in amazement. I underestimated you. While school hasn't started yet, log into your virtual account and enter the virtual space. There's a wealth of content there to help you enhance your skills faster, along with rewards. Having watched Su-chun grow up, he believed the boy wouldn't lie. That day, Luo Tianxiang's pride and his heart both took a solid hit. At that moment, Luo Xing'er emerged after her bath and noticed her grandfather's troubled expression. Curious, she approached him. Grandpa, take a look at this gear. My brother gave it to me. To me. She showed off the exclusive equipment, the necklace of the goddess of life. One glance at its attributes and Luo Tianxiang's expression changed once again. He had exclusive gear as well, but compared to this, it seemed rather lackluster. He had just been struck by Su Chen's skills, and now his granddaughter came to deliver another blow. Life was truly becoming difficult. After making his remarks, he retreated to his room, unwilling to face the duo any longer. Su Chun and Luo Xing'er exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter. At lunch, Su Chun, Luo Xing'er, a gloomy Luo Tianxiang, and her grandmother ate together. After finishing the meal, the two young ones dashed out. Watching them leave, Luo Tianxiang could only complain to his wife. These two little ones are absolutely infuriating. You underestimated them, didn't you? They would make a perfect pair. Su Yunji, Luo Xing'er's grandmother, glanced at her husband and smirked. And what about Xing'er? Luo Tianxiang agreed with his wife's sentiments, but as he thought of their other granddaughter, Luo Bingqing, he simply shook his head. Let her do as she wishes. Su Yunji sighed resignedly. Pack up a bit. We'll need to make a trip to the capital in a while. 5 days later. Brother, how long will we stay outside this time? At the neighborhood's bus stop, Luo Xing'er wore a small backpack, looking as if she was heading out for leisure. Meanwhile, Su Chun carried a heavy-looking hiking bag, which was actually just a disguise for his spatial ring. You can't return until you level up to 50. The college entrance exam is coming, so you need to work hard, Su Chun said. The college entrance exam, significant for most, meant little to the two of them. Yet, the tradition of going through it couldn't be skipped since, in essence, the exam functioned as a ranking system for martial artists. Level 50? How long will that take? Xing'er was shocked. Brother, are you kidding? Our teacher said you only need to be level 15 to attend university. You're asking for level 50. Hunt down grade 5 or 6 beasts. That levels you up quickly, Su Chin replied briefly. With Xing'er's current strength, fighting low-level beasts was a waste of time. It was time for high-tier challenges. Got it. The bus is here. Hurry, get on. Xing'er finally understood. 4 low-level cultivators. Battling high-tier beasts was practically a death sentence. However, with her exclusive equipment and considerable strength, she was ready for the challenge. The bus arrived, and Xing'er pulled Su Chin on board. The City Loop bus only operated 3 times a day. Half an hour later, the two got off at the eastern gate of Jiangcheng without registering their trip and headed directly into the wilderness. Xing'er, can you fly? Su Chin asked. Fly? Of course not. Can you? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Only the strongest could fly. At level 25, she could only run. Was he claiming to fly? Watch your brother, Su Chan said with a grin. He manifested ethereal wings, radiant with shifting glimmers of light, stretching 2 meters wide. A breathtaking sight. Wow, brother, take me flying. Xing'er exclaimed in awe, her eyes shining like a child's when seeing a new toy. Come on, give it a try, he said. Su Chin wrapped an arm around Xing'er's slender waist. She blushed, her heart skipping a beat. Whoosh. Su Chun activated his movement techniques and invoked the wind step boots, taking to the air with Xing'er in his arms. His movements were awkward and wobbly like someone driving for the first time. Tree branches and thorns tore through Xing'er's skirt. Brother, stop flying. Let's land, she pleaded. They touched down on the ground, nearly stumbling over. Walking might be better. Seems I need more practice, Su Chin remarked. The two laughed heartily at their clumsiness. Even without flying, their speed with their enhanced physiques far exceeded that of an ordinary person. By dusk, they had traveled more than 100 kilometers from the city, now in a perilous zone where grade 5 and 6 beasts roamed. However, for Su Chun, it posed no challenge. Inside a cave, the two set up camp, bringing out mineral water, drinks, snacks, and dry rations. They ate while chatting. Bro, should we team up tomorrow? Xing'er asked. No need. You handle the fighting. I'll back you up, Su Chin replied. Luo Xing'er was an SSS tier support specialist whose main skills lay in healing and recovery. But she could also fight, with her attack strength roughly comparable to an S-tier output. She was strong enough that even her normal attacks could defeat enemies. Are you just planning to watch me embarrass myself? Xing'er pouted, glaring at him. Laughing, Su Chin teased. Little lady, you think too much. Who's a little lady? I'm a beautiful young woman, she retorted. Su Chun handed her half a piece of bread and stuffed it into her mouth. Xing'er tried to protest, but could only make muffled noises. Su Chin always enjoyed bullying her like this. After eating, Xing'er rubbed her stomach with no trace of elegance. As she glanced around the dimly lit cave, fear crept into her voice. Bro, I'm a bit scared, she muttered, inching closer to Su Chun. You weren't scared in the dungeon, though, Su Chen said, not sparing her a glance. You were pretty brave back there. I didn't have a choice. This place is so dark, Xinger mumbled. She had been resilient in the dungeon because she had to be. But now, with her brother here, she just wanted to lean on him. Su Chen shifted slightly away from her. Go to sleep. The earlier we rest, the better. Xinger immediately nodded, happier now. The next morning, Su Chen dragged a still sleepy Xinger out of bed. What time is it? She asked groggily. 7:30. If you take your time, we won't start until 8:30, Su Chen said as he went to wash up. Xinger pouted but followed him outside. Sure enough, by the time they finished washing, eating, and getting ready, it was almost 8:30. Soon after setting out, they heard a beastly roar. A grade 5 beast appeared, 10 meters long and 3 meters tall, immensely fierce. Xinger, go! Su Chen shouted. Hold on, let me summon my sacred beast, Xinger replied with a roll of her eyes before summoning 2 thunder sacred beasts. The creatures were stunning, standing 10 meters tall and stretching 20 meters long, their terrifying auras surrounded by currents of electricity. One charged straight at the enemy, while the other stayed by Xinger's side as a guard. Even Su Chen was a bit surprised by the sight. An attack beast and a defensive beast. With a crackling sound, the thunder sacred beast struck, killing the grade 5 beast instantly. Xinger was first taken aback, then thrilled. As a support class, her attack and defense were typically weak. But with these sacred beasts, her abilities soared. With the thunder sacred beast guarding her, she no longer needed to worry about being overly fragile. Try riding it, Su Chen suggested to Xinger. A little nervous but also excited, she carefully climbed onto the thunder sacred beast's back. To her delight, the electricity didn't harm her. Feeling reassured, she laughed in pure delight. From now on, you'll handle the combat yourself while I practice flying, Su Chen said, handing her a double XP scroll. Here, take this. Xinger accepted the scroll, checking its properties. Realizing it was a double XP item, she beamed with joy. Leaving her to her fight, Su Chen focused on mastering flight. Last night, holding Xinger had hindered his control. Alone now, he soared faster and steadier, his movements sharp as lightning, weaving effortlessly between the skies and the ground. Quickly, he mastered his aerial technique. An hour later, Su Chen had perfected the ability to hover and move at great speeds. Returning to Xinger's side, he found her. By her side, watching Luo Xing'e hunt the beasts on her own, Su Chen was very satisfied. The Thunder Sacred Beast was merely auxiliary. Luo Xing'e taking action herself was the real path to growth. Time passed quickly. At noon, Luo Xing'e stopped, claiming she was tired. After recalling her sacred beast, the two went to an abandoned building to rest. Luo Xing'e sipped water while coquettishly asking Su Chen to massage her shoulders. Brother, please help me massage my shoulders. Su Chen frowned at her spoiled demeanor, rolling his eyes and asking, what level are you now? Luo Xing'e instantly forgot her fatigue. Level 37. Since heading out with her brother that morning, she had jumped from level 25 to level 37, elated beyond measure. The rate of leveling was growing exponentially. If it continued like this, Su Chen estimated he could reach level 50 by tomorrow or the day after. The main reason was his efficient farming by defeating monsters far above his level. After lunch, Su Chen mentioned he would equip Luo Xing'e with better gear, emphasizing repeatedly not to summon the Thunder Sacred Beast in the afternoon. Luo Xing'e's current equipment was still a mismatched mix of bronze and silver. Although she was SSS grade with 10 points in luck, her equipment hadn't procured anything decent. Obediently, Luo Xing'e asked if she could get a full set of silver-grade gear. Su Chen told her to focus on eating, starting his meal while she quickly scarfed down a cream-filled pie, even neglecting her snacks. After their meal, Su Chen opened the Awaken's Light interface and directly traded her a full set of gold-tier equipment. Luo Xing'e was instantly overjoyed. Gold level, a full set, it was beyond perfect. In the afternoon, Luo Xing'e donned her golden gear, her confidence soaring. Now equipped with the golden set, the God of Life's blessing, and her SSS grade talent, her combat strength had reached 130,000, an absolute limit for beginners. In the morning, Su Chen hadn't teamed up with her, allowing Luo Xing'e to grind levels and farm experience on her own. In the afternoon, the two of them formed a team and ventured into far-off areas to hunt 7th-tier beasts. At level 61, Su Chen found 6th-tier monsters no longer gave sufficient experience, so he had to push onto the 7th tier. Luo Xing'e was utterly stunned when she saw Su Chen instantly slay 7th-tier beasts. With one shot, Su Chen unleashed 32 spear glows, and a rain of ice and heavenly fire engulfed a 300-meter radius, wiping out all the beasts. She couldn't even lift a hand to assist, finally realizing just how overwhelmingly powerful her brother was. On their way, Su Chen spotted the abandoned city ahead. It used to be called Ichong, but now it was simply Zone 293, teeming with beasts everywhere. He decided they'd stay here for the afternoon to farm monsters. Luo Xing'er asked if they were planning to level her up to 50 within the day. Su Chen spat. Of course. We can't waste the double experience scroll. It's just for one day. Su Chen picked Luo Xing'er up and flew directly to Zone 293. Half an hour later, they arrived, surrounded by 6th and 7th tier monsters. Luo Xing'er summoned 2 Thunder Sacred Beasts, one for riding and one for combat, and the 2 of them began farming at full steam. Attribute points and experience skyrocketed as 7th tier beasts each gave 5% experience. Before long, Su Chun was surrounded by a golden glow, leveling up to 62. With his level now at 62, Su Chen's combat strength increased by 5,200 points. The higher the level, the greater the gains. He estimated that upon reaching level 100, he'd gain over 10,000 combat strength from a single level up. While Su Chun leveled up steadily, Luo Xing'er was madly grinding levels. The rain of ice and heavenly fire wiped out wave after wave of beasts, and golden light kept erupting from Luo Xing'er. Wow, this is the best leveling up ever, she exclaimed, bouncing up and down in delight. Starting from a lower level meant she gained experience faster and leveled up rapidly. However, by the time she reached level 60, her leveling speed began to slow noticeably. By tomorrow, we can head home, Su Chen said, his voice carrying across the hundreds of meters as the 2 continued sharing experience in their party. In Zone 293, devastating rains of ice and fire raged amidst the roaring beasts, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Time crept by until the evening, when the area had been nearly cleared of monsters. Su Chun had leveled up to 73, while Luo Xing'er had managed to go even higher, hitting level 74 with the help of the double experience scroll. Level 74. I never thought I'd reach this high, she exclaimed, utterly exhausted yet ecstatic. In truth, they had both hit level 70 hours ago, but leveling afterward slowed to a crawl, with 7th tier beasts providing only 0.02% experience per kill. However, thanks to their large-scale attacks, Su Chun gained 2 levels while Luo Xing'er leaped up by 4. No more leveling after school starts, Su Chun grumbled, somewhat fed up. The loot they'd accumulated was piled up like a mountain, consisting entirely of bronze, silver, and gold gear. Not a single piece of diamond tier equipment had dropped, indicating that high-tier gear likely came from 9th tier or higher beasts. This is already pretty good. Brother, are you heading to Kyoto? Luo Xing'er asked. Yeah, Su Chen nodded, taking out some food. Luo Xing'er perked up, thrilled to hear this. She would also be heading to Kyoto. The next day, they slept in until the sun was high in the sky. With no plans to hunt beasts, they leisurely cleaned up, ate, and packed to head back to the city. Su Chun wrapped an arm around Luo Xing'er, flying back as fast as possible and returning to the city within an hour. Bye, brother. Upon reaching their neighborhood, Luo Xing'er waved goodbye and headed home. Her family lived in Building 2, while Su Chen's home was in Building 6. From their balconies, they could even see each other. When Su Chen arrived home, he found his grandparents tidying up. He greeted them briefly, and his grandmother told him to take a shower first. He nodded and went into his room. At 9 in the evening, after a simple farewell, Su Chun returned to his room. Before him appeared a glowing interface. The curtain rose as he called out to the system, "Connect to the virtual world." A prompt sound echoed, light enveloped him, and his consciousness entered the virtual realm while his physical body was securely protected. The virtual world resembled reality, but it was far more sci-fi. After awakening, one could enter the virtual world. The virtual world had a 95% similarity to reality, with only 30% of the pain sensation. A strong soul allowed one to remain in it for long durations. Greetings, Master. I am the spirit of the virtual world at your service. Please give me a name, a voice said. The moment Su Chen arrived, he found himself in a clean city filled with towering skyscrapers. The spirit was tiny, the size of a palm, and circled around him. Let's call you Xiu'er, he decided. Xiu'er, I want to sell equipment. Having a name made communication easier. Xiu'er promptly explained. The virtual marketplace allows you to trade resources, and there are 2 methods. The first is to directly entrust the marketplace with the sale, deducting a 20% handling fee. The advantage is that it immediately converts the items into currency. The second is to list the items yourself and wait for other warriors to buy them, which only incurs a 5% handling fee. Show me the prices, Su Chen instructed. Xiu'er listed the prices for equipment of various tiers. Bronze, 300-1, 000-5, 000. Silver, 10, 000-40, 000-100, 000. Gold, 40, 000-100, 000-300, 000. Diamond, 200, 000-500, 000-1, 000. Glory, 1, 000-5, 000-10, 000. Currently, Su Chin's level didn't allow him to access the prices of King tier equipment. When he saw the staggering prices for Glory tier equipment, Su Chin sighed, aware that he wouldn't have access to King tier equipment anytime soon. Entrust all equipment to the virtual marketplace for sale, Su Chin decided. He instructed Xiaoer to handle it, taking out all the equipment from his source space and spatial ring for sale. Xiaoer swiftly performed the calculations. Bronze, 621 items, generating 423,100 gold coins. Silver, 585 items, generating 19,347,000 gold coins. Gold, 87 items, generating 7,240,000 gold coins. In total, 27,010,000 gold coins were credited to his account. It was the first time Su Chin had seen so much money. Gold coins were now the universal currency and were quite valuable. An ordinary family might only spend 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins a month. Tell me about competitive battles, Su Chin asked Xiaoer. Xiaoer replied, competitions are divided into 4 rankings: Human List, Earth List, Heaven List, and God List. The Human List is for those under 20 years old, and it has subdivisions for Jiang City, Jiangnan Province, and the Empire. The Earth List is for those under 25 years old. The Heaven List is for those under 30 years old. The God List has no age restrictions. Currently, you can aim for either the Jiang City or Jiangnan Province Human List. Competitions come in closed and public types. Injuries or deaths won't affect your real body, but you will feel 30% of the pain. Su Chin listened intently. Competitions also had leaderboards categorized into Human, Earth, Heaven, and God lists, each with its own rules. Matches took place in an arena and could either be private or open to an audience. These details were clear to Su Chin. Strong individuals often competed in the virtual world as a way to earn money, typically by streaming their matches so other warriors could watch and improve their own skills. Su Chin asked Xiaoer, if I want to compete, is there anything I need to prepare? At this moment, Su Chin's world-ending spear technique had reached the 6th tier, but he wasn't sure how he would rank. Xiaoer responded, no preparation is necessary. You can match instantly. Do you want the match to be public or private? By the way, only martial skills are compared in competitions, unrelated to combat power or level. Su Chin decided, private mode. Start the matching process. The matchmaking was swift. Matching in progress. Match found. Countdown 20. When the countdown ended, Su Chin was teleported to a gigantic arena. Across from him stood a young man whose identity was hidden. Opponent's information. Name, anonymous. Age, 18. Points, 0. Skill, grand sword technique. The opponent attacked first, his sword light swift, but to Su Chin, it seemed as slow as a turtle and weak in power. With a casual spear strike, Su Chin's spear light shattered the sword light completely. The opponent was instantly defeated and disappeared. Su Chin wins. Points plus 10. Su Chin returned to the original location, where his updated information was displayed. Name, Su Chin. Age, 18. Skill, world-ending spear technique, tier 6. Points, 10. Ranks, Human List / Earth List / Heaven List / God List, not yet ranked. Win rate, calculating. Su Chin was puzzled as to why his win rate hadn't appeared yet. Xiaoer explained, win rate requires completing 100 matches to be displayed. Su Chin continued matchmaking, winning every match in seconds. His points accumulated quickly by increments of 10. The arena matched competitors solely based on skills, with combat power and levels normalized, leaving no one capable of stopping him. Since everyone's strength was equalized in the competition, Su Chin's mastery of the 6th tier spear technique rendered him invincible unless he encountered an opponent with a skill above the 6th tier. Time ticked on. Congratulations. You have earned 1,000 points and entered Jiang City's Human List. Current rank, 92,801. Su Chin had achieved a streak of 100 consecutive victories, earning 1,000 points, which allowed him to barely make it onto the list, ranking at just over 92,000. Out of Jiang City's population of 160 million, there were 32 million awakened warriors. Under 20 and not yet at a million in points. Losing in the arena deducts points, winning adds points. Reaching 1,000 points is tough, so ranking over 90,000 is normal. The further you go, the more powerful the competitors, and even a single point makes a huge difference. Xiaoer, what's my win rate? Current win rate, 100%. How do I get onto the provincial leaderboard? Rank within the top 1,000 in Jiang City, and earn over 2,000 points. Su Chen was feeling great and decided to keep competing until he was tired, at which point he'd rest. Matching. Match found. Countdown begins. 20 seconds. In Jiang City alone, there were nearly 1 million martial artists under the age of 20, most either competing or spectating in the virtual arena. The virtual realm also helped in honing their skills. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and Su Chen was teleported to the arena. His opponent was also armed with a gun and started using third-layer gun techniques. Su Chen, wielding his gun with just his fingers, easily struck down his opponent in an instant. Victory. Su Chen. Points plus 10. Ranking. 80,832. Su Chen continued his win streak, and his ranking shot up steadily. Victory. Su Chen. Points plus 10. Ranking. 75,013. Victory. Su Chen. Points plus 10. Ranking. 50,001. Victory. Su Chen. Points plus 10. Ranking. 41,650. Victory. Su Chen. Points plus 10. Ranking. 1,111. In just 1 hour, Su Chen achieved 120 consecutive wins, amassing 2,200 points and ranking 1,111th. Feeling exhausted, he decided to rest and continue the next day. Day after day passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was now 1 month from his awakening. The day of the Gaokao arrived. In Jiang City, there were 1,461 high schools. Due to the 12-year compulsory education system, students advanced directly from elementary to high school, and the sheer number of schools was staggering. This year, a total of 324,681 students had awakened their powers. Brother, hurry up. Luo Xing urged Su Chen to get out of bed. She was highly talented. Universities were already vying to recruit her even without the exam, but she didn't want to miss out on the experience. It's only 6:30. What's the rush? Su Chen groaned reluctantly. The night before, he had pushed himself to rank first on the Jiang City Arena leaderboard, 102nd on the provincial leaderboard, with 4,600 points. His opponents were becoming increasingly formidable, and one even demonstrated fifth-layer sword techniques. The mental strain had been immense, and he truly wanted to sleep a bit more. Get up already. Wash up, eat breakfast, and we still have to catch the bus to the city field, Luo Xing reminded him. The Gaokao took place at the city field, and all the students across Jiang City gathered there. Go on out first. I'll change. Su Chen reluctantly sat up, regretting allowing Luo Xing to stay over. Officially, she was there to make sure he woke up on time and didn't miss the exam. Luo Xing pouted before stepping out of the room, but once outside, she reverted to her sweet and obedient demeanor, helping their grandmother with dishes and cutlery. After freshening up and getting dressed, Su Chen joined them at the dining table. At breakfast, their father, Su Jingtian, said, "After the exam, we'll head to Kyoto in the afternoon." The decision to move had been made long ago, but was waiting until after the Gaokao. After eating, the siblings set off to take the bus to the city field. While waiting for the bus, Luo Xing asked, "Brother, the Gaokao tests skills. How's your marksmanship coming along?" "Sixth layer," Su Chen answered. He had been practicing earlier, though Luo Xing hadn't noticed. "So fast. I'm only at the 3rd layer," Luo Xing exclaimed, astonished. 6th layer techniques were terrifyingly advanced. She had thought her own 3rd layer was impressive. "Third is already very good," Su Chen reassured her. Having awakened only a month ago, Luo Xing had progressed much faster than most. As the bus arrived, the two got off, spotting a large crowd of students already gathered. At the entrance of the city field, a familiar voice called out, "Luo Xing. Su Chen, over here." It was teacher Qin Chuyao, surrounded by students from Jiang City's #1 high school. The siblings walked over and greeted teacher Qin. She told them, "Wait here for now. We'll enter right at 9. With so many students, the teachers had to work hard to maintain order. Shortly after arriving, Chun Hui approached Luo Xing to strike up a conversation. "Which university are you aiming for?" "That's classified," Luo Xing responded coldly. Blocked at every turn, Chun Hui turned his questions to Su Chen, clearly irritated. Watching Xing stay so close to Su Chen made him even angrier. Chun Hui secretly thought, though he couldn't afford to mess with Xing, he could still bully Su Chen, an F-rank nobody. Su Chen glanced at Chun Hui with disdain, thinking to himself, a mere C-rank, always trying to act superior around me. Annoyed, Chun Hui fired back indignantly, only to be countered by Luo Xing as well. Whenever someone targeted Su Chen, she would step in to defend him. Teacher Qin Chuyao couldn't bear the commotion any longer and urged Chun Hui to quiet down. She believed that even though Su Chen was officially F-rank, anyone who could survive a disaster-level dungeon was anything but ordinary. Su Chen was already level 61, while Chun Hui was only level 16. There was simply no comparison. Chastened by the teacher, Chun Hui dared only to glare at Su Chun before backing off. At 9 o'clock, all students had assembled. Teacher Chin led her group of 197 awakened students to the city field. The field was vast and radiated an intense aura of combat. They arrived at Zone 1, an enormous grassy plain. With over 300,000 examinees across the city, the students were divided into several zones, each zone containing about 10,000 individuals. On the central stage, a soldier in military garb began explaining the examination rules. It would consist of 3 main assessments: rank, skill, and battle power, each rated on a 9-star scale. The higher the overall score, the better. Equipment gifted by elders, items purchased from the store, or tools that temporarily boost health are all considered cheating, and cheaters will be banned. As soon as he said this, many people quietly removed their gear. The man in military uniform emphasized that only the top 100 could see their specific scores. Everyone else could only check their total score. Qin Shuyao walked over to encourage Su Chun and Xinger to do their best. The top 100 would receive generous rewards. The two nodded in agreement. There were 10 entrances for the test. Su Chun and Xinger split up and entered their respective doors. Su Chen's entrance led him to a testing device. The crystal glowed as he approached it. Beep. Level assessment complete. Proceed to skill test. The screen displayed. Su Chun, level 72. Moving forward, he reached the skill test. A simple spear appeared in Su Chen's hand. The next second, the spear unleashed 32 streaks of light, all striking the testing crystal. Boom. A dull sound echoed as ripples spread through the air before quickly returning to normal. The LED screen showed the results. Destruction Spear Technique, level 6. Skill test complete. Proceed to combat power test. The voice prompt sounded again, and Su Chun arrived at a device similar to a fist strength tester. The device had a maximum reading capacity of 300,000 combat power, which was already extremely high for most students. Regular students only had 1 or 2,000 combat power. Su Chun delivered a punch. Bang! The red indicator on the test machine shot to the maximum in an instant, with Su Chen's combat power directly exceeding the 300,000 limit. The specific number was unknown. Combat power test complete. Score evaluation in progress. Please check for results later. The testing concluded. From entry to completion, it had taken no more than 20 seconds. Su Chen walked out, just in time to see Luo Xing'er finishing her test. Brother. Luo Xing'er pulled Su Chun to the resting area. They had to wait until everyone finished to check their scores. For those in the top 100, their results wouldn't be available online but instead announced publicly. How did it go? Su Chen asked. Top-tier talents marked as S level usually didn't need tests, but Luo Xing'er's performance was also stellar. Level 74, skill level 3, and combat power in the tens of thousands. She was guaranteed a spot in Jiang City's top 100. What do you want to eat? My treat. Su Chun was rich now. He had earned 27 million gold coins selling equipment last time, a sum most people couldn't make in a lifetime. I want milk tea and chicken wings. Actually, let's go together. The two went to get food and even brought some back for Teacher Qin and the other teachers. Thank you. Qin Shuyao happily accepted the milk tea, clearly exhausted after a busy morning. Time passed slowly, and by about 3 in the afternoon, the exams finally ended. The man in military uniform announced that everyone could now check their results on the virtual screen. When the scores were released, the entire field erupted with excitement. People hurried to check their ratings. For the average person, 2 or 3 stars was common, 6 or 7 was excellent, and 10 stars could secure admission to top universities. However, the top 100 rankings remained unavailable temporarily, as they would be announced live. At that moment, Chun Hui rushed over to flaunt his 10-star score and even took the opportunity to mock Su Chun. Only talents with at least 12 stars could qualify for the top 10 universities. 10 stars could only get one into a good university. Though, admittedly, this did give him reason to show off. Su Chun hadn't expected that fool to score 10 stars. He simply smirked coldly, not bothering to respond. Internally, he sighed. Why did this guy always jump out to pick a fight? How annoying. 10 stars, that's pretty impressive. Luo Xing'er spoke with a smile, avoiding Su Chen's gaze on purpose. She knew he was itching to watch this fool, Chun Hui, humiliate himself. Either way, she and Su Chun were heading to the capital in the afternoon and would no longer have to deal with this guy. My talent isn't as high as Xing'er's, so I guess I have to rely on determination and hard work. Chun Hui was momentarily stunned. Not only did Su Chun not call him a fool, but he even complimented Chun Hui. Even Luo Xing'er's tone became gentler, leading Chun Hui to believe his 10-star rank had elevated his status. He was now determined to try even harder to capture Luo Xing'er's attention. A bit dull, but there's still hope. Luo Xing'er held in her laughter. This guy was so slow-witted. Now announcing the scores for ranks 51 to 100. The reward includes 2 million gold coins and an invitation letter to a prestigious university. A voice rang out across the testing grounds. Such generous rewards. Rank 51 to 100 gets 2 million gold coins and a university invitation letter. Only those with A-level talent or higher could even have a chance, right? The students buzzed with excitement. 2 million gold coins was a fortune for most families, even those of martial artists. Plus, the university invitation letter was invaluable. Many confident in making the top 100 immediately checked their scores. However, with only 100 spots, there were many whose rankings fell outside. Some didn't even make it to the top 500. I ranked 88th. I'm 99th. Though that's a bit low. 58th, not bad. Some people celebrated, while others felt frustrated, thinking their ranking didn't reflect their true strength. 5 minutes later, the scores for ranks 11 to 50 were announced. Ranks 11 to 50 will receive 5 million gold coins, a top 10 university invitation letter, and 20 million in resources. The crowd was once again in an uproar, even among those far from the top 1,000. It was just too thrilling to watch. Luo Xing'er made a decision. Let's check it out. After all, it's the top 50. She activated the martial artist's light screen, her heart filled with expectation and tension, worrying that she might not make it into the top 10. Unable to query. Seeing the result, she let out a sigh of relief, overjoyed. Unable to check meant she was either not ranked 11th to 50th or was in the top 10. Excitement and anticipation surged within her as she waited for the next announcement. This time, she was confident it had to be the top 10. Now, announcing the top 10 rankings and rewards. 5 minutes later, the voice echoed again. It was time to reveal the top 10. The entire audience fell silent, curiosity brimming on everyone's faces. Even the recruitment teachers were alert, eager to scout talents. 10th place, Zhang Han, 12 stars, prize money of 10 million, resources worth 30 million. 9th place, Shengwan Yen, 12 stars, prize money of 10 million, resources worth 30 million. 8th place, Huang Jinrong, 13 stars, prize money of 12 million, resources worth 40 million. 7th place, Chen Ku, 14 stars, prize money of 13 million, resources worth 45 million. 6th place, Lin Xia, 14.5 stars, prize money of 14 million, resources worth 50 million. 5th place, Jun Xiaoyao, 15 stars, prize money of 15 million, resources worth 55 million. 4th place, Luo Xing'er, 16 stars, prize money of 18 million, resources worth 60 million. With the top 11 announced, everyone eagerly anticipated the top 3. Luo Xing'er was the only SSS-ranked talent in Jiangqing, yet she ranked only 4th. Everyone understood that her support-oriented abilities didn't favor the examination setting. Even making it to the top 3 was exceptionally impressive. Now people began to speculate on who the top 3 might be. This year had seen the emergence of several S-rank participants. 3rd place, Xiao Xiang, 17 stars, prize money of 20 million, resources worth 65 million. 2nd place, Zhu Yan, 17.5 stars, prize money of 25 million, resources worth 70 million. The announcement stopped at the 2nd place, deliberately creating suspense. The entire venue buzzed with curiosity about who claimed the top spot. Luo Xing'er had already guessed who the 1st place was. Smiling, she glanced at Su Chun. She was eager to know how many stars he scored. The 1st place in Jiangqing this year, setting the highest record in Jiangqing First High School's history. 1st place, Su Chun, 27 stars, prize money of 50 million, resources worth 200 million. The crowd erupted. 27 stars, a perfect score. Everyone was shocked. 27 stars. That's just unbelievable. A perfect star level, only the 9th in history. Discussion swirled, not because of the prize money, but because Su Chun had achieved a perfect score. In the college entrance exam, each category has a maximum score of 9 stars, with a total possible score of 27. Isn't Luo Xing'er supposed to be the only SSS-ranked student at Jiangqing First High? Su Chun, isn't he that catastrophe-level F-rank? An F-rank talent, yet achieving a perfect score in the exam. Since the star ratings are tamper-proof, there's no way he's an ordinary F-rank. Could it be a hidden class? The teachers were stunned, all eager to recruit Su Chun. We must bring Su Chun to our school. Luo Xing'er was genuinely happy for Su Chun, more so than for herself if she had come in first. The top rank belonged to her brother. She had already guessed it, but didn't expect Su Chun to achieve a perfect score. She could hardly believe it. A perfect star level meant that every category was beyond exceptional. To come in 4th herself was largely due to being level 74, the highest among all candidates. Thank you, Su Chun said with a casual smile. He wasn't surprised. This kind of first place could only be his. You? A perfect star level? You took first place. Chun Hui was flabbergasted, unable to believe Su Chun was the first place in Jiangxing, let alone with a perfect score. After all, Su Chun was just an F rank, and he'd often teased him as Little F. Now, it was clear who the real fool was. Su Chun chuckled and teased, "Don't be like that. I actually like the smug look on your face when you used to call me Little F. The difference between 10 stars and 27 stars is just 17 stars." Chen Hui was dumbfounded, lost for words. At that moment, Qin Shuyao approached, brimming with pride. The students she had mentored included a 4th place, a 1st place, an SSS ranked, and a perfect star level. How could she not be overjoyed? Qin Shuyao advised them to keep an eye on the recruitment teacher's choices and not to be swayed. Luo Xing'er promptly announced that both she and Su Chun were heading to the capital city, as their family had already made solid arrangements. Qin Shuyao wished them all the best, agreeing to meet them in the capital later. "Teacher Qin, can we go home now?" Su Chun asked. "Go ahead. I'll handle the application for your prize money and resources," Qin Shuyao replied, dismissing them. Su Chun and Luo Xing'er said their goodbyes and left the school grounds. As soon as they departed, a swarm of recruitment teachers arrived, only to find that the two had already gone home. Even the teacher from Kunlun University, who had previously been skeptical of Su Chun, was eager to visit him. Everyone scrambled to get his contact information and address. Half an hour later, Su Chun and Luo Xing'er returned to Qinjiang Community, where 4 elders awaited them. The elders were already aware of their results and were immensely pleased. The family decided they would head to the capital immediately. The 6 of them packed into a car and drove to the aerospace terminal, boarding a spaceship half an hour later. In this new era, cities relied on aerospace ships to travel between them for protection against mutant beasts. On the spaceship, Su Chun had just closed his eyes to rest when his account notification buzzed. 50 million gold credits had been deposited. His total account balance now exceeded 70,130,000. The first place prize was 50 million. At this moment, Luo Xing'er also looked pleasantly surprised. She had received her payment and exclaimed happily, "I'm a little rich lady now." Fortunately, the 6 of them were seated in a private VIP cabin. Otherwise, they would have attracted too much attention. Luo Tianxiang spoke up. "Jiang Cheng has been quite generous this time, giving out such a large prize. If Jiang Cheng needs something in the future, you'd better come back to help. Don't think this money is so easy to take." The intention behind awarding prizes to the top 100 was to build goodwill and leave a positive impression. Su Chun nodded. "Grandpa, that's how it should be. After all, we're from Jiangcheng." His younger sister, Luo Xing'er, chimed in. "Bro, when we get to Kyoto, since you've got the most prize money, you better take care of me." Morong Lan asked curiously, "How much did you win?" Su Chun replied, "First place is 50 million in cash, plus 200 million in resources." The 50 million was in cash, and though the 200 million in resources wasn't entirely tangible, it was still significant. Su Yunji, Luo Tianxiang, and Su Jingtian were all shocked upon hearing this. They hadn't expected the prize to be that massive. Even Su Chun laughed. "I didn't expect the prize to be this high either." Luo Tianxiang reminded him, "Once you're at Kyoto University, don't hide your talents. Show what you've got and strive for more resources. In Kyoto, being an S-tier is just ordinary. True top-tier talent is abundant there, and only those who are extraordinary gain special cultivation." Su Chun and Luo Xing'er nodded in agreement, understanding that in order to gain attention and resources, they had to demonstrate their strength. 2 hours later, the spacecraft arrived in Kyoto. They reached the villa district, where each villa was incredibly spacious, luxurious, and surrounded by elegant scenery. Luo Xing'er's family stayed in Villa 8, while Su Chun's family stayed in Villa 9. "Bye, brother," Luo Xing'er said playfully. Upon entering the villa, Su Chun and his family were greeted by a butler and servants. Su Chun was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected such opulence. Could it be that he truly belonged to a third-generation wealthy family? The servants escorted him to his suite. It was enormous and luxurious, equipped with a living room, a master bedroom, and an activity room, among other things. This place was a completely different world compared to Jiangcheng's Qinjiang neighborhood. After familiarizing himself with his new space, Su Chun took a shower, changed clothes, and went downstairs to eat. In the dining area, only his grandparents were there, along with a few servants attending to them. "Go to bed early. Tomorrow, you'll need to register at the university. Afu has already arranged everything," his grandfather reminded him. Su Chun understood that their move to Kyoto was because registration at Kyoto University was about to begin. He felt a sense of anticipation. This new beginning might even lead to reconnecting with his sister. The next morning, Su Chun woke up, freshened up, and changed into a neat outfit before heading downstairs. At the dining table, Luo Xing'er was munching on a bun and sipping milk. When she saw Su Chun, she called out. Morning, brother. Su-chin sat down to eat his breakfast and teased. You didn't stay here overnight, did you? Luo Xing'er shook her head, cheeks puffed from her bite. Today's registration day, so I came over early. Aren't you touched? Very touched, Su-chin chuckled. The breakfast was prepared by his grandmother, something he was long accustomed to. 10 minutes later, they left the living room. At the entrance, the butler handed over a student ID card and a box full of car keys. Young master, which car would you like to drive today? Su-chin glanced at the garage, where over a dozen luxury cars were lined up. He casually pointed at a silver supercar. That one. The butler handed him the keys. All 16 luxury car keys were officially passed to Su-chin. Luo Xing'er's eyes sparkled. Brother, let me drive. Su-chin smiled. Can you even drive? If you can get them out of the garage, they're yours. Unconvinced, Luo Xing'er pouted and reluctantly got into the passenger seat. Starting the supercar, Su-chin drove for about 10 minutes and arrived at Kyoto University's entrance. It was the first day of registration, and only top-tier universities started this early. The gate was bustling with people. Freshmen were excited, and senior students enthusiastically welcomed them. The roar of the supercar engine instantly drew everyone's attention. That car is so cool, a multi-million-dollar supercar. Must be someone from a rich family. Wow, that girl looks like an elf. She's stunning. The handsome young man driving the supercar caught everyone's eye immediately. The car was impressive, but the driver was even more. Su-chin asked a senior student at the entrance if he could drive his car inside the campus. The senior, Lu Bingning, took the opportunity to strike up a conversation, asking if he was a freshman. She explained that he would need to register before applying for a parking spot, then offered to guide him to the registration office. Su-chin pulled out his student ID, indicating that everything was already set. Lu Bingning paused, clearly surprised. Just then, from the passenger seat, Luo Xing'er spoke up, sweetly greeting her and sneakily pinching Su-chin. Lu Bingning couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. After all, Luo Xing'er was simply too beautiful. Su-chin and Luo Xing'er drove into the campus. The security guards, seeing his student ID, didn't stop him. Su-chin parked the car in a spacious spot near the parking facility. At this moment, several seniors approached. One of them, clearly a sycophant, warned Su-chin sternly. This is Senior Chun Zhao's exclusive spot. You can't park here. Move it immediately, and don't forget to apologize. Su-chin remained calm and replied, if I can park here, it's mine now. Are you that Senior Chen? Remember, if anything happens to my car, you won't be able to afford the consequences. After saying this, he grabbed Luo Xing'er's hand and started to leave. Infuriated, the lackeys fumed and threatened Su-chin, accusing him of being ignorant and even invoking Chun Zhao's name to intimidate him further. The title of her brother, thinking Su-chin was too arrogant, decided to teach him some manners. Are you done yet? Who cares who he is? Who his brother is has nothing to do with me. I didn't expect Kyoto University to have so many idiots. What bad luck. One more word, and I'll finish you off. Su-chin frowned, feeling his luck was truly bad. He had just arrived at the school and already encountered this kind of trouble. He shot a cold glance at the lackey. He didn't want to be disturbed further. If the disturbance continued, he'd take action directly. What the hell? Acting all high and mighty here. Remember my name. I'm Qin Xiao, S+ grade talent, level 48. Unable to hold back, Qin Xiao pushed the lackey aside and unleashed his aura as he stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, several sword lights shot straight towards Su-chin. The school rules prohibited using weapons, but sparring was allowed. Su-chin chuckled lightly. S+, level 48? And you still have the nerve to boast? How pathetic. His gaze turned chilly. A destructive aura enveloped the surroundings as a spear light shattered the sword lights and instantly pierced through Chun Zhao's chest. Chun Xiao coughed up blood, a large hole in his chest almost claiming his life. Don't mess with me. Next time, your entire family will disappear. Su-chin's voice was as cold as the spear light. He didn't need to wield an actual spear. His gaze alone could produce destructive power. Level 48, and you dare act arrogant? Su-chin found it laughable. Level 48, huh? He truly wanted to level up. Before coming to Kyoto, he had already reached level 100. With Luo Xing'er by his side, Su-chin left under the terrified gazes of those around them. What a terrifying skill. A freshman actually mocked a level 48 senior. The lackey and others quickly helped Qin Xiao up, all shocked by Su-chin's strength. A freshman being this outrageous was unheard of. I'm going to kill him. Qin Xiao was infuriated, his pride shattered. He hadn't stopped to think that if Su-chin hadn't held back earlier, he'd already be dead. Senior, what about that car? The lackey pointed toward the supercar parked in Chun Zhao's designated spot, hinting at whether they should smash it. In the past, cars parked in that spot by mistake often ended up destroyed. Investigate his background. Qin Xiao calmed down. Someone daring to be so audacious. with such strength, surely had a significant identity. They had to find out more before taking any action, or they might fall into a trap. Understood. The lackey nodded. Meanwhile, a beautiful senior helped treat Chun Zhao's wounds and stop the bleeding, though the injury wouldn't fully heal anytime soon. Are 6th-tier skills really that strong? Luo Xing'er's eyes were filled with excitement. Earlier, Su Chun had unleashed a spear light with just a gaze. It was incredibly cool. If not for the fact they were on campus, Chen Xiao would already be dead. After the 6th tier, you can master the intent of weapons. The strength of a skill depends on personal cultivation, Su Chen explained. Last time he leveled up, the two of them had killed a lot of exotic beasts in Zone 293. He not only obtained gear, but also accumulated attribute points. That day alone, he saved up 2.81 million points, and with the points he already had, he now had 4.27 million attribute points. With 4.27 million attributes, he could grow powerful at any moment. The higher the skill level, the more frightening the power would become. The depth of intent in a skill directly determined the future pace of improvement. After level 100, further breakthroughs depended on willpower. Many people leveled up quickly but got stuck at level 100, unable to break through for a lifetime. I'm in class 2, Luo Xing said. What about you, brother? Universities now also classified students into classes with assigned mentors, similar to high school. Graduation could be achieved in 2 ways, reaching level 100 or completing 4 years of study. Even if one hadn't reached their level goal, they could continue learning after the 4 years. I'm in class 1, Su Chen replied. This arrangement was definitely something the family steward had arranged. He didn't care how it was handled. Brother, see you this afternoon. The two arrived at the teaching building. Although they were in classes 1 and 2, their classrooms were far apart. Martial arts universities had very large classrooms. See you this afternoon. Su Chen waved and headed for class 1. Su Chen entered the classroom. It was exceptionally large, resembling a dance studio, and more than 20 students were already present. The guys were handsome. The girls were beautiful, each one a genius. At the front of the room sat a stunning and proud lady in her 20s, exuding a powerful aura. The atmosphere was subdued, and everyone remained quiet. Greetings, mentor. I'm Su Chun. He glanced around, guessing the woman must be their mentor. Take a seat for now. 2 are still missing. We'll wait for them. The woman nodded, signaling him to find a seat. Su Chun sat down. Including himself, there were 28 students. 2 more were yet to arrive, making a total of 30. Half an hour later, the last student arrived. At exactly 9 o'clock, a breathtaking young woman, 18 years old, walked in. She exuded a cold temperament that kept people at a distance. Greetings, mentor. Introduce yourself, state your level, talent, and specialization. The woman spoke. I am your mentor, Nangong Xian. SSS grade wood element, level 99 healer, ability, revive all things. From now on, you are all under my guidance. She walked to the front of the class and introduced herself, leaving the students in awe. Young as she was, she had already reached level 99. Indeed, she was a top-tier mentor, radiating immense presence. The students were shocked and hurriedly greeted her. Only someone extraordinary could mentor this group of geniuses. The young woman spoke. My name is In Hajin. I'm 18 years old, SSS grade talent, ice and wind element, level 54. The class was stunned. With exceptional talent and a high level, her output was also formidable and encompassed area attacks. Level 54, that's so strong. SSS level, amazing. And she's beautiful. Our class is full of goddesses. In Hajin, I'll remember her. Everyone sighed in amazement. Among their peers, she awakened just a month ago and already reached level 54, a gap that felt insurmountable. As soon as In Hajin entered the classroom, she introduced herself. SSS level talent, level 54. The entire class was instantly blown away. The boys all hoped she would sit near them, but In Hajin directly walked towards Su Chun, greeted him coolly yet gracefully, and sat down beside him. Su Chun appeared calm on the surface but was puzzled inwardly, feeling like he had seen In Hajin somewhere before. Afterward, the classmates introduced themselves one by one. Among the class of 30 students, the starting talent levels were B grade at the very least, with In Hajin shining as the absolute best. Su Chun only remembered 4 people. In Hajin, SSS level, level 54, Zhang Hanming, SSS level, level 33, Shengwan Xiao, B level, level 21, and Huangfu Mingxing, L level, level 32. Huangfu Mingxing even used provocative glances to challenge Su Chun, evidently displeased that In Hajin had chosen to sit next to him. At that moment, In Hajin reminded Su Chun that it was his turn to introduce himself. Su Chun calmly walked up to the podium and introduced himself with ease. Su Chun, 18 years old, F-level talent, Doomsday Gun God, level 72. Having said that, he returned to his seat. The entire class fell into silence. Everyone was too shocked to speak, convinced that he must be exaggerating. F level? Level 72? What kind of absurd claim was that? Soon, the classroom erupted into a hubbub of disbelief. No one believed Su Chen's claim. Inha was already level 54, yet an F level dared to claim level 72? Who would believe it? Eyes turned toward their instructor, Nangong Xian, seeking clarification. Nangong Xian tapped her teaching pointer to get everyone's attention. Silence. Everything Su Chen said is true. Even if the entire class teamed up, you wouldn't be his match. The room fell into an eerie stillness, weighed down by a heavy atmosphere. Everyone was utterly stupefied. Was it really possible for an F level to be this strong? And with her comment, the instructor just added fuel to the fire, drawing even more envy towards Su Chen. Su Chen himself was speechless, thinking, 3 million combat power. Who could withstand that? The skeptical expressions slowly faded from his classmates' faces, replaced with undeniable respect for Su Chen. A month after awakening, an F level reached level 72. How was it even possible? Did some expert take him to grind levels? That's dumb. Grinding doesn't work if the level gap exceeds 5. Could his family have given him exceptional gear? Even dumber. Gear for higher levels gets restricted and becomes practically useless. The entire class stared at Su Chen, their eyes brimming with nothing but shock and admiration. An F level reaching level 72 in a single month. It seemed impossible, but everyone was desperate to know how. Instructor Nangong Xian spoke up. Didn't your high school teachers explain this? High-level mentors can't effectively boost beginners. They experience limited gains past a 5-level gap. Overpowered equipment? Also restricted. That tactic has long been debunked. She sighed, then posed a question to the class. What difficulty level did you all choose for your beginner dungeons? Students chimed in, revealing that 90% had chosen the hard mode. Only Inha had selected the despair mode, surprising everyone and earning their admiration. Nangong Xian then turned her gaze to Su Chen. And you? What difficulty did you choose? The class collectively assumed he must have gone with normal mode at most. Could an F level really choose anything harder? Standing up, Su Chen replied, Calamity grade. The classroom erupted instantly. Calamity grade? No one in Dxia's history has come out of that dungeon alive. Nangong Xian gestured for Su Chen to come to the front and share his experience with the Calamity grade dungeon. Su Chen calmly walked to the podium, nodded briefly, and began. Calamity grade changes with each phase. When I entered, I encountered a sentient artifact spirit. It told me I was the 98 billionth person to attempt the dungeon, and everyone before me had perished. To leave alive, I had to complete 2 tasks. The first task was to hunt down monsters ranked 1 through 6, killing 6,666 / 5,555 / 4,444 / 3,333 / 2,222 / 1,111 creatures of each rank. After that came the second phase, trial stages. I couldn't move a single muscle while being attacked by monsters, and the final trial involved a 9th rank beast. The entire class was utterly dumbstruck. This actually sounds even harder than we imagined. It was beyond belief. Beginner dungeons were typically attempted right after awakening. Without prior real-world combat experience, to face calamity-grade scenarios and complete slaughter tasks was unprecedented. Even seasoned veterans above level 60 would struggle, let alone novices. No one could process how someone newly awakened could succeed where others faltered. Then came the second task. Its mere description left everyone in stunned silence. No wonder no one had survived before. Out of billions of challengers, victory seemed like an impossibility. Su Chen, how did you clear the final trial? Someone couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. The slaughter task alone was already unimaginable. The final trial was on an entirely different level. Comparatively, the slaughter task seemed like a mere warm-up, but this warm-up was already an insurmountable hurdle for everyone in the class. Secret. Just luck? Really? Su Chen replied with a casual smile. He bowed respectfully to instructor Nangong Xian before returning to his seat. Well, that concludes today's session. Class resumes at 9 tomorrow morning. Don't be late, Nangong Xian announced, dismissing the class. Goodbye, instructor. The students chorused, their excitement palpable at the sound of dismissal. One by one, they left their seats and filed out. Su Chen left as well, heading for the door. Su Chen, where do you live? Inha Jin's cool, clear voice rang out from behind him, effortlessly memorable. Lin Shui Pan, Su Chen replied. That's not on my way. But, Inha Jin. He waved goodbye, but after a few steps, Jin turned back. Oh, do you recognize this? What? Su Chen turned around. In Jin's hand was a necklace, gleaming with a brilliance resembling the starlit Milky Way. It was incredibly beautiful. No, I don't recognize it. Su Chen shook his head. This was their first meeting. How could he possibly recognize what belonged to her? Oh, Jean responded coldly, but there was a trace of disappointment in her voice. Turning away, she walked off. At that moment, Su Chen heard a soft, sweet voice calling out, "Brother." It was Luo Xing'er, pulling him back to reality. You finished your classes too? Yes. Come on, take me shopping. This is my first time in Kyoto. I want to explore. Luo Xing'er grabbed his hand naturally, and the two walked off together. Her laughter rang out like a silver bell as they strolled farther away. From the corner, Jean watched their departing figures, reluctance filling her eyes. She stood there until they disappeared from sight before finally leaving. Brother, I got beaten up. In a school classroom, Chen Xiao sulked as he complained. Though he knew his eldest brother looked down on him, Chen Xiao was painfully aware that whatever success he had now was only because of his brother's reputation. Without it, his A-grade talent meant nothing. Earlier that day, someone had taken his parking spot, beaten him, and insulted his level of 48. But what enraged him most was how the person even dared to mock his elder brother. You got beaten up? How's that unexpected? Who did it? Chen Xiaofeng looked at him with disdain, his tone filled with contempt. He had always held his half-brother in low regard. In a place where A grades were everywhere and even S grades were common, someone like Chen Xiao, who only knew how to bully people leveraging family status, was bound to lose against actual talents. A freshman. He took my parking spot, hit me, and said I was nothing at level 48. He insulted you too. Don't tell me you're just going to tolerate that, big brother. Are you a coward? Chen Xiao grew increasingly animated as he spoke, even secretly feeling a sense of satisfaction. His talent wasn't on par with his brother's, but his ability to stir up trouble was certainly something. Getting beaten up by a freshman. What a disgrace. You're an embarrassment to our family name. Who is it? Have you found out? Chen Xiaofeng gazed at his brother, rage simmering behind his eyes, tempted to kick him out in frustration. He knew his younger brother was trying to provoke him. The so-called insult to him was unfounded. How would a stranger even know him well enough to insult him? But since things had escalated, backing down now wasn't an option. Image might be a minor thing, but losing face? That was unacceptable. Big brother, the guy has no background. He's from out of town, just accompanied by his grandparents. His family has a bit of money, but in Kyoto, it's nothing. Chen Xiao spoke confidently, having already investigated. The freshman had no powerful backing. A little wealth meant almost nothing in this city. All right, let me know when the opportunity arises. Huh. Bullying a freshman is disgraceful, but if it's someone without any strong connections, bullying them casually is fine. Chen Xiaofeng dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand before walking off. The next morning, Su Chun and Luo Xing'er drove to the school. The parking spot from the previous day was occupied, this time, by a group of people waiting there deliberately. Su Chen chuckled when he saw them. It was clear these folks had come to back up someone after the events of yesterday. Chen Xiao and his lackeys stood at the scene, but there was another young man radiating an even stronger presence around whom they all hovered. Brother, it seems someone's here to cause trouble again, Luo Xing'er said calmly, utterly unconcerned. She knew nobody at the school dared to actually harm anyone fatally. Besides, her brother's power level of 72 was intimidating enough. She wasn't worried. If anything, she found the situation slightly amusing. If they're looking for a fight, we might as well oblige. Su Chen responded, stepping out of the car and walking towards them. You're the one who hit my brother? The youth smiled wickedly. Yes, Su Chen nodded. He detested lackeys who talked too much. I'll give you two choices. 1. Apologize, pay 20 million in medical expenses and emotional damages, plus an additional 30 million for my personal time. 2. I'll beat you into submission. In that case, the medical and emotional damages will double, and so will my personal fee. Now, pick one in the next 10 seconds. Chen Xiaofeng's tone was indifferent, as if he cared only about extracting money. If the other party resisted, he would simply beat them into compliance. Su Chen laughed. Not surprising, you're as dumb as your brother. It's rare to meet two fools in such quick succession. 20 million in medical bills, 30 million in appearance fees, from someone at your level? What a joke. What did you just say? Chen Xiaofeng froze, stunned. He had assumed the freshman was unaware of his reputation and would back down after hearing his name. Instead, the freshman had openly insulted him, calling him worthless, right to his face. The sheer audacity left him fuming. How dare this novice? He was ranked 99th on Kyoto University's prestigious Heavenly Prodigy list. And yet this freshman humiliated him so publicly. Enraged, he unleashed his power. 8 blood-red spears of energy materialized around him, warping the air around them. Su Chun observed it all with a cold smirk. Skilled though Chen Xiaofeng's spear techniques might be, to Su Chun, they were nothing more than child's play. And here I called you a waste. Now you feel wrong. As Su Chen's words ended, A single burst of spear energy erupted from him. Chen Xiaofeng, Chen Xiao, and their cronies initially sneered when they saw Su Chun unleash just one spear of energy. It seemed to indicate his technique was at the mere first tier of proficiency. Some of them even suppressed a laugh. But in the next second, their sneers vanished. Su Chen's single spear of energy carried an aura of absolute destruction. With an explosive sound, the two forces clashed. Su Chen's solitary strike obliterated the 8 blood-red spears, continuing its trajectory until it slammed Chen Xiaofeng into a nearby tree. The spear energy didn't dissipate and hung menacingly in the air, radiating terrifying power. The crowd was stunned. Chen Xiaofeng lost? How is this freshman so strong? The atmosphere shifted instantly. Xiao Chun and his cronies looked pale and dared not act presumptuously anymore. Chen Xiaofeng admitted defeat with pain in his voice. I lost. He understood that this freshman's strength was far superior to his own. Su Chen coldly said, if this weren't within the school grounds, you'd already be dead. Come on, let's talk about compensation for my mental distress. Chen Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. At most, 5 million gold coins. He had emptied out all his savings. Su Chun then turned to ask Xiao Chun and his group. They panicked and said, we didn't provoke you. But Su Chun replied, beating you already ties us together. As Su Chun unleashed the intent of destructive gunfire, everyone was terrified and quickly expressed their willingness to pay. Not long after, 10 million gold coins landed in Su Chen's hands. Still unsatisfied and feeling they were too poor, Su Chen kicked Xiao Chen's car, sending it flying, and then turned away without another glance. Xiao Chun and his gang almost spat blood. They were robbed and still looked down upon. Clapping his hands, Su Chen left with Luo Xinger. Luo Xinger exclaimed excitedly, brother, next time it's my turn. She had missed out on the fun and felt a bit regretful. She vowed to join in next time and even wished someone would trouble Su Chen just so she could take action. Focus on your classes, Su Chen said, ruffling her hair casually. Bye, brother. Luo Xinger fixed her hair before heading off toward her classroom. As soon as Su Chen stepped into his class, their instructor Nangong Xian entered right after, nearly late herself. The students stood and greeted her respectfully. Nangong Xian nodded as acknowledgement, and only then did Su Chen take his seat. Nangong Xian began introducing the course. The core purpose of university was to enhance levels, combat strength, skills, dungeon familiarity, and teamwork. Most freshmen were between levels 20 and 40, primarily focusing their efforts on upgrading. The university provided knowledge and limited resources, while the rest was up to the students themselves. She further explained that the university had dungeons, and resource allocation depended on rankings in the Tianjiao list, Heaven's Pride list, and the general ranking. The rankings would finalize next week, and dungeon resources would be distributed based on the best performances. Physical altercations within the school were permissible as long as no one died. At this point, Nangong Xian glanced meaningfully at Su Chun, clearly aware of his previous antics. Inha Jin asked Su Chun, you got into a fight? Su Chun nodded, just ran into some fools. It's pretty normal here to solve problems with strength. Currently, all terrestrial resources were centrally managed by the school. Nangong Xian suggested students either hone their skills in the virtual world or watch competitive battles for inspiration. Dungeon resources were divided into 5 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and legendary. Students ranked outside 10,000 on the general ranking got access to silver tier dungeons. Ranks 10,000 to 1,000 received gold tier. Ranks 999 to 10 were granted diamond tier, and the top 9 made it to legendary tier dungeons. Similarly, rankings on the Tianjiao list granted advanced dungeon access. To claim higher tier dungeons, students needed to climb these rankings. You might earn a slot in the general ranking. If you can't make it into the general ranking or the Tianjiao list, you'll be stuck with bronze tier dungeons, she concluded. Well then, everyone head to the virtual lab now. With that, Nangong Xian exited the classroom, followed closely by her students, who trailed her eagerly into the virtual lab. The virtual lab resembled an upgraded tech room equipped for collective entry into a virtual world. Soon, all 30 students and Nangong Xian reached the spacious, futuristic space. The lab was cutting edge, and the chairs resembled gaming seats. Take your seats, Nangong Xian instructed. Su Chun and Inha Jin sat next to each other. Beep beep, beep beep. Once everyone was seated, the room locked down as light screens activated, encasing each seat in a protective cocoon. Connect to the virtual world. With that, Nangong Xian closed her eyes, transmitting her consciousness directly to the virtual realm, entering a meditative state. Su Chen followed suit, linking up with the virtual world as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, his classmates joined in. In the virtual world, everyone set up mirrored reality, with their positions unchanged. Gambling is permitted in the virtual world, but I advise you to know your limits. Public mode allows you to earn gold coins and develop your mental resilience, while private mode won't provide such benefits, Nangongshian explained. Glancing around at her students, she added, public observation adds pressure, which is good to train your mentality. Overcome this psychological hurdle. Instructor, what do we do now? A student asked eagerly. Are we competing or spectating? You'll start by spectating. Su Chun, I've arranged a match for you, Nangongshian said with a sly smile directed at Su Chun. Su Chun froze. He could smell trouble. Clearly, the instructor had everything planned out. Only Luo Tianxiao knew his full strength. The others, including the instructor, were clueless. He had no idea what kind of opponent awaited him. Good luck, Su Chun. The other students, startled at first, immediately began cheering for him. They were eager to witness Su Chen's capabilities firsthand. After all, the instructor had claimed that no one in the class could rival Su Chun. Many found that hard to accept. Now was the perfect chance to find out who was stronger. Competitive spirits flared up among the group. Su Chun, head to Tianjiao Stage 8. The rest of you, follow me to the spectator stands. With that, Nangongshian vanished, leading the way to the 8th arena where the match would be held. One by one, the students disappeared after her. Su Chun felt dumbfounded. I didn't even agree to participate, but he could only comply, deciding to summon Xiu'er for assistance. Xiu'er, find details on my opponent for Stage 8 of Tianjiao battle, Su Chun commanded. Within moments, Xiu'er responded. Tian, arrogant battle, arena number 8. Next opponent. Rank 1921 on the Earth list of the Great Xia Empire, gun technique level 6. Challenge. In 30 seconds, Su Chun responded. The Earth list was not the same as the human list. It was incredibly difficult to achieve a ranking there for anyone under the age of 25, especially being ranked 1921. Upon seeing that his opponent's gun technique was at the 6th level, a sense of caution flickered in Su Chen's heart. However, he quickly calmed himself. After all, wasn't he also at the 6th level? Determined to pursue an advantage, he decided to enhance his own skill. System, enhance the extermination gun technique. 10,000 attribute points consumed. Extermination gun technique improved by 1%. 1 million attribute points consumed. Extermination gun technique advanced to level 7. To upgrade further, from level 7 to level 8, required 5 million attribute points. After the enhancement, the system displayed 64 gun lights, speed plus 80%, armor penetration plus 80%, pierce plus 80%, gun intent 64, combat power increase 140%. Challenge application accepted. The duel would begin in 20 seconds. The system made sure to conceal Su Chen's actual gun technique level. As the countdown ended, Su Chun was transported to a massive, circular arena. Over 100,000 spectators surrounded the venue. Scanning the crowd, Su Chun spotted Nangongshian and her group. The host began introducing the contestants. This is Lei Yiming, ranked 1921 on the Earth list. With 33 consecutive victories, his gun technique is at level 6. The audience erupted in cheers for Lei Yiming. Then, the host turned to Su Chun, from Jiangcheng, ranked 1st on the Jiangxing human list and 97th on the Jiangnan province list, with his gun technique level undisclosed. Both the host and the spectators underestimated Su Chun. In their eyes, the Earth list and human list belonged to entirely different tiers. They unanimously believed Lei Yiming would easily obliterate Su Chun. A human list genius taking on an Earth list warrior? The crowd became restless. Many frowned, voicing their dissatisfaction. This wasn't what they came to witness. A challenger ranked 97th on a provincial human list facing someone ranked 1921 on the Earth list. Was this a joke? Were they trying to insult the spectators' intelligence? Beneath the stand sat over 20 students from Capital University, surrounding Nangongshian. Upon reviewing Lei Yiming's detailed profile, every single one of the students froze. A freshman like Su Chun against a level 6 gun technique Earth list powerhouse? They weren't even remotely in the same league. Initially, they'd hoped Su Chun might face a level 2 martial artist and gain some valuable experience. But now, seeing the ranking disparity, they could only predict disaster for Su Chun. If Lei Yiming was in a foul mood, Su Chun could very well be annihilated by a single strike. The host hastily quieted the audience. The battle will be over in just seconds. The crowd gradually settled down. After all, every individual had paid 1,000 gold coins for their tickets. With 100,000 people present, no one was here for a subpar match. Countdown initiated. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All eyes fixated on Lei Yiming, eagerly anticipating him to end the fight with a single devastating strike. To them, Su Chen's identity was irrelevant. What mattered was that Lei Yiming had never been defeated. Kid, for the sake of entertaining the audience, I won't hold back. Remember this name of mine, Lei Yiming. Lei Yiming grinned smugly, exuding an air of absolute confidence, as though he hardly deemed Su Chen worthy of his presence. Su Chen chuckled lightly. Sorry, I don't intend to remember it. Without further words, Lei Yiming deemed the atmosphere perfect and went on the offensive. Raising his weapon, he unleashed a torrential downpour of gun lights, cascading like a storm towards Su Chen. Along with the visual display, Lei Yiming's figure shot towards Su Chen at an extraordinary speed. In the stands, the audience roared with exhilaration. This was the magnificence of a level 6 gun technique in action. However, many in the crowd pitted Su Chen, thinking he was too weak to stand face-to-face against someone of Lei Yiming's caliber, regretful that his defeat seemed inevitable. Level 6 gun technique. That's it, Su Chen murmured. Observing the massive expanse of gun lights, his expression remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. All style, no substance. The audience collectively scoffed, assuming Su Chen was putting on airs before an inevitable defeat. To them, it was obvious he was about to be obliterated without suspense. But just as everyone readied themselves for Lei Yiming to finish the fight, Su Chen's eyes blinked ever so subtly, and with that single motion, a burst of overwhelming gun light erupted from him. Its power was terrifying, the intent behind it suffocating. The solitary gun light from Su Chen met Lei Yiming's 32 gun lights head-on. The disparity in numbers was staggering. The crowd was already laughing to themselves, certain this pitiful display was doomed to fail. Yet, in the very next moment, Su Chen's solitary gun light shredded Lei Yiming's 32 lights apart, rebounding forward. The entire venue froze in shock. What just happened? Su Chen, with a single move, annihilated a level 6 gun technique? Only then did some spectators realize something was off. This wasn't the power of an ordinary level 1 gun technique. But what stunned many even more was that Su Chen hadn't used a conventional weapon. He hadn't even substituted his fingers for one, and yet the intensity of his unleashed gun light remained undeniable. You're at level 6. You're also at level 6. Lei Yiming's expression morphed instantly, his face pale with disbelief. Though it took only an instant for him to see through Su Chen's real strength, it was horrifyingly clear. The sheer dominance of Su Chen's gun light, effortlessly dismantling his 32 gun lights, meant one thing. Su Chen wasn't just at level 6, he was stronger. Bring out your strongest strength, Su Chen said indifferently. The spear radiance beside him spun. As expected, his opponent was not weak. Then let's see how strong you really are. Lei Yiming remained wary. The other party was already at the 6th rank despite being so young, putting immense pressure on him. The spear radiance of the two continued to clash, the air distorted, and the atmosphere on the arena grew heavy. Neither could win in a short time. On the 500-meter arena, spear light crisscrossed everywhere, and killing intent filled the air. 100,000 spectators in the stands were petrified. He wasn't killed in one move. A showdown between two peak 6th-rank fighters. This young man's spear technique is even stronger than Lei Yiming's. Everyone was shocked that Su Chen was already 6th rank at such a young age, and that he was even suppressing Lei Yiming. Nangong Xian's eyes lit up. She had been stuck at 99% of the 5th rank, and seeing Su Chen's performance made her admire him even more. The classmates were also completely convinced. So 6th-rank spear techniques were this powerful. No wonder the mentor said no one in the class was Su Chen's match. Su Chen stood on the platform, motionless, fighting entirely with spear intent. If this is all the strength you have, then there's no need to continue, he said. It won't be so easy to beat me. Lei Yiming was still stubborn. Knowing he was no match, he could only rely on experience and technique. Su Chen sneered, his gaze sharpening as destruction's spear intent erupted. The space twisted, and 32 spear rays instantly swallowed Lei Yiming. Lei Yiming's eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness, but it was already too late to resist. There was a way to break it, but the other side's spear techniques were simply too strong. As the spear radiance fell, Lei Yiming shattered on the spot, his entire body vanishing. The host announced, Su Chen wins. In truth, there was no need to announce it. Everyone already knew the result. The entire venue erupted in cheers. Su Chen, Su Chen, Su Chen. Lei Yiming had originally been very strong, but when he met Su Chen, there was simply no comparison. Su Chen's spear techniques were terrifying, and everyone present was shocked to the core. No one dared to fight at all. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen disappeared from the arena. The entire match lasted less than a minute. He had practically treated Lei Yiming as a target dummy. If he hadn't held back, Lei Yiming would have been killed in an instant long ago. Su Chen returned to the floor below, and Nangong Xian and the others were teleported out as well. Su Chen, you're too strong. 6th-rank spear techniques. How did you train them? My swordsmanship is only at rank 2. The gap is just too huge. You crush Lei Yiming like that. If it were us, we wouldn't even have the courage. Everyone gathered around Su Chun, discussing him. His strength left them completely convinced. This was the difference in levels. Nangong Xian said, Su Chun, work hard these next few days and try to get onto the human ranking or the genius ranking to obtain the legendary dungeon. The mentor will only take you this far. After that, you'll have to fight for resources yourselves. If your mental strength can't hold up, leave the virtual world. She looked at Su Chun with satisfaction, then disappeared and left the virtual world. After greeting Su Chun, everyone else also went off to do their own things, either watching the battles or competing. They all wanted to get better dungeon resources, and at the very least, they couldn't settle for ordinary dungeons. Su Chun nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After everyone had left, he also asked Xiaoer to match him with an opponent. He was now ranked first in Jiangqing, 97th on the provincial leaderboard, with 6,000 points. As long as he gained one more point, he could enter the Great Xia human rankings. Some time ago, he had deliberately avoided increasing his points in order to stay on the leaderboard, but now he was ready to push for higher rankings. Xiaoer, match me. Matching. Match successful. Countdown, 20 seconds. In just 3 seconds, he found a match. When the countdown ended, Su Chun was transported by light onto the arena. This match was in closed mode, with no audience in the stands. Opponent information, Zhang Kueixing, 18 years old, 6,001 points, 51% win rate, 5th tier swordsmanship. Su Chun glanced at the opponent's information, preparing to begin a new round of challenges. The Great Xia Empire human rankings generally had average win rates. His opponent used 5th tier swordsmanship, which posed no threat to Su Chun at all. With a swing of the long sword, sword chi surged in. Su Chun's gaze swept across it. The air twisted, spear radiance erupted, and in an instant he shattered his opponent's attack. The battle lasted only 1 second, and Su Chun won by a one-hit kill. Su Chun wins points plus 10 current points, 60-10. Su Chun advances to the Great Xia Empire human rankings, ranking 10298. The system prompt indicated that Su Chun had entered the rankings, and as long as his points continued to rise, his rank would climb rapidly. Xiaoer, continue matching me, Su Chun said. Matching. Match successful countdown. 20. Soon, Su Chun entered battle again. His points kept rising, and his rank kept climbing. Every match was a one-hit kill. For hours later, Su Chun was averaging 2 matches per minute, and his points surged to 10,000, putting him at the top of the Great Xia Empire's human ranking. Su Chun wins points plus 10 current score. 10,000 Su Chun tops the human ranking. His score was more than 300 points higher than the runner-up, opening up a gap. Too tired. That's enough for today. Su Chun exited the virtual world. His classmates all gathered around him, envious beyond measure, congratulating Su Chun one after another. Awesome, Su Chun. Brother Chun, you're way too strong, number 1. Su Chun smiled modestly. I just got lucky. You guys aren't out of class yet. Someone replied, class ended long ago. We were just waiting to see you take first place. Everyone was happy, no one was jealous. After all, they were classmates, and they all wanted to ride Su Chun's coattails a little. At that moment, Instructor Nangong Xian walked over. Su Chun, come to my office with me for a moment. Su Chun froze for a moment, then hurriedly followed her. When Su Chun walked into Nangong Xian's office, his first impression was that it was simple and spacious. Instructor, what is it? Nangong Xian looked at Su Chun and said directly, you've topped the human ranking. Your marksmanship is good enough for the earth ranking. You don't need to participate in the prodigy ranking, so don't be too high profile. Continue competing tomorrow. Once your points break 10,000 and you enter the earth ranking, outsiders won't know you're the human ranking champion. She reminded him that being too conspicuous would make him a target for the alien races. Safety came first. Su Chun nodded. He had never intended to compete for first place in the prodigy ranking anyway, since he had already obtained the qualification for the legendary dungeon, so there was no need to fight for it any further. Nothing else. You can head off for class now. Nangong Xian waved her hand. Su Chun bid farewell to his instructor and left. Classes at Kyoto University were flexible, and students focused more on self-improvement. After classes, most of them stayed in the virtual world practicing. A few days later, the school's competitive atmosphere was in full swing, with both new and old students fighting over dungeon resources through the rankings. The prodigy ranking and the human ranking directly determined dungeon allocation, and the higher the rank, the better the resources. When the 7-day ranking period ended, Nangong Xian announced the results in class. The 2 of them received legendary dungeons, 4 got diamond, and 3 got gold. Don't be discouraged if you didn't get a good dungeon. There's still a chance. Even an ordinary dungeon is better than high school. Classmates asked when the dungeons would open, and Nangong Xian replied, they open at noon. The list will be announced in the morning, and we'll enter the dungeons in the afternoon. Su Chun and Galaxy Jean obtained legendary dungeons. Su Chun had once been ranked first on the human ranking, but now he had moved up to the Earth ranking, where he was ranked over 490,000, mainly because he hadn't kept competing for rankings. Otherwise, he could have made it into the top 100. Galaxy Jean, by virtue of being ranked 6th on the Genius ranking, also received a legendary dungeon. The remaining resources decreased in sequence, and the competition was fierce. Nangong Xian emphasized that dungeons came in several difficulty levels: normal, hard, desperate, and catastrophe, and told everyone to choose according to their ability. There would be no classes in the morning, and everyone was to gather at the Magic Array Plaza at 11:30 to prepare to enter the dungeons. Then she left the classroom. These 3 hours in the morning were class-free, so everyone could rest and recharge. At 11:30 noon, they would enter the dungeons, and the difficulty level would be chosen by themselves. The school only provided the resources. Everything else depended on the students. Galaxy Jean quietly asked Su Chun which difficulty level he was choosing. Su Chun said in a low voice that he would choose catastrophe level. He was strong and wanted to take on the hardest challenge. Since he had obtained legendary dungeon resources, he couldn't waste them. If he was going to do it, he would do it at the highest level. Galaxy Jean encouraged Su Chun and said she would also choose catastrophe level. After all, she had an SSS grade talent. Su Chun froze for a moment, gave Galaxy Jean a thumbs up, and then left the classroom to look for Luo Xinger. These past few days, he and Luo Xinger had grown quite close, but because of competitions and dungeons, she spent most of her time in the virtual world, and Su Chun hadn't asked her about her dungeon situation. Downstairs from class 2, Luo Xinger was thrilled to see Su Chun and waved him over. Su Chun asked her how things were going. Luo Xinger said she had obtained a diamond dungeon and was planning to go to the desperate level. Although she was an SSS grade talent, her skills were fairly ordinary, so getting a diamond dungeon was already very good. Su Chun said that he had obtained a legendary dungeon and was planning to go to the catastrophe level. Luo Xinger was a little worried and told Su Chun to be careful, since the catastrophe level was very dangerous. Before entering the dungeon, the two went to the street to buy a lot of daily necessities and dry food, and put them into their spatial rings. Soon, at 11:15, the two returned to school and arrived at the Magic Array Plaza. There were many students on the plaza, and everyone was about to enter the dungeons. Kyoto University was one of the Empire's prestigious institutions, and its students were all top geniuses. The minimum admission talent was B grade. Each cohort had over 8,000 students, and the whole school had around 30,000 people. Ordinary instances were queued by class, while silver, gold, diamond, and legendary instances were given priority entry. The principal spoke from the podium, urging everyone to choose carefully, as instances held both opportunities and risks. There were a total of 3 silver instances. Students chose from normal, hard, desperate, or natural disaster levels. Most chose hard, a few chose desperate, and no one chose natural disaster. There were also 3 gold instances, but far fewer people obtained them. The choices were the same. Most chose hard, a small number chose desperate, and no one chose natural disaster or normal. Choosing normal difficulty was a waste of a slot. Those who could obtain gold instances were already top-tier geniuses. Brother, good luck. The diamond instances began. After waving at Su Chun, Luo Xinger stood at the desperate level of the diamond instance, waiting to be teleported. Good luck, Su Chun replied. Very soon, the students in the diamond instances were carried away by golden teleportation light. Now it was time for the legendary instances. The principal looked at the 11 students beside the magic array and nodded in satisfaction. Every one of them was among the top 9 on the Tianjiao ranking and the human ranking, peerless prodigies. There were a total of 11 people in the legendary instances, 9 from the Tianjiao ranking and 2 from the Great Xia Empire human ranking. The human ranking had even greater weight, as it represented the strongest people in the country under the age of 20. Legendary instances only opened 2 difficulty levels. The 11 people chose their difficulties. 9 chose desperate level, and the 2 freshmen chose natural disaster level. Insane. At the minimum it's desperate, and the 2 freshmen went for natural disaster. That's way too bold. Their mentality is really something. Desperate level was already extremely difficult, and the legendary instance's difficulty was far beyond that of the beginner instance during the awakening period. Of the 11 people, none chose normal or hard, 9 chose desperate, and 2 chose natural disaster. The principal confirmed once again with Su Chun and Galaxy Jean. Have you thought it through? This is natural disaster level. He himself didn't dare enter it. Principal, we're sure. The 2 of them nodded. Activate the teleportation. Boom. The magic array lit up, and 11 strands of space-time light descended, enveloping all 11 people as they vanished together. These 2 freshmen are really something. Aren't they a bit too confident? What do you know? The male freshman is first on the Great Xia human ranking and has experience with natural disaster level. The female freshman is also an SSS tier genius. The square was buzzing with discussion. The 9 people who chose desperate level were all familiar faces. Every one of them was a prodigy on the Tianjiao ranking. Only the 2 freshmen were not well known, yet they had entered the natural disaster level legendary instance, so everyone could not help being surprised. The principal looked at the other students. Queue up and enter the instances. He had no interest in the other difficulty levels. Only silver instances and above were worth his attention. During the teleportation, Su Chen moved through space at high speed. Although he and Galaxy Jean had both chosen the same natural disaster level legendary instance, the light split apart, and their landing points were different, though the world they entered in the end was the same. With his previous instance experience, Su Chen was very calm. About 20 seconds later, the teleportation ended, and Su Chen floated upward to prevent himself from falling to his death. Opening his eyes and looking around, desolate wilderness, no humans or living beings. Similar to last time, there was a protection mechanism to keep him from dying the moment he landed. Su Chen slowly descended. On the ground, Su Chen waited quietly for the artifact spirit to appear. Every world had its own artifact spirit. What kind of dungeon was this time, and what would the mission be? After waiting 10 seconds, the artifact spirit finally spoke. Welcome to the Penglai Immortal Realm. I am the artifact spirit of the Penglai Immortal Realm. There are 99,999 people here, and you may stay for 1 month. After 1 month, those who have not obtained a quota will be erased. There are 3 ways to leave early. 1. Lucky slaughter. In the Immortal Realm, 999,999 ordinary beasts of 5th to 9th tier will appear. Killing them can yield diamond or king grade equipment. There are also 99 beast kings who will each definitely drop exclusive equipment. Those who obtain an exclusive piece will earn 1 quota. 2. The first 10 people to complete a full diamond perfect set and the first 10 to complete a full king perfect set will each receive 1 quota. 3. Those who obtain a quota will be sent to Penglai Immortal Mountain to undergo the final trial and receive the reward. The words of an immortal. The rules were simple: get a quota and live. Otherwise, you would be wiped out after a month. But simple as it sounded, it was actually extremely difficult. 100,000 people competing for 999,999 high-tier beasts, with equipment drops depending on luck, and completing full sets was even harder. The 99 beast kings were scattered throughout the realm, and finding and killing them was harder than reaching the heavens. In total, there were only 109 quotas, and the odds were extremely low. Su Chen murmured softly. Choosing the disaster level difficulty was the right call. This dungeon is perfect for me. He had naturally high luck, a high drop rate, and strong combat power. His chances were great. He summoned the Azure Radiant Divine Bird. Space distorted, and a massive Azure Divine Bird appeared, spreading its wings 100 meters wide with an overwhelming aura. Su Chen jumped onto its back. Sitting on it was very comfortable. The divine bird gave a clear cry and instantly soared into the sky. He planned to use the divine bird's flight ability to quickly find beasts and improve himself. Levels, attributes, and equipment, none of them could be lacking. The Azure Radiant Divine Bird had strong combat power, but Su Chen usually would not let it fight. He only used it for travel. He checked the divine bird's attributes. Azure Radiant Divine Bird, Divine Grade, Subdivine Race, 1-star Beast King, 0%. Possesses Beast King level strength. By devouring beasts, it will grow into a peak divine beast. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. The divine bird was already this strong before even reaching adulthood. As long as it kept hunting beasts, its power would only grow higher. He resolved to seize this opportunity and hunt beasts to strengthen himself. Letting the Azure Radiant Divine Bird devour beast essence was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Azure Radiant Divine Bird flew extremely fast, but Su Chen discovered that after flying for nearly 3 hours and over 10,000 li, he still hadn't seen even a single beast, and there was no sign of life around him apart from flowers, grass, and trees. Doesn't the Penglai Immortal Realm have 999,999 ordinary beasts and 99 beast kings? Why haven't I seen any of them? Su Chen wondered. Continuing forward for another half hour, the Azure Radiant Divine Bird slowed down and chirped repeatedly, transmitting information to Su Chen. Beasts ahead. Su Chen looked up and, sure enough, ahead of him were beasts packed densely together, with a destructive aura at the center. An extremely powerful beast king was stationed there. So the beasts had all gathered together, in nests one after another. For others, encountering this scene would be a disaster, but he thought it was extremely convenient, because he excelled at area attacks. You devour the essence, and keep an eye on the beast king. Su Chun had the Azure Radiant Divine Bird handle the essence absorption while he went in himself. Su Chun unfolded his space wings and hovered in the air. He summoned the Flame Divine Spear and struck fiercely. 64 spear lights swept across at once, while he also summoned Ice Rain Heavenly Fire, which surged across the sky and engulfed the beasts. Large numbers of beasts died, their essence being absorbed by the Azure Radiant Divine Bird, while Su Chun's experience and attribute points soared rapidly. Experience plus 0.15%, plus 10%, plus 2%. Attribute points plus 1,000, plus 2,000, plus 5,000, plus 10,000. The beasts died extremely fast, and Su Chun felt amazing. Suddenly, he thought of something. Damn, I forgot to use the double experience scroll. He hurriedly took it out and activated it. His experience instantly doubled. Congratulations, you leveled up. Current level, 73, combat power plus 2,000. Golden light shone all over him. The battle was still going on. There were tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, including 5th dash, 6th dash, 7th dash, 8th dash, and 9th tier ones, and the experience gains were explosive. An hour later, the ordinary ferocious beasts were completely wiped out. Su Chun's level rose from 73 to 87, and only the Beast King remained. The Beast King is indeed strong. The Beast King stood 100 meters tall, like a small mountain, with terrifying demonic power all over its body and blood-red eyes like lanterns. You insignificant human, you deserve to die. The Beast King rose to its feet, its deep voice carrying tremendous pressure. Fortunately, Su Chun's equipment blocked the pressure. Otherwise, he would have been crushed long ago. Su Chun replied coldly. Who's insignificant is still hard to say. Ferocious beasts once invaded humanity, turning the world into what it is now. Just who is insignificant? Who knows? The Beast King roared and slashed down with a claw, unleashing a devastating attack. Su Chun countered with the Flame Divine Spear, spear light tearing through the air, and a single strike with over 3 million combat power smashed into the Beast King. Boom. The Beast King was hit, but its giant claw slapped back. Su Chun shifted aside and dodged it. With space wings and wind-treading boots, Su Chun moved like the wind, attacks constantly landing on the Beast King, while the Beast King couldn't touch him at all. Even more infuriating to the Beast King was Su Chun's built-in damage reflection, leaving the Beast King in utter misery. It's over. Excited and expectant, Su Chun slammed a spear strike onto the Beast King's head. The spear light erupted in destruction, directly shredding the Beast King's skull. Blood burst into the air, and the Beast King crashed to the ground. Beast King slain experience plus 50%, attribute points plus 100,000 drop. Heavenly Emperor Battle Robe exclusive *1. The system notification rang out, and an exclusive piece of equipment dropped. He could finally use it. The experience bonus and 100,000 attribute points surged in. The artifact spirit's voice sounded. Congratulations, Su Chun, on slaying the Beast King and obtaining your exclusive privilege. Slots +1. As long as he had a slot, he could leave the Boundless Immortal Realm after 1 month. Nearby, the Azure Luo Divine Bird frantically devoured the Beast King's essence, its aura soaring as it grew much stronger. The Azure Luo Divine Bird grabbed the Beast King's inner core, swallowed it, and a mysterious aura erupted. By now, it had become a 4-star Beast King, 38.182%. Su Chun was thrilled and had the Azure Luo Divine Bird swallow all the surrounding essence. 20 minutes later, all the essence from the ferocious beasts had been completely drained. Let's go. Su Chun jumped onto the back of the Azure Luo Divine Bird, and the Divine Bird transformed into a streak of light flying into the sky. On the other side, in the remote seas of the Boundless Immortal Realm, Galaxy Jean heard the artifact spirit announce, Su Chun has killed the Beast King and obtained an exclusive item. She smiled, looked up at the sky, then turned her gaze forward. Ahead was a nest of ferocious beasts, 11,111 ordinary ferocious beasts, and 1 Beast King. A determined look appeared in Galaxy Jin's eyes. Her figure turned into a streak of light and charged into the beast horde, and a great battle erupted. People outside were discussing. Su Chun is really strong. He killed the Beast King so quickly. He even dropped an exclusive item. He's even more amazing now. There were 99 Beast Kings, and now there are only 98 left. In the Boundless Immortal Realm, everyone heard the voice of the artifact spirit and learned that Su Chun had killed the Beast King and obtained a unique piece of equipment. Although the artifact spirit did not say exactly what it was, everyone understood that it was definitely a super powerful first drop exclusive. Su Chun rode the Azure Feather Divine Bird for 4 hours, but he didn't encounter any more beasts. It was getting dark, and he had no intention of continuing his search, so he casually found a cave to stay in. After a simple setup, he had the divine bird guard the entrance, and Su Chen eagerly took out the exclusive equipment, the Emperor Heaven Battle Robe. The Emperor Heaven Battle Robe shimmered with colorful light. Just seeing its attributes stunned Su Chen. The equipment had 4 heaven-defying attributes, especially the 4th one, within a 1000x 1000 meter radius around him. If a teammate suffered a fatal attack, the invincible state would trigger directly. It was simply unbeatable. After Su Chen put on the battle robe, it actually formed a bond with the Flame Divine Spear, and the equipment immediately began to upgrade. Very soon, the bond upgrade was complete, and its attributes soared across the board. Emperor Heaven Battle Robe. Combat power increased to 888,888, 90% of attacks ignored in battle. Defense increased by 500%, water-type immunity at 90%, and the invincible range expanded to 5,000 by 5,000 meters. Flame Divine Spear. Combat power also 888888. Flame damage increased by 500%, penetration increased by 500%, fire-type immunity at 90%, and a 50% chance to unleash Ice Rain Heavenly Fire, covering 2,000 by 2,000 meters. Watching the equipment attributes soar, Su Chen sighed at how absurdly powerful they were and felt that exclusives really were indispensable. Thinking about rings, necklaces, and other equipment, maybe they could also form bonds? That would be even more monstrous. He glanced at his combat power and saw it had reached 9,708,600 points, breaking 9.7 million. This was the terrifying effect of exclusive bonding. After the bond was formed, his combat power increased by more than 1.7 million. Combined with the 250% boost from the Yuan Realm space and the 140% from Spear Techniques, his combat power soared directly to 5.91 million, with a final total of 9.7 million, almost 10 million. If he could get a few more diamond grade or king grade pieces of equipment, he could break through 10 million. And if another exclusive formed a bond, his combat power would be even more terrifying. It was only the first day, and there were still 98 Beast Kings left to kill. There was still plenty of time. Su Chen checked his attribute points. He still had over 1 million left from the early stage, and together with the rewards from taking Luo Xing'er, leveling and hunting beasts in Zone 293, plus hunting 11,111 more beasts and Beast Kings, he earned another huge sum. His attribute points had now reached 24.21 million. The gains mainly came from the dungeon. If luck was good and he ran into another wave of beasts, his skills and domain could rise straight up. Su Chen closed the light screen, took out a mat, blanket, and quilt from his spatial ring, tidied everything up, ate some dry rations, and drank some mineral water, then prepared to rest and recover his strength before continuing tomorrow. In the evening, by the waterside, a supercar stopped at the entrance of Villa Number 8, and an exquisite beauty got out. She was tall, had a cold temperament, yet carried a hint of allure. She was the pinnacle of pure and seductive beauty, an ice queen goddess. The woman greeted them. "Grandpa, Grandma." A rare smile appeared on her face. Su Yunji said happily, "Xing'er is back." This person was none other than Luo Xing'er's older sister, Luo Bingqing, a genius at Kyoto University with SSS grade talent. She had recently been training in the Outer Realm battlefield and had just returned by spaceship. Luo Tianxiang could tell at a glance that she was injured and asked, "Where are your parents? Why are you still injured when you came back?" Luo Bingqing said her parents were fine. Only her injuries were difficult to treat, so she had come back to rest for a while. She then asked where Su Chen and Xing'er had gone. Su Yunji said, "They went into a dungeon today." Luo Bingqing asked with concern, "How are their talents?" Luo Tianxiang said, "Xing'er is SSS grade like you. Xiao Chun is F grade, but he has a hidden class. F grade was very weak, but his hidden class was outrageously powerful. His skills had already reached tier 6 in a short time, and he had far exceeded expectations in other aspects as well." Luo Bingqing wasn't surprised that her younger sister had SSS grade talent. Instead, she was curious about Su Chen's hidden class. What hidden class is it? How is it now? Su Chen's hidden class was far too unusual. Not exactly sure. It should have something to do with luck. On his very first wilderness trial, he rose to prominence, and even in a calamity-level dungeon, he managed to walk away unscathed. He took Xing'er with him to train for just 2 days, and Xing'er is already level 74. This time, he went to Kyoto University, and he still chose the legendary calamity-level dungeon. When Luo Tianxiang spoke of Su Chen, he was full of envy. As a martial artist, he naturally envied Su Chen's talent. On the surface, it was only F rank, but his hidden class was truly heaven-defying. In fact, that F rank talent, World-Ending Spear God, was also extremely powerful. It was just difficult to cultivate. but once mastered, it was terrifying. Calamity level? That's amazing. Luo Bingqing's expression changed when she heard this, and in the end, her eyes were full of excitement. Luo Tianxiang was puzzled. Was his granddaughter's excitement related to something discovered on the Outland battlefield, or was it related to her injury? Grandpa, don't ask. You'll know when the time comes. Luo Bingqing couldn't be bothered to explain and went straight back to her room. When Su Yunji saw her go upstairs, she smiled and said, "Looks like when Xiao Chun comes back, Bingqing is going to take the person away." Having raised the two granddaughters herself, she naturally understood their personalities. Luo Tianxiang sighed. If you want to become a true powerhouse, you have to crawl out of life and death, blood and fire. Powerhouses aren't raised in a greenhouse. Punlai Immortal Realm. The next day, Su Qin got up, washed up, ate, packed up, came out, mounted the Azure Luo Divine Bird, and set off. He didn't expect to encounter any fierce beasts today. Punlai was too vast, and fierce beasts lived there in hordes. If he was lucky, he could run into a nest. 11,111 ordinary fierce beasts and one beast king. For others, that was a disaster. For Su Chun, it was an opportunity. Something that even people above level 100 couldn't handle was effortless for him. Su Chun lay on the divine bird's back and slept, agreeing with the divine bird that if it found any fierce beasts, it should call him. If nothing was happening, don't disturb him. In the end, a whole day passed without seeing a single fierce beast, but he did hear news. Inha had hunted down a beast king and obtained a unique piece of equipment and a quota. I didn't expect her to be this fierce too. Su Qin was somewhat shocked. Inha had been outstanding in talent to begin with, but to kill a beast king, she had to have at least 1 million battle power. When he killed a beast king himself, his battle power was over 3 million, and he hadn't even gone all out. Inha should also have around 1 million battle power now. He was happy for her. After all, they were classmates, and she had chosen the same dungeon as well. On the third day, the fourth day, all the way until the 8th day, aside from the first day, Su Qin never encountered another fierce beast, and he didn't run into any people either. On the morning of the 9th day, just after riding the Azure Luo Divine Bird away from the encampment, less than half an hour later, the Azure Luo Divine Bird suddenly chirped urgently, reminding him that it had discovered fierce beasts. Fierce beasts? Where? Su Qin instantly became energized. He had been bored out of his mind for these past 8 days, and finally there was something to do. It was very hard to find fierce beasts. Since they had appeared, they must be a nest, with a beast king among them. The beast king would definitely drop a unique piece of equipment. In the past 8 days, besides Inha, 3 other people had also killed beast kings. This showed that fierce beasts were hard to find. Beast kings were even harder to kill, and it also highlighted just how strong the martial artists were. A roar came from the distance. Su Qin looked over, and sure enough, it was another huge pack of fierce beasts. Same old rules. You devour the essence energy, I kill the fierce beasts, and keep an eye on the beast king. Don't let it run. Su Qin said to Qing Luo Divine Bird. In fact, it was impossible for the beast king to run. When he had 3 million battle power, he wasn't using his full strength. Now, with nearly 10 million battle power, killing the beast king was a breeze. Qing Luo responded with divine sense. Su Chun transformed into a streak of light and flew over, hovering in midair as he swung out the flame divine spear. A sky-filling barrage of destructive spear light descended, along with ice rain heavenly fire, its power immensely terrifying. Boom boom boom. Large swaths of mutated beasts were wiped out, and his experience and attribute points surged rapidly. He was level 87 now, and leveling had become very slow, but every strike could kill huge numbers of mutated beasts, so his experience still rose quickly. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 88, battle power plus 5,000. Now his level was as high as his mentor's. In fact, his mentor was level 99. Leveling up directly increased battle power. Su Chun muttered to himself that after finishing off this nest, he would definitely be able to level up again. There were still many mutated beasts left. Half an hour passed, and the mutated beasts had been cleared out, leaving only the beast king. His level had been pushed up to 90, 22.12%. Su Chun looked calmly at the beast king. Awaken. Death is waiting for you. His lips curved in contempt. Last time, he had used the beast king as a training target, but there was no need for that now. The beast king roared, even distorting the space around it. This mutated beast couldn't speak human language. One strike decides the outcome. Accept your fate. With one blow from the flame divine spear, Su Chun killed the beast king instantly. Killed the beast king. Experience plus 20%. Attribute points plus 100,000. Drop. Ice Sealing Scepter. Holy. Exclusive. The beast king fell, and his experience rose by 30%. It was a guaranteed equipment drop, and this time it produced the Ice Sealing Scepter, Holy. Su Chen was first surprised, then disappointed. The more suffixes something had, the stronger it was, but he already had a weapon, so this one was useless to him. Congratulations to Su Chen for hunting the Beast King. Exclusive obtained, slots +1, automatically teleported to Penglai Immortal Mountain in 2 days. The voice of the artifact spirit came from the sky, announcing that he had hunted the Beast King and obtained an exclusive. He had killed 2 Beast Kings alone and directly obtained 2 exclusives, making everyone in the entire Penglai Immortal Realm green with envy. Everyone hoped they could kill a Beast King and obtain an exclusive, because only then could they get a slot and safely leave the Penglai Immortal Realm. Of course, collecting the Diamond set or the King set would also allow them to leave. Damn, only 2 days left. Su Chen felt somewhat regretful upon hearing the artifact spirit's words. If he had more time, he could find even more mutated beasts and Beast Kings. But 2 days was too short. Opportunities to encounter mutated beasts and Beast Kings were rare. In 2 days, he would be teleported to Penglai Immortal Mountain. Su Chen was very curious about the so-called words of the Immortals, but he didn't have high expectations. It seemed that he would need 2 exclusives to go to Penglai Immortal Mountain. In the wilderness of the Penglai Immortal Realm, Galaxy Jean was still running. She had been injured when she killed the Beast King last time. She had spent a great deal of effort first killing all 11,111 ordinary mutated beasts, and then, in the end, fought the Beast King for an entire night before barely managing to kill it. She herself had nearly not held on, and it took her 3 days to recover. However, the rewards were also enormous. She directly leveled up to 77 and obtained an exclusive, causing her battle power to surge. Now that she heard Su Chen had killed another Beast King and obtained a unique exclusive item, and that he would be teleported to Mount Penglai in 2 days, she understood that she had to kill another Beast King as well. She was very eager to find the second wave of exotic beasts, raise her level and exclusives, and then go to Mount Penglai. Kyoto University. A few days ago, the campus had been deserted like an empty city, with only teachers left. The students had all gone to clear dungeons. Later, the students from the normal and hard difficulties gradually returned, and the school regained its bustle. After 3 and 7 days passed, most of the students from these 2 difficulties had come back. Those who didn't were basically dead in the dungeons. Warriors were inherently dangerous, and death was perfectly normal. Now the principal and mentors were becoming nervous because there was still 1 day left before the students from the desperate level returned to campus. Those who entered the desperate level were all school prodigies, and losing even one would be a huge loss. This is really nerve-wracking. Nangong Xian sighed in the office. Her class had 2 students who had obtained legendary dungeons, and both had chosen the disaster level, an extremely high difficulty, with almost no chance of survival. Even though Su Chen had experience with the disaster level, every disaster level dungeon was different, so whether he could come back this time, no one could say for sure. I hope you all return safely, Nangong Xian sighed. Mentors were only responsible for teaching cultivation. Life and death in the dungeons depended on the students themselves. After the Qingluo divine bird swallowed the Beast King's essence, Su Chen left with it. Sitting on the bird's back as it traversed space, he knew that although there were only 2 days left, not a single opportunity could be wasted. If he happened to encounter another exotic beast, he could reach level 91 and gain another 20 million attribute points. Su Chen flew directly, checking his equipment while cultivating. Suddenly, a new piece of equipment appeared before him. This was the first time he had encountered a unique weapon with the Saint suffix, and he was very curious. Name: Ice Sealing Staff Saint Exclusive Grade, None Prefix, Rainbow Battle Power, 555555 Effect 1. Ice Damage increased by 400% Effect 2. Immune to 50% Fire Damage Effect 3. Defense plus 300% when attacked Effect 4. Attack Speed plus 50% Effect 5. When attacking, there is a 40% chance. Once the Ice Peak Sword Rain is unleashed, it covers 300 by 300 by 300 meters, insanely powerful and heaven-defying. After reading the information, Su Chen understood clearly. If he were an ice type, this weapon would be a divine artifact. All 5 affixes were extremely powerful, and its battle power of 555,555 was several times higher than that of ordinary exclusives, equivalent to half a set of exclusive equipment. The more suffixes it had, the more outrageous the battle power. Please, gods, give me another Beast King and a nest of exotic beasts. He put away the ice-sealing staff and silently prayed. At that moment, the Qingluo divine bird let out 2 pleasant chirps. Su Chen froze, thinking he had misheard. Could it really be this thing? He looked up and saw densely packed exotic beasts appearing in the distance. Looks like I'm a hidden class, the god of prayer. Su Chun joked to himself, though he felt great inside. From now on, if anything happens, just pray? Still, he knew he was only joking. Same as always. He briefly communicated with the Qing Luo divine bird, and with a flash of his figure, he instantly mounted the bird's back. When he appeared again, he was already above the beast horde. He gripped the blazing divine spear, and the battle began. Boom! A spear glow pierced through space and slammed into the exotic beasts. On the second strike, ice rain and heavenly fire erupted together. Howls and explosions rang out continuously, and a large swath of exotic beasts was instantly obliterated. Experience surged upward, and attribute points increased wildly as well. Congratulations, you leveled up. Current level, 91, battle power plus 7,000, a golden light flashed, and his level rose. Su Chen's true battle power was actually far beyond this number. Level up rewards were nowhere near as satisfying as killing monsters. Su Chen didn't stop at all and kept fighting. Half an hour later, the Beast King fell. Killed Beast King, experience plus 20%, attribute points plus 100,000, drop. Light ring, exclusive. The light ring was not a duplicate piece of equipment, and he could use it himself. Su Chen was satisfied. Congratulations, Su Chen, for hunting a Beast King and obtaining one exclusive item. Remaining quota plus 1. Because you have used up too many quotas, you will be teleported to Mount Penglai in 15 minutes. Please prepare yourself to. The artifact spirit's voice rang out, and a question mark appeared in Su Chen's mind. Damn, you're playing it like this? Are you even going to let me play? Penglai Immortal Mountain. Su Chen could kill several waves of fierce beasts again. Faster. Though he was displeased, there was nothing he could do. In this immortal realm, the spirit artifact called the shots. You had to obey the rules, and if you didn't, you died. That was no joke. Su Chen had no choice but to urge the Qing Luo divine bird to hurry up and devour the vital essence. They would soon be teleported to Penglai Immortal Mountain. The Qing Luo divine bird gave a few replies and frantically sucked in the vital essence, like a person wolfing down a meal. Time passed in the blink of an eye. After the divine bird finished devouring the vital essence, Su Chen hurriedly put it away. He didn't know where it had gone, perhaps into the metal. Teleportation about to begin, a countdown appeared. 3, 2, 1. Su Chen was wrapped in the power of spacetime. With a flash of light, he disappeared. About 3 seconds later, the teleportation ended. He landed, looked around, and found himself safe and sound. Before him were rolling mountains, the scenery beautiful like a fairyland. The spirit artifact's voice rang out, announcing the rules. Welcome to Penglai Immortal Mountain 9 peaks, 1 immortal steel on each peak. Decode the scripture on the immortal steel to obtain rewards. When the 9 steels merge, the speech of immortals will be revealed. No fighting. Anything else is allowed. The world fell silent. Su Chen couldn't be bothered with whatever speech of immortals there was. As long as there were rewards, that was enough. 9 overlapping mountain peaks, each higher than the last. To get up there, he had to rely on himself. Only after dealing with all 9 immortal steels would he pass. A test of talent and culture? Who could even understand these scriptures? He took a long breath, summoned the Qing Luo divine bird, and rode it straight into the air. The flight was fast, but the first peak was too high. After flying for more than 10 minutes, he still hadn't reached the summit. Finally, after 15 minutes, they arrived, only to discover that this summit was actually the foot of the second mountain. It was ridiculously high. So high, so huge, Su Chen exclaimed. At the summit stood a huge stone stele, 100 meters tall and 10 meters wide, a rarity through the ages. It looked like stone, but its material couldn't be discerned. The scripture on the stone stele wasn't much, but every character seemed like a miracle, carrying mysterious power. Su Chen studied it hard, but could only make out a few parts and couldn't piece them together at all. He was completely baffled. What did this even mean? He couldn't understand a single thing. Su Chen's head was spinning. Since he felt he had no fate with the language of immortals, he planned to go back down the mountain to avoid embarrassing himself. Then suddenly, a system prompt rang in his mind. System scanning. He froze, thinking there was actually a scanning function. A few minutes later, the scan was complete, and the system directly converted the scripture into simple, easy-to-understand sentences and displayed them on a virtual screen. Su Chen thought, since it's this simple, why make it so complicated? Completely unnecessary. So he followed the instructions and cultivated. Though he still didn't know the scripture's full form, he understood only that this was part of one of the 9 mountain peaks. Only by collecting all the immortal steel scriptures could he fully comprehend it. Not long after, Su Chen felt relaxed all over, his vital energy, spirit, and essence refreshed. Though his combat strength hadn't increased, he felt comfortable and joyful. He became immersed in it, not knowing how much time had passed, when the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations, Su Chun, for deciphering and cultivating the scripture of the first immortal steel. You have obtained Spear Dao Fruit *99. Su Chun came back to his senses, feeling his soul filled with delight. Even the reward was unusual. He had never heard of Spear Dao Fruit before, and figured it must be useful for Spear Dao cultivation. He didn't think much of it, and went straight to the second mountain. Qingluo Divine Bird carried Su Chun toward the mountaintop. He thought to himself that it was fortunate to have a divine bird. Otherwise, just climbing the mountain would have been a struggle, let alone cultivating. The second mountain was even larger and longer, and the scripture looked different, so Su Chun couldn't recognize it either. He simply let the system scan it, and the scan and interpretation were completed very quickly. Su Chun cultivated according to the simple sentences and soon became engrossed again. As night fell, the system once more prompted, "Congratulations, Su Chun, for deciphering and cultivating the scripture of the second immortal steel. Reward, Sword Dao Fruit *99. Su Chun had no particular reaction to the type of fruit and directly headed for the third mountain. The later the immortal steel, the harder it became, and he didn't pause at all. Meanwhile, in the canyon, Jin was battling fierce beasts. She was heavily wounded and coughing up blood, but she was smiling. She had killed 2 beast kings, leveled up to 82, and obtained 2 exclusive rewards. The system prompt sounded, "Congratulations, Jin, for killing a beast king. You have obtained 1 exclusive item, quota +1. You will be teleported in 1/4 of an hour to Mount Punlai." The artifact spirit's voice rang out and reached Jin's ears. She immediately broke into a happy smile. Giggle he. Suddenly, she realized that after hunting beast kings, she had been forbidden by the artifact spirit from continuing and would be teleported to Mount Punlai instead, which made her very happy. But what about Su Chun? That guy was so strong. He was probably still looking for beast kings, only to be forcibly stopped as well. Just thinking about the look on his face made her want to laugh. Jin slowly sat up with difficulty, forming a mysterious hand seal with both hands. The aura of heaven and earth rapidly gathered, and her wounds healed at a visible speed. More than 10 seconds later, her injuries were completely recovered, and her vital energy, spirit, and essence also returned to peak condition. She looked up at the sky, waiting for the artifact spirit to send her to Mount Punlai, eagerly anticipating the so-called language of immortals, though she still wasn't sure exactly what it was. Time passed by the second. About 1/4 of an hour later, a strange radiance appeared in the sky, enveloped Jin, and she vanished instantly. On the way through the teleportation, she was full of anticipation. "Mount Punlai, here I come." Soon, Jin was sent to the foot of Mount Punlai and learned the rules. She looked around, wanting to find someone, but there was no one in sight. They should be at the summit of the first mountain, she muttered to herself. In fact, Su Chun had already reached the summit of the third mountain and was concentrating on cultivation. The system helped him decipher the scripture, while he only needed to improve himself. Time passed, and by late night, the system prompted, "Congratulations, Su Chun, for successfully deciphering and cultivating the scripture of the third immortal steel. Reward, Saber Dao Fruit *99. Su Chun felt his physique had been thoroughly enhanced. He did not stop, and riding Qingluo Divine Bird, he headed straight for the summit of the fourth mountain. Meanwhile, Jin stood at the summit of the first mountain, staring at the scripture on the immortal steel, completely unable to understand it. Just as she was puzzled, the artifact spirit announced that Su Chun had already completed the third immortal steel scripture. Jin was shocked, thinking how could Su Chun be progressing so fast? Could it be that they weren't looking at the same set of scriptures? She had fussed over it for a long time, spending 15 hours, and finally completed the cultivation of the scripture on the first immortal steel. Congratulations, Jin has successfully deciphered the scriptures of the first immortal steely reward, Ice Wine Fruit *99. She was excited, as this reward was a perfect fit for her talent. Soon after, the artifact spirit announced again, "Congratulations, Su Chun has successfully deciphered the scriptures of the fourth immortal steely reward, Hammer Dao Fruit *99. Jin felt nothing but admiration and curiosity in her heart, not a trace of jealousy, and she was genuinely happy for Su Chun. Jingdu University. This day, many mentors, the principal, and others stood in the formation plaza, waiting for the students returning from the Abyss level dungeon. Students who entered the Abyss level were all geniuses. Losing even one would be a huge loss. A total of 11 people entered the Abyss level dungeon, and 2 were in the Calamity level, with no confirmed return time. Today was the day the Abyss level dungeon was due to return. If they didn't come back today, they were basically dead in the dungeon. Time passed slowly. At 9:20 a.m., light appeared in the sky, and the students were teleported out one after another. A total of 7 returned. Everyone looked up at the sky, hoping that more would come back, but in the end the sky fell silent, and no one else was teleported back. Out of the 9 who entered the Abyss level, only 7 returned. Long Hao and Chun Feiyong aren't coming back, one student said, trembling as he told the mentors and the principal. He was still terrified by his experience in the Abyss level dungeon, which showed just how dangerous it was. The principal comforted everyone. It's good as long as you came back safely. Go rest first, and hand in your reports tomorrow. The 7 students nodded and returned to their respective mentors. Luo Xing'er asked, "Did my brother come back?" She was calmer than the others, because her talent was monstrous and she had equipment to help her in the dungeon, making combat easy. Right now, she only cared about news of her brother. Mentor Song Shiyu comforted her. How could a calamity-level dungeon return so quickly? That's a true life-or-death situation. Luo Xing'er nodded, but she believed her brother would definitely be fine. On the other side, at the summit of the 5th mountain, Su Chen stood motionless like a statue, with mysterious power continuously flowing into his body as it changed. After a long while, the power stopped surging in, and the system prompt sounded. Congratulations, Su Chen has successfully deciphered the scriptures of the 6th Immortal Steely Reward. Universal Fruit *99. Su Chen passed the trial of the 6th mountain and received his reward. He knew time was running out, so he immediately summoned the Qingluo Divine Bird, flew toward the 7th mountain, and at the same time took out dry rations and water to replenish his stamina. His goal was to climb to the 9th mountain, cultivate all the immortal steel scriptures, and figure out what the language of the immortals actually was. After reaching the summit of the 6th mountain, Su Chen rested briefly and began cultivating the scriptures of the 6th immortal steel. After the system scanned it, he continued cultivating and moved toward a higher goal. With his previous experience, Su Chen cultivated again and immediately entered the state. He had long realized that the 9 immortal steel scriptures were actually a cultivation method split into 9 parts, with each part engraved on a different steel. Su Chen cultivated up to the 5th mountain, then smoothly entered the 6th level. A day later, he deciphered the scriptures of the 6th immortal steel, and the reward was Universal Fruit *222. Su Chen did not stop. He boarded the Qingluo Divine Bird and headed straight for the summit of the 7th mountain. At this time, Inha Jin had just finished cultivating the scriptures of the 2nd immortal steel. Hearing the artifact spirit announce it, she was deeply shocked. She had only just experienced how difficult it was, yet Su Chen had already completed the 6th. On the 4th day, Su Chen deciphered the 7th immortal steel, receiving 333 universal fruits. On the 7th day, he deciphered the 8th immortal steel, receiving 444 universal fruits. On the night of the 11th day, Su Chen had cultivated motionlessly on the summit of the 9th layer mountain for 4 straight days, frantically absorbing the mysterious power within the mountain like an endless black hole. At that moment, the 1st immortal steel suddenly erupted with peerless radiance, illuminating the night sky as overwhelming might swept across millions of miles. Immediately after, the 2nd through 9th immortal steels also began to shine one after another, soaring into the sky and spinning into rings of light. The scene was breathtaking. Galaxy Jean and the other powerful figures were all stunned. With the immortal steels gone, there was no way to continue cultivating. Even if there had been any, no one could sit still. Everyone was discussing it, confirming that Su Chen had already cracked the 9th immortal steel and that the scriptures were now merging. The gap between them was simply impossible to describe. At the summit of the 9th layer mountain, Su Chen opened his eyes and looked at the 9 immortal steels spinning and merging in the air, his expression calm. The 9 steels felt like a part of his body. The sensation was extraordinarily strange. As time passed, the 9 steels swelled dramatically, all turning into chaos gold, 300 meters long, 200 meters wide, and 3,000 meters high, suppressing everything in sight. An immense pressure crashed down. The entire immortal realm's power was being swallowed up, and even the mountain body began to tremble as if it might take flight. At that moment, a voice sounded from the heavens. Penglai Immortal Mountain, the immortal steel scriptures have successfully fused all of you. Leave at once. The warning from the artifact spirit rang out. In truth, there was no need to say it. The powerful figures present had long wanted to flee. The situation looked like the end of the world. If they didn't run, they would be waiting for death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several monstrous prodigies fled down the mountain at top speed, trying to leave before Penglai Immortal Mountain was destroyed. The mountain shook, space shattered, and endless thunder tore through the void, making the scene look like the end of the world. At that moment, Su Chen was drawn in by the 9 immortal steels. His body rose into the air and floated at the center. The immortal steels revolved around him, and his physique and insights rapidly transformed and ascended. Suddenly, Punlai Immortal Mountain rose from the ground and resonated with the 9 immortal steels. The artifact spirit's voice appeared. The words of the immortals manifest. Suchin's spirit shook. He finally saw clearly that the scriptures on the 9 immortal steels had transformed into 9 characters, forming a single sentence. I am an immortal, and I shall suppress all ages. Each character seemed like a law of heaven and earth. Unconsciously, he recited this sentence, and the immortal steels erupted with the most extreme brilliance. A destructive force swept across the entire area, enough to destroy the world. Su Chun discovered that he had completely taken control of Punlai Immortal Mountain and the 9 immortal steels, and his heart surged with excitement. He did his best to suppress the destructive power, otherwise everyone present would be reduced to nothingness, including his classmates. Su Chun struggled desperately to control it and finally stabilized the power. The 9 immortal steels and Punlai Immortal Mountain rapidly shrank. 10 seconds later, the immortal steels were only 1 meter tall, and the mountain was only 1 chi in size, yet their aura remained mysterious. Su Chun checked. Chaos Creation Immortal Steel Divine Chaos Great. Unique Trait Colorless Chaos Battle Power 188. Details. Fused with the owner, no need to equip, directly increases battle power. Divinity 1. With 1 immortal steel, battle power doubles. With 2, it quadruples, and so on. Divinity 2. When faced with a destructive attack, automatically defends, granting 100% damage immunity. Divinity 3. Shout. I am an immortal, and I shall suppress all ages, to activate its suppression ability. Su Chun was shocked. The immortal steel had an astonishing origin, and its 3 divinities were incomparably powerful. He sighed in amazement. So the words of the immortals were actually such a force of law. Looking again at Punlai Immortal Mountain. Punlai Immortal Mountain Divine, Chaos Great. Unique Trait, Colorless, Chaos Battle Power. 188. Details. Nourished by the Sea of Chaos, the place where the immortals prove their Tao. Can increase the owner's battle power by 188. Fused with the owner, no need to equip, does not count as gear. Already merged with the Chaos Creation Immortal Steel, its might is invincible and grows with the owner. Punlai Immortal Mountain was very powerful, but it did not appear independently. It had already become one with the Chaos Creation Immortal Steel and had no divinity trait. With a thought from Su Chin's divine sense, the 9 immortal steels and Punlai Immortal Mountain disappeared. He could still feel them, as if they had become part of his body. Congratulations to Su Chun for fusing the immortal steel scripture. Reward: 999 universal fruits, 99 universal immortal fruits. A weak voice sounded from the sky's artifact spirit. The Punlai Immortal Realm has ended early. Teleportation will begin in 15 minutes. Su Chun sighed. Since it had ended early, the quota no longer mattered. Anyway, he had already obtained both the Immortal Steel and Punlai Immortal Mountain. As for the other powerhouses, even if they had more time, it would be useless. They couldn't kill the beasts or beast kings, and they wouldn't survive for long. Galaxy Jean was not far from Punlai Immortal Mountain, sweat soaking her forehead as she desperately fled, but she still failed. She saw Su Chun controlling the Immortal Steel and Punlai Immortal Mountain, preventing the destructive force from continuing. She understood that Su Chun was afraid of accidentally injuring her. If not for her, Su Chun would never have tried to restrain it at all. Everything would have been destroyed long ago. Galaxy Jean sat weakly on the ground, waiting for teleportation, only feeling that Su Chun was far too powerful. The calamity level ordeal had finally come to an end. 15 minutes later, 7 or 8 teleportation pillars appeared in the sky, sending away those who had obtained the quota. Punlai Immortal Realm began to collapse, and the world was destroyed. It's been 20 days. At Kyoto University, the Magic Array Square was empty. Only when a dungeon opened would people come here. Nangong Xian came every day to see whether Su Chun and Galaxy Jean had returned, growing increasingly worried and fearing that the two had fallen. She sat in a chair in a daze, glanced at the time, and saw that it was time for class, so she prepared to leave. Suddenly, thunder cracked in the sky. 2 streaks of light fell into the magic array, with spatial destruction chasing after them. The power of the world appeared, suppressing the destruction, and the streaks of light landed safely, turning into 2 figures. When Nangong Xian saw them, a smile appeared on her face. She could barely stop herself from laughing and nearly jumped up, her excitement almost bursting out. But she told herself to be calm, elegant, and restrained. After all, she was a mentor at Kyoto University and had to act like one. But what if she was too excited? She could only hold it back, take a deep breath, and force herself to calm down. Su Chun, Galaxy Jean, Nangong Xian tried her best to call out to them calmly, which was already her greatest effort. Looking at the two students, she wore a smile at the corners of her mouth. Both of them had survived the calamity-level dungeon, and as for what they had gained, that was no longer important. What mattered most was that they had come back alive. How could there be no gains from returning from a calamity-level dungeon? Mentor, Su Chun and Galaxy Jean walked over happily and greeted her. Nangong Xian nodded and patted Su Chun on the shoulder, even needing to tiptoe slightly. She knew in her heart that she had been waiting for them to return all along. Galaxy Jean turned to Su Chun with a smile. Finally met again. Then she reached out to shake his hand. Su Chun laughed heartily and gently shook it, feeling the small hand was icy and soft. Nangong Xian asked curiously, "You two were in the same dungeon, and you didn't meet each other for 20 days? Galaxy Jean replied coldly, "We couldn't meet. The dungeon situation is hard to put into words. Get some rest first. Write your dungeon report tomorrow." Seeing that the two were fine, Nangong Xian led them through the inspection passage. After the inspection passed, she told them both to go home first. "Goodbye, Mentor." The two waved to Nangong Xian, then left together. Su Chin returned home and shouted loudly, "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back." Soon, Murong Lan came out to greet him, looking at her grandson happily. "Oh my, you've lost weight." Su Jingtian, as usual, leaned on his cane, calm yet excited, and praised Su Chin a few times. In his heart, he was actually thrilled beyond measure. His grandson had returned from a calamity-level dungeon again. How could he not be happy? Go take a shower and change clothes, then come downstairs for dinner. Murong Lan pulled him inside and instructed the servants to prepare dinner. Su Jingtian sat down, lost in thought. In the principal's office, Nangong Xian informed the principal about Su Chun and Galaxy Jin's return, and the principal was extremely excited. Although Kyoto University was one of the top 3 universities in the country, it was not the only top institution. There were also other countries and empires, each with their own monstrous geniuses. Competition at a university is fierce, not just for reputation, but for resources as well. The stronger the school, the more resources it receives from the Human Alliance. Kyoto University has been under a lot of pressure these past few years, and the principal has been worried sick. Not long ago, Kyoto University produced the #1 student on the personal ranking, and the principal was delighted for a while. But that student went to a catastrophe-level dungeon with an SSS-level genius. As time went on, the principal grew more and more desperate, thinking the two of them might never come back, which would be a huge blow to the school. Unexpectedly, Nangong Xian suddenly said that both of them had safely returned from the catastrophe-level dungeon. The principal was shocked and thrilled. This was an immense honor. Nangong Xian reported, "I've already checked. There's no problem. Neither of them is injured, just a little tired. I asked them to go home and rest, and to write their dungeon report tomorrow." Her attitude was confident, with a hint of pride. The principal repeatedly said it was good, extremely pleased. Having emerged unscathed from a catastrophe-level dungeon, they must have gained a great deal, and in the future these two would surely become pillars of the school. Next, they still had to prepare for the Battle of Prodigies. That was a competition among university students worldwide. The higher the ranking, the greater the school's fame and resources, and the students would also receive generous rewards. Nangong Xian took the initiative to recommend Su Chun and Inha Jin to participate. The principal immediately decided to let Su Chun compete, but as for Inha Jin, he still needed to observe her further. After all, she had entered the legendary dungeon through the school's own prodigy rankings, and her exact strength was still uncertain. They would decide tomorrow depending on the situation. Nangong Xian agreed, feeling very much looking forward to the growth of these two. In the afternoon, at Linshuobian No. 9, Su Chun went home, took a shower, ate, and then slept until the afternoon. He hadn't slept for more than 10 days in the dungeon before. Although he hadn't felt tired at the time, once he relaxed, he was still very sleepy. Luo Xing'er tiptoed into Su Chen's room and saw that he was still sleeping. She muttered, "Big brother has been sleeping since 10 this morning, 5 hours already. He should be waking up by now." She walked to the bedside and called him up, her movements extremely practiced. In fact, she had come after school to wait for him to come home, even managed to eat a meal there, and had kept waiting until now. Only when she really couldn't hold back anymore did she come to wake him. Su Chun was woken up, rubbed his eyes, and mumbled, "Nightmare, go back to sleep," as he tried to keep sleeping. Luo Xing'er was unconvinced. "Big brother, you call it a nightmare just because you saw me? Were you doing that on purpose? Get up now." Luo Xing'er forcefully grabbed Su Chen's hand, insisting on pulling him out of bed. "Hee, you go out first." Su Chen had no choice but to sit up, feeling helpless. With Luo Xing'er watching him, there was no way he could sleep peacefully. After sleeping for a few hours, he had recovered some energy, and now he absolutely couldn't keep sleeping. He could only deal with her first and make up for the sleep tonight. Okay, then hurry up. Luo Xing'er let go and bounced downstairs, even reminding Su Chun before she left. Got it. Su Chun answered casually, got dressed and out of bed, then quickly left the room and headed downstairs. As soon as he reached the first floor, he saw Grandma, Grandpa, as well as Luo Tianxiang and Su Yunji, plus an incredibly beautiful girl. When Su Chen saw her, he happily called out, "Sis." It had been a long time since they last met, and his sister was even prettier than before. "Xiao Chun, you've grown so big already." Luo Bingqing looked at him with a smile. She had a cool and aloof personality and rarely smiled, but today she was wearing a rare smile, showing that she was in a very good mood. Su Chen also greeted Luo Tianxiang and Su Yunji, feeling a bit awkward. After all, the first greeting had been to his sister. "You brat, not bad at all." Luo Tianxiang was hearty and straightforward. He had always liked Su Chun and had long since treated him like a grandson. Now that Su Chun had survived 2 catastrophe-level dungeons and come back, he was even happier, and the whole family was instantly reunited. "Thank you, Grandpa. I got lucky." Su Chen replied modestly, sitting between Luo Xing'er and Luo Bingqing. "Tell me, what's different this time compared to the last disaster level 1? Luo Tianxiang immediately pressed on. After all, Su Chun had dared to enter disaster-level dungeons twice, which was downright monstrous. Su Chun analyzed it slowly. The 2 disaster-level dungeons are actually about the same in difficulty. The power level matches the dungeon level. But personally, this time's University Legend dungeon felt a bit easier, and the tasks were a little simpler too. Of course, that's only under the premise of absolute strength. Without absolute strength, both are dead ends with no way out. In general, disaster-level tasks are all about killing. So what was the task this time? Luo Tianxiang kept asking. Simply put, the dungeon spawns 999,999 ordinary beasts, ranging from Tier 5 to Tier 9, plus 99 Beast Kings. Killing ordinary beasts can drop equipment, and killing a Beast King guarantees a unique item. The first 5 who collect a Diamond set or King set, or obtain a unique item, can get a clear reward. That is, the qualification to leave alive. At first I thought I'd make a fortune, but after flying around for days, I didn't even run into a single beast. Only later did I realize the beasts were allocated in groups, with each wave having 11,111 beasts and 1 Beast King. I only encountered 3 waves in the entire dungeon. In the end, the artifact spirit directly sent me to the final task, like a little Easter egg, and I completed it smoothly. Su Chen briefly explained what had happened, his tone tinged with helplessness. The artifact spirit really couldn't take a joke. He thought to himself, if he hadn't been teleported in advance to Pinglai Immortal Mountain, he might not have gotten the Immortal Mountain or the 9 Immortal Steels at all. This task looks simple, but it's actually a dead end with no solution. Forget strength, just look at luck. A tiny bit off and you're dead. After hearing how the beasts were distributed, Luo Tianxiang found it absurd. 11,111 ordinary beasts and 1 Beast King were mixed together and divided into 99 nests. In such a huge dungeon, finding even 1 nest was incredibly hard. Even if you did find one, you'd still have to fight the Beast King, pure suicide. "Sis, I'm giving you an item. It suits you perfectly." Su Chen thought of something. Even if he didn't need the equipment, he could sell it or trade it for something else, but family came first. "Oh, thank you, Xiao Chun." Luo Bingqing was overjoyed when she heard that. She liked any equipment, simply because it was given by Su Chen. Everyone was curious about what Su Chen would give her, since it came from a disaster-level dungeon and had to be top tier. With a thought, Su Chen took out an item from his ring. A 7-colored glow shone brilliantly as it floated before him. Then, with a push, the equipment drifted toward Luo Bingqing. A unique weapon? A unique weapon. Everyone was shocked. Unique equipment was already extremely rare, and it happened to be a weapon. Luo Tianxiang and the others hurried to check its attributes, and all of them changed expression upon seeing the stats. Luo Bingqing was so excited she almost jumped up. The eye-sealing staff was practically made for her. Her talent was excellent, but she only had an ordinary diamond-grade weapon on hand, and she had dreamed of getting a unique item. This time, Su Chun directly gave her what she wanted most, and it even had the Saint suffix, raising it to an entirely different level. This is eye-opening. It's my first time seeing attributes like this. Luo Tianxiang was envious to the extreme. In all his years, this was the first time he had seen such a heaven-defying piece of equipment. Would this count as a holy weapon? Luo Bingqing asked her grandfather. Name: Eye-sealing staff Saint unique grade. No grade affixes. Colorful combat power. 555,555 effects. 1. Ice-type damage increased by 400% 2. 50% immunity to fire-type damage 3. Defense increased by 300% when attacked 4. Attack speed increased by 50% 5. Attacks have a 40% chance to trigger Ice Peak Sword Ring. Range 300 by 300 by 300 meters. Just the combat power boost alone doubled her stats, and every single affix was absurdly powerful. Count it. Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth, envious beyond measure. This was the first time he had ever seen such a monstrous weapon. Su Chun was a little regretful. Too bad I ran into too few Beast Kings. I only killed 3 and couldn't collect them all. Luo Tianxiang sighed. You really show off. Comparing people is enough to make others die of anger. After saying that, he shook his head and walked away. Xiaochen, thank you. Luo Bingqing happily put away the weapon. Sis, no need to be polite. Su Chen said. In a while, I'll take you to the outer battlefield. How about it? Luo Bingqing's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. She couldn't wait to go and brave the outer battlefield with Su Chen. Outer battlefield? Okay, when? Su Chen also got excited. Killing is the fastest way to improve oneself. Su Chen's parents had gone missing in the outer battlefield, and he had always held on to the hope that one day he would go there and bring them back. Now, the opportunity had come. In half a month, after the Global University Student Exchange Conference ends, we'll go to the outer battlefield, Luo Bingqing said. Is the exchange conference important? Su Chen asked. Of course. It concerns the school's honor and resources, and it's also a test of growth. Each university has 10 spots, and you have one too, Luo Bingqing replied. As a student of Kyoto University and a citizen of the Great Xia Empire, one must bring glory to both oneself and the school. The school would provide a unified explanation of the specific exchange conference details. That night, besides Luo Tianxiang, Luo Bingqing, Luo Xing'er, and Su Yunji all stayed for dinner. Until 9 o'clock, Su Chen said goodnight and went upstairs to catch up on sleep. He began sorting through the gains from this trip to Penglai, Immortal Realm. The system directly organized everything and quickly compiled a list. Spear Dao Fruits, 99. Sword Dao Fruits, 99. Saber Dao Fruits, 99. Hammer Dao Fruits, 99. Universal Fruits, 2097. Universal Immortal Fruits, 99. Bronze Grade Equipment, 2,764 pieces. Silver Grade, 2,710 pieces. Gold Grade, 1,001 pieces. Diamond Grade, 323 pieces. Glory Grade, 211 pieces. King Grade, 446 pieces. He had the system automatically assemble sets and sell the excess. The effect of the fruits was simple. Each Spear Dao, Sword Dao, Saber Dao, or Hammer Dao fruit increased a profession's proficiency by 30% per use, with a limit of 10 per person. Universal fruits applied to all professions and also increased proficiency by 30%. Universal Immortal fruits were used for Heaven Grade and above professions, each use increasing proficiency by 50%, with a limit of 3, and could help 9th-tier professions break through to Heaven Grade. Su Chen sighed in admiration. These fruits were incredibly tempting to martial artists. This dungeon had yielded tremendous gains. Then Su Chen noticed he still had some equipment he hadn't checked yet, the exclusive equipment light ring, as well as the King Grade perfect equipment in his Yuan world space. All needed to be upgraded. That way, his combat power would surge again. He checked the exclusive equipment. Name: Light Ring Grade. No grade affix. Rainbow combat power. 88888 effect. 100% poison immunity, plus 200% fire damage, plus 50% attack speed. Immunity to negative emotions. This equipment was already unbelievably powerful for ordinary people. Su Chen put it on directly. Go. Su Chen swapped all of his non-exclusive gear for king-level perfect gear. As soon as he equipped it, he was stunned by the stats. A king-level ring added 200,000 combat power, and the other king-level equipment did the same. Su Chen looked at the diamond and glory equipment and found that the attributes of these high-tier pieces were extremely exaggerated. Golden equipment attribute overview. Bronze, plus 1,000 combat power. Silver, plus 1,800. Gold, plus 6,000. Diamond, plus 20,000. Glory, plus 60,000. King, plus 200,000. The higher the tier, the more outrageous the attributes. No wonder the experts had such terrifying combat power. Even without exclusive gear, they were still strong. He had always thought exclusive gear was the most powerful, but in fact, the higher the tier of ordinary equipment, the higher the combat power. Exclusive gear excelled in affixes, while ordinary gear stacked attributes. After a flurry of operations, Su Chen finished equipping himself. System 1.0 Su Chen, level 93, luck plus 50, combat power, 25,863,752 mount. Qingluo Divine Bird Wealth, 77.36 million skill, Annihilation Spear Technique, 7th tier. Ability, Endless Domain, SSS, space, UNGS space, SSS. Attribute points, 83.15 million. Seeing that his combat power had broken through 25.86 million, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh in amazement. It had originally been only 9.7 million, but now, after switching to Kinggrade gear and fusing 9 Immortal Steels and Penglai Immortal Mountain, along with the boost from Space and Spear Dao, it had surged instantly. His attribute points had also accumulated to over 80 million. This dungeon run was really profitable. He decided to rest first and improve his skills later. Anyway, he was very safe right now, and the attribute points weren't going anywhere. Next time, he would push for level 100 and heavenly rank Spear Dao. After making up his mind, Su Chen soon fell asleep. Early the next morning, Luo Xing'er, as usual, dragged Su Chen out of bed. He was already used to it and no longer found it strange. Rubbing his eyes, Su Chen complained with morning grumpiness. Can girls be a little more reserved? Luo Xing didn't mind and even gracefully struck a pose, pretending to be ladylike. She was bold at home, a campus goddess outside, and there were beautiful women everywhere in their circle. Su Chen had become somewhat immune to pretty girls. Get out first, Su Chen said. Luo Xing'er stuck out her tongue and went downstairs. Su Chen got up, washed up, changed clothes, and went downstairs to see her already eating breakfast at the dining table. Where's sis? Not going to school? Su Chen asked casually. They still had to keep attending school since they hadn't reached level 100 for 4 full years yet. She's already gone to school, Luo Xing'er replied. She had left with Luo Bingqing, who drove to school, while Luo Xing'er came to look for Su Chen. Xing'er, what level are you now, and what tier are your skills? Su Chen asked. Xing'er had gone to the Diamond Dungeon at Kyoto University and chosen the Desperate level difficulty, reaping a huge harvest. I used the triple experience scroll you gave me. I'm level 84 now, but my skill is only tier 4, 77%. She was very high level. After just 2 dungeon runs, she had reached level 84, but her skill was only tier 4 at 77%, which made her feel a bit deflated. Although this number was considered high for other martial artists, compared with her brother and sister, she still felt there was a big gap. Here, take these. Su Chen took out 3 all-purpose fruits. He didn't give her too many because he was worried Xing'er would become too dependent on such treasures, so he gave her 3 first and would talk about the rest later. What is this? Luo Xing'er was a little surprised. She had never seen the fruit before, but she quickly realized it was a rare heavenly treasure and immediately accepted it with thanks. Luo Xing'er quickly understood the information about the universal fruit, her face full of excitement. No way. Next time you enter a dungeon, I'm going with you. I can't believe there's such a treasure. I'm about to reach tier 5 in my skill. The universal fruit can enhance class talents, accelerate skill training, and directly increase proficiency by 30%. She was at 77% of tier 4. With another 30%, she would go straight to tier 5. Work on it. Done eating yet? Su Chen urged her to hurry up. Breakfast couldn't be taken slowly. Almost, Luo Xing'er replied while eating. 3 minutes later, the two changed shoes and headed out, driving to school. By the time the car drove into the campus, parking spots were still available. Chen Xiao and Chen Xiaofeng had been scared stiff. When they saw Su Chen, they would avoid him. Who would dare provoke the Su Chen who had cleared a legendary dungeon? Brother, bye-bye. Luo Xing'er and Su Chen parted ways, each heading to their own classroom. When Su Chen arrived at the classroom, his classmates were already there, enthusiastically discussing the disaster-level dungeon. Galaxy Jean had entered a disaster-level dungeon, and everyone was both envious and shocked. Galaxy Jean, was the disaster-level dungeon hard? Did Su Chen go with you? Has Su Chen come back yet? The classroom was lively. When they saw Su Chen, everyone greeted him warmly, wanting to hear him talk about the disaster-level dungeon. At that moment, their mentor Nangong Xian entered the classroom, and everyone immediately quieted down. Quite lively in here. Have you all reached level 50? Have your skills reached tier 6? Has your combat power broken 1 million? Nangong Xian walked into the classroom, stepped onto the podium, and swept her cold gaze across the class before throwing out a blunt line. Combat power 1 million? Dungeon cleared? Feeling pressured? Of the 30 students in the class, 28 were instantly left speechless, and the atmosphere turned tense. Nangong Xian loved pouring cold water on people. All right, go to the virtual training room. Su Chen, Galaxy Jean, come with me to the office. She nodded in satisfaction, feeling that although the students' talents were mediocre, they were at least obedient. After the class assignments were arranged, the others went to the virtual training hall, while Su Chen and Galaxy Jean were called to the office. They hadn't written their report after clearing the dungeon yesterday, so this was a special trip to submit it. Dungeon reports were very important, especially for a disaster-level dungeon, Martial artists across the country all wanted to know the details. Since no one had ever returned from a disaster-level dungeon before, Su Chun and Galaxy Jean could be considered the first two. Once they reached the office, Nangong Xian said, "Write the dungeon report. I'll hand it to the principal later. You can leave out anything involving personal secrets and just write it objectively." Su Chun and Galaxy Jean nodded. Nangong Xian left, and Galaxy Jean took the initiative to start writing. Su Chun agreed and just watched her write. Half an hour later, the report was finished and the two of them signed it. One copy was enough. On the other side, at Sistan University's Formation Plaza, a beam of light landed and revealed a blonde, blue-eyed young man named Pushi. Pushi was the top genius of Sistan University with an SSS plus talent. 1 month after awakening, he had jumped straight to level 90. His combat power had long since surpassed 1 million. His skill Thunderhammer technique had reached tier 7, and he had mastered a hidden profession and his innate divine skill. He had missed the last prodigy battle, and this time he was determined to sweep through the prodigies of Daxia. Just after clearing an abyss-level dungeon, his level soared directly to 100, and his strength surged dramatically. European Union Royal Academy. The Academy's top prodigy, Derek, a genius from one of the world's top 5 schools, had narrowly lost to Jianghan University's prodigy in the previous Tianjiao battle. This time, Derek's target was no longer Jianghan itself, but those terrifying new stars, and he was preparing to fight for supremacy in this Tianjiao battle. In the office, Nangong Xian finished reading the dungeon report and nodded in satisfaction, though her heart was shocked by the terror of a catastrophe-level threat. She knew that even she would have no chance of survival. "Mentor, I don't know what the Tianjiao battle is," Galaxy Jean asked. "All right, I'll explain it to you at noon. Go back to the classroom first." She waved them off. "By the way, Galaxy Jean, is your surname Ian or Galaxy?" The two left the office and headed toward the classroom. Neither of them spoke along the way, and the atmosphere was subtle. Su Chun broke the silence first. "My surname is Galaxy. My given name is Jean. I also have a younger sister named Lan." Galaxy Jean glanced at Su Chun, as if trying to find something, but found nothing. "A compound surname, Galaxy. This is the first time I've heard of it." Su Chun recalled that there didn't seem to be such a surname in Daxia, but he didn't think much of it. After all, it was just a surname. Galaxy Jean suddenly stopped. "Su Chun. You need to grow quickly." Su Chun was a little confused and thought it was just ordinary encouragement. "You too. Let's encourage each other." Galaxy Jean smiled and gave him a cheering gesture, then stepped into the classroom first, leaving behind a faint fragrance. Su Chun froze for a moment, then followed her in. In the classroom, the other students hadn't returned yet, and only the two of them were sitting together, neither saying a word. Half an hour later, Nangong Xian and the students gradually returned. Nangong Xian stood at the podium and began the lesson. "Today we'll talk about the sky-piercing tower. Have you heard of it before?" The students all shook their heads. Most hadn't heard of it, and even those who had couldn't explain it clearly. Su Chun was also curious. What exactly was the sky-piercing tower? It was definitely related to martial warriors and dungeons. Nangong Xian continued. "Let's review the dungeon tiers: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and legendary. But in fact, there are even higher tiers. Humanity has only developed up to legendary. Where do dungeon resources come from? The answer is the sky-piercing tower. 1,000 years ago, during the catastrophe, ferocious beasts invaded, and the sky-piercing tower descended, bringing humanity the knowledge of cultivation and changing the world. Awakening and becoming stronger all began because of the sky-piercing tower. Only after someone conquered the sky-piercing tower did dungeons become available. Over the past 1,000 years, humanity has only managed to obtain legendary-grade dungeons, and no one has ever secured a higher tier, because the sky-piercing tower is too difficult to conquer. The sky-piercing tower appears once every 30 years, and it will descend again this year. We only have 1 month to conquer it." When Nangong Xian said this, her emotions grew a little jidong. Once every 30 years, it concerned the future of humanity. Whether Daxia could grow stronger depended on whether the prodigies could capture the sky-piercing tower. The sky-piercing tower only allows those under 22 to enter. With just 1 month of opportunity, the global competition is fierce. The 3 great empires fought many wars over this, and in the end decided to compete for qualifications and resources through the Tianjiao battle. A student asked, "Can we enter the sky-piercing tower?" Nangong Xian replied, "Yes, but the quota is limited. Only the strongest prodigies can go, which is why there is the Tianjiao battle. In the Tianjiao battle, each university has only 10 spots. Universities around the world compete for ranking, and only the top 5 are qualified to conquer the sky-piercing tower." Nangong Xian only smiled, thinking that in the class, only Su Chun and Galaxy Jean were qualified, the others had no chance. The students also didn't show much interest after hearing this, feeling that it had nothing to do with them. Matters involving these super prodigies had nothing to do with ordinary people. The sky-piercing tower has 9 levels, and currently only the 6th has been conquered. The 7th has never been broken through. If the 7th level is breached, human martial warriors will undergo major changes, Nan Gongxian added. The early levels were easy, but the later ones became increasingly difficult. The 6th level was cleared 200 years ago, and the 7th still had not been broken through to this day. After class, Nan Gongxian announced, Su Chun had obtained a Tianjiao battle spot. Galaxy Jean stayed behind, and the others were dismissed. Su Chun left the classroom and headed toward the parking lot. Luo Xing'er and Luo Bingqing were already waiting for him there. Luo Bingqing asked, "Is there a spot for you?" Su Chun nodded. "Yes." Luo Bingqing said, "I had one too, but I turned it down." Su Chun asked in confusion, "Why?" Luo Bingqing said calmly, "I was injured on the extraterritorial battlefield, which will affect my performance." Her eyes were filled with hatred. Su Chun said directly, "Sis, whoever hurt you, I'll avenge you for you." Luo Bingqing nodded. "After the genius battle ends, we'll go to the extraterritorial battlefield. I also discovered a ruin." At this moment, a tall and confident young man walked over. It was Qinxinghe. He was very enthusiastic toward Luo Bingqing, and when he saw Su Chun, there was a hint of hostility in his eyes, but he looked down on Su Chun. Luo Bingqing responded indifferently, clearly not interested in Qinxinghe. Qinxinghe was the top genius of Jianghan University and often came to Kyoto University to show off his superiority, but Luo Bingqing simply didn't buy it. Qinxinghe invited Luo Bingqing to a newly discovered restaurant, wearing that same haughty attitude, not putting Su Chun or Luo Xing'er in his eyes at all. Luo Xing'er was unhappy and bluntly asked Luo Bingqing, "Sis, who is he, inviting you to dinner in front of your boyfriend?" Luo Bingqing understood that her younger sister wanted her to use Su Chun as a shield. She felt a little nervous inside, but still played along. When Qinxinghe heard that Luo Bingqing had a boyfriend, he immediately became unhappy, thinking how could his heart's desire possibly have a boyfriend. He instantly felt embarrassed. After confirming that Su Chun was just a shield, he deliberately mocked him. "Whose dog is this? No one's keeping it in line. If not, I'm going to start hitting people." Qinxinghe's words were full of contempt. Su Chun had originally not wanted to bother with him, but since Qinxinghe insulted him, he wouldn't take it anymore. In an instant, he disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Qinxinghe and smashed a punch into him. Qinxinghe was stunned by the blow, unable to react, and even had his teeth knocked out. Su Chun's fists didn't stop. Qinxinghe had no power to fight back, and his powerful combat strength and skills were completely useless. He was beaten like an ordinary person. Luo Xing'er shouted excitedly, "Brother, stop for a second. Let me kick him a few times too." She rushed over and gave him a wild kicking. Qinxinghe was utterly desperate. He was simply no match. At this time, Nan Gongxian appeared. Su Chun and Luo Xing'er immediately stopped and stood beside Nan Gongxian. Nan Gongxian looked at Qinxinghe. "Is this a person? His face doesn't even look human anymore." Luo Bingqing held back a laugh and explained, "Minter, it's like this. He came to provoke us, and Xiao Chun gave him a lesson." Upon hearing this, Nan Gongxian was completely speechless. Why does this guy, Su Chun, always beat up people from Jianghan University? Qin Xiao, Qin Xiaofeng, and Qinxinghe all had the surname Chun, and in the end they were all beaten by Su Chun. Could it be that the Su family and the Qin family had some grudge? Qinxinghe was brutally beaten, his face swollen so badly he could barely open his eyes. The ridicule from the people around him made him feel even worse. He struggled to get up and finally saw Su Chun clearly, and in rage he cursed loudly. At this moment, Nan Gongxian appeared and sternly questioned Su Chun. "What do you want to do?" She would not allow students from other schools to make trouble at Kyoto University. Qinxinghe pointed at himself aggrievedly. "He hit me first and beat me into this state," Nan Gongxian said coldly. A student from Jianghan University running over to bully freshmen, quite an eye-opener. "I'll treat your injuries first, then go back and write a self-criticism, or you'll bear the consequences yourself." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a mysterious force healed most of Qinxinghe's injuries, though his face was still swollen and several of his teeth were still missing. Everyone could see that Nan Gongxian had deliberately not fully healed him, clearly showing favoritism. Qinxinghe swallowed his anger and could only leave. As he was going, he even threatened Su Chun, "Just you wait. Next time I see you, I'll beat you once." Su Chun refused to back down and fired right back. "If you've got the guts, don't run. Next time we meet, I'll beat you again." Nan Gongxian glared at Su Chun. "You fought 3 times in 1 month since coming to school. What's wrong with you?" Su Chun quickly took his leave. He didn't want to argue with his mentor, So he pulled Luo Xing'er and Luo Bingqing away. The three of them drove to Linshui Bank. Luo Xing'er wanted to go home and eat the omnipotent fruit, so Su Qin casually handed the fruit to Luo Bingqing. Luo Bingqing looked at the fruit in surprise and recognized it as the omnipotent fruit that could enhance a profession's talent, confirming that her younger sister had one too. After Su Qin returned home and greeted his family, he took out a spear dao fruit and ate it in just a few bites. Warm energy spread through his body, and his talent surged. He then sat cross-legged to refine the fruit until all the energy was absorbed. Once the virtual light screen opened, as expected, world-ending spear technique had increased by 30%, reaching 7th rank, 30%. He planned to reach 8th rank before the Battle of the Prodigies. After all, he had 99 spear dao fruits, over 2,000 omnipotent fruits, and 99 omnipotent immortal fruits. If he could improve through fruits, then he wouldn't need to use attribute points. Use one every day. Su Qin opened his eyes and murmured to himself. Beijing, Nanhua Manor, the Chun family's base. One of the top 10 wealthy families. The Chun family's core members and chosen prodigies all lived here. In Villa Number 3, Chun Tianhua looked at his son with a furrowed brow. His son had always been exceptionally promising, a top figure of his generation, the #1 prodigy at Jianghan University, and the future successor. The entire Qin family doted on him. But today, his son had been beaten into a pig's head. Qin Tianhua was shocked. Who would dare touch the Qin family's heir? No one in the same generation had that kind of strength. Dad, I was beaten by some nobody. It was a sneak attack, Qin Qinghe mumbled. He really couldn't bring himself to say it. That he, a peerless monster of talent, had been brutally beaten by some nobody, and in full view of the person he liked. If word got out, it would be utterly humiliating, so he could only force out an excuse. You really are something. You got beaten by a nobody and still call it a sneak attack. Qin Tianhua laughed in anger. Tell me the truth. What exactly happened? Qin Qinghe couldn't hide it, so he could only tell the truth. In fact, there wasn't much to make up. As soon as he arrived at Capital University, before he'd even said more than a couple of sentences, he was beaten up. Before he could finish speaking, he was beaten again. During all this, the girl he liked was right there beside him. Even the mentor only healed half of his injuries on purpose, leaving his face like a pig's head. This had become a stain in his heart. Luo Tianxiang's granddaughter. After hearing this, Chun Tianhua's expression grew grave. He wasn't afraid of Luo Tianxiang. What he feared was another person. The Chun family could not afford to offend that one. It seems Luo Bingqing called him Xiao Chun, and he called Luo Bingqing sis. Qin Qinghe could only remember these things. For 2/3 of his time at Capital University, he was busy getting beaten. Stay at home and don't stir up trouble. There are some people the Chun family can't afford to offend. Let this matter end here. Qin Tianhua sternly warned his son, feeling secretly uneasy and already somewhat afraid. Dad, Qin Qinghe still didn't understand. He had originally wanted to use the family's connections to make that guy disappear, but when he saw his father's current expression, he grew scared. His father only said, "Remember what I said. This ends here. Otherwise, for the sake of the Qin family, I don't mind giving up on you." Qin Tianhua's gaze was icy. This was both a warning and a threat. From this point on, there could be no more trouble, or he would sacrifice Qin Qinghe to protect the family. Early the next morning, Luo Xing'er dragged him out of bed, helped him wash up and get dressed, and after they went downstairs for breakfast, the two of them went to school together. When they got to school, Nangong Xian said to the class, "Su Chun, Inhe Jin, you two come with me to the multipurpose room. The rest of you go to the virtual training room. Those with good grades can consider taking 2 days off to watch the Tianjiao battle. Those with poor grades stay and attend class." After saying that, Nangong Xian left directly. Su Chun and Inhe Jin followed, while the other students obediently went to the training room. Still, hearing that they could get a holiday to watch the global Tianjiao battle, everyone was excited. The Tianjiao battle was a peak showdown among the world's top geniuses, all SSS rank, or even nearly level 100 powers. Being able to watch such battles would be very helpful to themselves. 3 minutes later, in the multipurpose room, Su Chun and the others arrived. There were already 8 mentors, 8 students, as well as the principal and the dean of students. The principal spoke first. "This year's Tianjiao battle, the school will send the 10 of you to the Tongtian mountain range to fight for honor and resources. Your talent and strength are both good, but in the competition, you need to stay calm and also dare to fight. We leave tomorrow. Today, first learn about your opponent's intelligence." The dean of students opened the electronic screen, displaying the information on various schools and top prodigies. Although the participants weren't fully confirmed yet, they could roughly guess who would be taking part. Some schools had hidden figures, such as Inhe Jin and Su Chun from Kyoto University, which was an unexpected delight. Most people knew nothing about them. An hour later, the information on more than 200 universities and prodigies had been reviewed. The dean of students turned off the screen and said, "This information is only for reference. Everyone has their own trump cards. I'll distribute the materials to you in a moment, and you can study them slowly." The principal asked, "If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask." These 10 students were Kyoto University's strongest representatives over the past 3 years, and they were tied to the school's ranking and resources. Suchin asked, "How is the Tianjiao battle contested? Virtual or real? Does death count? Is it team-based or individual?" The principal replied, "It takes place in a special space, so no one really dies. The score is calculated by points. Each person has 3 random matches. A win earns 1 point. A loss deducts 1 point. Teams also have 3 chances. A win gains 10 points. A loss deducts 5. Each person also has 1 active challenge opportunity. A win earns 1 point. A loss deducts." The principal explained the competition rules. Each person has 1 passive match. Winning gains 2 points and losing deducts 1 point. A team can initiate 1 challenge. Victory adds 5 points. Defeat deducts 10 points. The team also has 1 passive match. Winning adds 10 points. Losing deducts 5 points. The team with the highest total score ranks first, and if scores are tied, the captains duel, with the winner placing ahead. The dean of students wrote all of these rules on the electronic screen. In fact, the competition was very simple. Individual matches, team matches, active challenges, and passive defenses. All the battles took place in a special space, so no one would die. Su Chun asked what the rewards were, and the principal only smiled and said that the top 10 each got 50 million, the top 5 each got 100 million, the top 3 each got 200 million, and those who made major contributions individually would receive exclusive equipment. Su Chun complained that he only talked about money. What he wanted to ask about were the rewards from the Tontian Tower. After realizing this, the principal explained that the Tianjiao battle was mainly about competing for the resources of the Tontian Tower dungeon. Resources below the 6th floor had already been divided up, and the top 5 schools could challenge the Tontian Tower. If they succeeded, the challengers would receive 1/3 of the resources, and the rest would be distributed according to the school ranking. However, for 210 years, no one had been able to conquer the 7th floor. The principal made the rewards of the Tontian Tower clear. Anyway, if they hadn't cleared the 7th floor, it was useless. He also answered all the other students' questions one by one, and the meeting ended an hour later. At noon tomorrow, the 10 of them would gather, and the school would send them directly by spaceship to the Tontian mountain range. Suchin drove home. Luo Xinger was still in class, so he didn't need to wait for her and headed back first. When he entered, he saw his grandparents and Luo Tianxiang's family drinking tea in the pavilion. He greeted them and said he was going to take part in the Tianjiao battle. Luo Tianxiang sighed that the Tianjiao battle, held once every 30 years, was a pity because the 7th floor was far too difficult. Whoever could conquer it would become a great hero of humanity, because human martial artists had hit a bottleneck in strength. To break through, they had to take the 7th floor and obtain epic-grade resources. Su Jingtian told Su Chun to train well, but felt that even getting into the top 5 at Kyoto University would be difficult. Even if he made the top 5, if the 7th floor couldn't be cleared, it would still be meaningless. Su Chun nodded. He thought to himself, just how difficult is this 7th floor? Why is everyone so helpless? It took even the power of it to deal with it. So how high was the difficulty? Fighting spirit rose in Su Chen's heart, and he decided to challenge the Skyward Tower. He returned to his room, took a shower, changed clothes, took out a spear Dao fruit, ate it, and began refining it. Half an hour later, the world-destroying spear technique advanced from 30% at 7th rank to 60%. Before going to the Skyward Tower tomorrow, I'll refine 2 more. Su Chen muttered to himself. Now that it was at 60%, improving spear techniques would no longer rely entirely on fruits. Attribute points could also raise it. The next day, Su Chen slept in because the group was only gathering at noon. He got up at 10, washed up, got dressed, and when he went out, he saw that besides his grandparents, Luo Tianxiang, Su Yunji, Luo Bingqing, and Luo Xinger were all at home. The whole family wasn't going to school. When Luo Xinger saw Su Chun, she immediately tried to take credit. Am I very sensible? In truth, she had really wanted to wake Su Chun up, but she was afraid of disturbing him while he was preparing for the Tianjiao battle, so she had only endured it for 3 hours. Su Chun greeted her with a smile, and Luo Xinger said angrily, "Don't even think about sleeping in again in the future." She turned her head away, pouting as she waited for him to coax her. Su Chun ignored her, and instead turned to ask Luo Bingqing, "Sis, are you going to the Tontian mountain range too? Have you participated in the Tianjiao battle before?" Luo Bingqing was 2 years older than Su Chun, had strong abilities, and was a member of the school team. Luo Bingqing said that more than 200 people would be going to the Tongtian mountain range this time. She had participated in the Tianjiao battle twice, but her results were ordinary. Her best finish was only 9th place. The opponents were outrageously strong, and Daxia only had 1/3 of the dungeon resources. The Western Empire had seized the initiative and widened the gap. After hearing this, Su Chun sighed that falling behind meant falling further and further behind, and trying to overtake on a curve was not that easy. Luo Bingqing added that this generation from the West might very well break through the 7th floor of the Skyward Tower, though it was just a hunch. Su Chun asked, "Sis, how many days does the Tianjiao battle last?" Luo Bingqing replied, 3 days. It was just in time for mealtime, so everyone went to the cafeteria. After the meal, Su Chun stayed with Luo Bingqing and her sister. The three went to school together. Seeing Luo Xing'er pouting, Su Chun smiled and pinched her cheek. Luo Xing'er snorted twice, her expression returning to normal, though she still ignored Su Chun. Soon, they arrived at school. The gathering was about to begin, and many students preparing to head to the Tongtian mountain range had already gathered at the Kyoto University Air Terminal. 3 giant airships were parked nearby, exclusive to Kyoto University. The students were chattering non-stop, and the most discussed topic was the 2 freshmen, Su Chun and the other one. Being able to survive out of a disaster-level dungeon had convinced everyone utterly. As Su Chun's group appeared, it drew onlookers and cheers, especially for Luo Bingqing, the school's #1 beauty and SSS-level talent, with stunning looks. At this moment, Xing Hejin came over, and Su Chun introduced her to Luo Bingqing and Luo Xing. The 3 beautiful girls quickly started chatting together. Soon, Nangong Xian called out to Su Chun and Yin Hejin, asking them to board the spaceship first. The 10 students from the school who were taking part in the battle, the 10 mentors, the principal, and several powerful retired mentors all boarded together to protect the students. 20 minutes later, the spaceship lifted off. The principal reminded everyone not to act alone until the competition ended and they returned to the ship. Everyone gathered inside the spacious and luxurious protection cabin. Su Chun and the others agreed. After all, the Tongtian mountain range was not in the country, but on a mysterious island in the Pacific Ocean, so they could not let their guard down. The mentors dispersed with the students throughout the protection cabin area. During the break, Su Chun asked Nangong Xian how to tackle Tongtian Tower. Nangong Xian smiled and said his authority level was insufficient, so he would have to ask the principal. A qualification was required. In fact, the main goal of letting Su Chun participate in the Battle of Prodigies this time was to tackle Tongtian Tower. After all, Su Chun was the only one who had survived 2 catastrophe-level dungeons, and Yin Hejin could also come back alive. If there was truly any hope of clearing Tongtian Tower, they had the greatest chance. Soon, Nangong Xian went to the principal to request access to the Tongtian Tower's strategy guide, then handed the tablet to Su Chun. "You two take a look. Do not leak it." This permission could only be granted once a year by each school, and it was highly confidential. No need to ask why. The reason was the restrictions of Tongtian Tower. Su Chun nodded and studied the materials carefully. Yin Hejin sat down beside him, the two of them very close together, but Su Chun tried hard to stay calm and focused on the tablet. After seeing the contents, his expression changed. This strategy was too familiar to Su Chun. In the end, it still came down to talent and slaughter. Tongtian Tower required insane combat, and it was so terrifying that for over 200 years, no one in the world had passed the 7th floor. He knew the key reason because he had encountered it before, the trial in Qingluo Tower. Nangong Xian asked nervously, "How confident are you?" Su Chun said, "If the 7th floor is like this, I'm 90% confident." In truth, this was almost a guaranteed win. He had soul resistance equipment, plus 300% reflected damage. 90%. Nangong Xian and Yin Hejin were both surprised. Yin Hejin asked, "Have you encountered something similar before?" Su Chun gave a slight nod. "The previous catastrophe-level dungeon?" Yin Hejin asked. "Yeah." Su Chun replied briefly. "You two rest for a bit. We'll arrive in 2 hours." Nangong Xian put away the tablet and left. Su Chun immediately took out a gun Dao fruit from the Yuan realm space and ate it in 3 bites before sitting cross-legged to refine it. He had already refined one that morning, bringing his spear technique to tier 7, 90%. Once he finished refining this one, he would reach tier 8. Seeing this, Yin Hejin beside him also took out a fruit and started eating. Half an hour later, Su Chun's spear technique advanced. Tier 8, 20%. World-destroying spear technique, 8th tier, unleashes 256 spear flashes speed, plus 100%, break defense, plus 100%, penetration plus 100%, spear intent 256, battle power boost 150%. After Su Chun's world-destroying spear technique reached the 8th tier, One strike could unleash 256 spear flashes, 4 times stronger than the 7th tier. Speed, defense breaking, and penetration all doubled, and his spear intent also reached 256, directly boosting his battle power by 150%, adding 2.58 million battle power over before. After refining the spear Dao fruit, Su Chen closed his eyes to rest and prepare to face the Western geniuses in his prime condition. He wanted to see just how strong they really were. 2 hours later, Nangong Xian informed them that they were nearing the Tongtian mountain range and told everyone to prepare to disembark from the ship and not to wander around. The 10 representative prodigies gathered together, and the mentors repeatedly gave them instructions and warnings. The ship steadily docked at the Tongtian mountain range terminal. This place had once been desolate, but after the Tongtian Tower became a tourist attraction, it still did not affect a sense of the tower. After the school director gave the order, they were to go to the Great Xia Empire's area after getting off the ship. Everyone left together with the mentors and checked into a luxury hotel as a group. Since boarding the ship, these 10 students had been separated from the other classmates, and all their actions were unified. Nangong Xian instructed them to rest well tonight, as the prodigy battle would begin tomorrow morning. Su Chun and the other 2 shared the same suite, an ultra-luxurious one. Nangong Xian didn't take Su Chen seriously and only thought of him as a child. In the Tongtian mountain range, at a hotel in the Great Xia Empire area, a luxurious private room was filled with more than a dozen principals from top universities. They had all come for the once-in-30 years prodigy battle to compete for resources. Kunlun University's principal, Dong Qingming, asked old Zhou what he thought this year would be like. Peking University's principal, Shangwan Xiao, countered him sharply, his words laced with barbs. The 2 schools had always been rivals, and their relationship was cold. Dong Qingming said sarcastically that Peking University had poached 2 geniuses from Jiangxing No. 1 High School, while Kunlun University hadn't managed to get a single one, and now everyone had been taken by Peking. Shangwan Xiao laughed lightly and said indifferently, "Was there any need to snatch them? Peking University was very strong, so people were willing to send their students there. All right, stop arguing. Let's talk about the real issue. This year, the Western side is even more terrifying." The other principals stepped in to mediate. Since everyone had gathered here, they were here to discuss matters. The Tongtian mountain range was actually a large island located in the center of the Pacific Ocean, covering an area of more than 100 li. Early the next morning, Su Chen got up, washed up, changed clothes, and took out a spear Dao fruit to eat. After refining it for half an hour, his world-destroying spear technique had been boosted to halfway through the 8th tier. Based on today's situation, I have to win. If necessary, I'll use my attribute points to max out the world-destroying spear technique, the domain, and the UNGS space. Su Chen silently made up his mind. He had over 80 million attribute points and was going to maximize his strength. Western monsters are strong? Let's see if I don't beat you down. Su Chen walked out of the room, and Galaxy Jean was already up. She greeted him, "Good morning." Su Chen smiled and replied. Galaxy Jean handed him breakfast and said that the Tongtian Tower would arrive in half an hour. Everyone was already up, and if they hadn't been worried about affecting his condition, they would have called him up earlier. Su Chen hurried to eat. Since he had just eaten the spear Dao fruit, he didn't eat much and finished it in 3 minutes. As a result, he ate too quickly and choked. Galaxy Jean patted his back and handed him milk. Nangong Xian walked over, glanced at the 2 of them, and said, "Let's go. The Tongtian Tower only appears once every 30 years, so don't miss it." She took Su Chun and Galaxy Jean to the lobby to gather with the others. After assembling, the mentors, principals, and more than 10 retired instructors led the 10 prodigies toward the plaza. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the plaza, where the seating was arranged in a ring. They did not enter the regular audience area, but instead sat in the prodigy-only section. The principal told them to get to know one another and said, "There's no team battle today. After the individual battles, you'll need to work together more. Team battles award the most points, and if you're not united, you'll lose the team battle." Su Chun and Galaxy Jean greeted the other prodigies. In fact, they all knew each other from school, just not very well. Now, for the sake of the competition, they could only deepen their understanding of one another. Time passed minute by minute, and the audience stands were already full. Su Chen saw Luo Xing'er and Luo Bingqing among them. Suddenly, the originally clear sky turned dark, thunder roared, and it looked like the end of the world. The Tower of Heaven is about to descend. It only appears once every 30 years. 99.999999% of people never get to see it in their lifetime. Will anyone clear the 7th floor this time? Be quiet. The Tower of Heaven is coming. The crowd was incredibly excited. All 100,000 people in the stands looked up at the sky, waiting for the Tower of Heaven to appear. The thunder grew louder and louder, and lightning arcs filled the air. Suddenly, a blood-red streak appeared in the sky, rapidly piercing through space and rushing toward the ground. The blood-red light moved at extreme speed, and in the end turned silver. Only then did everyone realize it had been revealed after the flames dissipated. Buzz, the silver tower of heaven, like a mountain 10,000 zhang tall, appeared before everyone's eyes. Su Chun hovered steadily at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Beneath him was the Tower of Heaven, 500 meters in diameter. At its base, rainbow-colored chaotic light supported the entire tower, motionless. The rainbow radiance fell onto the center of the plaza, revealing a massive virtual light screen and a teleportation gate. So this is the Tower of Heaven. What terrifying pressure. I finally get to see the legendary tower. Everyone looked at the tower in the sky with excitement and awe, feeling the oppressive force. Suddenly, the tower's spirit voice sounded coldly. 30 years had passed, and the Tower of Heaven had descended once again. The spirit announced, entering the tower requires both a quota and qualifications. The rules are the same as in previous years. Cheating is forbidden, or you will be annihilated. Only the top 5 teams in the points ranking are qualified to enter the tower. Individual battle, 3 random matches, win +1 point, lose -1 point. 1 opportunity to challenge proactively, win +1 point, lose -2 points. 1 challenge must be accepted, win +2 points, lose -1 point. Team battle, 3 random matches, win +10 points, lose -10 points. 1 proactive challenge, win +5 points, lose -10 points. 1 passive challenge, win +10 points, lose -5 points. All battles take place in a special space with no real casualties. Matching begins in 3 minutes. Countdown starts now. In the Prodigy Rest Hall, Su Chun, Galaxy Jean, and the others encouraged one another. As the countdown reached 0, the battles began. Lights surged, and everyone vanished. Su Chun and the others were transported to a vast, mysterious space, where many other prodigies were also present. After 5 seconds, no one else came in. The spirit announced that individual battles were beginning, with 10 battles taking place simultaneously on-site and live-streamed to the outside world. There were 528 schools and 5,280 prodigies, and each person had 3 random battles. No wonder it would take 3 days to finish. Light and shadow descended, and everyone received a random number. Galaxy Jean was number 108, while Su Chun was number 5280, the highest number. The spirit announced the battle rules once again, and the first round was about to begin. Here it comes. Follow the numbers, smallest against largest. Good luck. Su Chun, good luck. The people from Kyoto University glanced at Su Chun's number and encouraged him a little. Su Chun was Kyoto University's first fighter, and the whole team hoped he would set a good opening. As soon as his number was called, Su Chun disappeared directly and was teleported away. Very soon, he landed in a wilderness. Opposite him appeared a Western youth with blonde hair and blue eyes. Pushi, from Sistun University, level 100, Demon Godhammer Technique. Su Chun glanced through the information and instantly recognized the other party, a monster ranked in the global top 3. What luck, to run into Pushi in the very first match. Pushi stared at Su Chun with a smile at the corner of his mouth. A fresh recruit from the Great Xia? No one else left. He was extremely disdainful. A newbie who had awakened for only 2 months was coming to compete in the prodigy battle. What a joke. Su Chun merely let out a cold laugh, his eyes full of contempt. Neither of them was in any hurry. Both were just waiting to kill their opponent in 1 strike. The match rules allowed 2 minutes, and neither of them took the other seriously. The square was already in an uproar. Pusey is going first. He's definitely going to win. The other side is just a freshman, no suspense at all. Most people thought Pusey would instantly crush Su Chun. Even the mentors and prodigies from Kyoto looked grim, basically assuming they'd lose 1 point. Su Chun managed to get out of a disaster-level instance, but there's still a huge gap between him and Pusey. Losing is normal. The other side is Pusey after all. In the Prodigy Hall, everyone was staring at Su Chun's screen, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Make your move. I'll allow you to attack first. Otherwise, you won't get another chance. Pusey walked forward step by step, not even bothering to take out his weapon. He was far too confident. Su Chun said lightly, Westerners really are too arrogant. He also walked toward Pusey. Just as he took his first step, the spear intent around Su Chun exploded. Spear radiance surged like a tide, covering the sky and sweeping toward Pusey like the descent of a world-destroying spear god. Boom, boom, boom. Space shattered. Everything turned to ash. Sensing danger, Pusey's expression changed dramatically. He no longer dared to be careless and quickly summoned his giant hammer, swinging it with all his strength from afar. He no longer cared about saving face. He only wanted to go all out against Su Chun's terrifying attack. Spear light and hammer glow collided, and space collapsed. Su Chen remained calm and effortless, every step carrying destructive spear intent. Pucci could only defend passively, his heart shaken in disbelief at the realm of Su Chen's spear technique. On the virtual light curtain, the fierce battle between the two drew everyone's attention. Pucci, one of the world's top 5 prodigies, should have been able to instantly crush Su Chen, yet he was being suppressed. Su Chen was relaxed, Pucci was on the back foot. Everyone was stunned. A freshman is this strong? At the Tongtian Mountain Range Plaza, everyone stared at the light curtain. The battle visuals were shocking, beyond the imagination of martial artists below level 100. Luo Bingqing exclaimed, "Xiao Chun is this strong?" Luo Xing'er said calmly, "He's not even serious yet." Su Chen was suppressing Pucci using only spear intent and spear radiance. None of his skills had been used yet. Step by step, Su Chen pressed forward while Pucci retreated again and again, unable to save face. Su Chen sneered, "That's all." He knew Pucci hadn't used his trump card, so he didn't rush to kill him, instead forcing Pucci to reveal his true ace. Pucci couldn't hold back any longer and unleashed the 8th tier Demon God's Hammer. The giant hammer's phantom descended, and even space seemed about to freeze. Holding the Flame God Spear, Su Chen casually swept it once, and 256 spear lights burst forth, with icy rain and heavenly fire enveloping the entire field. 8th tier spear technique against 8th tier hammer technique. The scene was explosive. The image froze. Su Chen stood alone in the wilderness, while Pucci had already vanished, killed instantly by a single strike. A system prompt sounded. Su Chen wins and gains 1 point. Pucci was eliminated directly, and Weston University lost 1 point. The entire crowd was stunned. On the Great Xia Empire's side, all the martial artists and prodigies stood up in excitement, shouting in unison, "Su Chen! Su Chen! Su Chen!" The newly risen genius Su Chen had forcefully defeated Weston University's Pucci, and the entire venue erupted. Impressive. Really didn't expect that. Su Chen's spear technique has reached the 8th tier. 8th tier spear technique. That's monstrously talented. Got the point, beautiful. In the Prodigy exclusive hall, the principal and mentors were all very happy. They had thought Su Chen would lose, but instead he counter-killed Pucci, an excellent sign. More importantly, Su Chen already had the capital to fight Pucci head-on. The team competition doesn't designate a captain. It all comes down to individual performance. Whoever is stronger naturally wins everyone's approval. Only by standing out can you earn the team's trust. Soon, Su Chen returned to the special space. The other 9 prodigies from Kyoto University took the initiative to greet him. Awesome. Respect. Although they usually competed with one another, after joining the prodigy battle, they were on the same team. The stronger Su Chen became, the more beneficial it was for the whole team. Su Chen also encouraged everyone. Keep it up. Every point now was crucial, and they had to strive for the top 5. Lu Hanqing said, "Today's luck has been used up. From here on, we'll go all out for points." Su Chen's match against Pucci was bad luck, but they had won all the points they could. As long as their luck wasn't too terrible from here on out, the remaining 9 points would be secure. Su Chen sat down, ate a fruit, and refined the Spear Dao fruit, raising his Annihilation Spear technique to 80% of the 8th tier. Time passed. 8 hours later, the first round of individual matches ended. Kyoto University swept all victories and took 10 points. Stanson University lost 1 point because of Pucci, and the other 9 people earned 9 points, for a total of 8 points. In just this one match, Stanson trailed Kyoto by 2 points. The first round of individual combat has ended. Now entering the second round of random matchmaking, adjacent numbers will face each other. As soon as the first round ended, the second began immediately. Although it was said to be random matchmaking, the second round was actually adjacent numbers facing off. In the first match, Su Chen was still the first to go. A flash of light swept by, and Su Chen entered the field. This time his opponent was Huang Yanchen, a prodigy from Kunlun University of the Great Xia Empire, 21 years old, cultivation at level 90, practiced the Hao Ran sword technique. Su Chen recalled that this person's teacher was a complete idiot, but since the goal now was victory, he naturally showed no mercy. He took 1 step forward, and a destructive spear light instantly tore through space, killing the opponent in a single strike. The entire battle took only 1 second. Su Chen wins and gains 1 point. Another perfect start. Several prodigies from Stanson University gathered together, and Pucci said, "This Great Xia freshman is really strange." Pucci looked extremely grim. Originally, Stanson University could have scored a perfect total, but because of him, they were now left with only 8 points. A freshman had emerged out of nowhere and defeated even him, and he still couldn't accept it. His mind just couldn't process it. Stanson's geniuses hurried to comfort him, saying that Pucci had not yet displayed his true strength. His talent was inherently extraordinary. He had only suffered an unexpected defeat. Pushi himself said coldly, "I won't run into him in the matchmaking round again. Next time, it'll either be an individual challenge or a team battle." His face was full of frost, and he resolved to regain his dignity and make the other side fear him from now on. 8 hours later, the artifact spirit announced the end of the second round of individual combat, and 2 hours later the third round began. Kyoto University was lucky and scored a perfect 20 points, and now there were 5 schools with perfect scores: Kyoto University, Royal Academy, Hanjiang University, Hemantan University, and Stanford University, all undefeated so far. The principal spoke up, "There's 1 round left in the individual battle. Everyone relax and keep working hard." Kyoto University had already broken the record. If they scored perfectly in this round too, they would reach 30 points. But the Western universities were too strong, and everyone knew that only Su Chun could defeat Pushi. Anyone else facing him would basically lose. Moreover, Pushi still wasn't even the strongest one. Su Chun said lightly, "Rest first, there's still more fighting ahead." He sat down, took out the spear Dao fruit, ate it unhurriedly, then began refining it. Half an hour later, he successfully broke through, and his annihilation spear technique reached 10% of the 9th tier. He calculated that he still had enough for 3 more fruits in hand. If he ate them all, he might directly reach the 9th tier peak. It would depend on talent and luck, and if that didn't work, he would make up the difference with attribute points. Soon, 2 hours passed. The spirit of the artifact announced the start of the third individual random battle, and everyone's numbers were reshuffled. Su Chen's number changed from 5280 to 2640. The rules remained the same, and the countdown appeared as a group of prodigies were teleported into the battlefield. Inha Jin was the first to go, while Su Chen wouldn't be up until the very end, meaning he had to wait 7 or 8 hours. He simply went to sleep on the spot. While the others were tense, he was snoring away. The mentors and the principal were both speechless and envious. Su Chan was sleeping soundly when Inha Jin gently woke him up, even pushing his shoulder. A faint fragrance drifted into his nose. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, saw that it was Inha Jin, and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Chan was actually sleeping while taking part in the prodigy battle. What a huge heart he had. Inha Jin reminded him speechlessly that it was his turn to go on stage, and not just her. The other prodigies also thought Su Chan was unbelievably absent-minded. Su Chen woke up, asked everyone about the situation, and prepared to wait until it was his turn. He was number 2640, the very last to appear, directly facing the adjacent number 2639. Inha Jin said he had been docked 1 point for being late. Su Chen remained perfectly calm. It was only 1 point. He was afraid of putting pressure on his classmates, so he didn't go look at those prodigies from Kyoto University who had just lost. His relaxed tone made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Shangwan Wudi asked him whether he knew who his opponent was. Su Chun was completely baffled and didn't care at all. He only asked who it was, since it didn't matter who he fought. Shangwan Wudi said it was Pushi, the white guy who used a hammer. Su Chen froze when he heard that. His first match had also been against Pushi. The odds were absurdly against it. The people in front teleported back, and it was their turn. With a flash of light, Su Chen appeared in the wasteland, and sure enough, his opponent was Pushi again. He had beaten Pushi in the first match, and he hadn't expected to run into him again in the third. He was practically fated to be tangled up with Pushi. The entire arena erupted in an uproar. Even the mentors and principals thought this pairing was far too coincidental. Everyone believed Pushi would be serious about revenge this time, and would definitely show no mercy. Luo Xing'er blurted out that her brother was going to bully Pushi again, while Luo Bingqing reminded Su Chen not to be careless. Pushi would definitely fight with everything he had. On the wasteland, the atmosphere was tense, with the two standing 200 meters apart. Pushi's eyes were fierce as he declared that this time he would show Su Chen what real strength looked like, and the hammer in his hand had already appeared. With a 7-colored battle hammer in hand, Pushi's aura fully erupted. The battle hammer carried a strange destructive aura. He had mastered a dedicated weapon, which was supposed to be standard for prodigies. Someone sighed that Su Chen had high talent, but he was too arrogant and lacked proper temperament. Sooner or later, something would go wrong. Pushi raged. Besides being arrogant, what else do you have? Su Chen smiled and walked step by step toward Pushi with nothing in his hands, as if he were taking a stroll. Everyone watching felt he was underestimating his opponent too much and simply not taking Pushi seriously at all. Pushi could not stand being humiliated and roared as he swung his hammer. Destructive power mixed with a bizarre aura came crashing down towards Su Chen. He sneered, "Let's see how arrogant you can still be later." But Su Chen did nothing at all, neither counterattacking nor dodging, completely ignoring this killing blow. The hammer shadow landed 3 meters in front of him, yet it was blocked by a strange force, and then rebounded toward Pushi with even greater momentum. Pushi was shocked and hurriedly swung his hammer to block, but the rebounding hammer shadow was even more powerful, instantly shattering his attack and smashing hard into him. Pushi coughed up blood, his face turning deathly pale. The whole arena was stunned. Damage reflection? What kind of heaven-defying equipment is that? It turned out Su Chen wasn't afraid of attacks at all because his exclusive equipment had damage reflection, and its power was even doubled. Only then did everyone understand why he dared to be so arrogant. Pushi's mentality collapsed. Fighting Su Chen was basically suicide. Not fighting meant being suppressed right before his eyes. Su Chen smiled as he pressed closer. Go on, keep being arrogant. Keep being confident. He unleashed his divine sense, and the destruction spear intent erupted. Spear radiance covered the entire field, madly crushing toward Pushi. Everyone watching stared intently to see how Pushi would respond. If he blocked with full force, the rebound would be even worse. If he didn't block, he'd be crushed outright. A trace of a bitter smile appeared on Pushi's face. The final trump card Pushi had originally prepared was meant to deal with other monstrous talents. He hadn't expected to reveal it so soon, but there was no other choice. He could not afford to lose to Su Chen twice in a row. He couldn't bear the humiliation. A mysterious power burst from his body. When Su Chen's spear intent and spear light landed on him, the destructive attack was actually transferred into the void. Damage transfer. Awesome. This is a bit like Su Chen's damage reflection. Now this is going to be interesting. So strong. These two are way too monstrous. Too bad this can only transfer damage. It can't reflect it back to the opponent. Everyone was stunned by Pushi's damage transfer. Su Chen had damage reflection, and now Pushi also had exclusive equipment. The two of them were simply heaven-defying. To encounter such a thing in a personal matchmaking battle was unbelievable. Su Chen smiled. Have you already used up all your trump cards? He stretched out his hand, and the Flame God Spear appeared, stabbing straight at Pushi. In an instant, devastating spear light and spear intent erupted, while ice rain heavenly fire covered the entire wilderness. Pushi's face changed dramatically. He could indeed transfer physical damage, but flame attacks couldn't be transferred. Not to mention ice rain heavenly fire blanketing the sky and earth. There was nowhere to transfer it to, and sending the attack back to Su Chen would be suicide. In a daze, he was burned to ashes, and only Su Chen remained in the wilderness. Su Chen chuckled as he defeated Pushi once again. In 3 random matchmaking battles, they had met twice, with an encounter probability of 1 in 1,000, yet both times it was Pushi who lost. Even after exposing all his trump cards, he still lost. Pushi's mentality was probably shattered. Su Chen wins, gains 1 point. Personal random matchmaking battle ends. Tomorrow begins personal challenge and passive challenge. The spirit artifact announced Su Chen's victory and also declared the end of the matchmaking battle. The next step was the challenge stage, but they were given a bit of rest time. By tomorrow, only 8 hours would remain. So Pushi lost again. Su Chen is basically his nemesis. Even after getting all his trump cards exposed, he still lost. Ziston University got deducted 2 points from Pushi directly. Now Kyoto University is in second place. The discussions in the square erupted in a frenzy. In the personal random matchmaking battle, the first and third rounds were both peak showdowns, and the main characters were still Su Chen and Pushi, causing a huge stir. The happiest of all were the president and mentors of Kyoto University, especially Nangang Xian, because Su Chen was her student. When the spirit artifact's voice fell, a mysterious force directly sent them back to the Genius Exclusive Hall. Clap, clap, clap. The president and mentors applauded. The genius's performance today had greatly surprised them. Earning 28 points directly in the personal matchmaking battle was the best result in history. Not bad. Worth praising. The president wore a smile. He had been worried yesterday, but after seeing Su Chen's performance today, he was completely reassured. Among these prodigies, it was still hard to say who would come out on top. After saying a few words of encouragement, the teachers took the students back to their rooms to rest and prepare for tomorrow's challenges. There were only 2 matches, so it was relatively easy. Many people even didn't want to initiate challenges. After all, a win only gave 1 point while a loss deducted 2 points. Passive challenges had to be accepted, but fortunately there was only one chance. Nangang Xian rarely smiled. Ice rain heavenly fire is more humiliating than it is damaging. Su Chen returned to the hotel, took a shower, changed clothes, swallowed a spear Dao fruit, and spent half an hour refining it. The world-extinguishing spear technique was raised to rank 9, 40%, and his strength increased. After that, he just fell asleep. Anyway, the anxious one wasn't him. He would wait for the mentor to wake him up. Pushi had encountered Su Chen twice and been defeated both times. In fury, he smashed his room, and in his heart only Su Chen's figure remained. Ziston University had a maximum of 30 points, but he had been deducted 2, leaving only 26. His face and dignity were gone, and he had become a joke. Pushi resolved that in the personal challenge he would avoid Su Chun, but in the team battle he could not lose again. His mentor, once a genius and now a powerhouse, could only frown at his state and remind him that if he met Su Chun again next time, he should directly use his innate skill, or else that shadow would never go away. The mentor allowed him to use his strongest trump card. On the morning of the second day in the Tongtian mountain range, Su Chun woke up fully refreshed. The battle from the previous day had cost him almost nothing, and he even upgraded the system abilities early. System, Enhance Endless Domain. After spending 12 million attribute points, the Yuan realm space was upgraded to the 5th layer, with length, width, and height all reaching 30,000 li, and a 350% increase in combat power. Endless Domain also rose to the 5th tier. Within a radius of 5,000 meters, it could weaken an enemy's damage and defense by 75%. Previously, it could only reduce damage, but now even defense was reduced, causing his strength to soar. With an investment of 24 million, Su Chen's strength surged, and the system was upgraded to version 1.0. System panel name, Su Chen level, 93, 6.01%. Luck, plus 50 combat power, 4809016 mount. Qingluo Divine Bird Wealth. 88210473 skills. World Exterminating Spear Technique Basic 9th Tier 40% abilities. Endless Domain SSS 5th Tier 0% space. Yuan Realm Space SSS 5th Layer 0% attribute points. 59.15 million note. Combat power equals. Base attributes plus equipment, X multiplier. Su Chen's combat power increased to 48.09 million. The reason was simple. The 9th Tier Spear Technique granted a 160% boost, and the 5th layer Yuan Realm Space granted a 350% boost, almost doubling his strength. At that moment, there was movement outside the room. Su Chun closed the virtual light screen and went out, where he saw the mentor and Galaxy Gene eating breakfast. He greeted them, and they invited him to join them. Nan Gongxian said while eating, "Today is the individual challenge and passive challenge. Remember to pay attention to the top 10, as well as their newcomers." Su Chun nodded. "Mentor, I know. I won't lose points." As he spoke, he suddenly took out a few universal fruits and handed them to her. "These are for you." Nan Gongxian was stunned. After examining them carefully, her expression turned excited. These fruits could help her break through a bottleneck. They were truly priceless treasures. Su Chun, thank you. She was very happy. After the three finished breakfast, they went to the hall, gathered with the other prodigies, and then headed to the prodigy-exclusive hall. The principal's speech was brief. For active challenges, decide for yourselves. I wish you all success. Challenge if you can. If you're not confident, you may give up. A win in an active challenge only earns 1 point, while a loss deducts 2 points. In passive challenges, you must fight. You can only refuse once. Otherwise, you're just helping the strong farm points. At 8 o'clock, the artifact spirit announced the rules. Each person has 1 active challenge opportunity. Winning earns 1 point, losing deducts 1 point. 1 challenge must be accepted. Winning earns 2 points, losing deducts 1 point. Passive challenges only require accepting 1. The rest may be refused. All the prodigies were teleported into a special space, and the countdown began. They had 180 seconds to confirm their target, or it would be regarded as abandoning the active challenge. Numbers were issued according to ranking. When multiple challengers selected the same target, the higher-ranked one would take precedence. The competition officially began. On the prodigy light screens, rankings and numbers appeared, along with photos. They only needed to choose their opponents. The 5,280 prodigies began making their selections. Some challenged, while others gave up. A failed challenge deducted 2 points, while a win only earned 1 point. Su Chun was stunned when he saw his ranking, and the prodigies on the Kyoto University side were also very surprised. Su Chun, you're 6th. That's pretty high, but it feels like you could rank even higher. You'll be challenged by more people in the future, but with your strength, it's no big deal. The ranking is based on battle strength by the spirit artifact. Su Chun, who are you challenging? Pushi is ranked 22nd. He still ranks this high after losing 2 matches, so he's pretty strong. You're not going to challenge him, are you? The 10 prodigies of Kyoto University discussed it, and in the end they all chose opponents with relatively lower rankings, aiming to earn points steadily without taking risks. In the end, everyone looked at Su Chun. Global 6th is already very impressive. Su Chun said directly, challenge the number 1. We have to fight sooner or later anyway, so I might as well test the waters first. He didn't hesitate and chose to challenge number 1. For him, a battle with the strongest was inevitable sooner or later. If he wanted Kyoto University to make the top 5, He had to take on the most monstrous prodigy. Test the waters? Just go straight at him. Him. Everyone was stunned, but they quickly understood. If Su Chun didn't take the initiative to challenge, the other side might turn around and farm points off him instead, and they might even run into each other in the team match. Beep challenge number 1 selected. Application in progress. You have successfully chosen to challenge number 1. Target locked. Win 1 point. Lose, -2 points. After confirming, Su Chun closed the light screen and waited quietly for the match to begin. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Active challenge selection completed. The battles of the top 10 will be conducted separately. The remaining 100 groups will begin simultaneously, now announcing that Derek has become the challenge party, and the challenger is the 6th-ranked Su Chun. The rules were out. The top 10 would compete separately. The first place Derek had become the one being challenged, and Su Chun was the 6th-ranked challenger facing him. Su Chun made it into the top 6. A freshman is actually challenging Derek. This is way too crazy. It's not crazy, he's just arrogant. He actually chose Derek. Instructors, principals, and the audience were all shocked. No one expected Su Chun to directly challenge the first-ranked Derek. Derek was terrifying to the extreme. Many people felt Su Chun was being reckless, taking such a risk when he already had the advantage and yet still going to challenge first place. Others thought he was just trying to steal the spotlight. But most of the great Xia, all the powerful figures and martial artists in the venue cheered loudly for Su Chun, and the atmosphere was explosive. When the countdown ended, Su Chun and Derek were carried away by beams of light, and in an instant they arrived in a wilderness scene. In the spectator stands, on the light screens, and in the Prodigy Hall, all the visuals were reduced to the live broadcast of the duel between the two of them. The two did not attack immediately. Derek's expression was cold as he slowly walked towards Su Chun. A strange staff radiating multicolored light appeared in his hand, and he threatened, "You shouldn't have challenged me. I'll make you regret it." He also coldly mocked Pushi, whom Su Chun had defeated yesterday. Su Chun merely smiled faintly and also stepped forward. The two were 200 meters apart, but the distance soon narrowed to just 5 meters, yet neither made a move. They just kept closing in step by step. Derek deliberately veered off course, brushing past Su Chun, even leaving only 20 centimeters between them. Suddenly, Su Chun didn't stop, but Derek suddenly vomited blood and collapsed to the ground, his face full of unwillingness. Su Chun wins, gains 1 point. The spirit artifact announced the result. The entire venue fell silent, and everyone was stunned. After a moment, the audience of the Great Xia Empire erupted into cheers, with Su Chin's name roaring through the stands. No one knew how Su Chin killed Derek, but victory was enough. All the prodigies and instructors were also completely baffled, and their fear and curiosity towards Su Chin only grew stronger. The scene shifted, and Su Chun returned to the special space, where the other 9 prodigies from Kyoto University were all staring blankly, their eyes full of shock and admiration. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Everyone was thinking that if they faced Su Chun, the only outcome would be being instantly killed. 9 people could only squeeze out one word each. Awesome. Strong. Cool. Su Chun just smiled. Just a coincidence. No one believed him. The two of them had not made a move just now, yet Derek was dead. Everyone understood in their hearts that Su Chun was simply too strong to leave any trace of his attack for others to see. Did he make a move? I don't think so. How did Derek die? It was too bizarre. It didn't even look like there was a fight. They must have agreed on the method from the start. Then what were they competing in? That's the biggest mystery in the world. I guess only they themselves know. Everyone was confused, and no one could explain it or clear up the mystery. But the challenge continued as usual. What's going on? In a corner of the Royal Academy, Derek's classmates asked him what had happened. Why had he lost when he clearly hadn't made a move? For the sake of being from the same race, don't provoke him. Stay away from him. Derek opened his eyes and said faintly, his expression still somewhat pained. After speaking, he closed his eyes again to rest. Time continued to pass, and the challenges were much faster than the solo battles. There were 10 groups in individual combat, but challenges could be carried out by 100 groups at the same time. An hour and a half later, the first round ended. Active challenge. The second round begins immediately. The challenger may no longer challenge again. While the challenge still has one chance to challenge, please choose countdown 180. The artifact spirit announced the rules, and only those who could still be challenged remained on the leaderboard. When the countdown ended, Su Chun found that no one challenged him, which was perfect for a break. No one dared challenge Su Chun, too wise of them. Otherwise, he would have earned another 2 points. Good luck, everyone. Su Chun smiled and encouraged them. An hour later, all the challenges were over. Individual challenges ended. Team battle tomorrow. As the artifact spirit's voice fell, teleportation activated, and the prodigies were sent back to their exclusive hall. Seeing the prodigies return, The mentors and the principal were very happy. Kyoto University had gained 14 points this time, losing 1 point, and was currently ranked 4th overall. Next came the team battle, where each victory was worth 10 points. The principal said, "Rest tonight. Have you decided who will be your captain for tomorrow's team battle?" Su Chun. Yes, Su Chun. Everyone chose Su Chun without hesitation. Although the prodigies were all unconvinced, they were still willing to accept Su Chun. His strength had convinced everyone. Good. Then Su Chun will be the captain. Do you have anything to say? Su Chun said indifferently. Nothing to say. We won't lose a single point in the team battle. The principal and the mentors all applauded in approval. With just one sentence from Su Chun, everyone believed him. Su Chun finished speaking with a face full of confidence. The mentors took the students back to the hotel to rest. In the hotel room, after Su Chun came out of the shower, he saw mentor Nangong Xian and Galaxy Jean chatting. The sight of this big and small, beautiful pair together was very pleasing to the eye. Nangong Xian explained the team battle. Eliminate everyone on the other side, and as long as you survive, you win. Su Chun thought it was very simple. He just had to take care of the opponents. Nangong Xian reminded him. However, when the Tongtian Tower descends, there may be new rules, but unity and strength are the most important. In previous years, only when the Tongtian Tower appeared would the rules possibly change, though they might not necessarily change. Galaxy Jean was curious about what the new rules would be, but Nangong Xian didn't know either. No one could know in advance. Perhaps only the artifact spirit knew. In the hotel room, Luo Bingqing couldn't figure out how Su Chun had killed Derek. If she hadn't been injured, she would have fought alongside Su Chun as well. Seeing with her own eyes how Su Chun mysteriously defeated Derek, she was utterly baffled. She also noticed that Su Chun and Derek seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding, using similar methods to compete, yet the two had never communicated and no one knew their techniques. That became everyone's biggest mystery. Luo Xing'er also said she didn't know, because Su Chun had too many methods. Luo Bingqing was also worried about where Kyoto University would rank in tomorrow's team battle. Her expression remained blank, occasionally revealing a faint smile, as if she had thought of something happy. That night in the Tongtian mountain range, everyone was discussing Su Chun. How did Derek lose? What exactly did they compete in? Just how strong is Su Chun? Can Kyoto University make the top 3 tomorrow? Isn't Su Chun just an F-rank world-ending spear god? Does he have a hidden class? Su Chun became the center of everyone's attention, even more popular than Derek. The mentors and principal of Kyoto University were also curious about how Su Chun won, but this kind of thing was not convenient to ask about, and even if they did ask, Su Chun would not tell them. Tongtian Mountain Range, Day 3. Today was the team battle. Early in the morning, the square was packed with people. Su Chun and Inha Jin followed Nangong Xian to the exclusive hall, waiting for the artifact spirit to announce the rules. Tongtian Tower descends, 3rd day. Today's team battle teams will be randomly matched 3 times. Victory plus 10 points. Defeat minus 10 points. Each team has 1 active challenge opportunity. Victory plus 5 points. Defeat minus 10 points. Each team has 1 passive challenge opportunity. Victory plus 10 points. Defeat minus 5 points. At 8 o'clock, the artifact spirit announced the rules. Then it added new provisions. To win a team battle, all members of the opposing team must be killed. At least 1 person must remain on the field. Each additional person remaining grants plus 1 point, up to plus 9. In other words, a team victory was worth at least 10 points. For each additional person left on the field, the team gained 1 more point, up to a maximum of 19 points. The overall rules had been slightly adjusted, but the victory conditions and scoring were made more detailed. The rule change was actually an increase in points. On the surface, it didn't seem any harder, but in reality the difficulty had increased. If you wanted to win, you also had to make sure your teammates didn't die. The crowd was astonished. The rules were basically adding more scoring opportunities on top of the original system. It looked simple, but was actually harder. Su Chun said to his teammates, "As long as you don't leave me within 300 meters, do whatever you want." The rule was almost like it had been tailored specifically for him, because his equipment could revive teammates. His teammates were all dumbfounded. Was he being way too casual as captain? He had basically said that as long as they didn't stray more than 300 meters away, he could save them if anything happened, and the rest was up to them. The teleportation activated, and all the prodigies were transported into a special space. Team matchmaking first match begins 5-0 groups running in parallel at the same time. Su Chun revealed his identity. He was the captain of Kyoto University, school number 1. Because he ranked first, Kyoto University was team number 1. The matchup was not random, but a direct clash of the strong against the strong. Number 1 versus number 2, number 3 versus number 4. The top 10 groups competed separately. The crowd erupted. What a peak showdown. Su Chun versus School Number 2. That's fair. The strong fight the strong. But the mentors and principal of Kyoto University did not look pleased. The pressure was immense. Su Chun was very strong, but it would be difficult to carry the rest of the team. Their opponents, Royal Academy, were the world's #1, and all 10 of them were monsters. The principal said helplessly, "This battle will be very difficult." Last night, under tremendous pressure, the principals of each school had also privately discussed Royal Academy. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beams of light teleported them, and the 10 landed in the wilderness, the official battlefield. On the other side, the 10 from Royal Academy also arrived. Derek looked at Su Chun. "This time, you will lose for sure." The atmosphere on both sides was tense. Su Chun replied calmly, "You said that yesterday too." Su Chun merely smiled and made no move. Galaxy Jean, Shangwan Wudi, and the others beside him all followed his commands and dared not act rashly. After all, in this team battle, everything centered on Su Chun, unless Su Chun was killed in battle. Then, the battle begins, Su Chun said indifferently. Derek was stunned, feeling that his momentum had been effortlessly neutralized by Su Chun. The freshman from Great Xia really knew how to talk. Su Chun continued smiling, saying that the team battle had begun the moment they appeared, and in fact, it had already ended. He walked step by step toward the other side, with Galaxy Jean and the others following closely behind. They all remembered what Su Chun had said, "Stay within 300 meters of him. Do as they pleased with the rest." Derek quietly instructed Sari, "Support me. Let's take Su Chun down together." At this moment, all the prodigies of Royal Academy simultaneously erupted with attacks, all blasting toward the prodigies of Kyoto University. Not a single one dared to attack Su Chun, because attacking him would be the same as attacking themselves. The damage would rebound, and no one could withstand that. Seeing that Su Chun had not made a move, yet devastating attacks were already coming, Galaxy Jean and the others immediately fought back with full force. The scene looked utterly uncoordinated, impossible to compare with Royal Academy's seamless teamwork. The entire audience erupted in uproar, doubting whether Su Chun was suitable to be captain. How could this possibly be a team battle? It had completely turned into a chaotic brawl. The skills from both sides collided, tearing even space apart. Suddenly, one of Royal Academy's prodigies launched a sneak attack on Shangwan Wudi. It was a fatal strike, and Shangwan Wudi coughed blood and fell to the ground. He should have died. Yet in the next instant, he was fully revived, restored to peak condition, while the Royal Academy prodigy who had attacked him inexplicably collapsed and was teleported out of the arena. What happened? Wasn't Shangwan Wudi dead? Why didn't he die, and instead the other guy died? My God, could it be death transfer? Everyone in the stands was shocked. None of them had ever seen such an outrageous divine skill. The people from Kyoto University were equally stunned, and Shangwan Wudi himself, having experienced it firsthand, was even more excited. Su Chun said, "Time is running out. Take them down." He continued walking toward Derek. His teammates understood that they could die and revive, so each of them went all out, completely unafraid of death. In contrast, the prodigies of Royal Academy only had one life, and simply could not take it. This made both the spectators and the opponents shout that it was unfair. "That's cheating. You can't do that. Damn, this is insane. That's not fair." The geniuses of Royal Academy were all going crazy, speechless, but there was nothing they could do. The opponents were simply too strong to kill, and even if they fought back, they could still go all out. Boom, boom, boom. Fierce chaos erupted across the wilderness battlefield. Time flew by. Royal was left with just one person, while Kyoto still had 10, all unharmed. "I concede." Derek sighed, raised his staff, and killed himself, completely losing the will to fight. Faced with Su Chun, he didn't even bother using his trump cards. Unfair? But that's just how the world is. Kyoto University wins gain 19 points. Only Kyoto's 10 remained on the wilderness battlefield. The artifact spirit announced victory and awarded 19 points. 10 seconds later, everyone was teleported away and returned to the special space. Inside the special space, silence fell. Everyone recalled the battle and began to question their lives. They were all prodigies too, so why could Su Chun defy the heavens to this extent? Not just them, but the strong men, mentors, and principals on the square were all dumbfounded, shocked by Su Chun. The square at Mount Tongtian exploded in excitement. The very first team battle was already this outrageous. Su Chun had completely exceeded everyone's understanding. In terms of level and combat power, he might not have been higher than veteran experts, but his skills and equipment were utterly monstrous. No one could see through his true strength. Whoever goes up against Kyoto University is unlucky. You simply can't kill them. Even if they die, they revive. Is that divine gear? What kind of exclusive equipment is that? I just want to know what Su Chen's equipment actually looks like. Too strong. This year, Kyoto University is definitely taking first. They've gotten full marks in all 3 team matches. Whoever's in first place by points, Kyoto will definitely challenge them. The whole venue boiled over. Revival was beyond comprehension. Even the legendary Heaven Tier resurrection spells weren't this ridiculous. Su Chen's teammates could be revived instantly after dying, without even needing healing. Our Kyoto University must take the top spot this time. Principal Shangwan Xiao was extremely excited. Su Chen's performance far exceeded expectations. With such methods, who could possibly beat them? First place is basically secured, 90% sure. It just depends on whether they can conquer the 7th floor. If they can take it down, then within 20 years Great Xia's strength will be transformed, and Kyoto University will be #1 in the world. Mentor Nangong, congratulations. So enviable, 2 monstrous students. Several mentors also congratulated Nangong Xian. Galaxy Jean and Su Chun were both her students. The team battles continued as time passed. 5 hours later, all challenges ended, and the Prodigy battle came to a close. Kyoto University won every match, scoring 19 points each time. The only regret was that no one dared challenge them, so they missed out on 1 extra round of points. Even so, Kyoto University totaled 109 points, ranking first, 40 points ahead of second place. That was because they had challenged every high-scoring team. The Prodigy battle has ended first place. Kyoto University second place, Sistan University third place, Hanjiang University fourth place, Royal Academy fifth place. Philip University, the top 5, will be qualified to conquer the Tower of Heaven. Tomorrow morning, they will proceed in order of ranking. At Mount Tianshan, after a month had passed, the Artifact Spirit announced the end of the Prodigy battle and released the university rankings. Kyoto University had once again taken first place after several hundred years, while Hanjiang University entered the top 5, an unexpected result. All the prodigies were teleported out of the special space and back to their respective exclusive halls. The Kyoto University Prodigy Hall erupted in thunderous applause, and the mentors and principals were sincerely delighted. They had lost first place for too long, and this time they finally succeeded in staging a comeback, especially under intense suppression from the West. It was extremely difficult. Nangong Xian excitedly stepped forward to hug Su Chun, then hugged Galaxy Jean as well, unable to hide her emotions. She was proud that her students had led the school to turn the tables from adversity. The principal briefly announced that everyone's rewards would be doubled this time. They should return to the hotel and rest, then fully focus on breaking through the 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven tomorrow. That was the real main event. After returning to the hotel, Nangong Xian brought Su Chun and Galaxy Jean into the room. After taking a shower, Su Chun wrapped himself in a bath towel and lay down on the bed to sleep. In truth, he hadn't expended much energy at all. He wasn't tired. He just simply wanted to sleep. As for the upcoming tower assault, he didn't care much and thought it would be easy. What he cared more about was whether there would be a chance to reach the 9th floor. The discussion across the Tianshan mountain range was boiling over, and Su Chun leading his team to the championship became a hot topic. He had awakened for only 2 or 3 months, yet his strength left countless powerhouses powerless. His methods varied from match to match, but every victory was a crushing one. People were discussing whether Kyoto University could take the 7th floor. Everyone thought it would be difficult, but with Su Chun, there might be a chance. The 7th floor had blocked martial artists around the world for 200 years. If it could be conquered, the global landscape would change. The dungeon might be at the epic or mythic level, and the next 3 days would determine the next 30 years. At the hotel, Shangwan Xiao and the mentors discussed tomorrow's tower assault. There was actually not much to discuss. It all depended on the performance of the 10 prodigies. Kyoto University would attack first, and if they failed, it would then be the next university's turn. The western side was full of confidence, but they had not expected to be overtaken in the rankings. As long as Kyoto failed to conquer it, they would have a chance. At dawn on the 4th day, the tower assault day arrived. The square was packed with people, all of them staring at the outcome. Everyone was shouting Su Chen's name, waiting for a miracle to happen. Su Chun led the prodigies and mentors of Kyoto University into the exclusive hall for prodigies. Afterwards, everyone came out and stood on the highest steps of the square. The entire venue erupted in cheers, and Su Chen's name echoed throughout the square of the sky-piercing mountain range. The other university's prodigies went up the stage one after another, but their reputations were nowhere near Su Chen's. Because Drek lost to Su Chun and even committed suicide, the Western powerhouses were furious and humiliated, turning it into a shameful stain. The sky-piercing tower has 9 floors in total. You have reached the 6th floor. Please continue to conquer the 7th floor. The 7th floor contains 8 epic dungeons, 16 legendary dungeons, 32 diamond dungeons, 64 gold dungeons, 128 silver dungeons, 256 bronze dungeons, and 512 ordinary dungeons. Kyoto University will challenge now. Summoning and resurrection are prohibited. Countdown begins. 60. After the artifact spirit announced the rules and the countdown ended, Su Chun and the other 10 prodigies were instantly teleported into the sky-piercing tower. It was a place that looked like a wilderness, and they realized it was a matching battlefield. Please clear all beasts within the allotted time 777 each from 1st to 9th tier, remaining time 8:59:55. The screen displayed the number of beasts and the remaining time. The space trembled, and thousands upon thousands of beasts appeared. Su Chun thought of the natural disaster dungeon in the Qinglua world. Back then, it had also been a beast hunting mission, which made this feel familiar. Jean noticed that there was soul suppression here, and she and the others couldn't move or fight. They could only look at Su Chun. Su Chun had 100% soul resistance and was unaffected. The beasts charged madly, and Su Chun struck directly. The flame divine spear erupted, unleashing 2,048 streams of destructive spear light and spear intent that swept across the area. Within a radius of 2,000 meters, everything was covered by ice rain and heavenly fire, and everything turned into nothingness. He activated the tenfold experience scroll and slaughtered the beasts madly, constantly leveling up. Jean and the others were stunned. Su Chen's area attacks were terrifying, and his experience rapidly soared. Experience plus 6% attribute points plus 100 attribute points plus 10,000 attribute points plus 5,000 attribute points plus 200. As wave after wave of beasts fell, Su Chen's experience and attribute points surged. Soon, a light flashed across his body. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up current level, 94, battle power plus 10,000. A flash of gold appeared and vanished, and the notification sounded. Su Chun leveled up to 94, and his battle power increased by 10,000. There's nothing much to say. The 7th floor is easy too. We're almost done with it. Soul resistance, as expected. Su Chun, your spear technique has reached the 9th tier. With this strike, there are several thousand streams of spear light. In the wilderness, Shangwan Wudi and the others stood motionless, so shocked they were speechless. They completely relaxed, knowing they could just lie back and win. No matter how many beasts there were, they were trash before Su Chun. Time passed, and fewer exotic beasts remained. Su Chun was already level 98. After killing these, he could easily reach level 99. Outside, countless people were waiting, and no one knew the situation inside the sky-piercing tower. The powerhouses and prodigies of the Great Xia Empire were looking forward to Kyoto University passing the 7th floor, so that resources would circulate and the empire would grow stronger. The powerhouses and prodigies from the West hoped Kyoto University would fail, so that they themselves could challenge the 7th floor and thereby suppress Great Xia for years, even centuries. Kyoto University can't take down the sky-piercing tower. This is something our Sistun University has to do. So what if they're ranked first? They still can't beat the 7th floor. The resources are ours. As time passed, the Western camp grew increasingly arrogant, convinced that Kyoto University would surely fail and be teleported out at any moment. The square was divided into the Great Xia side and the Western side, the atmosphere tense and on edge. The only reason no one had fought was because the rules forbade it. Buzz. At that moment, the sky-piercing tower erupted with peerless radiance. The entire sky-piercing mountain range was enveloped in multicolored divine light, carrying a mysterious pressure that sent a tremor through all living beings. Everyone looked toward the sky-piercing tower, their faces full of shock and confusion. Had Kyoto University succeeded? Even when success had happened before, there had never been such a huge commotion. What was going on? At that moment, the voice of the artifact spirit rang out. Congratulations, Kyoto University has successfully conquered the 7th floor of the sky-piercing tower globally obtained. 8 epic dungeons, 16 legendary dungeons, 32 diamond dungeons, 64 gold dungeons, 128 silver dungeons, 256 bronze dungeons, 512 normal dungeons. As the news spread, everyone instantly exploded into excitement. What? Kyoto University passed the 7th floor? Impossible. How could this be? It should have been us at Sistun University. Damn it. Amazing. Kyoto University is awesome. Didn't they say we'd definitely fail? Now they've been slapped in the face. Weren't you so arrogant and confident? Keep going. After the artifact spirit's announcement, the entire scene fell briefly silent, then erupted into a roar of cheers like a tidal wave. The Western prodigies and powerhouses had originally been very confident about taking the 7th floor, but Kyoto University had beaten them to it. Still, they thought it didn't matter and openly boasted that Kyoto University would definitely not be able to pass the 7th floor. In the end, reality slapped them hard in the face, and everyone was stunned. The prodigies of the Great Xia Empire were thrilled, as if Su Chun had vented their anger for them. The 7th floor has been conquered. President Shang Wanxiu was so excited that even his voice trembled. The 7th floor had finally fallen into the hands of the people of Great Xia. Although only half the resources would be obtained, the amount was still enormous, and the rest could be distributed according to ranking. The Great Xia Empire was going to rise. As expected, he had confidence all along. Nangong Xian was also greatly encouraged. With the help of the universal fruit, her skill had already broken through to the 7th tier. With Kyoto University successfully conquering the 7th floor, she finally let out a sigh of relief. They should be coming out soon, right? Another mentor said. Everyone was waiting, but Kyoto University's people still hadn't come out. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that Kyoto University was going to challenge the 8th floor? Some thought it was impossible. The 7th floor had stumped the world for over 200 years. How could they possibly keep going and tackle the 8th floor? Western contestants jealously sneered. You actually think you can keep going and tackle the 8th floor? Don't get carried away. You'll be sent out soon enough. The 8th floor belongs to us in the West. It's not enough that you took the 7th floor. Now you want the 8th too. The prodigies of the Great Xia Empire simply ignored those sour remarks. There was no need to argue with them. Right now, everyone cared more about the resources from the 7th floor dungeon. Kyoto University would take half, and the rest would be shared by universities around the world. After returning home, they could even trade with Kyoto University. Either way, the resources would still be in their own country's hands. Inside the tower, hearing the spirit announce the clear, the prodigies from Kyoto University jumped in excitement. After Su Chun killed the beast, the soul suppression of the 7th floor disappeared, and everyone was thrilled. After all, they had participated in it too. Suddenly, they were swept away by a beam of golden light and vanished in an instant. When they appeared again, they were in an icy snowfield. The cold was bone deep, and everyone was instantly frozen in place, unable to move, in a situation similar to the suppression on the 7th floor. 8th floor? We've been teleported to the 8th floor. Everyone realized that they might have entered the 8th floor and instantly fell silent. But the 7th floor had already been conquered, so this was worth it. It was beyond imagination. Whether or not to go to the 8th floor didn't matter anymore. This kind of thing was Su Chin's specialty anyway. Just leave it to him. The other 9 prodigies, including Galaxy Gene, all pretended to be dead. A bunch of losers. Seriously, what a joke. Looking at the frozen prodigies, Su Chin couldn't help but complain. If they're incompetent, fine, but they're even professional at pretending to be dead. Useless. Eliminate all beasts within the specified time. 8,888 each of ranks 1 to 9, 8 beast kings. Remaining time, 3:59:55. The difficulty was higher than the 7th floor, and there were 8 beast kings, but Su Chin didn't care at all. He had already magoed beast kings before. One word, do it. Flame Devour. Although Su Chun was frozen, it didn't affect him much. His equipment stacked flame damage, making it perfect against ice. Flame and ice didn't mix, but he could control their fusion and forcefully break the ice. With a thrust of the flame spear, ice rain heavenly fire erupted and swept everything away. In truth, he only needed to hunt the beasts and complete the mission, and the freezing would naturally disappear. Boom, boom, boom. Ice rain heavenly fire rained down everywhere, destroying all beasts. With its massive coverage and the enhancement of the endless domain, conquering the 8th floor was no challenge at all for Su Chun. Others like undefeated Shangwan could only stare helplessly, but Su Chun was effortlessly crushing monsters. His experience and attribute points skyrocketed wildly, and Su Chun simply had no time to care. He would look after it when everything was over. Time flew by quickly. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 100. Combat power plus 100, 000. Su Chun leveled up, and his combat power surged. But he discovered that killing beasts no longer granted experience. Shangwan Wudi, do you still get experience after level 100? Su Chun asked. Guanshang Wudi had the highest level among the 10 and was answering. Level 100 is the cap, and it's also a new starting point. After that, killing monsters won't give experience, so you have to use other methods to improve your strength. Ask your mentor about it later. Bro, the beast is pouncing on me. Save me. Seeing the beast charge at him, it was obvious that Su Chun had deliberately let it through. Guanshang Wudi was speechless. However, at the crucial moment, Su Chun fired a few shots and instantly killed the beast. Su Chin's heart jolted. After level 100, he could only rely on other ways to improve his strength, so he had to quickly make up for his lack of knowledge. He couldn't gain experience anymore, but he could still farm attribute points and equipment. Time passed. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 8th floor. The spirit of the artifact announced that the 8th floor had been cleared, the ice seal vanished, and everyone regained their freedom. Outside, in the square, the people from the west looked even more grim. They were about to be teleported out soon, but the people from Kyoto University still hadn't come out. Everyone understood that this meant the Kyoto University team was still continuing to conquer the stage and had not failed. The prodigies and powerhouses of the West began to panic. They feared that Su Chun and the others were already on the verge of clearing the entire 8th floor. If Kyoto University took down the 8th floor as well, it would be a huge loss for the West. After all, the Great Xia Empire had already secured most of the new dungeons, along with many epic tier opportunities. Now the West could only hope that Kyoto University would stop breaking through. No one knew how much time passed before an even more dazzling light appeared. When the Western powerhouses saw that light, their hearts sank, and they nearly coughed up blood. They had seen this kind of light once before. It meant the Tongtian Tower had been conquered. This time, it meant the 8th floor had been breached. The Great Xia Empire's powerhouses were trembling with excitement at the sight. The artifact spirit announced, "Congratulations, Kyoto University has successfully cleared the 8th floor of the Tongtian Tower, and at the same time distributed dungeon rewards." 4 mythic-grade dungeons appeared, and as before, there were also piles of epic, legendary, diamond, and gold dungeons and other rewards. The only difference was the addition of 4 mythic-grade ones. The 8th floor is cleared. Su Chun is insane. The 7th floor had been stuck for 200 years without anyone breaking it, and they actually broke through 2 floors in a row. This is the 8th floor. The global power structure is about to change. Mythic-grade dungeons are appearing. The entire square erupted, while only the prodigies and powerhouses of the West stood there dumbfounded, taking a massive blow. They had given everything for 200 years just to clear the 7th floor, only for the Great Xia Empire to break through 2 stages in one go. They could hardly believe it. At this moment, the artifact spirit gave another prompt. Su Chen's team has entered the 9th floor of the Tongtian Tower. Whether they can continue to conquer it, please stay tuned. For the people of the Great Xia Empire, this was exciting news. For the people of the West, it was outright disastrous. They began to fear that the 9th floor would also be conquered. The Tongtian Tower floated in the air. Though it looked small, its inner space was actually immense. Su Chun and the others had now reached the 9th floor, which was a boundless sea of molten lava. The temperature was extremely high, and even Guanshang Wudi and the others were barely able to hold up their defenses. Their faces burned bright red. There was no soul suppression or ice seal on this floor, but the heat alone made it nearly impossible for them to endure. They couldn't afford the slightest distraction. The moment they let their guard down, they would be swallowed by the flames. This is the 9th floor. It's too hot. There's no way we can even fight here. What kind of trial is this? I'm about to lose it. Su Chun, don't worry about us. Everyone was putting everything into defense, with no spare strength left to fight. Clearly, this wasn't going to work. This floor was even harsher than the 7th and 8th. Su Chun glanced at his teammates and sneered. Then he looked toward the virtual light screen. The artifact spirit issued the 9th floor's mission. Please clear all beasts in the current environment within the allotted time. Tier 1. Tier 9. 9,999 of each tier beast king. 99 secret mission. The one who kills the most enemies may obtain it. Only by completing it will the floor count as cleared. Remaining time. 59:55. With less than an hour left, the hunting target far exceeded the previous floors. They had to clear all the beasts first, then trigger the secret mission in order to pass the floor. Time was tight, so Su Chun directly unleashed his power with the Flame Divine Spear in hand. Centered on him, all fire damage within a 2,000-meter radius was nullified. The other prodigies from Kyoto University immediately noticed that the temperature of the flames had returned to normal in an instant. Only then did they realize that Su Chun had deliberately messed with them, just to make them roast for nothing. But they could only resign themselves to it. Su Chun began slaughtering the exotic beasts frantically, with the Flame Divine Spear sweeping through. Combined with ice rain, heavenly fire, and magma, the killing speed was extremely fast. The others were shocked, realizing that Su Chun was trying to snatch the mysterious quest and complete it right on the deadline. The exotic beasts have been cleared. The mysterious quest is about to begin. Please have Su Chun accept it. The others leave. As soon as the artifact spirit's voice fell, the others were instantly teleported away, and only Su Chun remained in the world of magma. Very soon, Su Chun was also transported away by a beam of light and arrived in the boundless starry sky. Welcome to the Heaven Ascending world. Time remaining 43 minutes 22 seconds. Merge with the Heaven Ascending Tower. The final trial begins. At this moment, the true form of a small Heaven Ascending Tower manifested and instantly grew larger, its tower body densely covered with text. Su Chan instructed the system to scan it. After 10 minutes of busy work, the system finally finished. This is the Chaos Divine Demon Visualization method, capable of cultivating the soul and divine soul. The system poured the information into his mind, and Su Chan understood it instantly. The cultivation method inside the gate mainly cultivates the divine soul and the soul. No wonder there is soul suppression on the 7th floor of the Heaven Ascending Tower. Su Chan began to visualize and cultivate. At first, he could not calm his mind and worried that he would not have enough time, wasting 5 minutes for nothing. Only after finally entering the state did he become immersed in it. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes, drew out a few drops of essence blood, and fused them into the Heaven Ascending Tower. The moment the essence blood touched the tower body, 7-colored light burst forth, with pressure and aura of revival coexisting, like the core of the world. Su Chan endured the Heaven Ascending Tower's pressure and desperately tried to fuse with it, but even his equipment was suppressed. The Heaven Ascending Tower spun at high speed, and after the essence blood fully merged, a trace of connection formed between him and the tower. Su Chan seemed to gain some insight. In the next moment, the Heaven Ascending Tower turned into a streak of light and rushed at him. He did not dissipate, but instead merged with the tower, and the tower became a part of his body. 3 patches of 7-colored chaotic hues appeared on his body, respectively on his heart, head, and left atrium. This was because he had fused with the 9 immortal steels, Penglai Immortal Mountain, and the Heaven Ascending Tower. Su Chan asked himself that if his whole body were to turn 7-colored, he would need more divine treasures of this kind. In the boundless starry sky, mysterious energy nourished Su Chan. At the same time, the plaza of the Heaven Ascending Mountain range was bustling with activity. The Heaven Ascending Tower still hovered there, and suddenly several streaks of light fell from it. Those were the prodigies of Kyoto University. They had been teleported back, which meant they had failed to challenge the 9th floor. But being able to break through the 7th and 8th floors was already astonishing enough. The strong of the Great Xia Empire cheered, while the Western prodigies sneered again, thinking that the 9th floor was still beyond the reach of Great Xia University. People kept calling out Su Chan's name in the crowd, only to find that he had not appeared, and there was no sign of him on the high platform either. Everyone was puzzled and hurriedly asked Galaxy Jean about Su Chan's whereabouts. Nangong Xian looked at Galaxy Jean, filled with guilt, and only then realized that Su Chan was nowhere to be seen. She quickly asked, "Weren't you all going into the Heaven Ascending Tower together? Why hasn't Su Chan come back? Isn't it supposed that no one dies in the Heaven Ascending Tower?" She was not the only one worried. The mentors and the dean of Kyoto University, as well as the prodigies and powerhouses of the Great Xia Empire, were all extremely anxious. Su Chan was far too important to Great Xia. In the audience seats, Luo Bingqing and Luo Xinger were also terribly anxious. The mentor pressed for details, and Galen Jean replied, "Su Chan is still clearing the 9th floor." Nangong Xian froze. "What? Then why did you come out ahead of time?" Not only was she confused, but everyone who heard it was equally baffled. The expressions of the Western prodigies turned very ugly. Only then did they realize that Kyoto University had not completely failed yet. As long as Su Chan was still challenging it, anything was possible. Galen Jean explained, "We already cleared the 7th and 8th floors. The 9th floor has a hidden mission, and the exotic beasts were killed by Su Chan. The mission can only be completed by him, so we were teleported out." The other prodigies nodded to confirm it. Nangong Xian understood. Thinking about it, that made sense too. The crucial parts were all handled by Su Chan, so naturally the mission would be left for him to finish. The mentors and dean all breathed a sigh of relief, and the prodigies and martial warriors of Great Xia were equally delighted. They hadn't lost. There was still hope. Besides, the 9th floor was already half complete. The whole venue began to wait. Both Great Xia and the West were suffering. The West feared Su Chan would succeed, while Great Xia feared he would fail. Hope was right before their eyes, yet they also feared it would vanish in an instant. Time passed, and suddenly, there was a disturbance in the void. The Tongtian Tower erupted with even more dazzling 7-colored auspicious light, illuminating the entire venue. The people in the plaza were split into 2 emotions. Great Xia was thrilled, while the West was disheartened. "Congratulations, Kyoto University has successfully cleared the 9th floor of the Tongtian Tower. Global rewards obtained. For source-level worlds, 8 mythic dungeons, 8 epic dungeons, 16 legendary dungeons, 32 diamond dungeons, 64 gold dungeons, 128 silver dungeons, 256 bronze dungeons, 512 ordinary dungeons." The tower spirit announced that the 9th floor of the Tongtian Tower had been broken through, and the entire world obtained a huge amount of dungeon resources, including 4 real worlds. As soon as the news spread, the entire venue erupted. Kyoto University has cleared the Tongtian Tower except for the captain. Each member receives one exclusive Sync-grade special weapon. As streams of light descended, each of the Kyoto University prodigies received a weapon. Captain Su Chun will receive 2 exclusive divine-grade special equipment. Su Chun's reward was even better than everyone else's. At this moment, Su Chun appeared above the Tongtian Tower, transforming into a streak of light as he landed on the high platform. 2 beams of light descended, and Su Chun grabbed them with one hand, casually storing them in the Yuan realm space. He looked up at the illusionary image of the sky-connecting tower in the sky. In fact, the real sky-connecting tower had already merged with him, and only he knew the truth. The sky tower was just an illusion, because no one had imagined that the sky-connecting tower had actually been fused with Su Chun. Floor 7, Floor 8, Floor 9 for all instances, Kyoto University gets half, and the rest is distributed according to ranking. The artifact spirit announced the distribution of instance resources. Kyoto University occupied half of the resources of the high-level instances, and the remaining half was divided among universities around the world. A beam of light landed in front of Shangguan Xiao, carrying the resource allocation information, and countless beams of light flew toward the Great Xia Empire. The principal held the information in his hand, but the instance resources would directly appear at Kyoto University, and no one could take them away. Then, Nangong Xian let everyone move around freely. After greeting Nangong Xian, Su Chun left the platform and met Luo Xing'er and Luo Bingqing. "Brother, you're amazing," Luo Xing'er said happily. Su Chun led the team to the top of the sky-connecting tower and swept through all the prodigies. "Just lucky," Su Chun replied with a smile. The 3 of them left the square and strolled around the sky-connecting mountain range. Su Chun knew that in the future, the sky-connecting mountain range might become history, because the sky-connecting tower no longer existed. The real sky-connecting tower had merged with Su Chun and had already been cleared, so there was no need to challenge it again. In the afternoon, Su Chun, Luo Bingqing, and Luo Xing'er took Kyoto University's spaceship and left the sky-connecting mountain range, flying back to Kyoto University. "Let's go to the extraterritorial battlefield in 2 days." On the return spaceship, Su Chun was in a private room with Luo Bingqing and the others. Okay. Su Chun nodded. He would go home and rest, and tomorrow he would ask his mentor about the knowledge after level 100, because he was already level 100 but knew nothing more. 2 hours later, the spaceship arrived at Kyoto University. After saying goodbye to Nangong Xian, Su Chun, Luo Bingqing, and Luo Xing'er drove home. Grandma, I'm back." Su Chun returned to Villa number 9, but he did not hear his grandmother's response. Afu ran out and said, "Sir and Madam left this morning and asked me to give this to you." He handed over an envelope. Su Chun took the envelope and went upstairs, feeling uneasy. They left in the morning. Where did they go? He had even had chest pain while at the sky-connecting tower that morning. Back in his room, Su Chun opened the envelope. "By the time you see this message, we've already left. Don't worry about us. We're very glad to see you grow up, and in the future you'll need to be even stronger to fulfill your own mission. Grandpa and Grandma will be waiting for you ahead." There were only a few lines, and the handwriting was his grandmother's. Tears fell from Su Chun's eyes. He had been raised by his grandparents from childhood to adulthood, and they had almost never been apart. Now, even his grandparents had left, and he didn't know where they had gone, which was heartbreaking. Taking a deep breath, Su Chun tried his best to calm his emotions. "My parents disappeared, and now even Grandpa and Grandma are gone." He stood by the window in silence for a long time, adjusted his mood, went to shower, and changed clothes. In the end, he lay on the bed and only fell asleep after a long while. The next day, Su Chun got up, washed up, and went downstairs. By the dining table, Luo Xing'er was eating breakfast. Seeing Su Chun come down, she greeted him. She knew that Su Chun's grandparents had left, so she didn't wake him up as usual. Su Chun sat down, responded briefly, and lowered his head to eat. Luo Xing'er carefully asked if he was okay. Su Chun said indifferently what could be wrong, urging her to eat quickly, as the 2 of them would be going to school soon. After finishing their meal, the 2 left and drove to school. As soon as they entered the classroom, warm applause erupted, led by their mentor, Nangong Xian. Su Chun froze for a moment, thinking he was late. But their mentor was actually earlier than the students today. Nangong Xian announced that Kyoto University had become number 1 in the world and had also taken the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors of the instances. They had achieved a great victory in resource acquisition, and Su Chun deserved the greatest credit. Su Chun accepted the thanks with confidence and sat down next to In Hejin. Nangong Xian said that today they would teach the knowledge after level 100, obviously prepared specifically for Su Chun, because only he in the class had reached level 100, while the others were mostly only at level 20 or 30, making the gap enormous. Nangong Xian said that before level 100, killing exotic beasts to level up was humanity's bug. As long as you worked hard to kill exotic beasts, you could always reach level 100. After level 100, that privilege disappeared. Killing exotic beasts would no longer grant experience. Level 100 is not the end, but the beginning. After that come higher human tiers. King, Saint, Dominator, Overlord, and beyond that, we won't go into for now. To become a king, you not only need to reach level 100, but your skills must also reach the peak of the 9th tier and break through to the heavenly tier. Skills are very important. Xian said earnestly that this knowledge was actually supposed to be taught next year or the year after, because only then would students be likely to reach level 100. She hadn't expected Su Chun to reach level 100 in just 2 months, so she had to teach him the later content in advance. Su Chun asked, Minter, after advancing to king, how does one improve one's realm? He was already level 100, and his spear technique had reached 40% of the 9th tier. He could still consume 2 more spear Dao fruits. He wanted to know how levels continued to increase after becoming a king. Xian replied, after level 100, you rely on cultivation, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, natural treasures, and so on. Before level 100, it's like a game. It's heaven's protection for humanity. Only after level 100 do you truly enter the cultivation era. This starting point is higher than other races. It's a special compensation, because humans were originally too weak and could only level up by hunting exotic beasts. Su Chen asked again, what about equipment and combat power? Xian said, just remember that strength and skills are eternal. No matter how you improve, equipment, treasures, skills, and combat power are always the core. In the end, no matter how things change, you can't get away from these fundamentals. The other students in the class, who were only in their 20s or 30s in level, listened attentively as well. They were still far from level 100, but they all longed for it. Su Chen asked again, Minter, I'll ask more about the knowledge after level 100 later. By the way, what rules does the school have regarding the extraterritorial battlefield? When Xian heard that Su Chan wanted to go to the extraterritorial battlefield, she froze for a moment, and the whole class was stunned as well. It was very dangerous there, and many people simply didn't want to go. It was only because the rules required it that everyone forced themselves to go. Although dangerous, it could help people grow rapidly. Su Chen said, Minter, I'm planning to go to the extraterritorial battlefield to train. Xian replied, as long as you're above level 60, the school won't stop students who go voluntarily. Every martial artist must go to the extraterritorial battlefield. During university, you must go at least once, and after graduation you still have tasks to complete. Humans must shoulder this responsibility. In the past, freshmen would usually go in their 2nd or 3rd year, but Su Chan was only 2 months into enrollment and already planning to go, so she felt a little unaccustomed to it. Su Chen said, then Minter, I won't come to school tomorrow. I'm preparing to go to the extraterritorial battlefield. Xian nodded. All right, be careful. You cleared the sky-piercing tower and helped the school obtain countless dungeon resources. You can enter all dungeons unconditionally, especially the mythic grade and source grade worlds. I suggest you give them a try. Those are top-tier resources. Su Chen agreed. Once I come back from the extraterritorial battlefield, I'll go take a look at the mythic grade or source grade worlds, Su Chen replied. Even legendary dungeons can yield tremendous rewards, so what about mythic grade and source grade worlds? If I clear them all, the gains will definitely be even more terrifying. At noon, after class, Galaxy Jean called him over. Galaxy Jean, what is it? Su Chun turned around and saw how beautiful and mysterious she was, with an extraordinary temperament. Among all the girls he knew, she was truly unique, each of Nan Gongxian, Luo Xinger, and Luo Bingqing having their own merits. Are you really going to the outer battlefield? Galaxy Jean asked seriously, concern filling her eyes. I'm going to train and improve myself. Su Chen nodded. He was about to max out the Annihilation World-Slaying Spear technique and wanted to take the chance to break through and advance to king. Then be careful. Galaxy Jean handed him a necklace that looked like the galaxy, her eyes full of anticipation. Okay, thanks. Su Chen accepted the necklace, and Galaxy Jean immediately smiled and waved goodbye. On the way home, Su Chen thought about how Grandma had given him a necklace some time ago. Grandpa had given him a spatial ring, and now Galaxy Jean had given him another necklace. How was he supposed to wear 2 necklaces? He reached out to touch the old necklace around his neck. Suddenly, his hand froze. The necklace was gone. Su Chen was stunned. He had clearly never taken it off. So how could it have disappeared? He couldn't remember when he had lost it, and he couldn't recall when it had gone missing. He hadn't made any big movements during battle, and his perception was strong. It was impossible not to have noticed. Yet, the necklace his grandmother had given him was gone. Su Chen sighed and put on Galaxy Jin's necklace. Villa number 8. Su Yunji asked her granddaughter, Luo Bingqing. Qinger, are you still going to the outer battlefield? Luo Bingqing nodded. Grandma, I can grow faster only in the outer battlefield. Don't worry. In fact, both she and her sister were raised by their grandparents, since their parents were away from home all year round. She understood their responsibilities. Are you taking Su Chun with you? Of course. Little Chun is amazing. Whenever Su Chun was mentioned, Luo Bingqing would light up with joy. Su Yunji could only shake her head. The child had grown up and had her own path to take. That evening, after finishing dinner, Su Chin chatted with Luo Bingqing on the virtual channel for a while, mainly about preparing to head to the outer battlefield. There wasn't actually much to prepare. With a spatial ring and Yuan world space, he had everything he needed and more. After taking a shower, Su Chun had no intention of sleeping. He still needed to study the Tongtian Tower and the 2 items of equipment he had just obtained. After the fusion, he hadn't really looked closely at the Tongtian Tower at all. Now, he decided to figure it out. Buzz. The Tongtian Tower emerged at the thought of his mind, revolving around him. Air currents flowed in the atmosphere. Name, Tongtian Tower Chaos, Eternal Dimensional Grade. Number 1 Unique Trait, 7-colored Chaos Combat Power. 888. 8888 Details. The universe's only eternal divine artifact. It does not belong to equipment and increases base combat power by 888. 8888. Divinity 1. Traversal across spatial barriers of worlds below cosmic level plus 100% Divinity 2. 100% resistance to negative emotions. Divinity 3-6. Cultivation speed for concepts, domains, laws, and Tao realms plus 1000%. Divinity 7. Contains various source powers. After Su Chun finished reading, the information was exactly the same as in his mind. The Tongtian Tower was invincible, but right now the only parts most useful to him were Divinity 1 and 2. The combat power boost was extremely high. Divinity 1 allowed him to freely traverse instances and secret realms, and even if a mission failed, he could directly escape. For example, if he failed to obtain permission to leave at Penglai Immortal Mountain, he could ignore the rules and simply walk away. Divinity 2 meant absolute immunity to all negative emotions, but he already had the light ring for that, so it wasn't anything special. Defies heaven, Su Chin remarked. However, his realm was still too low, so he couldn't yet truly appreciate the Tongtian Tower's power. He closed his eyes, and the Tongtian Tower vanished instantly. His divine sense entered Yuan world space, where he took out an item of equipment, the Tongtian Tower's reward, specifically meant to avoid drawing attention. The equipment's suffix was still eye-catching, exclusive God special. Now there wasn't just 1, but 2. He guessed they were special equipment like shoes or gemstones. Whoosh. The equipment appeared, blazing with 7-colored light. Su Chen's eyes lit up. It was a special halo. Name, Sun God Radiance Exclusive God Special Grade. Unique Trait, Colorful Combat Power, 666666 Details. Under the illumination of the Sun God Radiance, ghosts and evil beings have nowhere to hide, and it contains endless chaotic scorching heat. Divinity 1 suppresses ghosts and evil beings by 90%. Divinity 2, fire attacks increased by 500%. Divinity 3, 50% chance to erupt into chaotic flames when attacking. Divinity 4, I ask, you answer. Answer wrongly and die instantly. Limited to demons and evil spirits, 3 times per day, and failing to answer within 5 seconds counts as wrong. Seeing the attributes, Su Chun was utterly speechless. The divine equipment really is insane. With 666,666 combat power, there's no need to even mention it. Divinity 4 is basically unbeatable. Any demon, monster, or ghoul that can't answer it just dies on the spot. The aura can also enhance the Flame Divine Spear, and the two clearly complement each other. Su Chin directly equipped it. Then, he took out the second piece of equipment. A 7-color gem, standard exclusive divine grade. Name, Chaos Rainbow Diamond Exclusive Divine Special Grade. Unique Trait, Colorful Combat Power, 666666 Details. All things are chaotic, all origins return to 1. It devours energy and converts it into auxiliary cultivation. Divinity 1. Cultivation speed in the current realm increases by 10,000%. Divinity 2. Luck plus 50. Divinity 3. The wearer 100% triggers the Chaos Light Shield. Divinity 4. The Chaos Light Shield absorbs 99% of damage. The gem is very powerful. Su Chun discovered that although the Tower of Heaven reward counted as special equipment, all of its traits were divine, and the equipment wouldn't repeat. It was only issued after being carefully selected. Equip it. After reading through all the equipment, Su Chin immediately put everything on. Right now, he was only missing a belt. The bracelet, ring, and helmet were still not exclusive, but that could be handled gradually. His combat power was already terrifying. System, version 1.0 name. Su Chen level, 100 luck, plus 100 combat power, 1070145996 mount. Azure Nether Divine Bird Wealth, 88210473 skill. World-ending Spear Art Tier, 940% ability. Endless Domain SSS, Tier 50%. Space, UNGS Space SSS, 5-fold 0%. Attribute points, 36,871 million combat power equals base stats plus equipment, times amplification multiplier. Seeing his own combat power, Su Chen was shocked inside. Over 100 million. UNGS space, 350%, spear technique, 160%. The amplification was terrifying. Finally, over 100 million. Others are still at 1 million. That was the gap. Su Chen was already over 100 million, while most other prodigies hadn't even reached 1 million yet. Ordinary martial artists in their 20s might not even have 10 or 20,000 combat power. He was now completely crushing the kings among his peers and at the same level. Xiao Chun, go to bed early. Tomorrow at 8:30, go to the Kyoto training ground with the Legion to the extraterritorial battlefield. Don't miss the spaceship. Luo Bingqing sent a message. She reminded Su Chen to rest early and not oversleep. Once the Legion spaceship left, if he missed it, he would have to wait 3 days. The extraterritorial battlefield involved outer space and other worlds, so entry and exit weren't allowed at will. The spaceship was controlled by the military. Got it, sis. Su Chen replied, turned off the virtual screen, and took out a spear Dao fruit, swallowing it in one bite and refining it. Half an hour later, world-ending spear art had reached Tier 9 at 70%, and there was still one fruit left. He didn't know whether it could directly upgrade to heavenly tier. What he feared most was getting stuck at 99%. After finishing everything, he went to sleep. Early the next morning, Su Chen washed up, got dressed, and went downstairs. In the dining room, Luo Xing'er was eating breakfast. Today, Luo Bingqing was there too. The sisters were treating his home like their own. Sis Xing'er, Su Chen greeted them. The two nodded, busy eating. After finishing, Luo Xing'er grabbed Su Chen's hand. Brother, take me with you, okay? Su Chen refused outright. You're low level, weak, and too young. The extraterritorial battlefield is dangerous. When I come back, I'll gear you up properly, and then take you. Luo Xing'er was unhappy. It was obvious her sister hadn't agreed, and now she was coming to beg Su Chen. Your reasons are exactly the same. You two are in on this together. She stormed off in a huff. Su Chen smiled and said, study hard. I'll take you next time. Luo Xing'er turned back and snorted. Let's go then. To the 9th drill ground in Kyoto, Luo Bingqing said. She was dressed neatly and sharply today, looking very heroic, with a perfect figure and clearly wearing battlefield attire. Okay. Su Chen nodded and set off with her. The supercar sped along, heading straight for Kyoto's 9th drill ground. Kyoto has 11 drill grounds, and only these can be used to depart for the foreign battlefield. Half an hour later, the supercar passed through the city center and reached the desolate edge of Kyoto. Along the way, Su Chen looked through the car window and saw countless martial artists coming and going, each of them above level 80. When they passed the guard post, Luo Bingqing handed over her crystal card. After the sentry verified it, he saluted in return. Su Chen was surprised to discover that Luo Bingqing was actually a colonel. Luo Bingqing explained that everyone had to join the Legion, and only military merits mattered here. Her colonel rank was earned through military achievements. After parking, they walked into the drill ground. Along the way, Su Chen saw many martial artists, young and old, most of them looking grave. Some people were murmuring. The situation on the foreign battlefield was severe. Alien races had joined the war, 2 small worlds had been enslaved, and billions of humans had fallen into slavery. Some sighed, but still firmly headed to the battlefield, because they had to protect their homeland. Luo Bingqing asked Su Chen whether he felt oppressed by it. Su Chen nodded, unable to understand why they would go even knowing how dangerous it was. Luo Bingqing told him that once awakened, fate was already set. Martial artists were destined to fight the alien races, otherwise, Earth would also be enslaved. University students had to go to the battlefield for training, and even after graduation, they still had to go. Only by accumulating enough merits could they be exempted. Su Chen asked how much merit it took to become a colonel. Luo Bingqing answered calmly, 100,000 merits. You'll understand once you get to the foreign battlefield. They entered the vast drill ground, where 20 to 30,000 people were divided into 2 groups, veterans and recruits. On the platform, the major general radiated a chilling aura, clearly having killed countless times. His gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke. Once you enter here, you are soldiers, you are warriors. Our goal, to drive back the alien races. Drive out the enemies. Protect our families and homeland. Warriors have honor. Military merits are your symbol. Board in an orderly fashion and head to the foreign battlefield. The major general on the platform repeated these words almost every day, because every day there were new recruits and veterans heading to the foreign battlefield. Let's board the spaceship first, Luo Bingqing said, not joining the line as she walked straight toward the spaceship. Today, 3 spaceships were departing. Luo Bingqing and Su Chun used a special passage to reach the boarding gate, passing through 4 rounds of security checks along the way. Whether entering or leaving, the drill ground's defenses were extremely tight. Colonel Luo, and this is? A military officer looked at Su Chun beside Luo Bingqing. My little brother, Luo Bingqing replied, taking Su Chun straight aboard. The spaceship was very large, capable of carrying 10,000 people, and it would take 3 or 4 days to reach the battlefield. There were many martial artists on board, all seated in the main hall. Luo Bingqing, however, brought Su Chun into a private suite. Su Chun knew these were all privileges of a colonel. Status and military merit determined the treatment one received. 3 days. Get some good rest, Luo Bingqing said, taking off her shoes and leaning lazily on the sofa. Her meaning was obvious. In 3 days, there would be non-stop slaughter. Okay, sis, take these few universal fruits. I'm also planning to use these few days to improve my skills and try to break through the bottleneck. Su Chun took out 3 universal fruits from the UNGS space and handed them to Luo Bingqing. The limit per person was 10. Last time he had given Luo Xing'er 3, and this time he only gave his sister 3 as well, fair and square. Xiao Chun, are you close to the heaven tier? Luo Bingqing was shocked. The bottleneck was the peak of the 9th tier. Once broken through, it would be the heaven tier. And with Su Chin's level already maxed at 100, he could become a king at any time. 70% at the 9th rank. Su Chun went into his room, closed the door, and took out a spear Dao fruit to refine. Half an hour later, the fruit had been fully refined, and he immersed himself in its artistic conception. His spear Dao proficiency was maxed out, and his spear technique directly reached the peak of the 9th rank, now advancing toward the heavenly rank. Time passed, and Su Chun finally opened his eyes, his gaze like blazing flames. 1-star king. My spear technique has reached the heavenly rank, and the world-ending spear technique has transformed into the chaos divine demon spear technique. He was no longer an ordinary martial artist, but a 1-star king. His skills and level had both met the requirements, so he naturally advanced. His spear technique had also risen from the 9th rank to the heavenly rank, and the world-ending spear technique had completely evolved into the chaos divine demon spear technique. The only regret was that he lacked a cultivation technique. His cultivation could only improve by absorbing starry sky energy and natural treasures, which had limited effect. He needed a cultivation technique. Fortunately, he had the Chaos Color Diamond, which increased cultivation speed by 100 times, directly reaching 10,000%. Just thinking about it made him excited. He had become a king, and his battle power had doubled. Prompt. Spear Technique 9th rank 70%, Heavenly rank 1-star 0.00%. 1 spear unleashes 10,081 spear lights. Armor break plus 200%. Piercing plus 200%. Speed plus 200%. Spear intent plus 10,081 points. Battle power increase plus 200%. The power of the Chaos Divine Demon Spear technique was terrifying. With one strike, it could instantly wipe out a large swath. System 1.0 version name. Su Chun level. 1-star King Luck. Plus 100 battle power. 267536490 mount. Xing Luo, Divine Bird Wealth. 88210473 skill. World-ending spear technique. Heavenly rank 1-star. Ability. Endless domain. 5th rank. Space. Origin realm space. 5th layer. Attribute points. 36,871 million note. Battle power equals. Base plus equipment. X multiplier. Su Chen's current battle power was 26,753 million. 2.5 times higher than when he was level 100, mainly because of the improvement in realm and spear technique. In the afternoon, Su Chun went out and saw Luo Bingqing watching TV on the sofa in the main hall, her long legs casually crossed in a very alluring way. Xiao Chun, did you succeed? Sensing the change in Su Chen's temperament, she was somewhat surprised and asked tentatively. After all, becoming a king was a major threshold, and her heartbeat quickened as well. Su Chen nodded. He had become a king, and his spear technique had reached the heavenly rank, making his strength unprecedentedly powerful. He didn't care how strong the other kings were. In any case, he was confident that no one was his match. Congratulations. I didn't expect you to become a king. You used to be just a little kid, and now you're stronger than me. Luo Bingqing sighed. Becoming an invincible king in just 3 months was indeed monstrous. Sis, stop it. I'm only 2 years younger than you. You're only 20, so stop pretending to be old. Su Chen was speechless. Luo Bingqing no longer argued about their ages and began talking about what came after becoming a king. After becoming a king, you need to find powerful cultivation techniques if you want to become stronger. Exchanging for them with military merit in the Legion is very expensive. In fact, the truly good techniques are all in secret realms and dungeons. Although she was not yet a king, she understood these things. After becoming a king, there are mainly 3 things to improve: skills, artistic conception, cultivation techniques, realm, and equipment, treasures. Skills improve artistic conception, such as spear intent. Cultivation techniques improve explosive power and realm. Equipment and treasures can also increase battle power, such as Su Chen's sky-piercing tower, Chaos Creation Immortal Steel, and Peng Lai Immortal Mountain, all of which were treasures. A king is someone who constantly improves themselves, seeking cultivation techniques, skills, and equipment to grow stronger. Sis, was your injury sustained in a secret realm? Su Chen asked. Her injury was not obvious, but it was serious. It should have been caused by some special cultivation technique of a foreign race. He understood that coming to the extraterritorial battlefield was, on the one hand, to let him train, and on the other hand, to let him help her. Luo Bingqing said, there's an alien prince who has cultivated a peculiar technique. His wounds can't be healed, and even the most powerful healers can't do anything about it. I was severely injured by him in the 3rd heaven of the secret realm, and now he may already have entered the 4th or even 5th heaven. When that time comes, the 2 of us, sister and brother, will join forces and kill him. I'm not comfortable having others help. My original idea was also a helpless one. Actually, working with you is the best. Su Chen sneered. If he dares hurt my sister, I'll make him wish he were dead. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. An alien prince was their natural enemy and had to be eradicated, and this guy had even injured Luo Bingqing. He was tired of living. Luo Bingqing nodded. Okay, then we'll teach him a lesson together when the time comes. As for the foreign races, they must be eliminated. After hearing Su Chen's words, Luo Bingqing felt very happy. The siblings had grown up together, and she knew her cousin's personality all too well. What girl wouldn't like someone standing up for her? Sis, where are uncle and aunt? Su Chen asked. Actually, he only knew that his uncle and aunt were on the extraterritorial battlefield and had rarely seen them. Luo Bingqing said, they've always been here. Recently, the foreign race armies have been pressing in, preparing to enslave Earth. The war is intense, and they simply can't leave. Although there are humans from other worlds providing assistance, it's far from enough. I hope we can stop the foreign races this time. Only then did Su Chen truly feel how severe the battle situation was, and he understood that behind peaceful life, countless people were risking their lives to protect it. Luo Bingqing nodded. It's very serious. The legions have recalled veteran soldiers and sent new recruits to the battlefield early, all to resist the foreign races. After that, Luo Bingqing refined the fruit to increase her strength, while Su Chen idly waited. There was no way to enter the virtual world on the spaceship. Otherwise, he could have already charged into the heaven rankings. 3 days later, at noon, a broadcast sounded. The spaceship is about to arrive at the 9th city of the extraterritorial battlefield. Please prepare to disembark. Su Chen asked, the 9th city? There are many cities here. Luo Bingqing explained, extraterritorial battlefield is a collective term. On Earth's side, there are a total of 9 passes. The 9th pass was established as a city over time, so it's called the 9th city. The ship had already landed, and the 2 of them walked out of the cabin. The atmosphere was desolate and tense, and experts could be seen everywhere. Although most of them weren't wearing military uniforms, they all had badges of human warriors pinned to their chests. Welcome to the 9th city of the extraterritorial battlefield. New recruits, please report to the new recruit camp. Proceed to the new recruit camp to report. The broadcast kept reminding newcomers to report to the new recruit camp first and learn about the 9th city, the extraterritorial battlefield, and the Legion rules. This was the first step for every newcomer. Luo Bingqing took Su Chen to report in and reminded him, don't join a large legion. Hunt independently. Geniuses never follow the crowd. They have to fight their own way. Su Chen nodded. He didn't like being in a large group. There were too many rules, too many formations, and they always talked about unity. Sometimes, even when they knew it was sending people to their deaths, they still had to go. That wasn't his style. He only excelled at fighting alone. Very soon, the 2 arrived at the new recruit camp. The camp was separate from the legions, but still within the 9th city. It was like an endless sea of buildings, and everyone walking on the roads was a powerhouse. Luo Bingqing explained that the 9th city had human martial artists from all countries and races. Here, everyone was one body. They could not kill one another, and they absolutely could not join hands with foreign races to deal with their own kind. That was a capital offense. As they spoke, they arrived at the new recruit camp. Reporting in required lining up for registration. So Luo Bingqing went to report to the Legion and told Su Chen to queue up. An hour later, it was Su Chen's turn. He handed over his identity crystal card. After the civilian staff checked him, they let him choose. Single-handedly hunting, Su Chen replied. All right, welcome to the Legion. Your information has been recorded. Remember to go on the forum to learn the rules and missions. Wishing you great success on the battlefield. The civilian staff unusually said a few more words. The surrounding new recruits were shocked. Civilian staff usually couldn't be bothered to say much. Only those with extraordinary strength received such special attention. After all, Su Chen had become a king at the age of 18, making him the youngest prodigy among all humans. Su Chen nodded in thanks, took back his crystal card, and left the line. Luo Bingqing also finished her business and came back, asking if he had registered. Su Chen replied that he had, then left the new recruit camp with her. The ninth city was lively and prosperous, but carried an aura of chilling menace. This was the front line between humanity and the other races, and everyone was stationed here for the long term, making it a second home. Not long after, Luo Bingqing brought Su Chen to a standalone little villa. Outside it was protected by a light barrier, guarding against prying eyes and most attacks. The nearby villas were all like this. These were all exchanged for merit points. Rest for today and get familiar with the various rules of the ninth city and the Legion. You may have to live here for a long time in the future. My parents and your parents have all been here for decades. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll go to the secret realm. Do you know why this place is called the extraterritorial battlefield? After speaking, she took Su Chen into the house and entered his identity into the barrier, making it convenient for him to come and go freely. After Su Chen entered the villa, he immediately felt that the spiritual energy here was extremely dense, allowing cultivation to be many times faster than on Earth. As they walked, Luo Bingqing chatted with Su Chen and talked about war. War comes down to only two reasons: old grudges and resources. But in the end, it's all for resources and profit. The reason the extraterritorial battlefield exists is because it's rich in resources, with countless heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and endless secret realms and instances. Both humanity and the other races fight over it. The total resources of all the instances on Earth combined don't even amount to 1% of those in the extraterritorial battlefield. As his older sister, Luo Bingqing patiently taught Su Chen these things. Su Chen had grown too quickly. While others were still around levels 20 or 30, he had already become a king, and even his mentors couldn't keep up with teaching him. Soon, after helping Su Chen tidy up the room, Luo Bingqing left. Su Chen entered the room and immediately went online in the virtual world, entering the Legion Forum of the Ninth City in the extraterritorial battlefield. The virtual world was sealed off, and Earth and the extraterritorial battlefield were not interconnected, likely because his permissions were insufficient. As soon as he entered the virtual world, the elf Xiaoer appeared. Su Chen asked whether he could travel back and forth, and she replied, "You can traverse all of the virtual world, but Master's permissions are insufficient. It'll be fine once your permissions are raised." Su Chen said he wanted to check the Ninth City Legion rules and knowledge about merit and military ranks. Xiaoer explained, "The Ninth City has 8 major legions, each with about 10 million soldiers, and Su Chen belongs to the 8th Legion." Merit explanation. Killing an 8th-tier ferocious beast earns 1 merit point. A 9th-tier 1 earns 2, a Beast King earns 100, and a Beast Emperor earns 10,000. Killing a foreign race below King level earns 1 merit point. Kings earn 10 to 100, and Saints earn 10,000 to 100,000. Killing foreign race prodigies, such as princes, can earn 100,000 merit points. For details, see the panel. Military rank division. Corporal, 100 merit points. Sergeant, 500, Staff Sergeant, 1,000, Second Lieutenant, 2,000, First Lieutenant, 5,000, Captain, 10,000, Major, 20,000, Lieutenant Colonel, 50,000, Colonel, 100,000, Senior Colonel, 200,000, and King level required. Major General, 1 million and King level required. Lieutenant General, 10 million and Saint level required. General, 100 million merit points and Saint level required. Beyond that, permissions were insufficient for now, so he didn't know. As Su Chen listened and looked, he understood that up to Senior Colonel, only merit points were needed to advance, but after Senior Colonel, realm level was also required. There were more conditions for promotion in military rank, but he currently had no permission to know them. After all, the higher the military rank and the more troops you command, the more scrutiny you have to go through. Xiaoer, how many commanders and warlords are there in the Ninth City? Su Chen asked. The 8 legions of the Ninth City each have 1 commander, and there is also one supreme commander. There is currently no warlord. Xiao replied. Su Chun continued to learn more, and gradually got a clear picture of the ninth city. He wasn't trying to become a general, he only wanted to hunt alien races and beasts. Becoming stronger was what mattered most. As long as he had enough strength, alien races and beasts wouldn't amount to much. Su Chin exited the virtual world and turned off the light screen, his heart shaken. So the extraterritorial battlefield wasn't a single region, but a direction, within which countless worlds of all sizes were connected together. This was the extraterritorial battlefield. Humans and alien races were both fighting here for resources, killing each other's strong fighters, and wearing down each other's forces. The alien races wanted to occupy the entire extraterritorial battlefield, and then use it to launch an attack on Earth. To the alien races, Earth was merely the weakest of the many worlds they intended to invade. But to the humans of Earth, Earth was home. If the alien races wanted to invade, the Earth's legions would have to fight back, seize the extraterritorial battlefield, and even annihilate the alien races. Overall, humanity had always been squeezed into a shrinking living space. Sleep. Tomorrow, the killing begins. Su Chin lay down and quickly fell asleep. Early morning, extraterritorial battlefield. Su Chin got up and went to the living room, where he saw that Luo Bingqing had already prepared breakfast. Big sis. Su Chin greeted her and sat down to eat. You look in good spirits. How much have you learned? Luo Bingqing asked with a smile, her cool demeanor gaining a touch more beauty. Pretty much. Sis, your skill is almost at 9th tier, right? Su Chin sensed the change in her aura and knew her strength had improved rapidly. Luo Bingqing nodded. With one more universal fruit, it'll reach 9th tier. Right now it's at 98% of 8th tier. She was very excited. The last time she came, she was level 91 and her skill was only at 5th tier. After just a few days back home, her skill was already close to 9th tier. 9th tier skills were extremely powerful, enough to kill even a king. When a natal skill reached 9th tier, it was stronger than other people's heavenly tier skills. What a pity, each person has a limit to how many fruits they can use. Su Chun said with a smile. If it were possible to use them endlessly, that would truly defy the heavens. Even so, a fruit's 30% boost was still very strong, and it could also improve a profession's talent, making skill upgrades even faster. Luo Bingqing smiled. Everything in this world has rules. After they finished breakfast, the two left the villa, preparing to head to the secret realm deep within the extraterritorial battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After teleporting, the two appeared on the battlefield. Behind them was a massive city wall and a mountain pass. This was the first line of defense, permanently garrisoned by over 2 million troops. After leaving the natural barrier, Su Chin saw Luo Bingqing seem as if she were about to transform, and hurriedly asked, Sis, what are you doing? Luo Bingqing gave him a sidelong glance. My innate talent is the true form Chaos Ice Phoenix. If I'm going to carry you, I have to reveal part of my true form. Though Jing Xiaowai had just become a king and was still not very skilled at flying, if she were to lead the way, the speed would be slow, and reaching the secret realm would take ages. Su Chin smiled and said, Sister, you're underestimating a prodigy. Though you're strong, with both your innate talent and true form being the Chaos Ice Phoenix, your vision is still a bit limited. With his divine sense, Su Chun summoned the Qing Luo divine bird. Luo Bingqing was surprised to discover that Su Chun could actually summon a divine beast-level strange bird. The two rode on the Qing Luo divine bird, which let out a cry and turned into a streak of light, flying toward the distant secret realm. That place was very far from the ninth city. Even if Luo Bingqing transformed into an ice phoenix, it would take 5 days to fly there. During the flight, Luo Bingqing asked about the secret behind Su Chun silently killing Derek in the Battle of Prodigies. Su Chun replied that it was soul strangulation, a mysterious soul power unleashed by Qing Luo radiance. Derek had been killed invisibly. In truth, even Su Chun himself had not figured out whether it was Qing Luo radiance or an attack from the Carved Palace, but it was definitely related to the Qing Luo world. After hearing this, Luo Bingqing suddenly understood, and her suspicions about soul attacks were also confirmed. 4 days later, the Qing Luo divine bird still showed no sign of stopping. At night, the two landed to rest. As they went deeper into the extraterritorial battlefield, spiritual energy grew denser and denser. Su Chen's cultivation speed was astonishingly fast, and after 4 days his realm had risen to 5.2% of King Tier 1 star. If he had a cultivation technique, his improvement would have been even faster. That day, the divine bird flew to the front of a desolate valley, and explosions could be heard from far away. Below, space was distorted and the air was torn apart, with a large-scale war underway, and even kings participating. Su Chun had the divine bird slow down, and the two observed from high in the sky. Below, the human and foreign races were locked in a bloody battle. About 200,000 foreign enemies were besieging fewer than 100,000 human troops. The humans were surrounded and struggling to break out, but it was difficult to succeed. Seeing a legion battle up close for the first time, Su Chun was both shaken and heavy-hearted. Humans were too fragile. This legion of fewer than 100,000 had every member at level 70 or 80, with some at level 100, and even kings among them. Behind each person was a family. But Su Chun understood that even with more than a dozen kings, they still would not be able to get out. The foreign legion was even stronger, and there were tens of thousands of beast races assisting them. Humans of this sort simply could not win. At that moment, the virtual light screen sounded an assistance alert. Su Chun and Luo Bingqing both received it. As long as allies within range were attacked, the system would issue a warning. Sister, take this. Level up to 100 first. You and the Qing Luo Divine Bird go kill the beasts, and I'll deal with the foreign kings. Su Chun solemnly handed the tenfold experience scroll to Luo Bingqing, ensuring that she could rapidly increase her strength. Luo Bingqing nodded. Be careful. Yet in her heart, she felt that Su Chun had grown up and had become a boy with a sense of responsibility. Su Chun said nothing more and acted immediately. He wasn't worried about Luo Bingqing. The Qing Luo Divine Bird had Beast King 5-star strength, more than enough to protect her. Even if something did happen, he could revive her. Within 5,000 meters, dead teammates could be revived in place. That was an attribute of the Heavenly Emperor Battle Robe. On the other side, Yang Guang, a 3-star king who had originally been the most likely candidate to become a major general, was now being besieged by foreign races and beasts. The 100,000-strong army and more than a dozen kings had become a turtle in a jar. His opponent was also a 3-star king, but foreign races at the same level suppressed humans in combat power, and Yang Guang could only barely hold on by fighting desperately. Just as a blade light from the foreign king slashed down and Yang Guang seemed on the verge of death, Su Chen's spear intent suddenly appeared. The spear light shattered the blade light, then pierced through the foreign king with one strike, tearing him to pieces. Yang Guang was shocked. That strike was too powerful, capable of shattering even a foreign body. Thank you, Yang Guang said gratefully, looking at Su Chun, only to see a young man with an extraordinary bearing yet unmatched strength. Su Chun nodded. 8th Legion, Su Chun, a new recruit. Yang Guang was even more astonished. Such a young king was simply monstrous. Su Chun nodded faintly and said no more. His gaze shifted, and a torrent of spear light descended in an instant. A sweeping barrage of attacks crashed into the alien army, and ice rain and heavenly fire fell together. Boom, boom, boom. Su Chen's movement alarmed both armies on either side, and everyone was stunned by the scene before them. It was even fiercer than the earlier battle, and all of it was caused by Su Chen alone. The merit points on his screen skyrocketed. +30, +1, +1, +1, +10. Su Chen's area attacks covered the entire battlefield, and with damage reflection included, it was a disaster for the alien army. Killing an ordinary alien only granted 1 merit point, while killing a king-level foe gave 10 to 100 points. A 3-star king gave 30 points, and a 1-star king gave 10. Though each kill was worth little, the total was terrifying once they piled up. What's going on? Who is he? Another super king? Do humans really have a monster like this? Quick, surround him. Both the human and alien kings were dumbfounded. Su Chun was only a 1-star king, yet he was outrageously strong. 3 alien kings charged at Su Chun, while human kings wanted to help him but were blocked and couldn't break free. Just as they were anxiously trying to figure out what to do, Su Chun speared the 3 alien kings to death in an instant. The whole field was filled with confusion. They were all kings, so how could Su Chun be this strong? But Su Chun didn't care at all. He was killing with exhilarating ease, and his merit points were surging. With over 200 million combat power and all kinds of divine treasures at his disposal, killing aliens to him was like pinching ants to death. With a single strike, he could wipe out tens of thousands. If he hadn't been worried about affecting the human army, he would have already wiped out all 200,000 alien troops. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed from the void. Space instantly froze, and a destructive aura pressed down. The human king's expressions changed drastically. They were all too familiar with that aura. It was an alien saint. Only a saint could possess such overwhelming pressure. Moreover, in a small-scale battlefield like this, a saint should never have appeared, yet he had come anyway. A saint. An alien saint. It's over. All the human powerhouses fell into despair. In the face of a saint, kings were not even as significant as ants. The alien saint's voice rumbled like thunder. Miserable human, your talent is not bad. It's a pity you were born into the wrong race. His voice was like a bell, shaking the entire battlefield. The armies and kings were all blasted into coughing up blood, space was torn apart, and the human formation collapsed outright. In the void, a 10-meter-tall alien powerhouse appeared, his body suffused with destructive aura. As soon as that aura erupted, everyone sensed the descent of a saint. Su Chen stopped the flame divine spear, his gaze calm as he looked at the alien saint. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth, though he was somewhat surprised inwardly. This was his first time facing a saint. The battlefield fell silent in an instant. Whether human or alien, everyone was intimidated by the saint's pressure and huddled together trembling. Because once a saint made a move, everyone else could only stand by and watch. The alien saint's eyes were blood red. He had been looked down upon by Su Chen, and his rage was boundless. He raised his hand and slapped down, and destructive power swept out, tearing space apart. Everyone thought Su Chen was certain to die, and countless human and alien kings were shocked. But Su Chen remained calm. Suddenly, he erupted with full force. The flaming divine spear shot forth, its spear light coalescing as it instantly pierced through the saint's massive palm. The spear light surged forward with unstoppable force, shattering the saint's power. The alien saint staggered back, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Deep grooves dragged across the ground as he could not steady himself. Everyone was stunned. A one-star king actually took on a saint head-on and even forced the saint back. In everyone's understanding, such a thing was impossible. Voices of discussion erupted everywhere, all filled with disbelief. Su Chen smiled, his tone disdainful. He had also not expected the saint to be this weak. It turned out that his more than 200 million combat power far surpassed an ordinary saint. Combined with his heaven-defying equipment and endless domain, the opponent's strength had been cut by more than half. With fighting spirit erupting, Su Chen was like a peerless spear god. The flaming divine spear stabbed out once more, spear light like a sea, crushing the alien saint. The alien saint was thoroughly enraged, unable to accept being crushed by a lowly human race. He had never taken the other party seriously, and yet the other party took the initiative to attack him. This was simply humiliation to a saint. He had to admit that this human brat did have some ability, but not much. Today, he would make the other party understand that a saint could not be insulted. A blood-colored long blade appeared in his hand. The blade was drenched in surging blood chi, and one glance made it clear it had slaughtered countless human powerhouses. He swung the blade down at Su Chen, saint power erupting, and the two instantly tore through the void, fighting fiercely. Spear light and blade light kept colliding, and the void in the sky shattered. Su Chen hovered in the air, controlling the spear with his divine sense as he battled the alien saint. Gradually, Su Chen wore a smile on his lips, yet his eyes were full of disappointment. So this was all a saint amounted to. He had already figured out the other side's strength, at most 3 to 4 million combat power, a level that simply was not on the same tier as his more than 200 million. Of course, the saint still had trump cards like saint power, saint arts, and treasures, but Su Chen also had killing moves. Is that all? Su Chen said coldly. The flaming divine spear had already completely suppressed the opponent, and the tempo of the battle was entirely in his hands. The alien saint was furious, and the power of saint intent and slaughter erupted wildly. He simply could not accept being suppressed by a human junior. This was more unbearable than death. In an instant, he stopped holding back, and his saint intent fully burst forth, able to suppress all below the saint level and increase his own combat power fivefold. A strange radiance pressed towards Su Chen. Su Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. In the face of absolute power, everything is a joke. The flaming divine spear thrust out, and 10,000 spear lights descended. Ice rain and heavenly fire swept across the world, with unmatched power. How is this possible? The alien saint roared in final fury, before being shattered by the spear light and flames, leaving not even a trace behind. At the same time, Su Chen's destructive attacks continued to sweep across the alien army and the kings. Attribute points and merit points surged wildly upward. Su Chen had gone completely insane with killing, and his heart was filled with incomparable exhilaration. 5 minutes later, everything was over. All the ferocious beasts, the foreign race army, and dozens of kings had been wiped out by him. The entire human army and all the kings were stunned. This young man was the true saint, even stronger than a saint. With the foreign race army destroyed, the desolate valley instantly erupted in thunderous cheers. Without Su Chen, they would have all been doomed. Su Chen had changed their fate. Let's go. Su Chen called to Luo Bingqing. The two of them rode the Qing Luo divine bird and instantly flew far away, disappearing into the horizon. All the human kings looked at his back, their faces filled with shock and sighs. A newly ascended king had actually killed a saint, and he was even fiercer than those prodigies among the foreign races. As kings, the gap between them was enormous. Comparisons are infuriating. They were simply beyond comparison. Even saints were easily suppressed by Su Chun, so what was there left to compare? On the Qing Luo divine bird, Luo Bingqing was still in shock. She knew Su Chun was strong, but she had never imagined it would be to this extent. He had killed the foreign race saint without even using his trump cards. Even more outrageous, he hadn't even used his resurrection ability. Nothing more than a saint, Su Chun said calmly. There are stronger ones in the outer battlefield. Saints are nothing. Now he understood that he could already crush saints at will, but there would definitely be more than just saints on the battlefield. He still had to keep getting stronger. Luo Bingqing nodded. Yes, there are also overlords. Kings are only the backbone, saints are the pillars, and overlords are even more elusive, yet they influence the entire battlefield. And you've only just advanced to king rank, so don't rush. Her heart felt bitter. She had only just reached level 100, and her skills still hadn't broken through to the heaven tier. She still needed hard work to become a king, yet Su Chun had already begun to disregard saints. Su Chun changed the subject. Sis, are there any restrictions in that secret realm? By age, he was a novice. By strength, he was already stronger than a saint. But he wasn't satisfied. He had to become an overlord to truly act independently on this battlefield. Not to mention, with his equipment and treasures, even an overlord couldn't kill him. With resurrection, no one could kill him. Luo Bingqing replied. That secret realm is called the Nine Heavens Divine City. The only entry condition is being under 30 years old. There's no race restriction, but it's very dangerous. There are a total of 9 heavens. The first 3 are open to enter freely, but rules begin from the 4th heaven onward. I only made it to the 3rd heaven and came out injured. She was looking forward to Su Chun going in. With his strength, he'd definitely be able to dominate it. In the outer battlefield, 9th City, headquarters of the 8th Legion, more than a dozen authoritative bigwigs were seated in the hall. The weakest among them were saints, and the 2 at the head were even overlords. The atmosphere was oppressive. Gongshang Leiting spoke. The 33rd Army is finished. He was one of the overlords of the 8th Legion. According to the latest intelligence, the 33rd Army was surrounded by 80,000 ferocious beasts, 20 major armies, and more than 20 kings. There was no way they could fight their way out. Worse still, a saint of the foreign races had also appeared, and it was obvious the foreign races intended to annihilate the 33rd Army completely. Everyone was powerless, it was too far away, and it was already too late to save them. The 33rd Army had been ambushed by the Saint and the alien legions. No matter how you looked at it, this seemed like a trap, possibly one deliberately set to lure out and kill human saints. Even if a master-tier powerhouse arrived, the 33rd Army wouldn't hold out until then. 100,000 people would be wiped out in minutes. Just then, the atmosphere in the command center grew grim. Suddenly, someone reported that Deputy Commander Yang Guang of the 33rd Army had sent back a battle report. Everyone froze. The 33rd Army should have been completely annihilated. How could there still be news? Lin Xiao, the newly promoted saint from the intelligence department, told everyone the intelligence. The 33rd Army had won a great victory, completely annihilating 200,000 alien troops, 80,000 fierce beasts, 27 kings, and 1 saint. Everyone was shocked and didn't believe it, thinking it was fake and an insult to their intelligence. But Lin Xiao was certain the intelligence was true, because the 33rd Army had actually received help from a newly promoted king. This man was called Su Chun, and Luo Bingqing had also made a move with him. Hearing that it was Su Chun, everyone was even more shocked. A newly promoted king had killed 27 kings and 1 saint? It was simply unimaginable. The bigwigs at the command headquarters were all discussing it. Who exactly was Su Chun? Lin Xiao explained that Su Chun was the grandson of the former army commander of the 9th City, had awakened an F-rank world-destroying spear god talent, and was even suspected of having a hidden profession. For his first dungeon, Su Chun chose the disaster-level difficulty and returned safely. He entered Kyoto University, then chose another disaster-level dungeon and came back alive again. After that, he represented Kyoto University in the Prodigy Battle, led his team to sweep all opponents, and took first place. Then he ventured alone into the Sky Ascending Tower, cleared the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors, and ultimately fully cleared it. He entered the 9th City together with Colonel Luo Bingqing. From awakening to now, only 3 months had passed. Lin Xiao received a dossier on Su Chun. The dossier was top secret and normally inaccessible. After seeing its contents, Lin Xiao was immensely shocked. Compared with Su Chun, she was nothing that could truly be called a prodigy. Deep within the extraterritorial battlefield, the Azure Luo Divine Bird carried Su Chun and Luo Bingqing for 5 days before finally reaching a mountain range and descending in front of a canyon. There were many people here, both humans and foreign races, but no battle had broken out yet. Everyone was waiting for the secret realm to open. Luo Bingqing was very surprised. When she discovered this secret realm before, there had been almost no one here, but now there were tens of thousands gathered. Su Chen asked Luo Bingqing why no one was going in. Luo Bingqing explained that the secret realm opened once every 3 days, and only when the entrance opened could they enter. Su Chen asked again whether people would be randomly separated after entering. Luo Bingqing said that when she went in last time by herself, she wasn't sure whether it was random. The two decided that if they were separated, they would agree on a rendezvous point and try to head to the fourth heaven together. After waiting for about 2 hours, a strange phenomenon appeared above the canyon. The altar spat out golden light, and the teleportation passage opened. All the humans and foreign races surged in, and anyone over 30 was directly bounced away. People discussed that this entrance only allowed those under 30 to enter, and it opened for only half an hour every 3 days. Luo Bingqing pulled Su Chen and flew into the passage. 20 seconds later, the teleportation ended, and the two landed safely without being randomly teleported apart. Luo Bingqing said that this was the 9 Heavens Divine City, consisting of 9 heavens in total, with the first heaven being the outermost and the 9th heaven the core. Outside is the first heaven, and they were currently here. They had to hurry through it to enter the second heaven. The outer layer was the largest, but its resources were inferior to the inner layers. Right now, the spiritual energy here was 10 times that of the outside world, and the second heaven was about 20 times. Luo Bingqing was very excited, because the teleportation hadn't separated her from Su Chen, and staying with him made her feel safer. Luo Bingqing briefly explained the structure of the 9 Heavens Divine City. Su Chen directly decided to go deeper inside first and kill the foreign prince. A rough map had formed in his mind, a ring-like structure. The first, second, and third heavens weren't difficult. Finding the entrances would be enough. The fourth heaven was where it became difficult to enter. Su Chen summoned the Azure Luo Divine Bird, and the two rode it into the air. Although Luo Bingqing wasn't very familiar with the place, she roughly knew the direction, east from the center. Su Chen absorbed spiritual energy in the air, converting it into power. Although he had not cultivated any technique, his growth from absorbing spiritual energy was still extremely fast, outpacing many geniuses. Luo Bingqing watched Su Chen cultivate, her face full of shock and admiration. He could achieve this without a cultivation technique. His talent was simply monstrous. In the 9th city, at the command center of the 8th Legion, Lin Xiu reported Su Chen's battle achievements, and the big shots present were all stunned. By himself, he had saved 100,000 soldiers, wiped out 200,000 foreign races and 80,000 beasts, and even killed 27 foreign kings and a saint. Truly heaven-defying. Someone thought of the fact that Su Chen was the grandson of the 9th city's former military lord, and that explained it somewhat. The former military lord had been so powerful that even the foreign races feared him. He had simply gone into retirement later. Commander Li Tianzhou spoke up and asked Lin Xiu why Su Chen had been there. Lin Xiu said that Su Chen and Luo Bingqing had been heading toward the Immortal Demon Mountain Range, where a new secret realm had appeared, and Luo Bingqing had even been injured there last time. It was only because they passed by during the Legion battle that they got involved. Li Tianzhou nodded and confirmed the merit award for rescuing the 33 Legion, 200,000. 6 days later, the Azure Luo Divine Bird carried the two of them through the first, second, and third heavens and arrived at the entrance to the fourth heaven. However, there was a restriction here, and it had to be broken before they could enter. Su Chen said he wanted to break through his realm first. After absorbing spiritual energy for several days, he had already reached the peak of King rank 1 star and was about to advance to King rank 2 star. Luo Bingqing was stunned. You had just broken through to King rank a few days ago, and without a cultivation technique, you can still advance this fast? Su Chen said it was mainly because the spiritual energy was too dense. The two found a secluded place, and Su Chen continued absorbing spiritual energy. With a clear cry, Su Chen successfully broke through, and his power surged dramatically. Su Chen looked as calm as ever, but in truth he knew he had broken through. Congratulations, your realm has broken through current. King rank 2 star 0.00%, battle power plus 10%. As the prompt faded, Su Chen stepped into King rank 2 star, and his battle power instantly increased by 10%, adding 26.75 million battle power at once. The higher the realm, the more exaggerated the boost became. Xiao Chun, did it work? Luo Bingqing guarded him. Seeing Su Chen open his eyes, she hurriedly asked. Done, King Star rank 2. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Luo Bingqing congratulated him happily. Su Chen said proudly, King Star rank 2, that's all. Come on, let's go to the fourth heaven. Luo Bingqing rolled her eyes at him. Don't get cocky. There are restrictions and barriers leading to the fourth heaven. Not just anyone can walk in. When they arrived at the entrance, sure enough, they were blocked by the barrier and the restrictions and couldn't pass directly. Su Chen tried it, then took Luo Bingqing's hand and activated the Tontian Tower, passing straight through with almost no resistance. The fourth heaven? And we got in so easily. Luo Bingqing was dumbfounded. Last time, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get through, but Su Chen passed effortlessly. Su Chen explained, I have equipment that can ignore barriers, but there are conditions. Luo Bingqing understood, but she was still speechless at how many divine-grade items Su Chen had. Congratulations on arriving at the fourth heaven of the Nine Heavens Divine City. Current population, 298,123. Once you enter, you cannot return. You can only leave from the ninth heaven. The goal is the ninth heaven. Enter the fifth heaven within 10 days, or be erased. The artifact spirit's voice rang out. The spiritual energy in the Nine Heavens Divine City was incredibly pure. Su Chen was deeply shocked by what he felt. It was 100 times denser than outside. Cultivating here would be unbelievably fast. Luo Bingqing suggested. I heard there are heavenly materials and earthly treasures here. Want to look for them? Su Chen nodded. Let's search for one day first. If we can't find anything, then we'll head to the fifth heaven. It'd be awkward if we got erased by the artifact spirit. Only then could Su Chen and Luo Bingqing search for treasures and cultivate in peace. Let's begin. Luo Bingqing nodded, agreeing with Su Chen's decision. Swish, swish, swish. The two of them switched into a frantic shopping spree mode. Wherever the spiritual energy was thickest, that was where they went. The Nine Heavens Divine City had gone untouched for years, and spiritual herbs and medicinal plants were everywhere. Little Chun, look. 1,000-year spiritual herb, and 1,000-year spiritual fruit. The two of them collected everything as they searched. Any spiritual herb or fruit over 100 years old was taken without exception, pillaging like bandits. Luo Bingqing put the herbs, fruits, and medicinal plants into her spatial ring. Su Chen directly transplanted them into the Yuan realm space and planted them all. He even uprooted the fruit trees with their roots intact. Little Chen, you're too ruthless. Luo Bingqing was shocked. Su Chen explained, I have spatial treasures, so I can plant more. Luo Bingqing said bluntly. Then when you run into something good, dig up the whole patch of ground too. It'll make planting easier. Su Chen froze, feeling that Luo Bingqing was even more ruthless than he was. One day later, the two of them rode the Qing Luo divine bird toward the barrier of the fifth heaven. After spending more than half a day, they finally found the entrance. Or should we go straight to the fifth heaven? The resources are better. Su Chen hesitated. Luo Bingqing said decisively, let's go to the fifth heaven first. We can't let anyone else get there before us. The two held hands, activated the Tontian Tower Authority, and passed straight through the barrier. Congratulations on arriving at the fifth heaven. Please enter the sixth heaven within 15 days, or be erased. The spiritual energy of the fifth heaven was as much as 200 times denser. Su Chen's whole body seemed full of vitality. Luo Bingqing reminded him, what are you standing there for? Hurry and grab everything. So the two continued scavenging various spiritual herbs and medicinal plants of 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, and even 5,000 years, storing everything in the Yuan world space. 2 days later, the fifth heaven had been almost completely stripped clean, and the two reached the barrier of the sixth heaven. At that moment, a powerful aura surged over. More than one expert appeared, and their auras were even stronger than anyone Su Chen had encountered before. Su Chen turned around and saw a foreign youth with an imposing aura, his gaze sinister and clearly up to no good. 3 elders at the saint level followed beside him. The foreign youth sneered and fixed his eyes on Luo Bingqing. Last time I let you escape, this time you won't get away. You're beautiful, so being my furnace cauldron counts as your good fortune. Luo Bingqing said coldly. It was this guy who injured me. She gritted her teeth in hatred and could only rely on Su Chen. Her injuries had not healed, and she had no way to take revenge on her own. There was completely no chance for her to escape again. Su Chen sneered, his gaze chilling. He directly summoned the Flame Divine Spear, instantly unleashing 10,000 spear lights that locked onto the foreign prince and the 3 guardian saints. However, the real threat to him was that foreign prince. The 29th prince erupted in anger with saint-level aura, trying to block Su Chen's attack, not taking Su Chen seriously at all. But in the next moment, Su Chen unleashed a 100-fold attack, with chaotic flame of flames empowering him, and ice rain heavenly fire covering the entire area. The prince and the 3 saints were caught off guard, and were directly heavily wounded, spitting out blood in shock. They had never imagined that a human king could injure them. Su Chen struck coldly again. The divine spear crashed once more, and the chaotic flame of flames burned everything to destruction. The saints' bodies were incinerated, their saintly intent scattered. 3 muffled booms rang out in succession, and the 3 saints fell on the spot, without even a chance to resist. At that moment, the azure Luo divine bird stepped forward to devour the saints' essence, energy, and spirit. Su Chen suppressed the foreign race with absolute strength, overwhelming the scene completely. Su Chen floated in midair and did not rush to act. He only stared coldly at the 29th prince, who was wrapped in chaotic flame of flames. The 29th prince was barely holding on with gray light, but he could not withstand the erosion of the chaotic flame of flames. The light dimmed rapidly, on the verge of collapse, and the 29th prince's expression was extremely ugly. Su Chen gave him no chance to catch his breath. The flame divine spear thrust out directly, and a sky-covering barrage of spear lights crushed forward. Although the 29th prince was strong, with combat power just over 100 million, he was nowhere near enough in front of Su Chen. The gray light shattered, and the spear lights slammed into him. Yet the result was not the expected destruction. The 29th prince actually vanished like mist. Luo Bingqing was shocked when she saw this, but after thinking about it, it made sense. After all, the other party was a foreign prodigy, with many trump cards. But now that the 29th prince had escaped, it would be difficult to capture him again. Su Chen sneered. And you dare show off such petty tricks? Sun God light burst forth, and Su Chen was like a sun hanging high in the 9 heavens, its radiance covering hundreds of miles in every direction with no blind spots. An odd hissing sound suddenly came from the air. The 29th prince appeared, but he had already turned into a skeleton. His blood energy had been burned away by the sun god light, and the skeleton would turn to ash at the slightest touch of wind. A system prompt sounded. Congratulations on killing the foreign prince. Reward 100,000 merit points. Su Chen also took another 100,000 merits. He had previously earned 50,000 for hunting down 3 alien saints. At first, it was just a convenient move, but now that the merits were in hand, avenging Luo Bingqing was also accomplished. Just like that, Luo Bingqing was shocked. She could only marvel that the powerful alien prince was utterly powerless before Su Chen, gone in 2 moves. She suddenly felt that so-called genius was a joke compared with her younger brother. Su Chen asked her if the injury had been caused by that gray light. Luo Bingqing coldly rolled her eyes, but still nodded. Yes. Su Chen acted directly. The sunlight divine radiance enveloped Luo Bingqing, instantly dispelling the gray aura within her body, and her injuries were completely healed. Luo Bingqing finally showed a long-lost smile. The injury that had troubled her for over a month was cured in one fell swoop. She realized that with Su Chen around, nothing was a problem. An injury that even a master-level healing mage could do nothing about was easily cured by Su Chen. Let's go, into the 6th heaven. Su Chen took Luo Bingqing's hand and passed through the restriction barrier, arriving at the 6th heaven. Congratulations on entering the 6th heaven. If you do not enter the 7th heaven within 20 days, you will be erased. The artifact spirit's voice sounded. As before, only the time limit had increased by 5 days. The 2 of them once again frantically gathered spiritual herbs. In fact, they had already noticed that there were many spiritual herbs in the 4th heaven, which meant very few people had gone in there. The 5th heaven was even almost completely unvisited. Aside from them, only the 29th prince had been to the 5th heaven, but he had already died there. Little Chun, look, a 10,000-year spiritual fruit. Luo Bingqing said excitedly. I found a 10,000-year spiritual herb too, Su Chen replied. The spiritual herbs in the 6th heaven were older and denser in spiritual energy, far surpassing those in the earlier heavens. Su Chen could not help but imagine, what would the 7th, 8th, and 9th heavens be like? The spiritual energy in the 6th heaven was 300 times that of the outside world, and he was full of anticipation for the 9th heaven. The square in 9th City, several miles wide, was the busiest place, where all kinds of missions were issued. There were 3 major mission rankings. 1. Heaven and Earth Treasures ranking. Collect materials. Most issuers are private individuals. 2. Alien Prodigy ranking. Hunt alien geniuses. Most issuers are legions. 3. Alien Powerhouse ranking. Hunt alien saints and important figures, also mostly issued by legions. Most people took on the Heaven and Earth Treasures missions, after all, since they were relatively simple. As for the Alien Prodigy ranking and the Powerhouse ranking, almost no one dared to touch them, and the mission board content hardly changed year-round. That day, someone discovered that the name of the 29th prince on the Alien Prodigy ranking had disappeared. Look, the 29th prince is gone. Really gone? Did he die? Who killed him? That's insane. The 29th prince was a monster ranked in the top 100, and he actually died. The list only held 1,000 people. The 29th prince had been ranked in the top 100, and now that his name had disappeared, It meant he had been killed by a human. The news caused a huge uproar. At the command center, Li Tianzhou summoned Lin Xiu. "Tell me, how is the situation?" "Commander, the 29th prince was indeed in the secret realm of the immortal demon mountain range. It was possible that the 29th prince had been injured by Su Chun, and then Luo Bingqing brought Su Chun back into the secret realm, clearly to seek revenge." Lin Xiu analyzed that the most likely person to have killed the 29th prince was Su Chun. Among all the prodigies, only someone as unconventional as Su Chun could kill a prince. Although her own strength was weak, no one could compare to her in intelligence and analysis. After all, she was in charge of the intelligence center of the 8th Legion. After hearing this, Li Tianzhou merely said indifferently, "Su Chun may be a new king, but his strength has already reached the level of a saint." In less than a day, Su Chun and Luo Bingqing had cleared out the 6th heaven completely. In Su Chen's Yuan realm space, medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits were piled up in a huge area. Everything Luo Bingqing dug up was planted by Su Chun. Now the 6th heaven was barren, with all the medicinal herbs and spiritual fruit trees uprooted, not even a single seedling left. Su Chun said that in 3 days they could enter the 9th heaven. He pulled Luo Bingqing along and directly passed through the barrier, arriving at the 7th heaven. The voice of the artifact spirit still echoed, reminding them that they could stay for 10 more days. Exceeding the limit would result in being killed. Su Chen estimated that they could stay in the 9th heaven for 2 months, and with the spiritual energy being 500 times denser, he would surely be able to advance to 5-star king. In less than 3 days, Su Chun and Luo Bingqing entered the 9th heaven, the core area of the 9 heavens divine city, like the bullseye of a target. Su Chen's first sensation was that the spiritual energy here was extraordinarily dense, far surpassing the 500-fold density outside. Bathing in it made his whole body feel comfortable and refreshed. Although Luo Bingqing could sense the spiritual energy, she was not a king and could not break through her realm. At this moment, the artifact spirit appeared and announced, 1 month could be spent in the 9th heaven. If one could climb up to the 9 heavens divine city, 3 extra months would be granted, otherwise one would be automatically teleported out. A white jade heavenly staircase appeared, extending all the way to the floating city in the distance, the 9 heavens divine city. Seeing the divine city, the two of them were shocked. Su Chun decisively decided to first sweep away the treasures, then try the heavenly staircase. In half a day, all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the 9th heaven were completely emptied. After resting, Su Chun looked at the divine city in the deep sky, filled with boundless yearning, faintly feeling that the cultivation method he wanted might be in that city. His heart, left atrium, and everything above the neck had turned rainbow-colored after merging the Chaos Creation Immortal Steel, the Heaven Connecting Tower, and the Penglai Immortal Mountain. The rest remained unchanged. Su Chun felt that in the 9 heavens divine city, he could still obtain one more heaven-defying treasure and turn another part of his body rainbow-colored. He was very confident. Luo Bingqing also felt that Su Chun would definitely succeed, but she was worried it might affect him, so she reminded him that if he failed to enter the 9 heavens divine city, he should return directly to the 9th city and not wait for her. Su Chen agreed, and the two of them walked toward the white jade heavenly staircase together. Just as Su Chen stepped onto the heavenly staircase, an invisible pressure from a higher plane came crashing down. The Qing Luo Yaoshi equipment was triggered with 5 major attributes: 100% resurrection, 100% summon Qing Luo divine bird, ignore higher plane pressure, world lord power plus 300%, and during battle there is a chance to unleash Qing Luo Yaoshi and Qing Luo Mishi, damage increased by 1000%. After analyzing it, he confirmed that the pressure on the heavenly staircase was the power of a higher-level world lord, but it was directly immune by Qing Luo Yaoshi, and he basically felt no effect. Su Chun ascended the steps, as if strolling through a garden. Luo Bingqing was also very relaxed. Although she could feel the pressure, with the Chaos Ice Phoenix talent, it had no impact on her for the time being. Luo Bingqing asked Su Chun whether he could completely ignore the heavenly ladder's pressure. Su Chun gave a simple answer. It was all thanks to his exclusive equipment, and he also thought that Qing Luo Yaoshi's resurrection function was ridiculously overpowered. The two of them talked as they walked. The white jade heavenly ladder seemed not far away, but in reality it felt endless. 3 hours later, the two of them had reached 1/3 of the way. The pressure on Luo Bingqing was clearly growing, and she told Su Chen not to worry about her, but to go to the 9 heavens divine city first. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Luo Bingqing snorted coldly, and a surge of ice energy appeared around her. Seeing this, Su Chen took the initiative to speed up and widen the distance between them. After settling his mind, Su Chen looked toward the floating city. The closer he got, the more massive it seemed. though in fact he was still far from reaching it. Time passed second by second. 8 hours later, Su Chun had already. Su Chun reached the end of the heavenly ladder and was stunned to discover that it did not lead directly to the nine heavens divine city. Between the two lay a sea of mist. Although the mist was transparent, it could not be crossed. One could only pass through 9 islands. Only by breaking through each level could one cross one island and ultimately arrive at the nine heavens divine city. At this moment, the artifact spirit informed Su Chun that he could choose a cultivation technique, and once chosen, it could not be changed. There were 33 techniques on the light screen, but only their names were shown, with no descriptions at all. Su Chun was torn, and in the end he chose 9 Palace Divine Tao over 9 Heavens Divine Art. After the choice was made, a prompt sounded. The strongest cultivation technique, ranked first. Su Chun was shocked by his luck, yet also worried that although the technique was powerful, it might be difficult to cultivate. He had originally wanted to choose 9 Heavens Divine Art, but felt that people here might all choose that, making it more likely to be a trap. So he took a gamble and chose 9 Palace Divine Tao. After making his choice, the cultivation technique transformed into a mysterious radiance accompanied by countless symbols and inscriptions, complex and difficult to comprehend. Su Chun immediately asked the system to scan it. 10 minutes later, the system finished interpreting it. 9 Palace Divine Tao was the core cultivation technique that controlled the 9 Heavens Divine City. It could transform heaven and earth energy, and once mastered, one could command the 9 palaces of the 9 Heaven City. Su Chun was instantly delighted and directly began cultivating. With the system's explanation, the complex content became simple and easy to understand. He quickly immersed himself in it and entered a state of wholehearted cultivation. Qi crazily surged into Su Chun's body, and his cultivation speed was astonishing. Although 9 Palace Divine Tao had not yet reached the beginner stage, the conversion of spiritual energy was already extremely rapid. Half an hour later, King Rank 2 had risen to 48.37%. Beep. Congratulations on entering the first island. Please keep working hard. As soon as the prompt sounded, Su Chun was swept away by a burst of light and instantly appeared on the first island. He did not stop and continued cultivating, pushing King Rank 2 to 99.99%. Congratulations, your realm has broken through. Current realm. King Rank 30%, battle power plus 10%. After the increase, the stacked battle power became even more terrifying. It had originally been 267.53 million. At King Rank 2 it rose to 294.28 million, and now with King Rank 3 adding another 10%, it reached 323.70 million. Each subsequent advancement would continue to stack. Beep. Congratulations on entering the second island. Please keep working hard. Beep. Congratulations on entering the third island. Please keep working hard. Congratulations, your realm has broken through. King Rank 40.09%, battle power plus 10%. Beep. Congratulations on entering the fourth island. Beep. Congratulations on entering the fifth island. 3 days passed, and Su Chun charged onto the ninth island, with his realm also reaching King Rank 7. Beyond that, 9 Palace Divine Tao became increasingly difficult to cultivate. At this time, Luo Bingqing also reached the end of the heavenly ladder. Seeing that Su Chun still had not entered the 9 Heavens Divine City, she was very puzzled. She also entered the process of choosing a cultivation technique. At night, the prompt sounded. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated the 9 Palaces Divine Tao. The 9 Heavens Divine City has now been opened. Su Chun was swept up by a beam of light into the 9 Heavens Divine City, standing before its massive city wall. The city gates slowly opened, and Su Chun walked in, his heart shaken. The spiritual energy here was extremely pure, at least 1,000 times denser than outside, and this was only at the edge. Su Chun was determined to cultivate here all the way to the peak of the 9-star king realm. At this moment, he was already a 7-star king at 82.21%. After succeeding, the environment and aura within the 9 Heavens Divine City made him feel divine might. Perhaps this really had once been a place where gods lived. Welcome to the 9 Heavens Divine City. The voice of the artifact spirit sounded again, and Su Chun knew the rules for what came next were about to be announced. You have successfully chosen to cultivate the 9 Palaces Divine Tao. The 9 Heavens Divine Palace is the core of the 9 Heavens Divine City, and only by merging with it can you leave. The artifact spirit's voice sounded again. The rule was very simple. He had to merge with the 9 Heavens Divine Palace. Only then did Su Chun understand that he had made the right choice. The 9 Palaces Divine Tao was stronger than the 9 Heavens Divine Art. Only by cultivating the 9 Palaces Divine Tao could one truly control the 9 Heavens Divine City. Otherwise, coming here would have been a wasted trip. He immediately flew toward the center of the city. The Nine Heavens Divine City was enormous. It took him a full 3 hours of flying to reach the central square. The square was vast, paved entirely with white jade, and at its center stood an altar. Suspended above the altar was a divine palace enveloped in multicolored light, its aura highly compatible with his own. So this is the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. Suchin murmured. At this moment, he was the only one here. Without the slightest hesitation, he circled the palace once, then sat down cross-legged, cut his finger, and flicked a drop of essence blood toward the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. As the essence blood landed on the palace, Suchin immediately activated the Nine Palaces' Divine Dao technique and began refining and merging with it. He knew that only by merging with the Nine Heavens Divine Palace would he have the qualification to leave. Failure would mean being trapped here forever. Of course, he still had the heaven-defying tower and could retreat at any time, but unless absolutely necessary, he would not give up such a heaven-defying treasure. The essence blood rapidly fused with the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. He increased the speed of his cultivation technique, and his connection with the palace grew deeper and deeper. Who knew how much time passed before the Nine Heavens Divine Palace shrank and flew to him, now only the size of a palm, circling around him like the heaven-defying tower and the chaos creation immortal steel. Congratulations on merging with and controlling the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. Reward: Heavenly Emperor Jade Crown. Exclusive, divine, Nine Heavens Dimensional. The artifact spirit's voice rang out again, and Suchin was thrilled by his gain. This equipment had 4 suffixes, filling him with anticipation, but he restrained himself from checking it and planned to study it after leaving. Afterward, Suchin sat cross-legged in the square to cultivate. The spiritual energy in the Nine Heavens Divine City was extremely pure and abundant, making cultivation incredibly fast. He fully circulated the Nine Palaces' Divine Dao, crazily absorbing spiritual energy, almost like an endless abyss. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through. Current realm: 9-star King 0%, battle power plus 10%. As his realm rose, Suchin's strength surged dramatically, and every time he leveled up, his battle power increased by 10%. Battle power plus 10% for 130.84 million. At the 7-star King realm, it increased by another 10% to 473.92 million. Now, at the 8-star King realm, another 10% brought his battle power to 521.32 million. Suchin's minor realm had risen several times in a row, and his battle power had directly doubled. Don't let the 10% fool you. In reality, it was like compound interest. The further he went, the more outrageous the increase became. Suchin planned to merge with the Nine Heavens Divine Palace once he reached the 9-star King realm. Although it wasn't an equipment item, it would definitely add a lot to his base battle power. Then, if he put on the Heavenly Emperor Jade Crown, his battle power would probably approach 1 billion. With 1 billion battle power, he might have a chance to wipe out Saints and beat down the overlords. Though he wasn't sure, but it was worth a try. He continued cultivating. The artifact spirit of the Nine Heavens Divine Palace did not drive him away either. Such a good place would be wasted without cultivation. That day, while Suchin was cultivating, he noticed Luo Bingqing had come to the Nine Heavens Divine City Plaza. She was very happy and wanted to greet him, but when she saw Suchin cultivating, she didn't disturb him. A mass of chaotic energy appeared in the plaza, incomparably cold, perfectly matching Luo Bingqing's attribute. Luo Bingqing began to control this mass of energy, walking the path Suchin had taken before. Another 3 days passed. Suchin's cultivation had reached the peak of 9-star King, 100%, and could no longer advance. He had to ascend to the Saint Realm, but the conditions still hadn't been met. However, his combat power increased 2 more times in a row, reaching 63,079 million, 6.3 billion. He opened his eyes to rest, waiting for Luo Bingqing to refine the chaotic energy. Even if she failed to succeed before the time limit, he could still take her away, but he still hoped she would succeed. This opportunity was too rare. By dusk, Luo Bingqing finally mastered the chaotic energy, and a streak of light containing a reward appeared in her hand. Suchin recognized it. This was the reward granted after refining chaotic energy, but he didn't know what she had obtained. Xiaochun. Luo Bingqing put away the reward and happily came over to greet him. Suchin congratulated her, because her aura had clearly risen to 1-star King, and she looked rather smug. It's just my talent. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Luo Bingqing insisted verbally, but her expression was full of smugness. Sis, do you know how to ascend to the Saint Realm? Suchin asked. What concerned him most now was breaking through the peak of the King Realm. Luo Bingqing shook her head. She didn't know. Let's ask my mom and dad after we return to the Ninth City. She had just broken through, so there were many things she didn't understand yet, and she hadn't had time to learn them either. The 29th prince has fallen. On the other side of the extraterritorial battlefield, a heavenly river stretched across the land, separating the human race and the alien race. Yet the alien race still continuously crossed the heavenly river to enter the extraterritory. The alien race invaded the human race by using a giant star-sized celestial body as a springboard, arriving at the extraterritorial battlefield beyond the heavenly river. In the Tianhua Hall on the giant star, a middle-aged man with a powerful aura sat in the main seat. He was one of the 72 emperors under the command of the Calamity Sovereign, Emperor Tianhua. He looked coldly at a shattered star in the distance, his tone calm, yet filled with anger. That fallen star represented one of his most outstanding sons, the 29th prince. With the royal bloodline of the alien race, even if one suffered a devastating attack and was on the brink of death, one would still revive through the soul, an undying existence. If one died in a secret realm, in theory they should also be able to revive, but the 29th prince had vanished completely, not even given a chance to revive. This meant the one who killed him was an extremely powerful existence, one that had annihilated even his soul. A subordinate suggested that he might have encountered an accident in the secret realm, but Emperor Tianhua directly denied it. With the royal bloodline, he could not have died in a secret realm. He was killed by a human prodigy. His killing intent was overwhelming. Though he had many children, being slain by a human prodigy was the greatest provocation. An alien sovereign volunteered. This subordinate requests permission to take people to the Immortal Demon Mountain Range. The secret realm in the Immortal Demon Mountain Range required entrants to be under 30 years old. Even top human prodigies would only be at the Saint Realm, so sending a few saints would be enough. Emperor Tianhua said coldly, "Ming Xiu, you go personally." Although Ming Xiu was unwilling, he did not dare defy the order, and had already resolved in his heart to make the human prodigies pay the price. 9 Heavens Divine City. For days past, the artifact spirit's voice rang out. 10 days have passed. No one has entered. The 9 Heavens Divine City is closing. Su Chun let out a sigh of relief. He had already reached the peak of 9-star King, and his spiritual energy could no longer improve much, so he could only cultivate the Chaos Divine Demon Spear technique, formerly the world-destroying spear technique, to pass the time. He also wanted to leave, but he was afraid that forcibly using the heaven-piercing tower would transport him to an unknown world. Luo Bingqing had just broken through to the King Realm, and during this period she had frantically absorbed spiritual energy, reaching 3-star King. She said regretfully, "Give me another month, and I could reach 9-star King." Whoosh, whoosh, several streaks of golden light suddenly appeared in the air, landing right in front of Su Chun and Luo Bingqing. In an instant, the two of them were swept up and disappeared from where they stood. The two were teleported out of Jiutian Divine City, and the process lasted a full minute. When they appeared again, they were in the canyon, at the altar by the entrance to Jiutian Divine City. The altar showed no reaction, likely because 3 days had not yet passed, or perhaps Jiutian Divine City had completely closed. But there were already quite a few Idru and humans gathered here, and they all seemed to be waiting for the next teleportation. Luo Bingqing couldn't help but sigh. This teleportation is just like a dungeon. You go in and come out from the same place. Last time she came out, it was here too. Su Chun looked around. The way these alien races are staring at us, it's like they want to rob us. There were tens of thousands of humans and alien races here, most of them prodigies under the age of 30, with only a few being powerhouses. But none of them made a move. They just stared at the two of them as if looking at prey. Luo Bingqing found it amusing. These people were not even comparable to the 29th prince, so how could they possibly be Su Chun's match? As long as they weren't saints, no one could threaten Su Chun. Su Chun told Luo Bingqing to follow him. He could sense danger, like being watched by a venomous snake, but he couldn't find the source, so he wanted to leave first. At that moment, the space suddenly twisted and split open, and 5 towering alien powerhouses stepped out. Each one was 30 meters tall, with an aura of destruction and traces of sacred intent. All of them were peak saints, far stronger than the 29th prince's guardian. Su Chun understood that the threat came from these 5 saints, but there might be even stronger beings behind them. They were clearly here for him. Luo Bingqing's expression turned serious. Su Chun, however, remained calm and comforted her. No big deal. He held Luo Bingqing's hand. As long as the distance between them did not exceed 5,000 meters, no one could kill her. Instead, he was quite pleased. These 5 saints were just right for testing his strength. A few 100 million battle power finally had test subjects. The 5 alien saints flew in the air and surrounded Su Chun, their sacred pressure crushing down, but it had no effect on him at all. One of the saints asked coldly, "The 29th prince, was he killed by you?" Su Chun replied indifferently, "Just a piece of trash. Is that really worth caring about?" Your alien race is just a low-level life form that hasn't fully evolved yet. You make a fuss over the slightest thing and waste air. The alien saint was furious. You dare kill the 29th prince? You will die. The alien saint attacked in rage. He was the 29th prince, one of the emperor's most outstanding sons, a top genius among the alien race. Now that Su Chen had called him trash, he could not tolerate it and immediately lunged at Su Chen. A massive hand, carrying world-destroying power, struck with a force capable of obliterating hundreds of millions in battle power. He had originally intended to capture Su Chen alive, but after being enraged, he decided to kill him directly and finish the mission at the same time. Su Chen snorted coldly. Standing still, he neither dodged nor took out any weapon. At that moment, spear radiance and spear intent erupted from his body, instantly blanketing the entire world and blasting straight toward the alien saint. At the same time, the spear intent locked onto the other 4 alien saints as well. The spear radiance surged like a raging tide. With the chaotic god-demon spear technique, Su Chen easily crushed them with his current battle power. He didn't even need to use the blazing divine spear. Boom, boom, boom. A brief series of explosive detonations rang out. When the explosions faded, the 5 peak alien saints had already been blasted to pieces. Su Chen killed 5 saints with a single move. The humans and alien races in the distance were all stunned. Many human powerhouses and prodigies had even been preparing to flee, never imagining that Su Chen would confront the saints head-on. In the end, he killed 5 peak saints in one move, shocking everyone present. Just as the crowd had not yet recovered, Su Chen calmly looked into the void and said, "Come out." His tone was flat, without the slightest fluctuation. It was as if he had long known there was an even stronger being hiding within the void, and now, after killing the 5 saints, it was the other side's turn to appear. As soon as those words were spoken, all the humans in the area panicked. Could there really be an existence stronger than the saints hidden in the void? Could it be a dominator? Everyone was both shocked and afraid, and even Luo Bingqing nervously looked towards Su Chen. At that moment, there was no response in the air, but terrifying howling winds suddenly rose. Space began to shatter, and a destructive pressure enveloped a radius of 10,000 li, causing all living beings to tremble uncontrollably. This was different from sacred pressure. This was heavenly might, the true heavenly might descending into the world. Boom, boom, boom. The might of heaven, accompanied by thunder and fragments of space, pressed down. Though it moved slowly, no one could move. Everyone was in despair. Overlord, the alien overlord has arrived. My God, is he really here for him? Everyone was filled with shock. Everyone had fallen into despair because they understood that the alien overlord had come. An overlord was the supreme existence, the big shot among big shots. Everyone was puzzled. Why would an overlord personally come here? Could it be for that youth? Who exactly was he, to make an overlord bring top-tier saints to deal with him? At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the depths of space. Human, your sins are unforgivable. Surrender. The voice carried the might of heaven, pressing Su Chen and the human experts so hard they could barely breathe. Even saints had no room to resist before an overlord. The overlord didn't even show himself, because he knew that no matter how strong a king or saint was, they could not withstand an overlord's punishment. But Su Chen wasn't panicking at all. He completely ignored the might of heaven and said, "Why are you skulking around like a dog, hiding and acting all profound?" A flame divine spear appeared in his hand as he thrust violently into the void. In an instant, spear light, spear intent, ice rain heavenly fire, and primal chaos blazing flame fused together and blasted toward the void, destroying heaven and earth. The heavenly might was smashed apart by the spear light, forming a vacuum corridor. Everyone was shocked. What exactly was this youth? King, saint, or overlord? With one spear strike, he had actually suppressed even the overlord's heavenly might. At the same time, in the 9th city, the command center of the 8th Legion, Lin Xiu rushed in and reported to Li Tianzhou, "Commander, the alien overlord and 5 peak saints went to the immortal demon mountain range. They're targeting Su Chen and Luo Bingqing. They've already returned from the secret realm and are now encountering the alien overlord." Li Tianzhou immediately issued an order to virtually retrieve the live scene. All the big shots were stunned by the image. In the picture, Su Chen and Luo Bingqing had just come out, and Su Chen blasted the void with a spear, destroying everything. Everyone was talking at once, worried whether Su Chen could survive. After all, an overlord was not someone a king could contend with. At that moment, the sky above the canyon suddenly erupted into an even more violent spatial collapse. A blood-red light shot toward the spear light, fiercely corroding everything. Su Chen's spear light was instantly shattered, and the blood-red glow engulfed the sky and rushed toward him. This blood light could corrode everything. Even saints would instantly vanish if swept into it. An overlord's attack carried the laws of heaven and earth and his own life origin power in every strike, and the spear light was overwhelmingly domineering. But this time, an accident occurred. Su Chen wasn't killed instantly, and instead the blood-red light was shattered. The blood-red destruction light was about to fall on Su Chen, yet he remained calm, looking at it leisurely. I originally wanted to use you as a sparring partner, but since you don't know your place, then I'll use a big move. Everyone was stunned, thinking that the attack just now had already been the big move. But at this moment, billions of strands of destructive light burst from Su Chen's body, like a sun of cosmic flames. Divine sunlight instantly covered the entire battlefield, completely melting away the blood-red light, leaving nothing behind. A furious roar came from the depths of space, filled with rage. Soon, a scorched giant appeared in the void, his clothes and hair burned away, looking like a beggar. Su Chen laughed when he saw him. This overlord is only at this level? Got reduced to this by divine sunlight. The overlord flew into a rage, conjuring a 100-meter battle axe and hacking downward. Su Chen was directly shackled by the power of the laws. Space froze, and the battle axe fell instantly. At that moment, a light shield appeared before Su Chen, protecting both him and Luo Bingqing. The giant axe struck the light shield and only made it tremble once, without causing the slightest damage. The overlord's attack had been weakened by more than half within Su Chen's domain, and what remained was absorbed by the chaos light shield. In the end, only a tiny bit of damage was left, which Su Chen simply ignored. Is that all? Su Chen's tone was full of disdain. The overlord was so furious he spat blood, utterly disgraced. Su Chen said with a smile, "Don't get angry. Answer me one question, and if you get it right, I'll go with you. What do you call the father of your father's sister's aunt's son's aunt's sister?" The overlord was stunned and didn't understand, and everyone else was equally dumbfounded. A countdown appeared in Su Chen's eyes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown hit 0, the bizarre rules descended with a roar, and the alien ruler. A flash of blood light streaked by, and the alien ruler was instantly decapitated, its life extinguished. The massive corpse crashed to the ground, shaking the earth and causing large sections to collapse. The battle was over. Heaven and earth returned to silence, leaving only the alien ruler's corpse to bear witness to the strange battle that had just taken place. In fact, Su Chen had only made one strike, then used the sun god light to withstand one blow. After that, he asked a strange question, and the alien ruler died. The scene was eerie, shocking countless alien and human powerhouses, and everyone's gaze towards Su Chen changed. All that remained was reverence and fear. Annihilate. Su Chen released the sun god light once more, destroying the aliens in the canyon. The alien prodigies vanished instantly, while the human powerhouses remained safe and unharmed. Su Chen grabbed Luo Bingqing, and with a flash of his figure, vanished into the horizon. 5 alien saints, and even a ruler, all dead. How did that ruler die? He asked a question, and then died. It's too bizarre. It must be a rule-based item. Only something like that could do it. A king with the power to kill saints and a ruler is terrifying. I'd never even heard of him before. Inside the canyon, countless prodigies and powerhouses came back to their senses and erupted into discussion, shocked and terrified. They were all relieved that Su Chen was human, otherwise, they would have nightmares. At this moment, everyone had only one question in their hearts. How exactly did the ruler die? What was the answer to that bizarre question? Question: what do you call your father's sister's aunt's son's aunt's younger sister's father? No one could answer it. Looks like I underestimated him last time. After watching the entire battle, Li Tianzhou thought deeply for a long time. The other saints and rulers were equally shaken. Su Chen had instantly killed 5 alien peak saints with a single spear strike, and even a ruler was no match for him. They all believed they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. For a king to have such strength was terrifying. His strength is almost on par with a ruler, and his methods are even more terrifying, as expected of the grandson of the previous army lord. What exactly did that last sentence mean? How did the alien ruler die? In the command center, the big shots all wore complex expressions. They were all lofty saints. Yet Su Chen had just killed 5 of their level, and even a ruler, which meant he could kill them too. Fortunately, Su Chen was human. Otherwise, everyone would have to be afraid. It should be a rule-based item. He cleared 2 disaster-level instances, so it's possible he obtained one. Without a rule-based item, killing a ruler would be impossible. Deep in the outer battlefield, the Qingluo divine bird spread its wings and flew, with Su Chen and Luo Bingqing seated on its back. Xiao Chen, what exactly is the answer to that question? Luo Bingqing was puzzled and had been unable to figure it out. I don't know either. Su Chen replied. He had just asked it casually. As long as the other side couldn't answer within 5 seconds, it would be counted as wrong, and if it was wrong, they would die. So the question itself wasn't important. What he wanted was simply for them not to be able to answer. All he needed was for the other side to take more than 5 seconds to answer. You don't know? How is that possible? I get it. Your item is rule-based, right? As long as the other side takes too long to answer, they lose, right? Luo Bingqing looked at Su Chen, guessed the answer, and waited for confirmation. Completely correct. My question is, if the other side can't answer within 5 seconds, it counts as wrong and is judged a failure directly. Su Chen nodded. Talking to smart people was just easier. Luo Bingqing could figure it out on her own. There really is such a rule-based item? Your luck is unbelievable. Luo Bingqing was very happy after hearing the answer, as if she had obtained a divine item. She felt that she had guessed correctly, and her mood was excellent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After 5 days of flight, Su Chen and Luo Bingqing finally returned to the 9th city. The moment they entered the city, they felt a sense of lightness all over, finally safe. Xiao Chun, you can exchange your merits for a military rank. You can handle everything on your own up to the rank of colonel. But if you want to become a lieutenant colonel, you'll need a huge amount of merits, and you'll also have to undergo an assessment and pass a vote from 80% of the generals. Along the way, there were many prodigies, powerhouses, and legion soldiers. When they saw Su Chen and Luo Bingqing, they all turned to look. Luo Bingqing was far too beautiful, and Su Chen was also extremely handsome. Together, they were especially eye-catching. Soon, the two returned to the villa. On the way, passers-by were whispering among themselves, I've never seen them before. They must be new recruits. That girl is way too beautiful, and the guy is handsome too. That woman is Colonel Luo Bingqing, a peerless genius. But this is the extraterritorial battlefield, not the Earth safe zone. Whether they can survive depends on their strength. Back at the villa, Su Chen took a shower, changed clothes, and lay down on the bed. He wasn't tired, because they had basically encountered no danger in the secret realm, and the few enemies he casually dealt with on the way back didn't count for much at all. Now he was going to tally up the gains from the 9 Heavens Divine City. In the Yuan realm space, he was the master, and with the system's help, organizing everything was very convenient. Soon, the virtual light screen automatically displayed. Millennium Spirit Herbs, 1.42 million. 3,000-year Spirit Herbs, 2.91 million. 5,000-year Spirit Herbs, 820,000 to 10,000-year Spirit Herbs, 10,000 to 50,000 year, 7,810 stocks, 100,000 year, 72 stocks. These spirit herbs and spirit grasses were planted across 10 square kilometers. The ones under 1,000 years weren't even counted. There were too many to count. As for spirit fruits, 100-year spirit fruits, 290,000 to 500-year spirit fruits, 200,000 to 1,000-year spirit fruits, 1.21 million, 3,000 year, 300,000 to 5,000 year, 100,000 to 10,000 year spirit fruits, 90,000 to 50,000 year, 910 to 100,000 year, 212. All the spirit fruits were on fruit trees, and Su Chen transplanted all of those trees into the Yuan realm space, so he could eat them whenever he wanted. As for the spirit fruits and spirit herbs, Su Chen just casually picked them in the Yuan realm space to ensure freshness, and he didn't pay them much mind. What he valued most was the 9 Heavens Divine Palace and the reward, the Heavenly Emperor Jade Crown. Those two could greatly increase his combat power. With a thought, Su Chen's divine sense caused a palm-sized palace shimmering with multicolored light to appear. This was the 9 Heavens Divine Palace, the core of 9 Heavens Divine City, and only by cultivating the 9 Palaces' divine Tao could one control it. Choosing the 9 Palaces' divine Tao made Su Chen admire his own judgment now. 9 Heavens Divine City and 9 Heavens Divine Art seemed to be a matched set, but he had chosen the 9 Palaces' divine Tao, and as it turned out, this was the strongest technique and the key to controlling the palace. Although he had fused with it, Su Chen still hadn't studied the 9 Heavens Divine Palace carefully, and this time he planned to get to know it properly. 9 Heavens Divine Palace Chaos, Eternal Divine Tao Rank. Number 1 Unique Affix. Rainbow, 9 Heavens Combat Power. 888. 8888 Details. The 9 Heavens Divine Palace is the core of 9 Heavens Divine City. When the 9 palaces merge into one, they can sever time and space, reboot the universe, and break through dimensions. Divinity, 1. Ignore restraints 100% 2. Defense increase 10,000% 3. Damage transfer 100% 4. Ignore resurrection 100% 5. Ignore defense 100% 6. Spell damage immunity 100%. After reading its attributes, Su Chen was only left with Zheng. There was no better way to describe how he felt. Several treasures on his body were already outrageously powerful, such as Penglai Immortal Mountain, the Chaos Creation Immortal Steel, the Heaven-Penetrating Tower, Qingluo Radiance, Solar Divine Light, Chaos Rainbow Diamond, the Heart of Rules, the Heavenly Emperor Battle Robe, and the Blazing Flame Divine Spear. Any one of them would spark a scramble if taken out, but no one could do anything to him anyway. Su Chun began to inspect the Heavenly Emperor Jade Crown, the reward for gaining control of the Nine Heavens Divine Palace, and also the first piece of equipment he owned with 4 suffixes. With a thought, he took the Jade Crown out of the Yuan realm space. Rainbow light shimmered, and an imperial aura surged forth. Heavenly Emperor Jade Crown exclusive, divine, 9 heavens, dimension rank. Number 1 unique affix. Colorful, 9 heavens combat power. 6666666 details. The Heavenly Emperor Jade Crown is a symbol of the Heavenly Emperor and possesses miraculous power. It can form a bond with the necklace. Divinity. 1. Can unleash 9 heavens divine thunder in battle. Active. 2. Can unleash 9 heavens divine sound in battle. Active. 3. Can render the target's attacks ineffective in battle. Active. 4. Can unleash total destruction of the 10 directions in battle. Active. 5. Can enter the dimensional world when under high-level attacks. Active. 5 divinities, all active skills, all heaven-defying divine arts. Though few in number, they were immensely powerful. Most importantly, the Jade Crown could form a bond with the necklace. Su Chun had exclusive equipment capable of forming bonds on his body, Heaven Emperor Battle Robe, Flame Divine Spear, and after activating the bond, their combat strength all surged dramatically. Su Chun equipped the Jade Crown without hesitation. Beep, Heaven Emperor Jade Crown and Rule Heart triggered a bond Heaven Emperor Jade Crown upgrading. Rule Heart upgrading. The prompt sounded, and the equipment began to upgrade. Su Chun was filled with excitement and anticipation. After all, the Heaven Emperor Battle Robe had become much stronger after forming its bond. Now that the even more powerful Heaven Emperor Jade Crown was combining with the Rule Heart, what would it become? Su Chun was already extremely eager for the upgrade result. Soon, the upgrade was complete. Rule Heart exclusive bond tier. No rank trait. Colorful combat power. 888888 effect 1. Attacks will definitely immobilize the target effect 2. Soul resistance maxed out effect 3. Poison immunity maxed out effect 4. 1000% damage rebound. After the upgrade, its attributes surged, and combat power multiplied tenfold. But for him now, this increase meant little. Heaven Emperor Jade Crown exclusive, God E9 Heavens, Dimensional, Bond tier. Unique trait. Colorful, 9 Heavens combat power. 666, 6666 details. Symbol of the Heaven Emperor, can form a bond with the necklace Divinity 1, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Active, Divinity 2, 9 Heavens Divine Sound. Active, Divinity 3. Target attacks invalidated. Active, Divinity 4. For directions annihilation. Active, Divinity 5. When encountering a high-tier attack, enter the dimensional world. Active. After the upgrade, combat power increased tenfold, but the divinities did not change. For equipment of this level, upgrades were hard to alter its essence, and the divinity traits were also difficult to change. Su Chun used his divine sense to communicate with the system. System, upgrade, Endless Domain. Consuming 20 million attribute points, Endless Domain was raised to 6th tier. Range reaches 10,000 meters, weakening enemy attack and defense by 80%. He then upgraded the Yuan realm space, consuming 20 million attribute points, raising it to the 6th level. Spatial range 1 million li. Combat power increase 400%. He did not rush to continue upgrading. He still had enough attribute points. Right now, his focus was breaking through to king level and becoming a saint. Current system information. Su Chun, King 9 stars, 100%. Combat power, 84,634 million attribute points. 61,578 million skills. World-destroying spear technique. Endless domain, 6th tier. Yuan realm space, 6th level. Note. Combat power equals base plus equipment X amplification. Still not at 1 billion combat power. Although his combat power was 840 million, his attribute points were sufficient, and his combat power could break through 1 billion at any time. Improving his spear technique could raise it even further. At that moment, Luo Bingqing's voice came from outside the door. Xiao Chun, are you asleep? Su Chun got out of bed and opened the door, seeing Luo Bingqing after she had washed up. Not asleep yet. Didn't you want to know about the knowledge after king level? Come on, I'll take you to meet my parents. Luo Bingqing and Su Chun had just returned from the secret realm, and thinking Su Chun was tired and already asleep, she had casually asked that. Su Chun walked out of the room happily. He just happened to be short on information about kings and saints, and had originally planned to return to the ninth city to learn more. Now that Luo Bingqing's parents were available, he could take the opportunity to ask them directly. Luo Bingqing took Su Chun and left the villa. The two of them walked toward the center of the ninth city. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Luo Bingqing's family's large villa. Luo Bingqing brought Su Chun inside after multiple rounds of verification and loudly called for her parents. Immediately, a beautiful and elegant woman walked out. It was Luo Bingqing's mother, Yin Shu. After Su Chun greeted her, Yin Shu warmly invited the two of them inside and even offered to get fruit herself. Luo Bingqing quickly stopped her and took out precious spirit fruits from her spatial ring. Yin Shu saw at a glance that her daughter had broken through to become a king and was overjoyed. Luo Bingqing stated the purpose of their visit directly. Su Chun had already reached the peak of 9-star king and wanted to learn about saints. Yin Shu was very surprised that Su Chun had improved so quickly, and then seriously explained the requirements for becoming a saint. Combat power of 100 million, a heaven-tier 5-star skill, and 9,999 strands of intent. All three were indispensable. If one cultivated spear intent, one would need 9,999 strands of spear intent. For swordsmanship, it would be sword intent, and so on. She also casually mentioned the requirements for becoming a sovereign. Combat power of 1 billion, skills upgraded to the immortal tier, compressing intent into a domain, and possessing one's own domain. After hearing this, Su Chun suddenly felt enlightened. Aside from skills, he had already met all the conditions. Skill upgrades were also very fast. With attribute points, he could handle it in minutes. He was also not far from the threshold for sovereign. Domain and combat power were no problem. He only lacked skill advancement, and his future looked bright. At that moment, footsteps came from the second floor, and a middle-aged man walked down. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and handsome. As he walked, his presence was fully unleashed. He looked refined on the outside, but there was an oppressive force about him, the aura of someone in power. He was the commander who controlled millions upon millions of troops, like a natural-born tyrant. Xiao Chen is here. The middle-aged man spoke first with a slight smile. Uncle. Su Chen stood up to greet him. This man was Luo Bingqing's father, Luo Tianqing, the first commander of the 8th Legion, the soul and foundation of the Legion. He did not usually handle ordinary matters, but all major decisions were made by him. It was said that his strength had already surpassed that of a sovereign. Sit down. I heard you made great contributions in the Outer Realm, and even killed an alien prince and many powerful enemies. Impressive. Luo Tianqing sat on the sofa, clearly very satisfied and pleased. First, he cherished talent. Who wouldn't want a genius in the Legion? Second, he and his wife had long treated Su Chun as their future son-in-law, and the elders in the family thought the same. Su Chun was extraordinary. He had saved 100,000 people from the 33rd Army, wiped out 200,000 alien beings, 27 kings, and 1 saint. In the secret realm, he killed 29 princes and 3 saints, and upon his return, he even killed 5 saints and 1 sovereign. His military merit was enormous, enough to be promoted to Major General. But Luo Tianqing did not allow him to rise too quickly. After all, Su Chun was still too young, and there was no rush. What? Tianqing, you're not joking. Yin Shu was shocked after hearing this, looking at Su Chun and then at Luo Tianqing. You've been in seclusion during this time, so you don't know about these things. What I said is all true. Luo Tianqing said with a smile. Even he had not expected Su Chun to become famous so early. I didn't expect Xiao Chun to be this amazing. What are your plans after this? Yin Shu still found it hard to believe. She knew Luo Tianqing would not lie, and she was also curious how Su Chun had done it. A newly risen king had wiped out 200,000 aliens and 80,000 ferocious beasts, killed 27 kings and several saints, and even brought down a sovereign. Auntie, I plan to continue training in the Outer Realm. After I advance to saint, I'll return to school and prepare to enter the dungeons, Su Chun replied. He had already met the requirements for advancement. Once he returned and upgraded his skills, he could become a saint. After advancing, he would train a bit more, then return to school to farm dungeons. In the future, he would go to the source-level world. You're already a king. Why are you still farming dungeons? Yin Shu advised Su Chun not to waste his time. The strongest dungeons at school were only legendary grade, and they were not as useful as training in the Outer Realm. Just as she was about to continue persuading him, Luo Bingqing interjected. Mom, Xiao Chun has already cleared the Tongtian Tower. He wants to go to a mythic grade or source-level world. She knew her mother was still unaware. He cleared the Tongtian Tower? It really was Xiao Chun. Yin Shu was shocked again. Every single thing Su Chun did exceeded her imagination. Auntie, it's true. Su Chun nodded. That's great. You really can go to mythic grade dungeons. Yin Shu was extremely excited. Looking at Su Chun the way a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. She had always felt that her daughter was already very impressive, but she never expected Su Chun to be even stronger. Su Chun and Luo Bingqing finished eating here and only returned to Luo Bingqing's villa in the evening. After returning to his room, Su Chun summoned the system to upgrade his spear techniques. System prompt: consuming 10 million attribute points. Spear techniques upgraded to Heaven Rank 2-star. Over 20,000 spear intents, and the bonuses for defense breaking, penetration, speed, and combat power all reached 220%, with combat power increased by 20%. Su Chun continued his Feng Sungdi, consuming 20 million, Heaven Rank 3-star. All attributes reached 240%. Another 20 million, Heaven Rank 4-star. Attributes 260%. Another 20% increase. 40 million, Heaven Rank 5-star. Attributes 280%. 80 million, Heaven Rank 6-star. Attributes 300%. Now, he had 66,666 spear intents, and his combat power surged wildly. Su Chun looked at the panel below. His combat power had already reached 1.27 billion, and he still had over 40 million attribute points left. A smile appeared on his face, and all the promotion requirements were fully met. He was now far stronger than before, completely transformed. With only 465 million attribute points left, Su Chun felt a bit panicked. He decided to rest for 2 days, then go to the outer Yuzhanshang to earn attribute points and save up to 10 billion points. He closed the light screen and calculated in his mind. Just now, upgrading his spear techniques to Heaven Rank 6-star had used up 150 million points. The next upgrades would require 160 million, 320 million, and 640 million. Upgrading to the Immortal rank would take 1.28 billion. To advance to Overlord, spear techniques alone would require 2.4 billion attribute points. 3 days passed, and Su Chun spent them resting, playing games, and chatting with Luo Bingqing. By now, his cultivation had already reached the peak of King rank 9-star, and both spear intent and combat power were enough to advance to Sage rank. He only needed a place rich in spiritual energy to break through, so he could absorb it and stabilize his realm. In the morning, after finishing breakfast, Su Chun asked Luo Bingqing whether she still wanted to go out and train. He planned to head to the outer battlefield today. Luo Bingqing said she was preparing to return to school and challenge dungeons again, first applying for a Mythic Grade 1, hoping to catch up to Su Chun. In truth, she wanted to go with him, but Su Chun was already at the peak of King rank and could advance to Sage rank at any time. She was afraid of holding him back, so she decided to return to school to improve herself while Su Chun broke through. If she did not work hard, she would be left far behind by Su Chun. Su Chun agreed with her choice. Growth through dungeons was faster. With Luo Bingqing's identity and strength, applying for a Mythic Grade dungeon would not be difficult. See you at school. Luo Bingqing smiled. At noon, Su Chun left the 9th city and headed deep into the outer battlefield, while Luo Bingqing took a spaceship back to Earth. Su Chun rode on the back of the Azure Luo Divine Bird, moving leisurely forward. Most of the people he had encountered in the past few days were humans, and there were very few foreign races, because he was still near the area close to the 9th city. The farther one went into the battlefield, the more foreign race prodigies and powerhouses there were. His target was the deepest part of the battlefield, to hunt foreign races and farm merit and attribute points. On the 8th day, he arrived at the deepest part of the outer battlefield, where it was almost entirely foreign races, with very few humans. In the evening, just as Su Chun was preparing to settle down, he heard the sound of war drums in the distance. It did not sound like a battle, but more like the mobilization of a legion. Su Chun smiled. Resting? With such a massive foreign race legion right in front of him, how could he possibly miss it? He liked single-handedly taking on hundreds of thousands of enemies, wiping out thousands with one strike, the fastest way to harvest attribute points and merit. Killing them one by one was too slow. Following the sound of the drums, he flew 30 li farther and, hiding high in the sky, saw densely packed foreign race legions and ferocious beasts, and also sensed the auras of dozens of sage-rank powerhouses. There were also several auras of overlords. The kings were not worth mentioning at all, and to him, they were no different from ants. Looking at the million-strong army below, he felt like he had struck it rich, but then he realized something was off. An army of 1,000,000 only needed 2 or 3 sages. Yet here there were over 40 sages and 6 overlords. Su Chun was hiding in the depths of space. With his abilities, as long as he did not take the initiative to expose himself, even the rulers could not detect him. He watched silently, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he quickly locked onto the positions of those rulers. Inside the palace, 6 rulers and more than a dozen saints had gathered. In the main seat sat a seductive young man with a flower ornament between his brows, looking rather effeminate, but his aura was extremely strong. He was none other than the eighth son of Emperor Tianhua, Yin Lai. Yin Lai had mobilized 1.2 million troops, 500,000 ferocious beasts, hundreds of kings, 48 saints, and 6 rulers, preparing to snatch a rare treasure that had yet to appear. The treasure had originally been discovered first by the fifth prince, but Yin Lai felt that as long as it had not appeared, it did not count as the fifth prince's. He wanted a share of the spoils and would not let the fifth prince monopolize it. Yin Lai issued forceful orders, and no one dared object. On the surface, the saints and rulers were respectful, but inwardly they were resigned. In this kind of struggle, someone was bound to be dragged down, and no matter how they chose, it was a dead end. Su Chun withdrew his divine sense and continued hiding, an expectant look on his face. He had no intention of making a move right away, because he had no interest in the current target. He wanted more. Half an hour later, the army moved out. The 1.2 million alien troops, 500,000 ferocious beasts, rulers, and saints all set off, and Su Chun followed in the air. They had not gone far when, at daybreak, the alien army reached a lake deep within a mountain range to stand guard. The lake shimmered with multicolored brilliance, and thunder and lightning rolled across its surface. The treasure was about to emerge, and the surrounding troops had sealed off the area. At the lakeside, a young man leaned casually against a war chariot, with 2 beautiful alien women beside him feeding him fruit. He said, "Old Eight, you're here to fight for it too?" As soon as the 8th prince, Yin Lai, arrived, he was mocked coldly by the young man, who questioned whether he dared compete with him for the treasure. In fact, he did not believe Yin Lai had the nerve at all. Give him 100 times the courage, and he still would not dare snatch it. Yin Lai called him fifth brother, but his words showed no submission. He argued that treasures belong to the capable, that whoever sees them has a share, and anyone can compete for them. He even dragged the other princes into the dispute, and the atmosphere instantly became tense and murderous. Though they were brothers, they were more like enemies. The princes had a unified stance, siding with the fifth prince. From afar, the protagonist Su Chun watched their back and forth and was utterly speechless. It was nothing more than that the treasure had not yet been seized, and spiritual energy was growing denser, so he could only wait patiently. Once the treasure was born, he would take them all out in one wave, directly advance to Saint Realm, and then return to Earth. Time passed, and strange phenomena continued in the sky. 5 hours later, a peerless radiance burst forth from the lake, and the spiritual energy from a radius of millions of miles all converged here. Su Chun knew the moment had come and instantly appeared above the lake. All the alien gazes converged on him as they mocked a human youth daring to vie for the treasure. They thought Su Chun was courting death and found it inconceivable. Su Chun ignored them completely and said coldly, "I want the treasure here." The flame divine spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it out in a single strike, unleashing a sweeping burst of berserk spear light. In an instant, tens of thousands of alien soldiers and ferocious beasts were reduced to ashes, and over a dozen kings and 2 saints were also instantly killed. The 5th prince and the 8th prince roared, ordering the crowd to mob Su Chun. Mainly, they could not lose face. But Su Chun said calmly, "You will all die. Stop fighting over it." He swung his spear like the wind, slaughtering madly, completely ignoring the pressure of all the high-ranking experts. With 1.2 billion battle power crushing the entire field, attribute points and merit skyrocketed as he killed until the heavens and earth turned dark. The alien prodigies were terrified, shocked by Su Chun's strength, and suspected that 29 had also died at his hands. Kill him. Quickly kill him. Only now did the alien army, the strong, and the several princes realize that this human youth, Su Chun, had not come here to die at all. His target was very clear, the treasure, and even to hunt them down. Su Chun was too strong, leaving them utterly desperate. Saints were no match for him, and even 3 rulers had been killed, with one of them even being insta-killed by a single shot from him. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive blasts of destruction, spiritual energy tearing apart, ferocious beasts roaring, and screams rising everywhere turned this place into a living hell. The battle was still ongoing, and the rare treasure was about to be born. As time passed, the ferocious beasts by the lake, the armies of alien races, kings, and saints had basically all disappeared. Only 2 rulers were left, and anyone trying to flee was instantly killed by Su Chun. Alien prince. Nothing but trash. Su Chun said coldly. One shot, the 38th prince died. One shot, the 8th prince died. One shot, the 5th prince died. No one could stop him. Deep in the mountain range, by the lake, the alien armies and powerhouses were annihilated. All 5 alien princes were killed, More than 20 rulers, over 200 saints, and over 1,000 kings all perished. Here, apart from Su Chun, no one else was alive. The battle had ended, but the rare treasure was still manifesting, and the Yishang in the sky became even more astonishing. Su Chen's expression remained calm as he looked at the sky, his heart filled with anticipation for what this rare treasure actually was. Time passed, and about an hour later, a golden lotus appeared in the lake. It was only palm-sized when it first appeared, but in an instant it grew to 100 meters, continuing to expand as it frantically absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a truly shocking sight. Su Chen was surprised. Was this the rare treasure? Or some heavenly material and earthly treasure? After all, it was a plant. But the lotus was covered in characters and inscriptions. Its Tao patterns and laws were profound and mysterious, and immortal dew flowed over it, with incomparably pure spiritual energy. 10 minutes later, the golden lotus stopped growing. It was 10,000 meters in diameter, having drained the energy and spiritual energy within a radius of several million li, causing even some small secret realms to collapse as a result. No one's coming, Su Chen said indifferently. With a thought, he directly stored the lotus into the Yuanjia space. After the golden lotus disappeared, heaven and earth returned to normal. Su Chen did not leave. Instead, he seized the spiritual energy vortex to break through his realm. Because the lotus had devoured so much, spiritual energy and energy from afar were still surging over. Su Chen circulated the 9 palaces' divine Tao and began to break through. His spear technique had reached heaven rank 6 star. His spear intent exceeded 66,000 strands, and his combat power had surpassed 10 billion, fully meeting the standards of a saint. 20 minutes later, Su Chen's entire body bloomed with peerless radiance, carrying saintly intent. He successfully advanced to saint, and his combat power doubled. So I've become a saint already. Su Chen opened his eyes, his expression confident. Now, if he faced a ruler again, he could kill them in a single strike. At this moment, a faint voice came from the distant void. You really should die. The voice lingered for a long time, and space was instantly sealed, while Su Chen's entire body strength was also suppressed. But only for an instant, the negative effects were offset by his equipment. Although that was the case, one could not deny the other side's power and terror. Dead. He just won't die, isn't that annoying? Su Chen smiled faintly. He had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he was excited. Finally, a formidable opponent had arrived. He only hoped this one wouldn't disappoint him, and wouldn't be too strong, otherwise he'd have to run or revive. Hiss, SSS. 10 seconds later, strange sounds rang out in the air. The void split open, and an alien elder stepped out. He landed in midair and didn't rush to attack, merely staring at Su Chen with great curiosity. This youth was unremarkable, yet he had killed several million of their troops, 2 million ferocious beasts, as well as 6 princes and dozens of dominators. The Venerable asks you, were the princes killed by you? Su Chen smiled and answered evasively, probably. He had rule-based equipment, so when faced with this kind of question, he wouldn't answer directly, in case the other side had a similar rule-based weapon. Since you've admitted it, come with me to the Starry Sky prison and accept your punishment. The elder spoke confidently, his tone like issuing an imperial decree. Su Chen sneered. You alien trash are thick-skinned and self-important, truly believing yourselves to stand above others, when in fact you're nothing but a pack of uncivilized lowly beings. The elder was furious. It was the first time in all these years he had truly lost his temper. He said, then there's no need for you to go to the Starry Sky prison. I'd like to see just how capable you are. The next moment, he raised his hand to seal off the space, conjuring a massive iron mountain out of thin air. It pressed down with overwhelming weight, enough to destroy even a dominator, and came with terrifying gravity that suppressed all power. Su Chen said calmly, then you'll have to pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished abruptly, as if he had evaporated. The elder's expression changed drastically. His domain had sealed everything, and all dominators should have been suppressed. No one could evade it. He had never expected Su Chen to ignore the restraint and disappear instantly. The iron mountain crashed to the ground, shattering the land for 1,000 li and tearing space apart. But Su Chen was nowhere to be seen. The elder's face was grim. Even someone as powerful as him had failed to trap this human youth. Su Chen's sudden disappearance left the elder stunned. Had the youth escaped? Impossible. Could a human youth really slip away under his nose? But where was he? Just then, Su Chen's voice sounded beside his ear. Not bad strength, but just a brute. The moment the words fell, countless spear radiance, carrying sacred intent and chaotic flames, blasted in from close range. The speed was so fast that the elder had no time to dodge or defend. Uft. SSS. The elder was struck by the spear radiance and blasted hundreds of li away, coughing up blood. Chaotic flames burned over his whole body, and no matter how he used his mana, he couldn't suppress them. He knew Su Chen's chaotic flames were an overwhelmingly powerful force he simply could not withstand. The elder roared in fury, shocked at the same time. He had lived 1,000 years and had seen 5 true prodigies. Su Chen before him was one of them. All the other prodigies were utterly eclipsed. Floating in the air, Su Chen called out, "You're a hegemon, right?" He had killed many dominators, and this elder was clearly stronger than a dominator, likely a hegemon. The elder revealed his identity. "This venerable one is a 9-crown hegemon. In my entire life, I've only acknowledged the 5 prodigies of your race. The other 4 haven't made a move, so today only one may live." He steadied himself and circulated his mana, struggling to suppress the chaotic flames, but it would be impossible to completely eliminate them in a short time. He had already regarded Su Chen as a true opponent. Su Chen replied calmly, "You're an alien and the enemy of the human race. Today, you're destined to die here." As he spoke, his aura erupted fully, and all his treasures and exclusive abilities could be activated at any moment, with his revival effect ready to take effect at any time. Su Chen was like a spear god. He swung his spear, unleashing more than 66,000 spear lights, each carrying chaotic flames. The elder sneered and, without another word, drew out a bone blade. Green flames leaped as the blade light carried the power of a domain, slashing down and making space tremble. The blade light instantly fell before Su Chen. Just as it was about to hit, a 7-colored light shield appeared around Su Chen, completely blocking the attack. Within Su Chen's domain, the elder's offense and defense were directly weakened by 80%, and the chaotic light shield then absorbed 99% of the remaining force. In the end, only a minuscule amount of damage remained, far from enough to hurt Su Chen. Su Chen counterattacked. Su Chen's spear light and spear intent, mixed with chaotic flames, struck directly in front of the elder, rendering the elder's defense completely useless. Every strike from Su Chen inflicted severe injuries on the elder, but as a 9-crown overlord, the elder's strength was still formidable, and killing him was no easy task. The elder could see that Su Chen was a complete anomaly. His attacks simply could not break through Su Chen's defense, while he himself was being suppressed by Su Chen with no chance to retaliate. If not for his overlord-level physique, he would have been unable to hold on long ago. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth as he directly unleashed Qing Luo Yaoshi. The power of the world lord erupted, and all things between heaven and earth turned into destructive force, attacking the elder in unison. Qing Luo Yaoshi was an extremely controllable ultimate move. Su Chen had never had the chance to use it before, and this was the perfect opportunity to try it. The elder no longer held back, erupting with all of his overlord power. 9 crowns appeared above his head, a giant peak manifested, and he transformed into a giant, doing everything he could to smash the peak at Su Chen, hoping to block the world lord's power. But the destructive power of Qing Luo Yaoshi collided head-on with the elder's giant peak. Heaven and earth collapsed, and everything within a radius of 3 million li turned to ruins. Su Chen and the elder were both engulfed by the terrifying force. As the power dissipated, Su Chen still stood proudly in the void, while the elder's body crumbled and weathered away, leaving only a pile of giant peak fragments. Su Chen left calmly, inwardly sighing that Qing Luo Yaoshi ignored overlord-level defenses. In his first use, it had directly slain a 9-crown overlord head-on. In the end, not even his body remained. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After becoming a saint, his speed was astonishing. In a very short time, he left the battlefield and headed straight for the 9th city. His objective had been achieved, becoming a saint, obtaining a rare treasure, hunting down 3 million alien troops, 1 million ferocious beasts, 1,000 kings, more than 200 saints, more than 30 lords, and even killing an overlord-level powerhouse. In the 9th city, at the command center of the 8th Legion, over 100 saints and several lords had gathered, and even Commander-in-Chief Luo Tiancheng had rarely appeared. This time, it was because the alien race had deployed 3 million-strong legions, making it a major matter that the 8th Legion had to handle. "Have you found out?" Luo Tiancheng asked Lin Xiu. "Commander, we have." Lin Xiu's expression was shocked, and he hesitated to continue. The others were puzzled. Shangguan Leiting suppressed his voice and said, "Speak." Lin Xiu replied, "The alien race's 8th prince gathered 1.2 million troops and several 100,000 ferocious beasts, preparing to seize the 5th prince's rare treasure. The 5th prince and the 3rd prince had a total of 2 million troops and 1.4 million ferocious beasts. Altogether, there were 3 million troops, more than 14 million ferocious beasts, over 1,000 kings, more than 100 saints, 17 lords, and 5 princes. Before the rare treasure had even been born, Su Chun had already set his sights on it. He treated the 3 million troops, over 100 saints, and more than 10 lords as prey all by himself. Insane. Everyone was shocked. No one dared imagine it. Even lords would not dare face that kind of lineup. Yet Su Chun actually went in alone. Lin Xiu continued. Su Chun wiped them all out by himself and seized the rare treasure. The whole room erupted in uproar, leaving only shock behind. Everyone was wondering how he had done it. A king facing so many powerful enemies and still wiping them all out in the end was simply too heaven-defying. Lin Xiu went on. After seizing the rare treasure, Su Chun broke through on the spot and became a saint. Everyone was once again stunned and convinced. Even hearing it a second time, they still found it unbelievable. Su Chun was outrageously strong. Nonsense. This is far too reckless. Commander, Su Chun needs to be disciplined when he gets back. The saints and lords discussed among themselves, feeling that Su Chun could not act so recklessly. Yet they understood that if it were themselves, they absolutely would not dare. As they were chatting, Lin Xiu suddenly said something that left everyone completely stunned on the spot. They had just learned of Su Chun's battle record when Lin Xiu said that Su Chun had broken through on the spot and advanced to a saint. With no protector and no one guarding him, he made the breakthrough right there. The command center, full of saints and overlords, was stunned. This was far too outrageous. You have to know, the deepest part of the outer battlefield is the territory of the foreign races. Su Chun alone wiped out a 3 million strong army, over 1 million exotic beasts, hunted so many kings and saints, even killed more than a dozen overlords, and took down 5 princes. If someone else said this, no one would believe it. To this day, everyone still finds it unbelievable. Even more outrageous, Su Chun broke through to Saint directly without any protection. Such a place was far too dangerous. Lin Xiu added again. After Su Chun advanced, the foreign race's 7th protector appeared. That was what shocked her the most. The foreign race's 7 protectors were all 1,000-year-old monsters, the earliest of the foreign races, each having lived for over 1,000 years and standing at the peak overlord level. To the people of Earth, they were like ancient ancestors. Everyone cried out in alarm. What? 7th protector? Ku Zhu. Peak overlord? It's over. What about Su Chun? Everyone in the command center was completely dumbstruck. Even Commander-in-Chief Luo Tianqing's expression changed as an aura of terrifying overlord pressure erupted from him. Lin Xiu said calmly, Su Chun fought the 7th protector, and in the end Su Chun killed him. This is the only battle footage. She held up a tablet. Inside was only the blurry footage from the last minute, but it was already shocking enough. The 7th protector is dead? Killed by Su Chun? A saint killing an overlord? What kind of joke is that? Everyone practically began to doubt their lives. Even a strike from a 9-crown overlord couldn't stop Su Chun. Just how strong is this kid? Amid the shock, no one dared believe it, but the video was real. On the other side, in Tianhe Void, within Tianhua Hall, after Tianhua the emperor learned of this news, he flew into a rage. 3 million troops, over 1 million exotic beasts, over 1,000 kings, more than 100 saints, 17 overlords, and his 5 sons, all died at Su Chun's hands, and even the 7th protector failed to escape. The emperor stared at the report, refusing to believe it no matter what. At that moment, a tall giant stepped forward and bowed. Emperor, I suspect the one who truly made the move was Luo Tianqing. It couldn't possibly have been just that human youth. Over 1 million exotic beasts, over 1,000 kings, over 100 saints. How could they possibly have been wiped out? 17 overlords were not useless. And there were also 5 heaven-defying princes. The 7th protector was even a 9-crown overlord. A saint killing an overlord? Not even a ghost would believe that. The 3rd protector speculated that the killer wasn't some human prodigy at all, but Luo Tianqing, hiding in the shadows, first taking out several kings and overlords, and in the end, even killing the 7th protector. After hearing this, all the foreign race powerhouses agreed. No one believed a human youth could be that monstrous. Not even the 1st prince or the crown prince could have done it. The emperor ordered that the 3rd protector, Ming Ji, and the 9th protector, Aou, immediately go and intercept and kill Luo Tianqing. Since the 7th protector was dead, Luo Tianqing must definitely be severely injured, so this was the perfect chance to take his life. As for the 1st and 2nd protectors, mobilize troops and, after 3 months, annihilate the 9th city. With blood-red eyes, the emperor felt the timing had come. It was time to go to that mysterious planet. Everyone accepted the order with excitement. 1,000 years ago, they could have destroyed that planet, but for the sake of raising goo and to toy with the human race, they had delayed until now, and at last they had waited for the opportunity to act. Deep within the outer battlefield, Su Chen rode on the back of the azure luo divine bird as it flew onward. When evening fell and night came, he told the azure luo divine bird to slow down, and he went looking for a place to settle down. Half an hour later, he found a large cave, with a colossal beast lying inside. Su Chen directly kicked the beast flying and took over the cave. The Qingluo divine bird stood guard at the entrance while Su Chen took out dry rations and spiritual fruits to eat and drink. At present, the Qingluo divine bird was a 9th-tier sacred beast with strength comparable to a peak overlord. But devouring foreign beasts could no longer help it advance. It would need to find an opportunity. At least for the short term, it could still protect Su Chen. Half an hour later, after Su Chen had eaten his fill, his divine sense moved and entered the Yuan realm space, wanting to see exactly what that golden lotus was. Just the bit of immortal nectar inside the lotus was already a heavenly treasure. After his divine sense took form and entered the Yuan realm space, he discovered that the golden lotus, originally a kilometer in diameter, had shrunk to the size of a bowl. Su Chen immediately understood that this kind of treasure, with inherent spatial properties, was a super-tier treasure. Information check. Name, 12-petaled Chaos Golden Lotus Grade. Unique number 1 combat power. 88888888 details. A divine object of the Chaos universe, resonating with the world divine tree. Ability 1. Produces 10,000 drops of Chaos Immortal Nectar every day. Ability 2. Produces 1,000 drops of Chaos Holy Nectar every day. Super Divinity 3. Produces 100 drops of Chaos Divine Nectar every day. Super Divinity 4. Produces 10 drops of innate Chaos Down Nectar every day. Super Divinity 5. Absolute Defense, surpassing the 12-petaled Chaos Golden Lotus, can reduce 99% of damage. After reading the Golden Lotus's attributes, Su Chen was completely stunned. Combat power, 88,888,888, plus 5 super divine entries. The first 4 were all heaven-defying heavenly treasures, while the 5th was a life-saving divine skill, reducing 99% of damage. Su Chen did a quick calculation. The Endless Domain reduces damage by 80%, the Chaotic Light shield by 99%, and the 12-rank Golden Lotus by another 99%. If the opponent unleashes 100,000 damage, after layer upon layer of weakening, only 2 damage remains in the end. It's basically unbeatable. He even felt despair on behalf of the enemy. Fuse. With a thought from Su Chen's divine sense, the phantom disappeared. He opened his eyes and murmured, then took out the 12-grade Chaos Golden Lotus and began refining and fusing it. With his many experiences fusing treasures, this time also went smoothly. 2 hours later, the Golden Lotus fused perfectly. 5 spots of multicolored radiance appeared on Su Chen's body, his heart, left atrium, head, right atrium, and kidneys. 2/5 of his body had already turned into rainbow colors. He muttered to himself that if his entire body were rainbow-colored, he would still need 7 or 8 heaven-defying treasures, and the world tree might be one of them. The 2 might resonate and fuse. Although he still didn't know what changes would come after his whole body turned rainbow-colored, at the very least, he had become stronger. System 1.0 Name. Su Chen Level. Saint Rank 1 Star, 39%. Luck, plus 100 Combat Power, 3.605 billion Mount. Qingluo Divine Bird Wealth. 88,210,473 Skill. World-Destroying Spear Technique. Heaven Tier. Ability. Endless Domain, SSS, Space. Yuan Realm Space, SSS. Attribute Points. 15.466 billion Note. Combat Power equals, Base plus Equipment, X Amplification. Su Chen looked at his combat power. It had originally been more than 1.2 billion, and after becoming a saint, it had doubled. Now, after fusing the Golden Lotus, his total combat power had reached 3.6 billion, enough to completely crush every overlord. Sleep. After returning to the 9th city, I'll report to my uncle, then head back to school. Su Chen muttered to himself. He had become a saint, but only at 1-star level, and he needed to go to a mythic instance or a source-level world to try his luck for a great opportunity. Soon, he fell asleep. Deep in the extraterritorial battlefield, 2 figures rapidly moved and sensed their surroundings. They confirmed that the commander of the 9th city, Luo Tiancheng, had killed several prince-level lords. Although Luo Tiancheng had slain the 7th protector, he was certainly injured as well. This time, they decided to completely eliminate Luo Tiancheng and remove a formidable enemy. Ming Ji, when you fought Luo Tiancheng last time, how much confidence did you have in winning at your peak state? Asked the 9th protector Aoyue. Upon hearing this, Ming Ji's tone turned cold as he stared at Aoyue, clearly catching the hidden meaning behind the question. Literally speaking, Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never lose 100 battles. 6 princes have fallen. If the mission fails, can you bear the Emperor's wrath? Aoyue said coldly. As fellow protectors under the Emperor, they were actually also competing with each other. They both disliked each other. At your peak. 50-50, Mingji replied. Years ago, he had fought Luo Tianqing, and it had been hard to determine a winner. Now that Luo Tianqing is seriously injured, if you and I join forces, we can definitely kill him. Aoyue fell into deep thought after hearing this. Mingji was the third protector under Emperor Tianhua, and his strength was formidable, on par with Luo Tianqing. If Luo Tianqing had not been injured, he would not have dared to make a move, but now the opportunity had come. At that moment, Aoyue sensed a powerful human aura. He lowered his head to look, and Mingji sensed it as well. As overlords, their divine sense could sweep over 1,000,000 miles, and ordinary people simply could not hide from them. Strange aura. Mingji frowned. What Mingji sensed was a human saint. By all rights, he should have been very weak, yet this aura was extraordinarily dangerous, which puzzled him. Should we kill him? Aoyue asked. This aura is a bit familiar, Luo Tianqing. Mingji suddenly thought of it. This aura resembled Luo Tianqing's, and perhaps it was Luo Tianqing himself. Could his realm have fallen? Or has he been injured and temporarily weakened? Aoyue immediately grew excited. In the cultivation world, this kind of thing was common. When overlords fought and used secret techniques, their realms could temporarily drop. If Luo Tianqing had really become a saint, that would truly be an enormous opportunity. Possible. Don't rush, set up the formation first. Mingji reminded Aoyue that even if Luo Tianqing's cultivation fell, they still had to be careful and prevent him from fighting to the death. So the two of them retreated and secretly set up over 1,000 formations, making sure Luo Tianqing would have nowhere to escape. 8 hours later, dawn broke, and the two were already exhausted beyond belief. Inside the cave, Su Chun had long since noticed these two people. In fact, the moment they got within 100,000 li of him, he had already detected them. He didn't care at all and kept sleeping, while the system monitored every movement around him. After waking up, Su Chun stretched, tidied the bed, washed up, and ate some spirit fruits. While eating, he watched these two frighten themselves into exhaustion and couldn't help finding it funny. These two were far too cautious. They hadn't even started fighting him and were already worn out. At that moment, Mingji took a deep breath and shouted downward, "Luo Tianqing, come out." Su Chun walked out of the cave, his figure flashing as he floated in midair. "Luo Tianqing, you're here to find my uncle." A tiny golden lotus, as small as a grain of rice, appeared, surrounded by immortal dew. The chaotic golden lotus hovered like Su Chen's mount. He looked at the two idiots before him, stunned. They had mistaken him for Luo Tianqing, so they were really here to deal with his uncle. No wonder they had set up so many formations. But these two couldn't even tell a saint from an overlord? When Mingji saw Su Chun, he swept out his divine sense and found that only a youth was left here. Yet there was indeed Luo Tianqing's aura on him. He immediately understood that they had mistaken the person and had wasted the entire night for nothing. Aoyue glared at Mingji, his face full of irritation. They had worked all night only for it to be wasted, and they had even mistaken the target. It was infuriating. Mingji shot back immediately. Luo Tianqing was already in his 40s or 50s, while the one in front of them was clearly a youth. Do you not have eyes? The two of them bickered back and forth, but they knew they couldn't turn on each other now. They had to finish the important business first and settle the score later. Su Chen looked at the two of them and couldn't help laughing. As expected, the intelligence of the foreign races knew no bottom line. Two idiots. You really are worrying. Mingji was enraged. He, the third guardian under the mighty Emperor Tianhua and a powerhouse overlord, was actually being insulted by a human youth? He reached out a hand, and a world-destroying force crashed down, intent on killing him outright to vent his anger. Su Chen replied calmly, "If you can't even handle that old man, then you're even less capable." As soon as he finished speaking, spear light, icy rain and heavenly fire, and chaotic flames erupted. Space shattered and mountains and rivers collapsed. Caught off guard, Mingji and Aoyue were sent coughing up blood, their bodies thrown back 300 li. Both peak overlords were heavily injured. The two were horrified. How could this youth possibly be this strong? They exchanged a look and understood that all the intelligence had been wrong. The one who killed the 6 princes and the 7th guardian wasn't Luo Tianqing, but this truly human youth. The two retreated another 200 li and barely stabilized their bodies in disbelief. They hadn't even made a move and were already severely wounded. Their chances of winning were almost zero. Su Chun said coldly, "If you still don't use your real abilities, you'll have to go down and keep that old man company." As soon as he said that, he exploded with full force in the Qing Luo radiance. prepared to end this quickly, kill them, and return to the Ninth City. Boom. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, everything was covered by Su Chen's single strike. The power of the Realm Lord erupted, and no one could block it. Ming Ji and Aoyu felt death closing in, their expressions changing drastically. Ignoring the scorching of the chaos flame, they defended with all their strength. But as they thought of what Su Chun had just said, that the seventh protector had been killed by this very move, their hearts were filled with despair. Ming Ji held up his divine artifact in front of him, but the cracks spread instantly, and it ultimately shattered. Aoyu's light shield was likewise directly shattered by Qing Luo Yaoshi, with no resistance at all. The heavens and earth collapsed, and everything within 3 million miles returned to nothingness. When the dust settled, Su Chun was still hovering in midair, calm and composed, looking down. Ming Ji and Aoyu's bodies had already turned to sand and dispersed. Two Overlord-level opponents, average strength, and not very bright either. Su Chun chuckled and gave a casual remark before flashing away. After several consecutive teleports, Su Chun summoned the Qing Luo Divine Bird and rode it swiftly toward the Ninth City. At the square of the Ninth City, several top-ranked names of foreign races, protectors and princes, suddenly disappeared from the quest board. The entire city was shocked, and rumors spread everywhere. I heard the 8th Legion has an extraordinary monster who killed 6 alien kings, over 1,000 kings, 100 saints, more than 10 rulers, and even annihilated overlords. Really? Who is it? His name is Su Chun, and he only awakened this year. A newbie at just over level 10 killed an overlord? Nonsense. Everyone was discussing it, full of disbelief. At the command center of the 8th Legion, Lin Xiu only said one sentence. He killed 2 more overlords. The saints and rulers were all shaken. 3 overlords killed in succession. The Tianhua Emperor is probably going to make a move. The Holy Knight Order may act too. The 9-man squad is second only to the Emperor, and once they move, the commotion will be even bigger. We need to get Su Chun back quickly, or it'll be dangerous if he gets targeted. The bigwigs were discussing it, and the atmosphere was tense. Su Chun had taken down 1 overlord, and everyone thought it was luck. But after he killed 2 more in a row, that was no longer luck, it was strength. Su Chun was monstrously powerful, but if he got targeted by the alien Holy Knight Order, things would be troublesome. Every member of the Holy Knight Order was stronger than an overlord, and no one could escape their pursuit. Back then, the military lord of the 6th city was killed by the Holy Knight Order. Only the previous military lord of the 9th city barely survived, though he was left severely injured. Lin Xiu, where is Su Chun now? Shengwan Leitang asked. He's on his way back to the 9th city. At his speed, he'll arrive in 3 days, Lin Xiu said, his intelligence accurate as if he had seen it with his own eyes. After hearing this, everyone finally relaxed a little. Lin Xiu then reminded them that alien movements were frequent and that something big was brewing. 3 days later, Su Chun returned to the 9th city on the Qing Luo Divine Bird. There was no one in the villa. Luo Bingqing had already returned to Earth. Su Chun went to Luo Tianqing's home to say goodbye. Auntie, Xiao Chun is back, and still not even a little worry-free. Yin Shu felt both happy and worried when she saw Su Chun. She knew Su Chin's recent record, and she was also afraid he would provoke the Holy Knight Order and the Tianhua Emperor. After all, Su Chun had killed 6 of Tianhua Emperor's sons, wiped out several 100,000 alien troops, over 1,000 experts, 100 saints, more than 10 rulers, and 3 overlords. Auntie, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Su Chun comforted her. Are you going back to school? Yes, I'm heading back to school today to train in dungeons. Yun Shu nodded, saying that Su Chun had the potential to be promoted to Major General. As long as 2/3 of the officers agreed, his merits were enough. However, promotion to Major General depended not only on merit, but also on the Legion's recognition. After all, a colonel could command 10,000 troops, while a Major General could command 100,000. Su Chun was somewhat speechless. Auntie, isn't commanding the military lord a bit too far away? Yun Shu smiled. Who could say for sure what the future held? Not long after, Luo Tianqing returned. Uncle. Su Chun greeted him. You've done well. Put the military rank aside for now. Go back to Earth and sharpen yourself first. Don't come to the outer battlefield until you've reached the Overlord realm. Take good care of Qing'er and Sheng'er. Luo Tianqing was very satisfied, but his expression was extremely serious, as if something major had happened. Su Chun nodded. His military rank was not important to him. Strength was what mattered most. But he could clearly sense that Luo Tianqing had something on his mind, and this instruction sounded a bit like a final parting reminder. Could it be that something had changed on the extraterritorial battlefield? Before leaving, Su Chun took out 2 jade bottles and 2 jade gourds. The jade gourds contained Chaos Immortal Dew, while the jade bottles held Chaos Saint Dew. Chaos Immortal Dew was a priceless treasure for overlords and dominators, and Chaos Saint Dew could help an overlord break through his limits. Luo Tianqing now had abundant resources. Inside the 12-grade Chaos Golden Lotus were 30 million drops of Chaos Immortal Dew, 1 million drops of Chaos Saint Dew, 10,000 drops of Chaos Divine Dew, and 10,000 drops of Innate Chaos Dao Dew. But the latter two could not be used by anyone yet, as their cultivation realms were too low. Yin Shu urged Su Chun to grow up quickly and become a responsible man, then escorted him out of the villa. Su Chun respectfully agreed and headed to the number 9 City Air Terminal, where he took a spaceship back to Earth. 3 days later, Su Chun returned to the Riverside Villa in Kyoto. He felt lonely. His parents had gone missing, and his grandparents had already passed away, leaving only him and a few servants. Just as he was about to enter, Luo Xing'er suddenly appeared and clung to him, making him feel a little less alone. Su Chen smiled and told her to get down, but she stuck to him and refused to leave. Seeing Su Chen return, A Fu was very happy and called for the servants to prepare a meal. It was only after they entered the house that Luo Xing'er finally got down from him. A Fu asked whether he wanted to eat first, and Su Chen said he would shower first. After Su Chen showered and changed clothes, he went downstairs. Luo Xing'er called him over to the sofa and asked curiously whether he had already become a saint. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement, then asked where his sister was. Luo Xing'er said that his sister had gone to apply for a disaster-level dungeon in a source-level world, and her tone was full of worry because that dungeon was extremely dangerous. Su Chen was also surprised when he heard this and decided to go take a look tomorrow. During the meal, neither brother nor sister was in the mood to talk. Luo Xing'er was worried that both her sister and brother were going to the source-level disaster dungeon, and if something happened to both of them, what would she do alone? What should she do? She did not dare think about it any further. After dinner, Su Chun gave Luo Xing'er a set of Golden Gear King Tier equipment, a large amount of Chaos Immortal Dew, and Spirit Fruits. "Brother, you must bring sis back," Luo Xing'er said softly. She knew she couldn't persuade Su Chun and had no intention of trying. She was worried about the danger of the dungeon and also worried about her sister's safety, so she could only pray for both of them to return safely. It's only a disaster-level dungeon in a source-level world. No big deal. Go to bed early. You still have class tomorrow, Su Chun said as he patted her head to comfort her. Luo Xing nodded obediently and returned to her own villa. Su Chun went back to his room and slept. The next day, he got up, washed up, and went downstairs, where he saw Luo Xing'er quietly eating breakfast. "Brother," Luo Xing'er greeted him. "Xing'er, do you want to go to the source-level world?" Su Chen asked. "It's too dangerous, so I don't want to." "Of course I'd want to if you're taking me." Luo Xing'er was stunned and looked at Su Chen tentatively. "In a bit, we'll go to the source-level world together," Su Chen said. "Really? What if random teleportation separates us?" Luo Xing'er asked, both surprised and nervous. "I have a way. I'll let you enter a space first, and after I enter the dungeon, you can come out." Su Chun had already planned it. He intended to send Luo Xing'er into his Yuanjia space first, so they wouldn't be separated by random teleportation. "Really? That's great." Luo Xing'er almost jumped up in excitement. She quickly finished breakfast and waited for Su Chun to take her into the space. Following her brother, leveling up was just around the corner. 10 minutes later, after the two finished breakfast, Su Chun took her into the room. Whoosh, Su Chen's divine sense moved, and Luo Xing'er disappeared, entering the Yuanjia space, with Su Chen's divine sense projection following her in. "How is it?" the projection asked. "Brother, the spiritual energy here is so pure. I feel very comfortable," Luo Xing'er said in amazement as she looked around. The space was completely independent. She felt no discomfort at all, and instead felt refreshed. "Tell me anytime if you feel unwell," Su Chen said, finally relieved. He had first checked on Luo Xing'er because he was worried about any accident. If she really had a problem, he could rescue her at any time, and even resurrection would be easy. After speaking, the divine sense projection disappeared. Su Chen went downstairs and drove to school. When he got to the classroom, he didn't see In Hejin. Instructor Nangong Xian came in soon after, and the whole class stood up to greet her. There had originally been 30 students, but now only 19 remained. The others had gone into the dungeon. "Class starts now." Nangong Xian glanced at Su Chen, a hint of hope in her eyes, before quickly looking away. Su Chen was a little curious, but he didn't ask. Time passed, and class was over. "Su Chen," Nangong Xian called him at the door, but before she could say anything else, Su Chen followed Nangong Xian into the office. "Instructor." He stood across from her. "Sit." Nangong Xian pointed to the sofa, poured a glass of water, and sat down with him. Nangong Xian was wearing a casual suit and a pleated skirt, her long black stocking-clad legs crossed. She had an elegant air about her. Instructor, is something the matter? Su Chen asked. Nangong Xian asked curiously. What realm are you in now? Before, you were only at level 100 and didn't understand the king's domain. But after coming back from the outer realm this time, you've become so strong that I can't see through you. Su Chen replied. I've just advanced to Saint rank. Nangong Xian stared at him. You're going to a source level dungeon? Su Chen asked in confusion. How did the instructor know I'd choose source level, not epic or myth level? Nangong Xian smiled. Your sister chose source level. Would you pick something else? With your personality, if there's source level, you definitely won't choose myth level. I was indeed planning to go to a source level dungeon. Su Chen nodded. Can you take me with you? Nangong Xian asked hopefully. Su Chen shook his head. No, I'm going to my sister's source level dungeon, and I've already taken Xinger with me. Nangong Xian latched onto the key point. You took Luo Xinger to source level? How did you manage that? I have a spatial treasure. Su Chen replied briefly. Nangong Xian gave him a resentful look. You're already taking Luo Xinger, can't you add me too? Su Chen refused. Source level is too dangerous. I can only guarantee one person's safety. If there's one more, I won't be able to take care of them. When I come back, I'll take you there. Nangong Xian nodded. Then it's a deal. Instructor, what's the procedure for applying to a source level dungeon? Su Chen asked. Nangong Xian replied. You're going today? I'll go tell the principal. You go wait at the array square. Thank you, mentor. I'll head there first. Su Chen stood up, then suddenly remembered something and handed her a jade gourd. Inside was Chaos Immortal Dew, which could enhance one's talent and physique. Xian wasn't even at the king level yet, so the Immortal Dew was practically heaven-defying to her. She took the jade gourd and asked curiously. Although she guessed it was a treasure, she didn't know exactly what it was. Su Chen replied briefly, Chaos Immortal Dew. I got it from the extraterritorial battlefield. After saying that, he left the office without returning to class and went straight to the array square. Today they were going to a source-level world dungeon. Just thinking about it was exciting. When Xian heard Immortal Dew, she was instantly thrilled. This was an absolutely top-tier, heavenly treasure. She put away the jade gourd and went to the principal's office. She needed to apply for the dungeon on Su Chen's behalf. Their student, Galaxy Jean, had already gone to the source-level world's dead-end tier, and now Su Chen was going to the source-level world's natural disaster tier. The principal was very surprised when he heard this, but after thinking about Su Chen's abilities, he quickly accepted it. After all, the dungeons Su Chen challenged were always the hardest and strongest. The principal approved the application, took Xian to the array square, and had the array masters prepare to activate the formation. There were no other students on the square. Normally, only 1st and 15th year students could enter dungeons, but geniuses were an exception, like Su Chen. Su Chen greeted the principal and mentor when he saw them. The efficiency was extremely high, and everything was arranged very quickly. The principal asked Su Chen whether he was going to Luo Bingqing's world, and Su Chen nodded. The principal instructed the array masters to activate the formation. The 9 array masters worked for a full 20 minutes before finally opening the formation. Su Chen only felt that their techniques were very clumsy and couldn't make sense of them. A source-level dungeon really was no simple matter. Once the formation was successfully activated, thunder rumbled through heaven and earth, and a black hole descended. The principal told Su Chen to step forward. As if responding to Su Chen, the black hole instantly swallowed him, then disappeared, and heaven and earth returned to calm. Su Chen seemed to have vanished into thin air. Watching the black hole gradually fade away, the principal felt lingering fear. He was a peak king, yet he was still shaken by that black hole, let alone entering it directly. Xian comforted the principal. He'll definitely come back safely. The teleportation process was unlike before. Su Chen felt himself surrounded by darkness, as if he had reached the end of the universe, and time seemed to have passed for a whole century. Finally, the teleportation ended. Su Chen felt as if he had been reborn and traveled through time, standing atop a tall mountain, with clouds and mist swirling around him like a fairyland. Su Chen quietly waited for the artifact spirit to appear, while also opening the Yuan realm space, and Luo Xinger appeared. Have we reached the dungeon? This was Luo Xinger's first time entering a dungeon with Su Chen, and her eyes were full of curiosity. Just got in. Su Chen nodded. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Xinger entering without being repelled by the world meant she hadn't violated any rules. Welcome to the Source World. The Source World is open to geniuses from all realms of the universe. The current number of participants is 10,923,109, with the lowest at level 91 and the highest at 9 Crown Dust Immortal, ages ranging from 18 to 99, maximum stay is 3 years. Exceeding that will mark you as a failure and exile you to the chaos universe. The artifact spirit's voice rang in their ears. Su Chen and Luo Xinger could hear it very clearly. Level 91 is the lowest. Then I'm the lowest one here. Luo Xing'er puffed out her cheeks. She really was only level 91, the absolute lowest present. Knowing that is enough, Su Chen said flatly. She had reached level 91 in just a few months, which was already very impressive. She couldn't be compared to him. 3 ways to leave 1. Clear the path of gods and demons 2. Reach the summit of the 8 peaks 3. Obtain the Source Divine Weapon 1 month later. Everyone will be teleported to the Source Chaos City. Those favored by the Empress will obtain an earth-defying ultimate treasure. After the rules were announced, 2 light screens appeared before them. Su Chen's information. Name, Su Chen affiliation, Earth age, 18 realm, 1-star saint, 39%. Everything else. None. Countdown. 2 years 364 days, 23 hours 59 minutes. 3 years was too long. He thought 2 or 3 months would be enough. His current goal was to adapt to this world, find Luo Bingqing, or wait until he was teleported to the Source Chaos City. Luo Xing'er was also checking her own information. It was basically the same, except for her name and level. Xing'er, what's your skill level? Su Chen asked. Brother, I'm at 98% of the 8th tier. Luo Xing'er replied. She was only a step away from the 9th tier. The fruit had been used up, and it would be very difficult to reach the peak of the 9th tier in the Source world. Keep working hard. First get to level 100, Su Chen said. After level 100, battle power would increase significantly. In Source level worlds, there were plenty of equipment and many opportunities as well. Luo Xing'er nodded and silently made up her mind that whenever she encountered an opportunity, she had to seize it, or she would be left behind by her brother and sister. Don't leave my side in battle, Su Chen reminded her. He summoned the Azure Luo Divine Bird, wrapped an arm around Luo Xing'er, and with a flash of movement, the 2 of them leaped onto the Divine Bird's back and flew into the sky. After half an hour of flight, Su Chen finally discovered a group of beast races living together. He ignored the scattered beasts he encountered along the way, focusing only on huge swarms of thousands gathered together. What he wanted was the thrill of destroying a large number of beasts in a single blow. Hunting them one by one was boring. Boom. The flame divine spear appeared. Su Chen casually thrust out a spear, and spear light erupted. Chaos flames and ice rain heavenly fire interwove, instantly annihilating all the beasts within dozens of miles. Golden light appeared on Luo Xing'er's body as she leveled up. As long as Su Chen killed once, she would gain 1 level. Now, hunting beasts no longer granted Su Chen levels, but he still gained quite a lot of equipment and attribute points. Congratulations on killing a 9-star Beast King. Attribute points +1, 000 drop. Thunder Sacred Ring exclusive, Origin Heaven. The prompt sounded, and Su Chen smiled. It had been a long time since an exclusive item dropped. When he had been on the outer battlefield, even after killing over 1 million beasts, he had never gotten an exclusive drop. But now, just as the dungeon had begun, he had already encountered one. Moreover, this time the exclusive suffix had 2 more tags, which made Su Chen especially eager to see its attributes. Boom, boom. Su Chen continued slaughtering. He planned to look at the exclusive equipment tonight. It wasn't going anywhere anyway. Luo Xing'er's eyes sparkled with little stars. Brother, is this the power of a saint? Su Chen was too strong, far beyond her imagination. Su Chen smiled and said, a 9-crown overlord can't withstand a single strike from me. I've even killed 2 overlords in 1 move. My strength, with any casual attack, can rival a lord at full power. Luo Xing'er was so shocked she couldn't believe it, while Su Chen confirmed it in a very casual tone. Time passed until evening. In 1 day, Su Chen had slain over 100,000 beasts, mostly 7th dash, 8th dash, and 9th tier ones, with only a few beast kings mixed in. He gained a huge number of attribute points and equipment, and even had 3 exclusive items. Luo Xing'er was a little tired and acted spoiled, saying she didn't want to move. She was a support type, and after such intense fighting for a whole day, she really couldn't keep going. Only by staying with Su Chen could she remain safe. Su Chen told her to rest. He had originally planned to stop as well. Today's harvest had been enormous, and Luo Xing'er had even reached level 100. Her skills were also close to max tier, and after a few more days of fighting, she would be able to break through and become a king. The 2 of them flew hand in hand into a cave in a nearby canyon. The cave was dry, sheltered from the wind, and had a water source, making it a good place to rest. After settling in, Su Chen sat in a corner, watching Luo Xing'er busily tidying up, and prepared to tell her a funny story. She knew everything, because the 2 of them had always been together. It was a few days before I returned to Earth. Deep in the foreign battlefield, the 8th prince of the alien race brought a 1.2 million strong army, hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts, along with many kings, saints, and several dominators, to seize the fifth prince's resources. But when I got there, the other side had 2 million troops, nearly 1 million ferocious beasts, and several other princes had also arrived. In the end, I wiped them all out and took the rare treasure. Then a hegemon came, and I killed him. Su Chen's tone was calm. What happened after that? Luo Xing'er listened in shock, hardly believing it. He really killed a hegemon. After that, I was preparing to return to the ninth city. That night, I rested in a cave and found 2 idiots busily working at my cave entrance, exhausted from setting up a formation. In the end, they shouted, "Luo Tianqing, come out." Su Chen couldn't help laughing as he said this. Those 2 had mistaken him for Luo Tianqing, wasted an entire night, and were then instantly killed by him. They thought you were my dad, right? They thought the only person who could wipe out several million troops and a hegemon was my dad, Luo Tianqing. They even thought he was injured and came to kill him, only to find they'd guessed wrong. Luo Xing'er was full of question marks, but quickly understood. This was what happened when someone overthought things. Su Chen couldn't help complaining. The alien race may be strong, but their brains aren't very good. In the end, I just killed them instantly. Alien intelligence is really worrying. Luo Xing'er sighed helplessly. Bro, I want to take a bath. Luo Xing'er had finished tidying up, sweat covering her forehead. I'll set things up first. Su Chen flashed out of the cave and casually laid down a privacy-guarding formation by the stream in the canyon. He had the Azure Luo Divine Bird guard one side and guarded the other himself. Luo Xing'er finished bathing in 10 minutes. Then Su Chen took a quick bath himself, returned to the cave entrance, and the 2 of them took out dry rations and spirit fruits to eat. All right, these 3 are for you. Su Chen handed Luo Xing'er the 3 exclusive pieces of equipment. He had no use for them himself. Luo Xing'er was delighted. Exclusive equipment. Thanks, bro. You don't need them. I already have mine. Su Chen's divine sense moved, and he took out the Thunder Saint ring. The ring shimmered in 7 colors, brimming with powerful might. Luo Xing'er was thrilled beyond words and hurried to inspect the equipment, a smile all over her face. Su Chen examined the Thunder Saint ring in his hand. Name: Thunder Saint ring exclusive, origin, heaven grade. Unique, origin battle power. 888888 Divinity 1. Thunder power plus 200% Divinity 2. Origin power plus 200% Divinity 3. Power of the Azure Heavens plus 200% Divinity 4. Thunder attacks have a 90% chance of triggering rule-based thunder. This was an exceedingly powerful ring. An exclusive piece of equipment, with 3 suffixes by itself. The current equipment affixes were already entirely divinity-based. Other exclusive items only had tens of thousands of battle power, but this Thunder Saint ring directly had 888,888 battle power. Su Chen didn't hesitate and immediately swapped it in. Hint: your Thunder Saint ring has formed a bond with the Light ring. Both items are upgrading. The 2 rings bonded with each other, and the upgrade completed within a minute. After the upgrade, the attributes appeared before Su Chen's eyes. Light ring. For suffixes, combat power 8,888,888. For divine affixes, poison resistance 100%, flame damage plus 500%, attack speed plus 200%, negative emotion immunity. Thunder Sacred ring. For suffixes, combat power 8,888,888. For divine affixes, thunder, source power, and azure sky strength plus 500%. Thunder attacks always produce rule thunder. After the 2 rings were upgraded, both became 8,888,888 in combat power, and both were unique origin-grade equipment. The bond was much stronger than using either one alone. On Su Chen's body, the Flame Divine Spear, the Emperor Slaying Battle Robe, the Emperor Crown, and the Heart of Rules had all already formed bonds. Now that the rings had also been upgraded, Su Chen was wondering whether the wrist guard and special equipment could also form bonds, and he felt a bit of anticipation. System Interface: Su Chen, Saint Tier 1. Combat power 3.819 billion, after equipment enhancement. Although the increase wasn't huge, he could easily overpower other saints. At that moment, Luo Xing'er excitedly shouted, "Bro, my weapon and feather robe, as well as my helmet and necklace, have also formed bonds." She almost jumped up. The 4 exclusive items happened to pair up into 2 bonded sets. After upgrading, both the weapon and feather robe and the helmet and necklace had 4 suffixes. Her panel, weapon feather robe, for suffixes after bonding. Combat power 2,888,888. Helmet necklace. For suffixes after bonding. Combat power 1,888,888. The weapon also grants a 1.5x combat power bonus, and the necklace can summon 8 Thunder Sacred Beasts. Total combat power 22,933,324. Luo Xing'er proudly said. 22.93 million combat power. Su Chun had given her 3 origin-grade exclusive items, and with 4 items forming exactly 2 bonded pairs, her attributes exploded. Her combat power directly increased tenfold. Indeed impressive. Once you advance to King Tier, get yourself a full set of exclusive equipment, or replace your gear with mythic-grade items, and your combat power could reach around 80 million, Su Chun said. Generally speaking, King Tier 1, 10 million combat power. Saint Tier 1, 100 million. Dominion Tier 1, 400 million. Overlord Crown 1, 800 million. Luo Xing'er still wasn't a King Tier yet, but she already had over 20 million combat power, mainly relying on equipment and talents. By now, she could already fight an ordinary saint on equal footing. With her equipment attributes added in, she had absolutely no problem taking on a saint. Combat power is important, but it's not the only standard. When Su Chun had just advanced to Saint Tier, his combat power was less than 1 billion, and by rights he shouldn't have been able to defeat an overlord. But in the end he still instant-killed a 9-crown overlord. So equipment and attribute affixes are far too crucial. Although Luo Xing'er was mainly a support type, she could summon Thunder Sacred Beasts. If I gather the full exclusive set, I'll be able to kill saints outright, and even go toe-to-toe with the Dominion, Luo Xing'er said. A complete exclusive set comes with bonds, so its combat power naturally explodes. It's not easy to collect them all, but it's possible, Su Chun nodded. He himself still hadn't collected a full exclusive set. However, this was the origin world, where monsters were stronger and the equipment they dropped was better. Maybe he really could farm a complete exclusive set with origin attributes. A full exclusive set might even trigger special changes, and Su Chun was looking forward to it as well. Beyond the domain battlefield, the Heavenly River. A massive light gate connected to the barrier on the far side of the Heavenly River, and countless foreign armies and beasts surged in, teleporting through the light gate onto the battlefield. Saints, dominions, and even overlords were not uncommon. After 1,000 years, after preparing for 1,000 years, the divine relics on Earth have finally begun to loosen. Once I obtain that thing, the pattern of this universe will change. Tianhua Emperor stood within a celestial body above the Heavenly River, filled with anticipation. The Source World, the second day. The countdown has decreased by 1 more day. Early morning. Su Chun and Luo Xing'er washed up and ate breakfast. Bro, what are we doing today? Luo Xing'er asked with a blink. What else can we do in a secret realm besides killing exotic beasts to farm equipment, gain experience, and train skills? The Origin Chaos City hasn't been teleported here yet, and who knows when the 8 peaks will show up. We can only wait while getting stronger, Su Chun said. Indeed, no one knew when the 8 peaks would appear, so they could only improve themselves. Right now, they were thinking that the energy in the source world was dense, and their cultivation would advance rapidly. By the way, what exactly is a source divine weapon? Luo Xing'er suddenly asked out of curiosity. Su Chun replied. The Minter said the equipment tiers are legendary, epic, and mythic. Above that is source. Source is an equipment grade we've never seen before. We don't know what attributes source equipment has, and we don't know whether it's stronger than exclusive gear. He had actually never seen source equipment either. He only hoped to get one to see how powerful it was. Half an hour later, after the two finished eating and packing up, they summoned the Azure Luo Divine Bird and flew off to find exotic beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. About half an hour later, Su Chun sensed. A powerful threat had appeared ahead, where a battle at the Overlord level had erupted. There were 3 Overlords on the scene, as well as a Holy Beast. Even the weakest Holy Beast was stronger than an Overlord, and might even be close to a demigod. Clearly, the 3 Overlords were fighting over this Holy Beast, and the battle was extremely intense. Luo Xing'er's realm was low, and she trembled under the pressure of the Overlord battle. Fortunately, Su Chun blocked the oppressive force for her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to endure it. She softly called out to Su Chun, her small hand tightly gripping the corner of his clothes. Su Chun comforted her calmly. Just a few overlords. To him, this kind of scene was nothing new. He wasn't nervous at all, and instead felt a little excited. Luo Xing'er asked, "What should we do?" Su Chun smiled and said, "Of course we'll act as hunters." He would never be merely a bystander. The two watched from afar, while the Azure Luo Divine Bird landed beside Luo Xing'er to protect her. She also had the Thunderbolt Holy Beast guarding her, so she wasn't afraid of danger. The battle was extremely brutal. A 3-crown overlord and 2 1-crown overlords jointly attacked the 3-crown one, but it only ended in a stalemate. The Holy Beast attacked them at the same time, making the scene extremely chaotic, with space collapsing and the earth crumbling. As time passed, one of the 1-crown overlords was killed in a pincer attack by the 3-crown overlord, and the holy beast, his body and soul both destroyed. The remaining one-crown overlord was soon killed by the three-crown overlord as well. The three-crown overlord revealed a contemptuous smile. A mere one crown. He dodged the holy beast's attack. At this moment, Su Chen stepped forward, staring at the holy beast and the three-crown overlord as he said coldly, "This beast is mine." The three-crown overlord sneered. "A mere saint like you is worthy of fighting for the holy beast? If this venerable one gives it to you, can you even kill it? Dare to go against me, and you have only one path left, death." Su Chen looked at the three-crown overlord and only said two words, "Idiot." He didn't take the other party seriously at all. The three-crown overlord attacked in fury, throwing a punch at Su Chen from afar. This punch erupted with the power of an overlord. By rights, a saint couldn't possibly block it. Su Chen replied indifferently, "Die." In an instant, the flame divine spear appeared. He thrust out with a single strike, and tens of thousands of spear glows swept toward the middle-aged man, while ice cloud, heavenly flame, and chaotic flame descended as well. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he sensed the threat of death. He desperately unleashed overlord power to resist, but it was utterly useless. Su Chen's ambush succeeded. With a puff, the middle-aged man spat out blood, his body torn apart by the spear glows and flames. In the span of a single breath, he was instantly killed. The entire process took only 3 seconds, and the three-crown overlord fell just like that. Seeing this, the holy beast let out a roar and, without the slightest hesitation, turned and fled. Though it was highly intelligent, it also understood that staying would only mean waiting to die. This holy beast stood 200 meters tall, and its aura was stronger than the three-crown overlords. But to Su Chen, that meant nothing. He raised his hand and thrust out another spear strike. The Heart of Rules imprisoned the holy beast, and spear glows and flames rained down from the sky, with explosions ringing out one after another. Very quickly, the holy beast crashed to the ground, dust billowing into the air. The system prompt sounded. "Congratulations on killing a first-tier holy beast. Attribute points plus 5 million drop. Origin grade divine weapon." Su Chen was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to be so lucky as to obtain an origin divine weapon. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared beside Luo Xing'er. At this moment, Luo Xing'er's eyes were filled with shock. The three-crown overlord, once so lofty and untouchable, was like trash before Su Chen, killed in an instant. Even the powerful holy beast couldn't block a single spear strike. Seeing Luo Xing'er stunned, Su Chen waved a hand in front of her. "Wake up," Luo Xing'er shouted excitedly. "Brother, you're too strong." She even felt that from now on, even an overlord would be nothing much. Su Chen said indifferently, "Let's go. Over the next 2 days, I'll raise your skills. Before entering Origin Chaos City, you must reach King rank." Understood. With that, he jumped onto the Qing Luo divine bird, and Luo Xing'er hurried to follow. The divine bird spread its wings and soared into the sky, turning into a streak of light and disappearing. Luo Xing'er wore a bitter expression. "Brother, don't compare me to you. I'm only at tier 9. How am I supposed to level up in 2 days?" Su Chen only replied, "No room for negotiation. Without pressure, it wouldn't do." He and his sister had already become kings. She couldn't fall behind. Half an hour later, the divine bird encountered a group of ferocious beasts. The strongest among them was a beast king, but to Su Chen it was merely a trifle. What followed was another battle, with Su Chen and Luo Xing'er spreading out and attacking separately. While hunting the ferocious beasts, Su Chen gave Luo Xing'er her own space so she wouldn't be affected. Boom, boom, boom. Attribute points surged wildly, plus 200, plus 10,000, plus 1 million, plus 500,000, plus 20,000. Every spear strike was destruction, and the ferocious beasts kept falling. Su Chen's attribute points soared crazily. For him, attribute points were everything. The more he fought, the more excited he became, and the battle felt like play. Time passed quietly, and dusk gradually fell. Luo Xing'er was exhausted, but very happy. Her skill level had risen to 57% of tier 9. She felt that if she kept going for another day, she could reach 100% of tier 9, or even break through to heaven rank and then ascend to king rank. Rest. We'll continue tomorrow. Su Chen rubbed her hair and comforted her. Luo Xing'er leaned close to Su Chen and nodded obediently. Suddenly, a humming sound came from the sky, and colorful sunset clouds appeared as an anomaly manifested. Skill Peak has appeared. Skill Peak will last for 3 days, and the top 10 will receive great rewards. A message from the artifact spirit came from the sky. Coordinates also appeared on the informational light screens of both Su Chen and Luo Xing'er. The skill peak was 2.98 million li to the front left. That's too far. Luo Xing'er was a little worried. Su Chen said calmly, "It's not far. We'll get there in one night." He used his divine sense to contact the Qing Luo divine bird and rode it through the air. 3 million li was nothing difficult for a Tier 9 holy beast. Qing Luo divine bird carried them through the air at tremendous speed, continuously tearing through space, almost like teleportation. Luo Xing'er soon fell peacefully asleep, leaning against Su Chen's chest, looking as if she were sleeping in her own room. Su Chen held her with a smile at the corner of his mouth, but he did not dare sleep himself, just in case. With nothing to do, Su Chen opened the information light screen. Name, Su Chen affiliation, Earth age, 18 realm, Saint 1 star, 84%. Divine armament, 1 quota, 1 countdown, 2 years 362 days 14 hours 02 minutes. His realm had risen from 39% to 84%. Just a little more, and he would break through. Su Chen could directly advance to Saint 2 star. Although he fought all day long and did not train deliberately, the Nine Palaces' divine Tao was always operating automatically, refining spiritual energy all day and turning it into his mana, causing his realm to rise on its own. This was the power of the Nine Palaces' divine Tao. Coupled with treasures defying the heavens like the Heavenly Tower, even if Su Chen did nothing at all, he could still grow stronger just by sleeping. This was no exaggeration. Su Chen waved one hand, and a light screen enveloped him and Luo Xing'er. The wind could not blow in, nor could anyone peek. With a thought, he took out that Origin Divine Armament from the Yuan World Space. Origin Divine Armament is actually a general term for Origin equipment. It is not necessarily a weapon, but this time what Su Chen obtained was indeed a weapon. It was only a streak of flowing light, neither like a spear nor like a sword, and it could transform into any weapon. Ever-changing, it became whatever weapon its user held. Su Chen did not care about its appearance and only looked at its attributes. Name, Tian, Peerless, Origin Grade Tier, Origin Affix, Colorful, Origin Combat Power, 88888888 Details, a treasure nurtured by the chaotic universe. Its attributes can be fused into any exclusive equipment, and only items of the same kind can be compatible. Divinity 1, Full Body Combat Power plus 150% Divinity 2, Attack Speed plus 500% Divinity 3, Doi Range plus 500% Note. Can only be fused once. Note, attributes can stack. Looking at this Origin Divine Armament, Su Chen was shocked. It was too powerful. Just the combat power alone added 88.88 million. Equipment Combat Power Explanation. King. White plus 50,000. Red plus 100,000. Gold plus 200,000 Legendary. White plus 100,000. Red plus 300,000. Gold plus 500,000 Epic. White plus 500,000. Red plus 700,000. Gold plus 1 million Mythic. White plus 1 million. Red plus 2 million. Gold plus 5 million Origin. White plus 10 million. Red plus 20 million. Gold plus 50 million. Ordinary equipment was mostly white, red was rare, and gold was even rarer. Exclusive equipment was slightly easier to obtain, but the difference was small. Colorful equipment had attributes a full tier above gold. So Su Chen's colorful Origin Divine Armament had a combat power of a staggering 88.88 million. How do I fuse an Origin Divine Armament? Su Chen frowned. He really didn't know, and no one on Earth had ever seen Origin-grade equipment. Not to mention Origin, even epic and mythic-grade equipment had never been seen. The Heavenly Tower had only been cleared up to the 6th floor at most, which was the Legendary Dungeon, where legendary-grade equipment could drop. There were no epic or mythic-grade items, let alone Origin-grade. Origin-grade equipment really is powerful. Even the most ordinary white one increases combat power by 10 million. A set would be nearly 100 million. Su Chen sighed. The higher the equipment grade, the more outrageous the combat power increase. Even the most ordinary white Origin equipment increased combat power by 10 million. For someone like him to have obtained a colorful Origin Divine Armament, he was definitely set for life. System, are you there? Yes. How do I fuse an Origin Divine Armament? Su Chen asked. He wanted to fuse the attributes of this Origin-grade equipment into the Flame Divine Spear. After all, it wouldn't affect the bond or the original equipment's attributes, and overlapping attributes could even stack. Origin-grade equipment can be fused, but only onto equipment of the same type. Weapons can only be fused with weapons. They can't be fused into clothes, bracelets, and the like. The Warrior Light screen has been updated. Direct fusion is available. The system answered, and Su Chen suddenly understood. He thought that if he had checked the Warrior Light screen earlier, he wouldn't have needed to ask the system. Su Chen opened the virtual light screen. Only he could see the system panel. Others could only see the Warrior Light screen. An Equipment Forging Fusion page appeared on the light screen, with fusion slots. Clicking the first slot allowed him to select an item of equipment from his body and place it into the fusion slot. There was another fusion slot behind it for placing origin-grade equipment. After confirming the fusion, the attributes of the equipment in the back would be fused into the equipment in front, creating a new piece of equipment. Su Chen worked quickly, placing the Flame Divine Spear and the Origin Divine Weapon Heavenly River into their respective slots, then clicked fusion. The two pieces of equipment flashed, then disappeared 10 seconds later, forming a brand new spear. Its appearance was multicolored, radiating a mysterious primal glow, looking even cooler and more powerful. Su Chen was excited and returned to the main page to check the new equipment's attributes. After the Flame Divine Spear and the Origin Divine Weapon Heavenly River fused, it was still a spear, but its attributes and combat power had been comprehensively enhanced. He looked at the new Flame Divine Spear's attributes. Name: Flame Divine Spear Exclusive Bond. Heavenly River, Heaven, Origin Grade, Origin Affix, Rainbow, Origin Combat Power, 8888888 Divinity 1. Flame Damage plus 500% Divinity 2. Penetration Power plus 500% Divinity 3. 100% Immunity to Fire-Based Attacks Divinity 4. Entire Body Combat Power plus 150% Divinity 5. Attack Speed plus 500% Divinity 6. Area of Effect plus 500% Divinity 7. 100% chance to unleash Ice Rain Heavenly Fire, covering 100,000 square kilometers. Goodness gracious! Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. So the affix had become divinity, and the divinities from all three Origin Divine weapons had also fused together, none wasted. Now the Flame Divine Spear had 7 divinities. How much did my combat power rise this time? He sighed. He returned to the main page to check. System Ver 1.0 Name: Su Chen Level, Saint 1 Star, 84%. Luck, plus 100 Combat Power, 7.16886 billion Mount. Qing Luo Divine Bird Wealth, 88,210,473 Skill. World-Destroying Spear Technique Heaven Rank 6-star Ability. Endless Domain SSS 6th Tier Space. Origin Realm Space SSS 6th Layer Attribute Points. 16.82871 billion Note. Combat Power equals Own Base plus Equipment. X Amplification Multiplier. His combat power had now directly reached 71 billion. This was mainly because the Flame Divine Spear gained 80 million combat power, plus a 150% all-around combat power boost, nearly doubling it. He let out a long breath and closed the light screen. Origin Divine weapons were too powerful. He hoped to obtain a few more rainbow-colored Origin Divine weapons later. As for the ordinary white, red, and gold Origin Divine weapons, he wasn't considering fusing them. Only when rainbow-colored Origin Divine weapons fused with exclusive equipment would it truly be heaven-defying. The Origin world can drop Mythic Grade, Epic Grade, and also Origin Grade equipment. Even the worst Origin Grade equipment can increase combat power by tens of millions. Selling it to Earth's warriors could greatly enhance Earth's defenses, which could also be considered contributing to his homeland. The Azure Luo Divine Bird continuously shuttled through space. Time passed, and soon it was past midnight. From afar, Su Chen saw a huge pillar of light piercing straight into the heavens, imposing and astonishing, filled with mysterious power. He knew that this was the skill peak. Xinger. Su Chen called Luo Xinger to get up. Luo Xinger slowly opened her eyes in a daze and rubbed them, looking sweet and sleepy. We've arrived this quickly? You've already slept for 7 or 8 hours. And you still think that's quick? Su Chen was speechless. She could actually sleep this soundly in a dungeon. Her heart really was big. Brother, you didn't sleep? Luo Xinger looked puzzled. It felt like she had only dozed off for a moment, but she'd actually slept quite well. She got up and stretched. The Azure Luo Divine Bird landed on a mountain, only 1,000 meters from the Pillar of Light. As they approached, they could feel the pillar's powerful energy, with a diameter of several dozen meters. Below was a phantom plaza, with runes densely covering the surroundings and energy spreading out for 1,000 meters. Welcome to the skill peak. Fighting is prohibited, and interference with others is prohibited. The higher your skill increase within 3 days, the higher your ranking. The two stepped onto the phantom plaza. Although the plaza looked illusory, it felt solid beneath their feet. More than 100 experts had already gathered there, mostly middle-aged, with few young people, even fewer youths, and even some elderly. Many were sitting cross-legged in cultivation, all looking extremely focused. At this moment, the spirit of the source world announced the rules. Begin. Su Chen motioned for Luo Xinger to find a quiet place. The two sat cross-legged, closed their eyes to cultivate, and their consciousness entered the virtual world. There was only mysterious energy and countless runic inscriptions here, all the same as those on the Pillar of Light. Su Chun understood that this was a great cultivation opportunity. He directly summoned the Flame Divine Spear and unleashed the Chaos Divine Demon Spear art, cultivating without end. He discovered that the cultivation efficiency here was extremely high, and the inscriptions were of great help in improving skills. Heaven rank 6 star, 1%. Heaven rank 6 star, 99%. Heaven rank 6 star, 100%. Heaven rank 7 star, 0.01%. Su Chen's skills improved at a tremendous speed. He did not use attribute points. Relying on his talent and the blessing of the heaven-soaring pagoda, his cultivation speed crushed everyone else's. As his spear technique improved, Su Chen's body gradually floated into the air, unaffected in the slightest. Beside the pillar of light was also a light screen, displaying 100 names and their progress rankings. On the panel, the number 3 represented that Su Chun had advanced 3 minor skill realms. The second place showed 2, the third place 1, while the fourth place was not an integer, but an increase of 82.11%. At this moment, Su Chun was in third place because his skill had risen from Heaven rank 6 star to Heaven rank 7 star. Luo Xing'er was in fourth place, having improved by 82.11%. At daybreak, in the wilderness, a peerless figure moved at extreme speed. It was Luo Bingqing. She looked into the distance and sighed. The skill peak's coordinates were 30 million li away from her, too far. She had already given up trying last night. She did not know that Su Chun and Luo Xing'er were at the peak. More and more experts were arriving at the skill peak. After one night, there were already 500 people. Everyone quietly cultivated, and no one dared to disturb the others, fearing being erased by the spirit. At this time, Su Chun had already risen to second place, with his skill improvement reaching 2 stars, 96%, and was now at Heaven rank 8 star, 96%. He had only used a few hours. However, the higher the level, the slower the advancement became. After all, he was already close to Heaven rank 9 star. The others progressed even more slowly than he did, because they started at a higher level, with some even at the immortal rank, making cultivation far more difficult. Heavenly tier 8 star, 97%, 8 star, 98%, 8 star, 99%, 8 star, 100%, Heavenly tier 9 star, 0.001%. 20 minutes later, Su Chen's spear technique finally reached Heavenly tier 9 star. He did not stop and continued to push forward. Opportunities were rare. Among the tens of millions of prodigies and powerhouses in the origin world, only a few hundred could ultimately come here. Some were too far away to even qualify for entry. For him to be able to come here was already considered luck. With his realm improving and his physique growing stronger, he could go days without eating and not feel hungry, continuing to cultivate non-stop. By the end of the first day, Su Chun was in second place, having improved by 4 stars and 62%. By the end of the second day, Su Chun was in first place, at 6 stars and 99%. On the third day, with only 2 hours left on the countdown, Su Chun had improved to 8 stars and 81.52%, reaching Immortal Tier 5 star and taking first place. Luo Xing'er was in second place, having also improved by 8 stars and 1.25%. As time drew near, with the countdown at 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 27 seconds, Su Chun was still cultivating hard, striving to improve further. Immortal Tier 5 star, 81.53%, 82.87%, 88.1%, 92.86%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Immortal Tier 6 star, 0.01%. In the end, Su Chen's skill reached Immortal Tier 6 star. From Heavenly Tier 6 star, he had advanced all the way to Immortal Tier 6 star. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A pillar of light shot into the sky, and heaven and earth trembled. Su Chen's skill has been raised by 9 stars. Skill Peak Challenge ended. The spirit of the origin world announced that the Skill Peak Challenge had ended because Su Chun had increased by 9 stars and taken first place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of light descended, and rewards were granted to the top 10. The light shone on Su Chun and vanished. Only he himself knew that his spear technique had directly increased by 3 stars. This was a special reward. At this moment Su Chen's skill rose to Immortal Tier 9 star, 0.01%, and Luo Xing'er also improved, but her reward was 1 star less than Su Chen's, rising only to Immortal Tier 2 star. The other top 10 powerhouses received varying rewards, with the lowest only 50%. The Pillar of Light vanished, and the plaza disappeared as well, leaving only the powerhouses and prodigies standing where they were. Su Chun took Luo Xing'er with him, teleported, then summoned the Qing Luo Divine Bird. Riding the Divine Bird as it flew through the sky, 2 hours later night fell, and the two found a place to spend the night. Inside the cave, Su Qin asked Luo Xing'er how much her skill had improved. Luo Xing'er smiled and said she had just reached Immortal Tier 2 star, feeling that she was incredibly lucky. She had originally only been at rank 8, and this opportunity had directly raised her to Immortal Tier 2 star, which was unbelievable. Su Qin reminded Luo Xing'er to rest and prepared to advance to king rank. In his eyes, those below king rank were all trash. Up to now, the strongest opponent he had encountered was only the 9-crown overlord of the alien race. He had not yet encountered a true dust immortal. Luo Xing'er pouted, originally wanting to just go to sleep. Scene change. At the entrance of Kyoto University, Huang Fuyu blocked Nangong Xian. Huang Fuyu was the heir of a wealthy family, a saint at the age of 26, and also Nangong Xian's fiancée. For 4 years, Nangong Xian had been avoiding him. Huang Fuyu directly questioned Nangong Xian, believing the marriage alliance between the two families to be only natural, and coldly pressured her to set a time to arrange the wedding. Nangong Xian directly refused, saying she did not want to get married, let alone become a tool for a political marriage. It was not a matter of whether the family was strong or weak. She simply did not want to. Huang Fuyu, however, did not agree. He felt that Nangong Xian already belonged to him, and he firmly insisted on the political marriage, his intense possessiveness on full display. At night in the cave, Luo Xing'er suddenly woke Su Qin up excitedly and announced with excitement, "I've advanced to king level." Fearing that Su Qin had not heard her, Luo Xing'er repeated it again, her face full of joy. Su Qin replied briefly, "Congratulations. Go to sleep first. We'll cultivate again tomorrow and try to advance to saint level as soon as possible." After saying that, he rolled over and went back to sleep. Seeing him like that, Luo Xing'er huffed in dissatisfaction and pouted, wanting to act coy, but he ignored her. She had no choice but to lie back down gloomily. Too excited to fall asleep, she kept thinking that she had finally advanced to king level. In the end, she drifted off in a daze. The next day, Su Qin got up early and woke Luo Xing'er, who was still lying in bed. Luo Xing'er reluctantly dragged herself around, saying she was too sleepy and wanted to sleep a little longer. Su Qin poked her forehead. "Get a little more alert. It used to be you waking me up every day, now it's your turn, right?" Hearing that, Luo Xing'er called him petty and said he was just getting revenge. She wanted to go back to sleep, but Su Qin stopped her. After some fuss, the two finally finished washing up. The cold stream water made them instantly awake. Luo Xing'er followed Su Qin, still happily thinking about her advancement to king level as they walked. Su Qin planned to hunt exotic beasts today to improve his equipment and combat skills. Luo Xing'er nodded, then thought of her sister Luo Bingqing and asked whether she could see her. Su Qin said, "For the next month, everyone will be operating separately. At the latest, after 1 month, everyone will gather at the Origin Chaos City." Seeing her sister was unrealistic. After packing up, the two rode the Azure Luo Divine Bird to search for pack-dwelling exotic beasts. Along the way, they skipped lone beasts and focused only on large groups and high-level exotic beasts. After all, the risks were high, but the equipment rewards were also good. After flying for nearly an hour, they finally found a large group of exotic beasts stretching across mountains and plains. Su Qin said the two of them would split up and hunt separately, then reunite at dusk. After becoming king level, both of them could fly. Luo Xing'er summoned 8 thunder sacred beasts, riding one herself while the others guarded her and hunted exotic beasts, keeping her completely safe. Su Qin had the Azure Luo Divine Bird keep an eye on Luo Xing'er so it could support her at any time. At that moment, the battle broke out, and Su Qin's spear came out, its spear radiance sweeping across the battlefield. Within the spear intent, the chaotic blaze and the ice rain heavenly fire fused together. With one spear strike from Su Qin, the ice rain heavenly fire covered an area of 500,000 x 500,000 meters. The blazing divine spear's group attack amplification was 500%. Luo Xing'er also made her move. Although her combat power was not as high as Su Qin's, she was still very strong. Her skill had reached the 2-star immortal rank, increasing her combat power by 450%. Su Qin's skill was even higher, already at the 9-star immortal rank, boosting his combat power by 800%, bringing his total combat power to 19.11696 billion. Su Qin's spear intent had reached 999,999 strands and was already at its limit. To improve further, he would have to condense it into a spear domain. However, the spear domain was not easy to achieve. It required time to adapt and improve combat technique, and then wait for an opportunity to elevate the spear intent. Su Qin swept his spear sideways, each strike devastating heaven and earth. This time, he focused on mastering his spear intent and spear radiance, searching for a breakthrough point, rather than simply killing exotic beasts. Time passed, and by evening Su Chun killed a sacred beast that was 1,000 meters tall. The system prompted that a colorful origin-grade equipment item had dropped. He inferred that killing sacred beasts would definitely yield origin-grade items, and since he only had colorful origin-grade items enabled for prompts, he confirmed that he had obtained another colorful origin-grade piece of equipment. He hoped this was not a duplicate weapon. He had only fused one origin weapon so far, and the other equipment slots still had use. Su Chun flashed over to find Luo Xing'er, who was still fighting. He said, "We're done for today." Upon hearing that, Luo Xing'er stopped immediately and said happily. She was originally a healing type, and hunting exotic beasts solo had all relied on her high combat power. Su Chun asked her how her gains were, and Luo Xing'er said she had picked up a few white source-grade items and one red one, boosting her combat power by 20 million. Golden items were too hard to get. After awakening, she had only obtained 2 golden items and 1 exclusive item, and felt that the drop rate for gold was far too low. Su Chun smiled and said that he had just obtained a rainbow source-grade item today, but hadn't checked what it was yet. He could fuse 7 source-grade parts, so rainbow equipment would be useful to him no matter what. Luo Xing'er's eyes lit up. "Wow, a rainbow source-grade. Let me see it later." The boy, upon hearing this, immediately grew excited. Although the equipment wasn't hers, as long as Su Chun wore it, she would be happy too. "Of course you can take a look." Su Chun smiled, feeling that there was nothing wrong with letting her see it. Not long after, the two found a hidden cave. In the wilderness, caves were always the best place to settle down. You could bathe, change clothes, eat, and arrange bedding there. An hour later, everything was ready. Su Chun sat by the bed, and Luo Xing'er moved closer too, because she wanted to see the rainbow source-grade equipment. With a thought, Su Chun used his divine sense to take out that rainbow source-grade item from the Yuan realm space. Rainbow light flashed brilliantly, cool, dazzling, and mysterious. But the moment Su Chun saw it, his expression darkened at once. It was obvious he was extremely frustrated, and he almost wanted to curse. It was a weapon again, a rainbow source-grade weapon. His luck was absurdly bad. If he bought a lottery ticket, he might win, but not 5 million. That was a director's luck, not something ordinary people were entitled to. Luo Xing'er stared at the rainbow weapon and asked enviously, "Bro, what's wrong?" Su Chun said bluntly, "It's yours. The warrior light screen. Merge it with your equipment. I'm going to sleep first." After saying that, he tossed the equipment in front of Luo Xing'er, turned over, and lay down, not wanting to look at it anymore. He was furious. It had finally produced a rainbow source-grade item, yet it turned out to be another weapon, wasting the opportunity on something useless. Who could make sense of that? Luo Xing'er was full of question marks, but quickly reacted and laughed out loud. "You already have a rainbow source-grade weapon, and this one overlaps with yours. No wonder your expression was so wonderful." Su Chun couldn't be bothered to look at her. "Don't laugh." Luo Xing'er still couldn't help but giggle, then went to check the weapon's stats. One look at its combat power and attributes left her utterly shocked. It had 88,888,888 combat power, plus top-tier attributes. This was simply a divine artifact. Luo Xing'er fused the new weapon into her own exclusive equipment, and her combat power instantly soared by nearly 600 million. The next day, another summit appeared, but it was too far away to reach at all. Su Chun and Luo Xing'er could only fight exotic beasts, farm equipment, and gain experience. Although they couldn't enter the summit, increasing their attribute points by hunting exotic beasts was still pretty good. On the 5th day, the 3rd summit appeared, but they missed it. On the 8th day, the 4th summit appeared, but they missed it. On the 12th day, the 5th summit appeared, but they missed it. On the 15th day, the 6th summit appeared, but they missed it. On the 19th day, the 7th summit appeared, but they missed it. At noon on the 22nd day, the final summit finally appeared. Cultivation Summit, 1.02 million li to your right front. This time, the summit was almost delivered right to their doorstep. Qingluo Divine Bird flew there, and it would take 2 hours. Su Chun sighed with emotion. "Finally, it's our turn. It's already very lucky to have encountered 2 summits." Luo Xing'er nodded. "Just right, we can improve our realm too. Maybe we can advance to saints." The two flew onto Qingluo Divine Bird and quickly disappeared beyond the horizon. Over these 22 days, they had missed 6 summits, but their gains were not small. Su Chun had obtained 15 billion attribute points, a huge pile of source-grade equipment, and 2 rainbow source-grade items, a bracelet and a ring. His realm had also risen to Saint Realm 3 stars. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qingluo Divine Bird traversed space as Luo Xing'er, and Su Chun closed their eyes and meditated, conserving their energy and waiting to make a move at the Cultivation Summit. Even if they couldn't get a ranking, they still hoped to improve their strength. Luo Bingqing received a prompt. There were still 380,000 li left to the Cultivation Summit, and they could arrive in half a day. She immediately got up, followed the instructions, and rushed straight toward the summit, racing against time. 3 hours later, Su Chun and Luo Xing'er arrived at the cultivation summit first. It was a vast expanse of ocean, with the summit suspended above it, and palaces in the distance like celestial halls in the sky. Boundless, immortal spiritual energy gathered there, and the spiritual energy of the entire source world was surging toward this place. The cultivation paradise is now open. Fighting and disturbing others are prohibited. Duration, 3 days. Top 10 will receive great rewards, and those who advance 10 minor realms will inherit a legacy. Remaining time, 2 days 21 hours. Only Su Chun and Luo Xing'er could hear the spirit artifact's reminder. Let's begin. After Su Chun spoke, he was the first to enter the paradise. He noticed that everyone was moving toward the center, but no one could enter the core. There were about 1,000 people in the area now. As soon as he stepped into the outer perimeter, Su Chun felt a powerful spiritual pressure. If the spiritual energy is too dense, it can crush a person to death. Su Chun warned Luo Xing'er to pace herself, but she stubbornly refused to listen. With SSS-level strength and heaven-defying treasures, the spiritual pressure had no effect on Su Chun. Coupled with the protection of the Qing Luo divine bird, he smoothly crossed the outer perimeter into the inner area. The immortal spirit energy here was 100 times denser than outside, and it also contained immortal qi. Most people were in the inner area, but Su Chun didn't stop and kept pushing inward. The further he advanced, the stronger the pressure became, and the fewer strong experts remained. 10 minutes later, Su Chun reached the central area, only a short distance from the core altar. Luo Xing'er was suppressed by the spiritual pressure and decided to stay in the center to adapt. Su Chun went alone toward the deepest core. Half an hour later, he arrived at the core altar of the paradise. Here, immortal spirit energy and spiritual energy were split 50-50. The cultivation effect was extremely strong, but only a very small number of people could withstand the spiritual pressure here. Those mortal immortals could only get close to the center and couldn't enter the altar. If they could reach the core, the old monsters would have snatched it long ago. Hiss! He sat cross-legged to cultivate, and as soon as the 9 palaces divine Tao activated, it crazily devoured the immortal qi like a black hole. The immortal qi flowed into a vortex, and even spiritual energy from other parts of the origin world was drawn here. The powerful experts and prodigies were shocked. Someone's in the core. What kind of cultivation speed is that? He's snatching immortal qi this brutally. I'm so jealous I'm going crazy. Everyone was shocked, but at the same time they fought even harder to seize the immortal qi. Yet Su Chun had already entered a state of complete absorption, and his realm soared wildly. Saint Realm 3rd star, 87.22%, 99.99%. Saint Realm 4th star, 0.111%. In 10 minutes, he advanced 13% and reached Saint Realm 4th star. He had started cultivating 4 hours later than everyone else and still hadn't appeared on the rankings. But at this speed, first place was guaranteed. 1.5 hours, Saint Realm 5th star 3 hours, Saint Realm 6th star 6 hours, Saint Realm 7th star. Su Chun finally reached the top, and the leaderboard lit up. First place Su Chun 2 star 13.25%, second place Luo Xing'er 2 star 0.001%. Luo Xing'er managed to rush to second place with her lower realm, but her cultivation technique was no match for Su Chun's, and the gap was obvious. Suddenly, a graceful figure flashed down from the sky. Luo Bingqing had appeared. She was stunningly beautiful, cold, and radiated a powerful aura, like an ice mountain goddess. Seeing the leaderboard, she was stunned speechless. The 2 names on it, Su Chun and Luo Xing'er, were both the most important people in her life. She never expected to run into them in a disaster-level dungeon in the source-level world. A name might be the same, but the 2 together couldn't possibly be. She suspected she had seen it wrong and was extremely excited. After confirming that she hadn't imagined it, Luo Bingqing excitedly headed up to the immortal cultivation realm to find Su Chun and Luo Xing'er. The spiritual pressure kept crushing down, but she did not stop walking and continued inward. About 20 minutes later, she reached the center of the cultivation fairyland. Before her eyes was a stunningly beautiful girl. Xing'er, Luo Bingqing called softly, almost to herself. As if sensing it, Luo Xing'er opened her eyes and looked over. Seeing Luo Bingqing, a happy smile appeared on her face, but since she was still cultivating, she could only continue. Luo Xing'er puckered her lips and motioned ahead. Luo Bingqing followed her gaze and saw a boy seated on the altar, Su Chun. She was both excited and happy, and it took a long while for her emotions to calm down. Then, she sat not far from Luo Xing'er and began cultivating. Time slowly passed. 1 day later, the rankings were as follows. First place, Su Chun, 5-star 81.92% second place. Luo Xing'er, 5-star 11.39% third place. Zhong Shui, 4-star 20.11% fourth place. Shang Wanming, 3-star 72.69% fifth place. Luo Bingqing, 3-star 1.37%. On this day, Su Chun and Xing'er both rose to 5 stars. Although Luo Bingqing arrived late, she still made it into the top 5. Cultivation continued without stopping. By now, Su Chun had reached Saint 9 stars, 68.91%, only a step away from Overlord. Fortunately, during the 22 days he had missed before, he had compressed his spear intent, and it was already close to forming a domain. Now, as long as he reached Saint 9 stars, 100%, there was hope of turning his spear intent into a spear domain and advancing to Overlord. If his spear intent could not transform into a spear domain, he still had the endless domain as a trump card, so victory was guaranteed. Saint 9 stars, 68.91%, 71.35%, 74.03%, all the way to 96.33%, 98.75%, 99.99%, and finally, 100%. After advancing to the full value of Saint 9 stars, Su Chun began compressing his spear intent to break through to a spear domain. He set himself a 3-hour limit. If he failed, he would directly use the endless domain to break through to Overlord and not waste this cultivation environment. Su Chun began compressing his spear intent. Space distorted, and spear intent surged. The spear intent gradually condensed into a spear domain. 1 to 99 spear domains took shape one after another. In the end, Su Chun finally made up the missing strand of spear intent, filling all 10,000 strands of spear intent and transforming them into 100 spear domains. Boom! A bolt of heavenly thunder struck, and a beam of light descended upon Su Chun. Su Chun transcended Saint, advanced to Overlord. First rank Overlord, 0.001%. His battle power doubled. After advancing, he did not stop and continued with the 9 Palaces Divine Way, crazily devouring the immortal spiritual energy. Time was limited. He could absorb as much as he could. It was hard to encounter a place with such pure immortal energy again if he missed it this time. At the end of the second day, the rankings changed to: first place, Luo Xing'er, 8 stars 68% second place. Su Chun, 8 stars 37.62% third place. Luo Bingqing, 6 stars 11.65%. The three of them occupied the top 3 spots. Su Chun became second, and Luo Xing'er rose to first because her realm was lower and she improved faster, while Su Chun spent more than 2 hours compressing his spear intent. After reaching Overlord, Su Chun's improvement slowed down. At noon on the third day, this girl, Luo Xing'er, really left people speechless. Luo Xing'er arrived at 9 stars very early and greatly improved her strength. The cultivation dungeon ended ahead of schedule. Congratulations to Luo Xing'er for improving by 9 minor realms in cultivation. The cultivation immortal realm has ended early. The top 10 will receive generous rewards. The Spirit of the Origin World artifact announced that Su Chun, Luo Xing'er, and the others were enveloped by light and each received their rewards. Su Chun obtained 2 minor realms, bringing his strength to Master 5-star, 10.825%. It's finally over. Luo Xing'er excitedly found her sister, Luo Bingqing. She had originally been a 1-star king, but this time she advanced directly to Saint. Now she was a 4-star saint. Luo Bingqing asked curiously, "How did you come to the Origin World? This is a super dungeon." Luo Xing'er replied with a smile, "We came specifically to find you, sis. I'm already a 4-star saint. What about you?" Luo Bingqing honestly said she was only a 2-star saint. Su Chun was surprised. "Your skill reached heaven rank 6-star?" Luo Bingqing said she had encountered the peak of her talent and awakened her innate ability, the primordial chaos ice phoenix, so she could advance by improving only her realm. All 3 had become saints, and Luo Xing'er was very happy, but Su Chun reminded her, "Master is just the beginning. Above that are Overlord and Dust Immortal. In the Origin World, opponents are everywhere, so don't get too full of yourself." Luo Xing'er stubbornly said, "Even without following you, I can still fight a master." Su Chun was helpless. Luo Xing'er's strength was indeed strong, but she still needed to rely on the team. Su Chun suggested, "Sis, let's find a place to stay and rest for a day first, then wait for the teleport to Chaos City." The 3 of them rode the Azure Luo Divine Bird and quickly departed. Half an hour later, they found a gorge with beautiful scenery. Luo Xing'er excitedly suggested having a wild barbecue and getting ready to eat. Her eyes rolled, and a crafty look flashed across her face. "It's still worth celebrating being reunited with my sister. You two handle this. I'll be back soon." Su Chun was also craving food. He had been chewing dry rations every day in the dungeon, and he was long tired of them. After saying that, he left the gorge. Not long after, Su Chen came back carrying 2 dead trees and dragging a spiritual sheep. With a movement of his divine sense, he directly cut the dead trees into sections, then dragged the spiritual sheep to the stream and cleaned it thoroughly. There was no way he could let Luo Xing'er and Luo Bingqing do these tasks, and they wouldn't know how anyway. A few minutes later, Su Chen skewered the spiritual sheep, lit the fire, set it on the rack, and started roasting it. The 2 sisters sat nearby chatting, the atmosphere very warm. Luo Xing'er was the happiest. Luo Bingqing was happy too, but still kept up the image of an older sister, only not as cold when no outsiders were around. More than 10 minutes later, the spiritual sheep was roasted golden and filled the air with fragrance. Su Chen sprinkled cumin and salt, along with various seasonings from his spatial ring. The amount of seasoning they had would be impossible for 3 people to use up even in 10,000 years. Sis, here you go. Xing'er, you too. He cut off a lamb leg and handed it to the 2 sisters, then took a big bite of one himself. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and the beasts are all spirit meat, so they taste even better. Where's the juice? Luo Xing'er called out while eating the lamb leg. Su Chen rolled his eyes at her and casually conjured all kinds of juice. An hour later, the 3 of them had finished off a spiritual lamb. After eating, none of them felt like moving, and Luo Xing'er simply hugged her belly. As night deepened, the 3 of them washed up and went into the cave to rest. Su Chen sat in meditation to adapt to his new realm, master of the 5th rank, 10.825%. Both his realm and combat power had increased dramatically. At the master level, every small realm increase boosts combat power by 10%. Su Chen's combat power had already reached 131.769 billion. One more increase would add 9 billion. His strength was terrifying. He could crush a dust immortal with a single slap. After cultivating, Su Chen fell asleep as soon as his head hit the ground. The cave was filled with a faint fragrance. After all, 2 super beautiful goddesses were here, completely at ease around him. If it weren't for Luo Bingqing, Luo Xing'er would already have squeezed over. Nothing happened through the night. The next day, Su Chen and the other 2 got up, and for breakfast they ate spiritual fruit to cut the greasiness. Isn't today the exact 1-month mark? Luo Xing'er asked. Should be today, Su Chen replied. It just happened to coincide with the opening of the Source Chaos City. After waiting half an hour, an anomalous sight appeared in the sky, accompanied by immortal music. The spirit of the Source world announced, Source Chaos City has opened. All living people will be teleported to Source Chaos City. Countdown, 58. The 60-second countdown ended quickly. Mysterious beams of light descended from the sky and landed on the 3 of them, sweeping them away. They vanished instantly and entered through time-space travel. The 5-second teleportation ended, and Su Chen heard whooshing sounds. When he opened his eyes, there were dense crowds of prodigies and powerhouses everywhere, all with powerful auras, saints, masters, overlords, and even dust immortals. After everyone landed, the ancient Source Chaos City appeared. Chaos aura permeated the city, mysterious and dangerous. The spirit of the Source world's voice rang out. Each day, 1 chaos point must be paid. Without points, 1 will be expelled from the city. Each person starts with 10 points. Options: challenge the path of gods and demons, or go to the Chaos Demon Land to hunt source beasts and exchange them for chaos points. If you have a quota, you may stay or leave 1 day early. Everyone smiled bitterly. Once the source points were used up, they could only risk hunting source beasts, or they would be driven out of the safe zone. Su Chen, Luo Bingqing, and Luo Xing'er checked the information panel and learned the rules. Since the 3 of them were ranked highly, they all had quotas. Luo Bingqing asked Su Chen what he planned to do. Su Chen said of course they should try the path of gods and demons or hunt source beasts. Since they were here, they should make the trip worthwhile. The 3 of them found a palace to stay in within the city. The palace had a protective barrier and did not allow outsiders to enter, so their safety was guaranteed. The next morning, the 3 left the palace and headed to the city center. That was the entrance to the path of gods and demons and the Chaos Demon Land, and it was already packed with people. All the prodigies and powerhouses had gathered there. The competition was fierce, and everyone wanted to figure out the rules, obtain quotas, and seize opportunities. It would take 10,000 source points to enter the Source Treasure Vault, and those points were hard to come by. The treasures there were heaven-defying. They planned to first learn about the source beasts and the path of gods and demons before deciding. Chaos Demon Land. Let's first take a look at the path of gods and demons. Su Chen surveyed his surroundings. In the plaza were saints, masters, overlords, and dust immortals. Most people wore worried expressions because they still hadn't obtained a quota. Only those who acquired rainbow-colored source-grade equipment were qualified. Ordinary equipment was useless. Quotas were hard to fight for, and only the top 10 could get them. Luo Bingqing asked, "Go to the path of gods and demons first." Su Chen said, "You and Xinger go try the path of gods and demons. I'll go to the chaos demon land." There were too many people on the path of gods and demons, and they would have to queue. He might as well head straight to the chaos demon land and try his luck there. There would be fewer people. Luo Bingqing nodded in agreement, and the two went to queue. Each person could challenge the path of gods and demons only twice a month, so they had to wait slowly in line. Su Chen came to the entrance of the chaos demon land, where there was almost no one, and went straight in. There was a light screen at the entrance, with the rules written on it. In the chaotic demon land, killing is allowed at will. You can seize source points by killing others. Attacks are indiscriminate, and teammates and enemies are all counted alike. There are 3 types of source beasts inside. Ordinary ones drop white equipment, terrifying ones drop red, and bosses always drop gold or colorful equipment. They can all drop source points, which can be used to increase your cultivation realm. Su Chen turned back and reminded Luo Bingqing and Luo Xinger, "Don't enter the chaotic demon land. It's too dangerous here. If you run into a strong opponent, you'll be erased on the spot, and my AoE attacks could easily affect you too." They nodded in agreement. Su Chen's figure flashed, and he directly entered the chaotic demon land. The scene changed instantly. The aura became primordial. Killing intent surged in all directions, and a destructive atmosphere filled the air. He heard the sounds of a great battle and saw overlords and immortals of dust fighting a source boss, with even space being torn apart. Su Chen smiled faintly and shot into the sky. "Since strength is all that matters here, then let me join in too." The mark of a multi-crown overlord is very simple. When an immortal of dust channels their power, golden crowns appear above their head, and the number of suns indicates the number of crowns. There will also be mirror images behind them, which can suppress strong enemies weaker than the immortal of dust. This is the advantage of an immortal of dust. Their pressure is extremely powerful, as if it were the might of heaven. Su Chen floated in midair, staring at the source beast towering tens of thousands of meters high. This monster was filled with source chaos power. Attacks on it were basically ineffective, and its injuries would be instantly healed. It was almost impossible to kill. 3-crown immortal of dust Xiao Tianming noticed Su Chen and was very surprised. His attacks could severely injure a dominator by instinct, and all the other overlords were keeping their distance, but Su Chen completely ignored it. A mere dominator actually dared to snatch his boss? What a joke. Su Chen gave a cold glare, and with a thought, the flame divine spear appeared in his hand. He thrust it straight downward. The spear light carried a destructive aura, covering a range of 500,000 meters, while ice rain, heavenly fire, and chaotic flames swept across the world together. Su Chen did not care whether they were immortal of dust, overlords, or source bosses. His attack was indiscriminate destruction. A dominator's domain could not compare to an immortal of dusts or an overlord's, but Su Chen relied on sheer destructive power and the ice-fire chaos flame. The immortal of dust and the 6 overlords felt a threat of death and instinctively defended themselves, but the spear light pierced straight through them. Ice rain, heavenly fire, and chaotic flames instantly swallowed everything, and heaven and earth fell into destruction. Source points kept skyrocketing, and attribute points surged explosively. The system prompt indicated that a source boss had been slain, dropping colorful source-grade equipment. 3 minutes later, heaven and earth returned to calm. Su Chen checked the information screen. 20,241 source points, 1568 billion attribute points. Nearly 1,000 billion attribute points increased in one strike. It proved that farming source beasts was the fastest way to raise attribute points. One strike for 1,000 billion attribute points. Today, I'm going to max out my attribute points. Su Chen stared at the virtual screen, excitement all over his face. He realized that whether it was the endless domain, the Yuan realm space, or spear techniques, all of them required attribute points to level up. Normally, farming attribute points was very slow, but this time he could raise them frantically, so he naturally couldn't let it go. He planned to stockpile more attribute points and slowly improve after returning to Earth. So, in the chaotic demon land, he swept through the source beasts at top speed. Even source bosses could not withstand his trillion-level combat power, and ordinary and terrifying source beasts were even less worth mentioning. Heaven and earth kept collapsing, countless source beasts died, and Su Chen's source points and attribute points skyrocketed madly, as he completely immersed himself in slaughter. The results after 6 days were as follows. Day 1, 8.32 million source points, 182,031 billion attribute points. Day 2, 19.01 million source points, 392,019 billion attribute points. Day 3, 32.11 million source points, 610,001 billion attribute points. Day 4, 48.22 million source points, 820,129 billion attribute points. Day 5, 70 million source points, 998,212 billion attribute points. Day 6, 100 million source points, 1.29 quadrillion attribute points. Equipment was also overflowing. 172 colorful source grade pieces, 2,811 gold pieces, 60,235 red pieces, and 910,922 white pieces. The source beasts in the chaotic demon land had been almost completely wiped out by Su Chun, and his cultivation had also risen to Dominator 7th grade. He decided to return to the Source Chaos City. In the Source Chaos City, Luo Xing'er looked anxious. Sis, brother has been gone for 6 days and still hasn't come back. Rumors were spreading everywhere outside, and even many powerful experts, including Dust Immortals, had been trapped to death in the Chaos Demon Land. Right now, they only had 4 source points left. Without new source points, they would be expelled from the city. There were only 2 ways to survive: apply to leave the source world early, or risk going to the Chaos Demon Land to hunt source beasts. But the Chaos Demon Land was extremely dangerous. Even saints who went there basically had no chance. Luo Bingqing comforted her younger sister. Wait one more day? She was worried, but she pretended to be calm. Su Chen's strength far surpassed theirs, and there was nothing she could do to help. More importantly, Su Chun had means of resurrection and could even traverse space, so he was very likely already safe and out of the source world. So, they could only wait and then make a decision. Looking at the chaotic situation, Su Chen couldn't help but feel that going into the Chaos Demon Land to find him was just adding to his troubles. He sighed. Forget it. I'll go take a look at the plaza. Luo Xing'er had lost her usual cheerfulness, pouting as she pretended not to be upset. She left the palace and went to the plaza, only to see her brother at the first possible moment. She had been doing this every day for the past few days. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Chen flew out of the Chaos Demon Land like a phantom. After 2 hours at full speed, he finally reached the exit and directly passed through the spatial barrier, returning to the plaza of the Source Chaos City. The moment he emerged, he felt completely relaxed. Brother, a familiar voice rang out, full of excitement and joy. He saw Luo Xing'er rushing over like an arrow, then pouncing into his arms and hanging onto him like an octopus. You've been in the Chaos Demon Land for 6 or 7 days. I was really worried. Luo Xing'er pouted, her face all smiles. Where's sis? Su Chen asked. What he feared most was Luo Bingqing entering the Chaos Demon Land. For others, that place was a land of death. Sis is in the palace. Luo Xing'er answered. Su Chen pulled her down, and the two of them walked toward the palace together. After returning to the palace, Luo Bingqing was very happy to see that Su Chen had come back safely. How was the harvest? She asked. With a thought, Su Chen's divine sense caused 8 colorful source-grade pieces of equipment to appear in a neat row. A full set of colorful source-grade equipment. The sisters were stunned. Sis, this set is for you. Su Chen waved his hand, and the colorful set appeared before Luo Bingqing. The sisters were petrified. With equipment this outrageous, Su Chen was just handing it away. Xing'er, this set is for you. Su Chen tossed out another full set of colorful equipment. The sisters were completely numb. Brother, what about you? Xiao Chun, what about you? The two asked at the same time. I still have more. Su Chen answered easily. In his spatial storage, he had 172 pieces of colored origin equipment, including 13 complete sets. How many origin bosses did you kill? Luo Bingqing asked, completely dumbfounded. The origin beasts in the Chaos Demon Land have basically been wiped out. Su Chen said lightly. His attribute points directly surged to 129 trillion, and Endless Domain, Yuan World Space, and Spear Technique were all unlocked and upgraded. What was a Dust Immortal? Even a demigod couldn't withstand it. The sisters were speechless. He had almost cleared out the entire Chaos Demon Land. This was simply not something a human could do. He was practically a god. Only a god could accomplish something like this. All right, Xiao Chun, when are we heading back? Luo Bingqing changed the topic and stopped asking further. Even if Su Chen said he had killed a god now, she wouldn't be surprised. I haven't gone to the path of gods and demons yet. Su Chen reminded her. Oh, right, you still haven't gone to the path of gods and demons. Let me tell you about it. Luo Bingqing seriously explained the situation. The path of gods and demons was the greatest opportunity in the origin world, and it was related to the Empress. Clearing it could yield an heaven-defying treasure. The strongest people had only reached the 4th level, and she herself was also on the 4th level, just with a slower pace, ranking 7th. Every level was extremely difficult, and countless prodigies had stopped at the 4th level. Then I'll go to the path of gods and demons tomorrow, Suchen said. To avoid any accidents, he first transferred 2,000 origin points each to Luo Bingqing and Luo Xinger. He had 10 million origin points, so he couldn't give them all away. He still needed to go to the origin treasury to exchange for treasures. Luo Bingqing nodded. They knew Su Chen's trump cards. He could revive and could leave at any time, so there was no need to worry about that. The three chatted for a while longer. Su Chen returned to his room, took a shower, changed clothes, and then everyone ate together before resting. Su Chen had been fighting in the Chaos Demon Land these past few days and wasn't tired, but he was used to a routine, so before long he fell asleep. Early the next morning, the three of them got up and finished breakfast early, then walked together toward the plaza. Fighting was forbidden in the city, so people cultivated and improved themselves on the plaza. Origin power and immortal spiritual energy were extremely pure, making cultivation very fast. After waiting in line for half an hour, it was Su Chen's turn. Each person could only challenge the path of gods and demons twice a month, so everyone cherished the opportunity and generally wouldn't waste it. The Chaos Demon Land had also caused many strong practitioners to fall, so there were fewer people in line as well. Brother, good luck. Xiao Chen, good luck. The two encouraged Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and flashed into the entrance of the path of gods and demons. Welcome to the path of gods and demons here. Do you choose to become a god or a demon? Su Chen saw two passages appear ahead, the left one blood red, and the right one bright and radiant, both utterly still and silent. Luo Bingqing and Luo Xinger had both chosen to become gods, and after thinking for a moment, I choose to become both god and demon. Su Chen looked at the red passage, then at the bright passage, his tone calm, but his heart uneasy. He should have had only two choices, yet he had forcibly created a third path. He didn't know how the artifact spirit would judge this, or whether it would simply kick him out. Su Chen stood at the starting point, waiting for the artifact spirit's response. He looked calm on the surface, but inside he was tense. Before, he had always obediently followed the rules when making his choice, but this time, he had directly challenged them. Generally speaking, everyone chooses to become a god, because becoming a god is humanity's ideal, though it is only a trial and not true godhood. A small number of people choose to become a demon, hoping to gamble on a new chance, but none have ever succeeded. The strongest only made it to the 4th level. This time, Su Chen directly broke through the either-or choice and chose to walk his own path. Though he looked calm on the surface, in his heart he kept wondering. If the artifact spirit wanted to kill him, could his heaven-defying equipment withstand it? If he got trapped, could he escape? A whole bunch of thoughts flashed through his mind in just a few seconds. At this moment, the artifact spirit responded. The third path is open path of gods and demons, difficulty increased by 10,000 times. Its voice was calm and emotionless. The originally two twisted paths fused together, and a new path of gods and demons appeared before Su Chen. Su Chen was shocked. Could it be that all the previous paths were wrong? Only by choosing gods and demons can you get the real path of gods and demons. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the path of gods and demons. The world immediately changed drastically, with slaughter, destruction, and rebirth playing out in endless cycles. Countless powerful beings and ferocious beasts rushed at him, devoid of all emotion, all born for slaughter. Su Chen was briefly stunned, then quickly calmed down. There was no choice but to kill, to use killing to stop killing. Only by becoming stronger could he protect everything. The weak would only become sacrifices. He raised his gun and slaughtered wildly. The flame-divine spears swept across the heavens and earth, but the enemies came in waves, impossible to kill completely. What's more, killing enemies yielded no source points or attribute points. No one knew how long had passed when a prompt sounded. Congratulations on passing the 1st level. You will automatically enter the 2nd level in 10 seconds. Su Chen had no idea about the rules at all, nor did he know how he had passed. He only knew that he had killed countless enemies. The 2nd level was still slaughter. This time, Su Chen was more cautious and quietly kept time. About 5 minutes later, the artifact spirit prompted again. Congratulations on passing the 2nd level. You will enter the 3rd level in 10 seconds. The 3rd level will begin with generous rewards. When the countdown ended, Su Chen entered the 3rd level of the path of gods and demons. The 3rd level of the path of demons was still slaughter. Suddenly, inspiration struck Su Chen. Was the assessment really just about slaughter? No, something was wrong. He closed his eyes and recalled what had happened in the first 2 levels, and finally understood what he had missed. Su Chen withdrew his defenses and was swallowed by a destructive attack. His body vanished, but his consciousness remained clear, because after death he would be teleported out of the instance. Su Chen appeared in the square. When Luo Bingqing and Luo Xing'er saw him come out, they were surprised. With Su Qian's strength, he shouldn't have failed so quickly. Could it be that he only cleared the first and second levels? Su Qian gave no explanation, only saying that he wanted to challenge the path of gods and demons again and rejoin the queue. The others all found it strange, but no one asked further. 20 minutes later, Su Qian entered the path of gods and demons again. The artifact spirit's mechanical voice rang out once more. Do you choose to become a god or a demon? Su Qian answered directly. I choose gods and demons. This time, he was confident. He knew that the choices before had actually been a false path, and that only by finding the true path of gods and demons would he be on the right track. 5 seconds later, the third path opened. The blood-red and light-filled paths twisted together, and a true path of gods and demons appeared. Su Qian stepped in without hesitation. He began killing again, sweeping with the flame divine spear, moving even faster than last time. Congratulations on clearing the first floor. You will automatically enter the second floor in 10 seconds. Su Qian was not in a hurry to wait for the countdown. Instead, he stared at the blazing sun in the void. He discovered that hidden within the sun were rune inscriptions. He made his move and blasted the blazing sun apart with a single shot, then gathered the runes into his hand. When the countdown ended, Su Qian was wrapped in mysterious light, vanished instantly, and entered the next floor. He had arrived at the second floor. This time, Su Qian did not rush to act. He only used damage reflection to drag out time, letting the enemy damage itself. In the hissing sounds, Su Qian reached out his hand, and a light orb appeared. It was the character inscription formed by the blazing sun. He used his divine sense to have the system scan it. Scanning. Su Qian was not in a hurry to strike. He was too powerful to kill the enemies at any moment, but he wanted to drag out time even more. Scan complete, interpretation complete. This is one of the primal laws, the heavens. A minute later, the system finished its analysis. The light orb inscription corresponded to the primal law of heavens. Su Qian stored the light orb in the Yuan realm space. With a movement of his body, he leaped into the void, and the flame divine spear blasted the ground. The enemies were instantly wiped out. He struck again, blasting toward the blazing sun in the void. The fragments of the blazing sun turned into light and fell into his hand, forming a light orb once more. Congratulations on clearing the second floor. You will automatically enter the third floor in 10 seconds countdown. 10. A spirit artifact reminder. Su Qian waited in place for the teleportation. He was not in a hurry to scan the light orb for now. Everything was under control. When the countdown ended, a flash of light appeared, and Su Qian arrived at the third floor. The third floor was stronger than before, with greater numbers. Su Qian did not dare to be careless. He wielded the flame divine spear, and once again there was a scene of destruction. While fighting, Su Qian had the system scan the light orb obtained from the upper floor. Scan complete, interpretation complete. This is one of the primal laws, the earth. The third layer of blazing sun looked the same in each round, yet there were subtle differences. Each carried a portion of the power of the primal laws. He understood that all 9 layers of blazing sun contained laws, and if they were gathered and fused together, one could obtain the complete primal law. Su Qian killed all the enemies, the blazing sun shattered, and the light orb was in his hands. Congratulations on passing the third layer. You will automatically enter the fourth layer in 10 seconds. Reward. Realm +1 countdown. With victory and the reward in hand, a streak of flowing light descended. Su Qian's realm advanced to sovereign rank 8, and his combat power increased by 10%. When the countdown ended, he was teleported to the fourth layer. The fourth layer was stronger and more numerous than the previous ones, but to Su Qian it still was nothing. He overpowered the entire field, wiped out all enemies, and carried out a one-sided slaughter. Congratulations on passing the fourth layer. You will automatically enter the fifth layer in 10 seconds. Reward. Realm +1 countdown. Su Qian received another reward, and his realm rose to sovereign rank 9, with his combat power increasing by another 10%. On the square, Luo Xing'er and Luo Bingqing saw him challenge the God Devil Road again and were puzzled, but neither said anything, simply waiting quietly for a miracle to happen. In their eyes, Su Qian could handle anything and always create miracles. This time, he had just entered the God Devil Road, only to come out quickly and then go right back in. Clearly he had discovered something. Otherwise, with his strength, he should at least be able to reach the fourth layer. At this moment, a humming sound and 7-colored auspicious light appeared above the source Chaos City, and the heavens changed. All the prodigies and powerhouses in the city saw it, and everyone understood. Someone had refreshed the God Devil Road record. Someone made it to the 5th layer. Who is it? That's insane. I can't even clear the 1st layer. Discussions erupted everywhere. Luo Bingqing glanced at the light screen and saw Su Qian in 1st place, With a 5 behind his name, he had passed the 5th layer. Luo Xing'er was excited. Will Big Brother clear it? Luo Bingqing froze for a moment, feeling that the later layers would be even harder. Even after awakening a second time, she had only reached the 4th layer. Yet Su Chun was just the kind of person who excelled at creating miracles. For example, it was he who first conquered both the heaven-reaching tower and the 9 heavens divine city. Luo Xing'er hoped Su Chun could clear it, because the stronger he became, the safer she would be. To her, Su Chun mattered the most. On the 5th layer, Su Chun passed with ease and received another realm increase. But he had already reached the peak of sovereign rank 9. To advance further, he would first have to become a hegemon, but he still lacked the necessary conditions. However, the reward he got this time could be stored and used at any time. Half an hour later, Su Chun passed the 6th layer, 40 minutes later, the 7th, and another 50 minutes later, the 8th. He had already mastered the primal laws: heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, universe, cosmos, flood, and primordial. When the countdown ended, he was sent to the 9th layer. There were no enemies here, only the starry sky and the purest chaotic power, and Su Chun felt as though his whole body were soaking in a hot spring, incredibly comfortable. But here, he didn't know what to do. He waited 10 minutes, yet the artifact spirit never appeared, and he was completely baffled. At that moment, Su Chun noticed those flickering stars, and his heart stirred. He tried flying toward them, only to discover that he could actually get close to the stars. The situation was even more miraculous than he had imagined. Wanting to fly before the stars was originally impossible, but Su Chun did it. He stopped 100 zhang in front of the stars. These were not ordinary stars, but crystals formed from the power of origin and the power of chaos. Up close, each one was dozens of zhang wide, engraved with mysterious characters and inscriptions. Su Chun was stunned. He was happy because there was a new discovery, helpless because there were a full 99,999 stars here. How long would it take to deal with them all? He sighed and let the system scan them. Scan complete, interpretation complete. This is one of the origin laws. The Tao gather the power of all the stars, merge it into the Tao, and it can fuse heaven and the cosmos. Su Chun was a little puzzled as to why the system hadn't warned him earlier, but he couldn't care about that now and hurried to get to work. He tried to control the stars. They were all made of origin and chaos power, and with his current realm, he simply couldn't refine them, so he could only temporarily control them. Soon, he mastered the first star. Then he moved on to the second and discovered there was a connection between them. It was much easier to handle than the first time. The third and fourth were even simpler, because the stars began helping him on their own. In this way, like a snowball rolling downhill, the speed at which he controlled them grew faster and faster. A day passed, and Su Chun had already mastered 19,021 stars, as if he had become the ruler of the starry sky. Even more surprising was that every time he mastered a star, he would obtain an all-purpose domain, which could transform into spear domains, sword domains, and all kinds of other domains. There were a total of 99,999 stars, and he estimated that he could control them all in 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Su Chun controlled the last star, the starry sky trembled, billions of rays of light erupted, and the 99,999 stars instantly expanded a millionfold. Su Chun was also stunned by the scene. Earth was so huge, and 99,999 stars gathered together. It was unimaginably shocking. Mystical links formed between the stars, constantly transforming into all kinds of formations and capable of changing into any shape. Su Chun floated among them, already becoming the master of these 99,999 stars, which had also merged with him as one. Billions of beams of light shone across the starry sky, and Su Chun seemed like a god, ruling over everything. But at this moment, he was not excited, because the Yuan realm space was in turmoil. With a thought, Su Chun took out 8 clusters of radiance. In an instant, the 8 clusters of light turned into characters and inscriptions, fully merging with the stars. Congratulations, Su Chun, on clearing the path of gods and demons. The Source Chaos City was already surrounded by strange phenomena, and the strong and prodigious figures on the square were all looking up in shock. Su Chun had entered the 9th level 3 days ago, and finally cleared it now. The artifact spirit's voice rang out, announcing Su Chun's success. Too monstrous, he actually cleared it. This is the first time I've seen anyone pass. So strong. Only fewer than 100,000 prodigy experts remained in Chaos City now. The rest had died in the demon lands. After hearing the news, everyone was filled with envy and admiration. After Luo Xing'er waited for 3 days, she finally got the news and couldn't believe it. Brother really cleared it? The god demon wrote. She was still stuck on the 3rd layer, but Su Chun had already cleared it. Luo Bingqing had already grown used to Su Chen's monstrous performance. That he could clear it is both unexpected and reasonable. If someone said he'd become a god, I'd believe it. Looks like we're about to leave the source world. Luo Xing'er smiled. Once Su Chun returned, they could leave this place. She was getting a little homesick. Luo Bingqing said softly. After we go back, we'll have to head to the extraterritorial battlefield. As if she knew something. In the starry sky, 99,999 stars merged with the heavens and earth, the yellow and black cosmos, and primal chaos, forming the perfect source law. Su Chun could only feel Jen. Congratulations, you have cleared the God Demon Road. Please enter the Source Palace. A beam of light appeared in the sky. With a thought from Su Chun, the stars turned into streaks of flowing light and entered his body. He walked toward the passageway, and with every step, his artistic realm sublimated. After passing through the passageway, his artistic realm reached its peak. Before him lay an endless cluster of palaces, like an independent world. Su Chun entered it. The aura of the divine realm was rich, and birds sang among the flowers. There were only spirit beasts, no humans, and he didn't see the Empress either. Though puzzled, he remained calm and walked toward the center of the palaces. Soon he reached the plaza. At its center stood a white jade statue, carved into an extremely beautiful woman who seemed to possess soul and temperament, lifelike in every detail. Su Chun only glanced at the statue and felt as if he had seen the nine heavens' mysterious maiden. But it was only a statue. Su Chun knew in his heart that this statue was absolutely no ordinary thing. How could the middle of the palace complex be anything ordinary? This was the master of the palace complex, the ruler of the source world. You finally come. Do you know how many years have passed? 90 million years. The statue suddenly came to life, opening its eyes, eerie yet natural. Su Chun was stunned by those lively, breathtakingly beautiful pupils. The statue spoke, its voice calm and unruffled, yet filled with deep emotion. Su Chun cautiously asked, "Are you speaking to me?" In his heart, he was already certain that the statue was the one communicating with him. "Of course I'm speaking to you. Could there be a second person here?" Su Chun asked again, "Are you the Empress? Have you been waiting for me?" He was basically certain that this was the Empress mentioned by the artifact spirit. "You may call me Ji Yao. I don't have much time left. If within 10 years you can attain the eternal divine seat, then I won't need to undergo reincarnation. Your current realm is still too low, and even mastering the source laws isn't enough. Take the source palace with you when you leave, and don't reveal it lightly." After saying that, the statue closed its eyes and no longer responded. Su Chun understood. Ji Yao had waited 90 million years for him, and only 10 years remained. If he attained the eternal divine seat, she would not need to be reborn through reincarnation. His relationship with her was very deep. Perhaps it had been so in a past life. A force directly expelled Su Chun from the palace. He returned to the starry sky and saw once again a palace complex the size of a palm. He took the source palace into the Yuan realm space, and then light swept him away, appearing on the plaza. The plaza was filled with tens of thousands of gazes, all stunned. Strange phenomena appeared one after another, all because Su Chun had passed the path of gods and demons. "Brother, Xiao Chun." Luo Xing'er and Luo Bingqing ran over joyfully, and a smile appeared clearly on Su Chun's face. As soon as he appeared, everyone was filled with envy. Others were still struggling ahead, while he had already cleared the stage. "Congratulations," Luo Xing'er called happily. Luo Bingqing asked, "Why did you stay on the 9th level for so long?" The three of them walked toward the palace together, preparing to rest for the night. Su Chun had gained tremendously, 10 million source points, which could be exchanged for treasures. He had over a dozen sets of source-grade colorful equipment, along with countless gold, red, and white pieces of equipment. What he wanted now was for the source treasury to contain some special equipment, preferably exclusive equipment, because his bracelet had never had an exclusive item, which puzzled him. He had obtained quite a few exclusive and source-grade items, yet strangely, there was nothing for the bracelet. The 9th level wasn't a battle, but the fusion of a treasure, so it took 3 days. The treasure still hadn't fully fused. It could only be said that he had gained a bit of control over it. Su Chun answered, 99,999 stars. He had only fully mastered them after 3 days. Luo Xing'er asked when they would return. Su Chun said he would apply to leave tomorrow. Before that, he wanted to go to the source treasury. The three chatted as they walked, and soon returned to the palace. Su Chun had not rested for 3 days. After a simple bath and meal, he went back to his room to sleep. On the extraterritorial battlefield, the war was brutal. The alien races launched a massive assault on the 9th city, and the other 8 cities were also under attack. This time, the alien races attacked with full force, dispatching over 100 million troops and ferocious beasts, along with countless overlords and supremes, and dozens of dust immortals, all at once. The human race knew in their hearts that the defense line was about to collapse. If the 9 cities were lost, Earth would be directly exposed, with no barrier left to protect it. No one wanted their homeland destroyed, and even if it meant dying in battle, they refused to retreat. In truth, it wasn't only Earth. Hundreds of stars and worlds were also facing destruction. Once the extraterritorial battlefield collapsed, these stars would be enslaved by the alien races and then used as stepping stones to continue invading other worlds. In the 9th city, inside a villa, Luo Tianxing told Yin Shu to take Su Chun, Qing'er, and Xing'er and leave, the farther the better. He was the commander of the 8th Legion and could only stay behind to defend it to the death. According to the rules, Yin Shu could not leave, but this time Luo Tianxing, as the one in charge, insisted on letting her go. Su Chun and Qing'er were too heaven-defying. Only by leaving could they leave a spark of hope for humanity. He himself was determined to fight to the death here. Yin Shu, however, said she could not go, or else it would chill the hearts of the soldiers. She also wanted to take the 3 children and flee far away, but as the Grand General, she absolutely could not leave at this time. Otherwise, the army's morale would be thrown into chaos. In the Source Chaos City, inside the palace. The next morning, after getting up and washing up, Su Chun came out to join Luo Xing'er and Luo Bingqing. The 3 of them ate a simple breakfast and headed to the central plaza, where Su Chun was preparing to go to the Source Treasury to exchange for treasures. Luo Xing'er and Luo Bingqing were very curious about the treasures in the treasury, but without source points they couldn't get in, so they could only wait for Su Chun to come out and ask him then. "Brother, we'll wait for you here." Su Chun walked toward the Source Treasury, and the 2 sisters stopped outside the entrance to wait. With a flash, Su Chun entered and vanished. The Source Treasury was a reward system, and only source points could be used to exchange for items. At least 10,000 source points were required to enter, and Su Chun had 1,000,000 source points, fully qualified. After he entered, he was directly teleported into a space with a starry backdrop. The treasury was filled with display cases, but there were only names and prices on the cases, no actual items. Cultivation techniques, skills, equipment, natural treasures, and earthly treasures. Everything was available, with a dazzling variety, and the price tag showed the required source points. Su Chun looked carefully. The starting price was already 10,000 source points, and the farther in he went, the more expensive it got. His source points were limited, so he could only first look through everything before deciding how to spend them. If he bought too early and missed the real supreme treasure, that would be a huge loss. He also paid attention to whether there were any treasures suitable for Luo Bingqing and Luo Xing'er, hoping to buy them together. Half an hour later, Su Chun had memorized tens of thousands of names and prices. With his current strength, he could glance through 10 lines at a time and never forget what he saw. In the end, he spent 100,000,000 source points to exchange for 5 sets of source-grade special equipment, a Galaxy-class flying palace, and a jade slip containing clues to the world divine tree. All his source points were used up. Su Chun put away the exchanged items, left the treasury, and returned to Luo Bingqing and Luo Xing. Luo Xing'er asked expectantly, "Brother, what's in the treasury? Is it expensive?" Su Chun replied calmly, "There are a lot of treasures, but they're not very useful to us. I only exchange for some special equipment." After returning to the palace, Su Chun gave Luo Bingqing and Luo Xing'er 1 set of source-grade special equipment each. Luo Bingqing was shocked. "How many source points does a full set like this cost?" Su Chun, 2,000,000 source points per set. He reminded the 2 of them to go to the information panel to apply to leave the source world. The 3 of them quickly submitted the application, and 3 days later they would be able to teleport out. The system even automatically started a countdown. Luo Xing'er was astonished. She hadn't expected that just the 2 of them, her and her sister, would already have used up 4,000,000 origin points, and Su Chun himself had even exchanged them for other treasures. She was deeply impressed. Next, the 3 of them waited quietly to leave, not in a hurry to equip their gear, enjoying a rare few days of leisure. 3 days later, outside the palace, 3 streams of teleportation light fell from the sky. Su Chun and the other 2 were enveloped by the light and vanished instantly. The other prodigious powerhouses looked on with envy. After all, Su Chun and the others could leave the origin world safely. As for everyone else, they could only kill origin beasts to earn origin points and exchange them for a quota. Otherwise, they would be thrown into the primordial chaos universe. Scene change, Beijing. University, Formation Array Square. Today was the day the formation arrays opened. Countless students gathered here, choosing dungeons to prepare for training. Many others came to the dungeons to seek refuge as well, because rumors said the extraterrestrial battlefield was close to being unable to hold, and the alien race was about to descend upon Earth. By then, all of humanity could end up as slaves. After clearing the heaven-connecting tower, the dungeon level was raised by 2 tiers. This time, I can finally go to a diamond dungeon. I hope we can gain something. So many people are entering the dungeons. Could the extraterrestrial battlefield really be unable to hold on? The alien race is too strong. I just hope that when we come back, our homes are still there. On the square, more than 1,000 students preparing to enter dungeons wore solemn expressions. With only 2 chances each month, only those entering dungeons would come to the formation square. Suddenly, an abnormal phenomenon appeared in the sky. 3 black passageways descended, and 3 figures landed steadily on the square. Everyone understood that students had returned from the dungeons. And since it had been half a month since they last entered the dungeons, they must have returned from a disaster-level dungeon, which made everyone admire them greatly. Su Chun, senior sister Luo Bingqing, Luo Xing. Many people recognized them, especially the top campus beauty Luo Bingqing and Su Chun, the one who had cleared the heaven-connecting tower. Both were famous figures. Mentor Nangong Xian also rushed over, very happy to see Su Chun back. She had previously worried that Su Chun and the others might be in grave danger. After all, disaster-level dungeons were extremely perilous. She hadn't expected the 3 of them to return safely, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mentor. Su Chun responded obediently. Nangong Xian smiled and offered a few words of congratulations. Su Chun then went to greet the principal before leaving the school and returning to Villa Number 9. He had spent more than a month in the Origin world. Although he hadn't encountered any major danger, it was still exhausting over time. He planned to rest well, sort through his gains, and, incidentally, learn about the conditions for advancing to Overlord. He took a bath, ate, and slept. He slept until the next morning, when his energy and spirit were fully restored. Going downstairs, Luo Xinger and Luo Bingqing were already eating breakfast in the dining room. Su Chun had long since gotten used to it. The sisters always ate together, like members of the family. Seeing him come down, Luo Xinger greeted him happily. Brother, are you going to school? Su Chun sat down at the dining table, and the nanny brought over breakfast. Su Chun ate while talking with the Luo Bingqing sisters. He asked, why aren't you 2 going to school? What are you doing here? With your current strength, do you still need to go to school? Luo Bingqing looked serious. She put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and said, we're not going to school. We need to discuss something with you. Su Chun looked at the 2 of them carefully and noticed that Luo Xinger also looked very solemn. He felt that something was not simple. Luo Bingqing said calmly, I'm going to the extraterritorial battlefield tomorrow. You and Xinger should go into a dungeon and leave here temporarily. Her tone sounded like an order, not a discussion. In fact, at crucial moments, Luo Bingqing was always forceful. Su Chun asked in confusion, you're going to the battlefield, so why do Xinger and I need to go into a dungeon? He remembered Yin Shu telling him to grow stronger as soon as possible. And Luo Tianxing had also told him to leave the extraterritorial battlefield temporarily and go into a dungeon. Now that he had just returned, Luo Bingqing was telling him to take Xinger into a dungeon again, and specifically emphasizing, leave here temporarily. Su Chun was very puzzled. Luo Bingqing stated the reason directly. The extraterritorial battlefield is about to be lost. If the defenses are breached, Earth and the surrounding planets won't be defendable either, and humanity will become slaves to the alien races. This time, the alien races are serious. You must leave first. She was very serious and didn't hide anything. She intended to work with her parents to hold back the alien races, while letting Su Chun and Xinger avoid the danger first. Su Chun replied flatly, alien races, huh? Don't rush into a dungeon for now. I'll go to the extraterritorial battlefield myself. If the battlefield really can't be held, then you 2 can enter a normal dungeon, and I'll come find you. I also have something to discuss with my uncle. As soon as he finished speaking, the dining room fell silent. Luo Bingqing and Luo Xinger didn't say a word, only staring at him as if deep in thought. In fact, Luo Bingqing also knew that going there herself would be useless, and only Su Chun might be able to change the situation. After a long while, Luo Bingqing nodded. If the defenses really collapse, which dungeon do you suggest we enter? Su Chun quickly said, a source-level world, a disaster-level dungeon. That way, he could go there too and keep an eye on them at any time. Besides, with his current abilities, he had spatial traversal and resurrection, so he was almost impossible to kill. Luo Bingqing agreed. After that, Luo Bingqing explained many things about the extraterritorial battlefield. In summary, the situation was critical. Humanity was almost unable to hold on, and even with reinforcements, it would still be difficult to withstand the alien army. At noon, Luo Bingqing and Luo Xinger left Villa Number 9 and returned home. Su Chun went back to his room on the 2nd floor, preparing to inventory the gains he had obtained in the Origin world. upgrade the UNGS space and endless domain, and organize the source laws in preparation for going to the extraterritorial battlefield tomorrow. He contacted the system, organized the source-level equipment. 3 seconds later, the system's compiled information appeared. The virtual light screen lit up. This time, when Su Chan went to the origin world, there was actually nothing much to organize, just a few pieces of equipment, some realm and skill upgrades, and the treasures he exchanged for. The gains were as follows. All origin-grade gear dropped from the chaotic demon land. Color origin grade, 156 pieces, 11 sets. Gold origin grade, 2,811 pieces, 331 sets. Red origin grade, 60,235 pieces, 8,921 sets. White origin grade, 910,922 pieces, 102,385 sets. Even the worst white origin grade item had 10 million combat power, but in the chaotic demon land, they could be farmed casually. After taking inventory, Su Chun directly opened the system, fused the equipment. The system kept prompting fusion successful. Very soon, all of his exclusive gear had fused with origin-grade equipment. The attributes didn't change much, but his combat power surged, with every piece of equipment reaching 88888888 combat power. For special equipment, he simply replaced whatever was missing with origin-grade items. After the fusion was complete, everything on him was color origin and fused set gear. The full set equipment attributes were as follows, all with 88888888 combat power. Flame Divine Spear, Heavenly Emperor Battle Robe, Heavenly Emperor Jade Crown, Heart of Rules, Ring of Light, Thunder Sacred Ring, Heaven and Earth Divine Halo, Sun Divine Radiance, Chaotic Color Diamond, Qing Luo Radiance, Wings of Space, Wind Treading Boots, Origin Divine Belt. With the fusion plus the full origin grade set, Su Chen's combat power skyrocketed. Combined with the increase in realm, his total combat power reached 3,100 billion. System information, name, Su Chun, level, mastery 9th grade, 100%, combat power, 3,100 billion, mount/pet, Qing Luo Divine Bird, wealth, 88210473, skills, abilities, space, all, at max level, attribute points, 129 trillion. Su Chun closed the light screen. His combat power had reached 3,100 billion. There were still 129 trillion attribute points in used. By then, boosting skills, the Yuan realm space, and the endless domain would make breaking through 1 trillion combat power easy, enough to crush the foreign races outright. Sleep first, and wait until tomorrow to head to the outer battlefield. Early the next morning, Su Chen drove to the 9th training ground. The sisters Luo Bingqing and Luo Xing'er also drove to see Su Chen off. The training ground arrived soon. Because the situation on the outer battlefield was critical, large numbers of warriors and powerful experts came to provide support, and the scene was bustling. Outside the training ground, Luo Bingqing reminded Su Chun to be careful, regretting only that her strength was insufficient and she could not accompany Su Chun onto the battlefield. Su Chun nodded, indicating that he was reassured, and said that this time he would definitely eradicate the alien race in the extraterritorial battlefield and completely solve the alien problem. Luo Xing'er also cheered Su Chen on. Although she was smiling, she was worried inside. She finally understood that this time the alien race was serious. If they failed, Earth and the surrounding worlds would all become slaves of the alien race. Su Chun waved goodbye with a smile and strode casually into the training ground. Half an hour later, the spaceship carrying Su Chun lifted off. Because the battle situation was urgent, flights to the extraterritorial battlefield were encrypted, with one ship departing every half hour. The atmosphere at the training ground was somber, and all the martial artists headed for the battlefield without hesitation. 3 days later, the spaceship landed in the 9th city. Unlike last time, the atmosphere here was extremely oppressive. After getting off the ship, Su Chun went straight to Luo Tiancheng's villa and did not go to Luo Bingqing's home. Outside the villa, Su Chun happened to run into Yun Shu returning. Yun Shu was both happy and worried to see Su Chun and asked why he had come. Su Chun said that he, his sister, and Xing'er had just come out of a dungeon yesterday, and he had asked them to stay at school while he came here to resist the foreign race. Yun Shu took Su Chun into the villa and said with a serious expression that the current battlefield situation was very bad. The 9th city had the weakest defenses, and the main force of the foreign race was already almost here. There was no way to stop them. She was the general of the 8th Legion in the 9th city, so she knew everything. But to keep the situation stable, she could not reveal it to the outside world. Now that Su Chen was here, she urged him to hurry and take Luo Bingqing and Luo Xing'er away. Su Chen said that his sister had originally wanted to come too, but her strength was not enough, and she also had some cultivation questions she wanted to ask her uncle. This time, he mainly wanted to learn how to advance to Overlord, and if possible, also know the conditions for advancing to Dust Immortal. His cultivation had improved too quickly, and his basic knowledge could not keep up. After hearing this, Yunshu asked in astonishment, "Don't tell me you've already become a ruler?" Yunshu looked at Su Chun, her thoughts churning. Just 2 months ago he had asked how to become a saint, and now, so soon, he was asking about cultivation again. Could he really already be a ruler? So fast, it was simply absurd. But who in the world could go from king to ruler in 2 months? It probably wasn't a cultivation issue. "Uncle, I'm already a 9th rank ruler. Some time ago, I went into the calamity level dungeon of a source level world and gained some opportunities, but I got stuck at breaking through to Overlord. Do you know the conditions?" Yunshu was stunned. He was 1 rank higher than her. That was too outrageous. She calmed herself and told Su Chun, "Your uncle is at the command center. He'll be back later. Ask him then. What I know isn't complete." Su Chun nodded. Yunshu got up to make dinner. Su Chun could only play on his phone and wait for his uncle. 20 minutes later, Luo Tianqing returned. "Uncle." Su Chun greeted him. "Xiao Chun, why are you here again?" Luo Tianqing said sternly, clearly somewhat displeased. "I'm already a 9th rank ruler, and I want to ask about the conditions for advancing to Overlord." Su Chun said directly. Luo Tianqing froze. From saint to 9th rank ruler in just 2 months. He himself had spent 5 years back then. How monstrously talented. Su Chun briefly explained that he had entered a source-level world's calamity-level dungeon with his sister and Xinger, gained quite a lot, and the 2 of them had both become saints as well. Is the source-level world really that powerful? Luo Tianqing was shocked and envious, but with the alien race approaching, he had responsibilities on his shoulders. Su Chun then took out a full set of colorful source-level equipment. "Uncle, take a look and see if these can be used." Luo Tianqing was greatly shaken. He had never even seen equipment like this, and there was none in the city either. He asked, "Do you have enough for yourselves?" "We all have some." Su Chun then took out several sets of source-level equipment and special equipment. Luo Tianqing was completely stunned. He was petrified. "So you went into a disaster-level dungeon just to shop? Colorful source-level equipment, special source-level equipment, all complete sets." "Xiao Chun, stop talking to your uncle for now, and eat first." Yunshu came out of the kitchen carrying dishes. "Auntie, I understand." Su Chun didn't say much more to Luo Tianqing and went straight to the bathroom. He knew his uncle cared about face and didn't want to openly ask for equipment. After all, as an uncle, if he really took things from his nephew, it wouldn't sound good if word got out. Luo Tianqing sighed and waved away his pride. He might as well treat it as a dowry for his daughters. 2 sets of equipment wasn't too excessive. After the meal, Su Chun gave Yunshu a colorful source-level set and a special source-level set as well. That way, everything was just enough to be distributed. 1 set each for himself, Luo Bingqing, and Luo Xinger, and 1 set for Luo Tianqing and his wife as well. He had already figured it out long ago. Aside from Grandpa and Grandma, everyone in the family had left, leaving only his sister, Xinger, his uncle, and his aunt as relatives. His grandparents were ordinary people, so they couldn't use the equipment anyway. Yunshu held the equipment and only reacted after being shocked for a long time. Source level, colorful, things like these had never even been seen in this world. Although she and Luo Tianqing had extremely strong talents, the Tower of Heaven imposed restrictions, so at most only epic-grade equipment existed on Earth, and there was no source-level equipment even on the extraterritorial battlefield. Now that they had source-level colorful equipment, their combat power would directly increase by hundreds of billions. Luo Tianqing seriously explained the knowledge of advancement to Su Chun. After reaching the peak of Mastery 9th grade, advancing to Overlord wasn't actually difficult. What was difficult was the domain. To advance to Overlord, one needed combat power of 20 billion, a skill level of 9-star immortal grade, and mastery of 999 domains. As for Dust Immortal, one needed 9,999 domains and heavenly tribulation tempering. Only the transitions from king to saint, saint to master, and master to overlord had hard requirements. The later it got, the fewer the conditions, but the harder it became. Su Chun listened carefully and memorized it. He was stunned when he heard this. Actually, he had already met the conditions for Overlord long ago, he just hadn't known it. On the 9th level of the Path of Gods and Demons, every star he mastered would increase 1 domain, and his domains had already far exceeded 99,999, not counting Spear domain. If he had known earlier, he would have advanced long ago. Later, Luo Tianqing also told him common knowledge about cultivation and the situation on the extraterritorial battlefield, telling him to return to Earth whenever he had the chance and enter a dungeon first to avoid danger. Su Chun firmly refused, saying that this time he had come to resist the alien race and make those aliens who had plagued Earth for 1,000 years suffer a bit. Afterwards, he bid farewell to Luo Tianqing and his wife and returned to Luo Bingqing's villa to prepare for breaking through and advancing to Overlord. His attributes were already sufficient now, and it was the best time to improve. Inside the villa, Su Chen sat cross-legged and began advancing to Overlord. His domains far exceeded 99,999, and both his combat power and skills had long met the requirements. Before the alien race arrived, he had to hurry and break through. The extraterritorial battlefield had abundant spiritual energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been called a blessed land. He had never seen so many resources and treasures, even in heaven. Su Chen activated the 9 palaces' divine Tao and frantically devoured spiritual energy like a bottomless pit. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered at extreme speed, and the spiritual current spread from 10 li, 100 li, 1,000 li, to 10,000 li, 100,000 li, 1,000,000 li, and 10 million li, raging outward madly. 10 minutes later, all the spiritual energy within a radius of 30 million li had been drawn over by Su Chen. Everyone was shocked. Who is absorbing spiritual energy? Advancing to master? This is even fiercer than Overlord. The alien army is about to arrive, so what's the use of advancing now? The soldiers, prodigies, and strongmen of the 9th city were all shocked. There was envy and sighing, but with the alien race pressing right up against the city, even a dust immortal would be useless, unless several hundred overlords appeared all at once. Half an hour later, Su Chen's whole body erupted with peerless radiance, shooting straight into the sky. The celestial phenomenon was astonishing, and everyone in the 9th city was completely dumbfounded. Su Chen successfully advanced to Overlord, and his combat power doubled. After becoming an Overlord, his absorption of spiritual energy became even crazier. The heavenly phenomenon grew even more intense, and the entire 9th city was completely shrouded. His realm soared at lightning speed. 1 crown Overlord, 2 crown, 9 crown Overlord. Each crown increased combat power by 10%, and he reached 9 crowns in 1 minute. A golden crown above his head, surrounded by 9 stars. This was the symbol of a 9-crown Overlord. Above the villa where Su Chen was located, an enormous golden crown appeared, with 9 stars revolving around it, symbolizing the projection of an unparalleled Overlord. The whole city was stunned. He had directly leapt from 9th-rank ruler to 9-crown Overlord. Everyone was dumbstruck. 9 crowns. This is way too outrageous. This isn't normal cultivation speed at all. Who could possibly withstand this speed? Even the city lord and the commander were shocked and couldn't explain it. After becoming a king, one was supposed to cultivate and improve slowly, but Su Chen was simply being forcefully elevated, completely beyond their understanding. The flow of spiritual energy continued for half an hour. The heavenly phenomenon dissipated, and heaven and earth returned to calm, but everyone was still unable to recover from the shock. Su Chen steadied himself from the shock, unable to believe that someone could leap from 9th-rank ruler all the way to the peak of a 9-crown Overlord without experiencing any process in between. He opened his eyes. The breakthrough had succeeded. A confident smile appeared on his face, and the aura of an Overlord faintly flickered around him. He was like an immovable mountain. Since awakening, less than half a year had passed, and he had already become a lofty Overlord. Even more exaggerated, when he was a saint, he had already been able to instantly kill Overlords. Now, Overlords were nothing more than ants to him. When he was a 9th-rank ruler, his combat power was 310 billion. After becoming an Overlord, it doubled to 620 billion. A 2-crown Overlord had 682 billion combat power. 3 crowns, 750.2 billion. 4 crowns, 825.22 billion. And as a 9-crown Overlord, his combat power soared to 1.329 trillion. With combat power breaking through 1 trillion, even Su Chen found it unbelievable. He began upgrading his Endless Domain. System, Enhance Endless Domain. Consume 200 million attribute points. Endless Domain rises to the 7th tier. Combat power plus 50 million. Range 50,000 cubic kilometers. Enemy attack and defense weakened by 85%. Consume 400 million attribute points. 8th tier. Combat power plus 500 million. Range 100,000 cubic kilometers. Weakening by 90%. Consume 800 million attribute points. 9th tier. Combat power plus 1 billion. Range 500,000 cubic kilometers. Weakening by 95%. Consume 100 billion attribute points. Heavenly tier. Combat. Power plus 2 billion. Range 10,000 li cubed. Weakening by 97%. Instant movement within the domain. After advancing to the heavenly tier, The system prompted that his realm was too low and he would need to reach the semi-divine realm before he could upgrade again. At present, his endless domain covered a cubic space of 10,000 li, weakened enemies' attack and defense by 97%, and he could instantly traverse any location within the domain. As for the 2 billion combat power increase brought by the enhancement, it was completely negligible to him. Next, Su Chen planned to enhance the UNGS space and push toward a higher realm. System, enhance UNGS space. Consume 200 million attribute points, 7th layer, 5 million li cubed. Overall combat power increase of 450%. Consume 400 million attribute points, 8th layer, 10 million li cubed. Combat power increase of 500%. Consume 800 million attribute points, 9th layer, 50 million li cubed. Combat power increase of 550%. Beep. Consume 100 billion attribute points. Your UNGS space has been successfully upgraded. Current heavenly tier, space length, width, and height. 100 million li. Combat power increase of 700%. Reminder. During battle, you can use UNGS space to crush your opponents and suppress all small worlds below the heavenly tier. Warning. Your realm is too low. You must break through to the semi-divine realm before you can enhance it again. The number of enhancements is the same as endless domain, with a maximum of heaven tier. A heaven tier UNGS space can directly suppress all minor worlds. Now, as long as Su Chen activates the UNGS space, he can easily destroy Earth. Earth is only a minor world, and simply cannot compare to a heaven tier UNGS space. What he truly values is the upgraded combat boost. Previously, the 6-layer UNGS space increased power by 400%, but now it has directly reached 700%. System version 1.0 name. Su Chen level, 9 Crown Overlord, 100%. Luck, plus 100 combat power, 2,325.7 billion mount. Azure Mystic Divine Bird Wealth, 88,210,473 skill. World Destroying Spear Art, Immortal Tier, 9 stars, 39.77%. Ability, Endless Domain, Heaven Tier, 0%. Space, UNGS Space, Heaven Tier, 0%. Attribute points, 128.97 trillion note. Combat power equals, base stats plus equipment, X enhancement multiplier. Seeing the panel, Su Chen sighed. He now had over 2 trillion combat power. Among the students of the same cohort, many probably only had over 20,000 combat power. He was not going to improve his spear technique for the time being, so he closed the light screen, did some simple stretching, took a shower, and went to rest. It wasn't easy to rest on the spaceship, and only after arriving at the extraterritorial battlefield could he finally feel at ease enough to sleep well. Tomorrow, he would leave the ninth city and go see the little brats of the foreign race. The stronger one is, the greater the responsibility. Earth is home, and no foreign race is allowed to covet it. He would give the foreign race a severe warning, leave them with a shadow in their hearts, and make sure they never dare think about Earth again. At the same time, he also wanted to find out the real reason behind the foreign race's invasion. Earth was nothing worth mentioning, yet the foreign race had never truly made a move, clearly harboring some ulterior motive. Perhaps Earth possessed some treasure, and the foreign race had been waiting for that treasure to appear. Now that the treasure was about to emerge, the foreign race was finally making its move. By now, Su Chen's perspective was no longer that of an ordinary martial artist. He suspected that the foreign race's true target was Earth itself, and that the invasion was merely a pretense. Imperial Lord, can we deploy? On the Heavenly River, within the celestial bodies, countless foreign race powerhouses had gathered in the Tianhua Hall. Those who could come were at least overlords, and there were also many dust immortals. The speaker was a member of the Holy Knight Squad, one of the peak dust immortals. There were 9 members in the Holy Knight Squad in total. They always acted together and never separated. According to the calculations, there are still 9 days before the divine item is born. Let the Crown Prince and the others make their move. Break through all human lines of defense within 3 days, and wait for the divine item to emerge. Tianhua Imperial Lord's eyes were filled with heat. He had been waiting for this divine item for 1,000 years. As long as he obtained it, he could change his status and rise completely. He was only one of the 72 Imperial Lords under the command of the Calamity Sovereign, and his ranking was still quite low. Tens of thousands of years ago, he accidentally discovered that Earth possessed a divine item. After years of planning, he had finally reached the Heavenly River and was preparing to invade Earth. But the divine item had not yet been born, and rushing to seize it would only bring backlash, so he could only wait for it to emerge on its own. Fortunately, the wait was nearly over. 1,000 years meant nothing to him. It didn't matter. All he wanted was to obtain that one divine item, become the leader of the 72 Imperial Lords, and even stand on equal footing with the Calamity Sovereign. That was his only hope. Imperial Lord, should we send the Holy Knight Squad to accompany the Crown Prince on his campaign? Asked number 1 of the Holy Knight Squad. He was worried that although the Crown Prince was peerless, there were still many human powerhouses, and if anything happened to the Crown Prince, it would be troublesome. No need. Tianhua Imperial Lord said coldly. A mere human race is no match for the Crown Prince, even if a dust immortal comes. Su Chun left the Ninth City, preparing to head to the extraterritorial battlefield. He said his farewells to Luo Tianqing and Yun Shu, and both opposed it, but they couldn't persuade Su Chun, so they could only agree to let him go. In truth, they wanted to keep Su Chun in the Ninth City or even send him back to Earth, but unfortunately, they were simply no match for him. After leaving the Ninth City, Su Chun did not use his domain to travel. Instead, he summoned the Azure Mystic Divine Bird, rode on its back, and tore through space, heading straight into the depths of the battlefield. One day later, Su Chun was already tens of millions of li away from the Ninth City, and that was only at his unhurried speed. If he truly rushed on, with the Qingluo Divine Bird, crossing 90 million li in a day would be no problem. If he encountered danger, he could directly unleash his domain. With each step, he could traverse 10,000 li, and the domain would always cover 10,000 li. Suddenly, Su Chun sensed a familiar aura engaged in an intense battle. With a sweep of his divine sense, everything within 1,000 li was under his control. Inhajin? She's become a sovereign. When he left Kyoto University last time, Inhajin was only in the 70s, and only 3 months had passed. Now she had already become a sovereign, even faster than him. He had relied on the rewards from the origin world to improve. He did not know what opportunity Inhajin had obtained. However, Inhajin was in great danger right now. Her opponents were 4-peak alien sovereigns. Although her talent was heaven-defying, she was only a first-rank sovereign, and facing 4-peak sovereigns, she could only be suppressed. The battle was fierce, and Inhajin was already injured. If it dragged on, she would surely die. Su Qin recalled the Qingluo Divine Bird, and with a flash, appeared above Inhajin's battlefield. Though he had not revealed himself, Inhajin was staring at the cloud where he was hiding. Su Chun, long time no see. It was as if she could see through him directly. Su Chun was somewhat surprised. After revealing himself, he casually crushed the 4 alien sovereigns, as easily as pinching ants to death. He walked up to Inhajin and asked with a smile, "How did you discover my whereabouts?" Inhajin said indifferently, "I have a piece of equipment, so you had nowhere to escape." Inhajin's smiling eyes shifted as she answered Su Chen's question, "So that's how it is." Su Chen froze for a moment and did not ask further, thinking it was a coincidence and exactly what he had guessed. Inhajin asked again, "Su Chen, have you become an overlord?" Su Chen nodded. "Yes. Your improvement is pretty fast. You're already at the sovereign realm." Inhajin recognized his overlord power, but she was not surprised, only smiling as she said, "I'm a genius too. Advancing to sovereign isn't difficult." She did not reveal all her cards. Su Chen asked, "What just happened?" He secretly noted in his heart. Inhajin was not simple, very mysterious. Inhajin's expression grew solemn. "The alien army is just behind us, 20,000 li away, with tens of millions in their legions, plus dozens of princes and princesses, and even the alien crown prince is there." After saying that, she wanted to pull him back to the Ninth City. "Hurry, let's go." Su Chen shook his head, excitement in his eyes. "I came here this time to clear out the aliens. Will you come with me, or should you return first?" He wanted to earn more attribute points. After all, more was better, and the aliens' target was Earth. As a human from Earth, he had to stand in their way. Inhajin was puzzled. "Are you sure?" She knew Su Chun was strong, but there were too many of them. Could he really handle it? Su Chen nodded. "Yes. Unless there was a demigod, he had nothing to fear." After hesitating, Inhajin nodded. "Then let's go together." Su Chen summoned the Qingluo Divine Bird, and the two rose into the sky. Soon, thunderous booms and the sound of space shattering came from afar, the aura of powerful beings gathering. Su Chun had the Qingluo Divine Bird stop, put the bird away, and stood in the void with Inhajin. "Prepare for battle, stay no farther than me, and you don't need to make a move." After Su Chen finished speaking, his overlord power erupted. Above his head appeared the phantom of a golden crown, with 9 stars orbiting around it. All the power of heaven and earth was under his control. Inhajin nodded, a smile in her eyes. Su Chun unfolded his domain and, with one step forward, instantly appeared above the alien army. One spear blasted downward, covering 1,000 li spear domain. Ice rain and heavenly fire, along with chaotic flames, swept through. Space shattered, and countless ferocious beasts and aliens were instantly annihilated. Whether they were kings or sovereigns, none of them had any ability to resist. In fact, before Su Chun made a move, the alien powerhouses had already noticed him, but seeing that he was merely a youth, none of them took him seriously. Only when Su Chun released his overlord power did everyone become alarmed. Although he was only an overlord, the enemy army and experts could not stop him. They wanted to join forces to kill him, but they simply could not keep up with Su Chen's speed. Every time he struck, it was an instant kill. Attribute points surged wildly. Plus 10,000, plus 100, plus 2,000, plus 50,000. The virtual screen's attribute points skyrocketed. In an instant, all the ferocious beasts, armies, experts, and prodigies within 1,000 miles vanished. The ground and space were engulfed by blazing flames and icy rain, turning into hell. Thousands of kings, hundreds of saints, over 100 dominators, more than 10 overlords, as well as millions of troops and ferocious beasts, were annihilated in an instant, and the heavens and earth became a vacuum. The alien army in the rear was terrified. Seeing the millions of troops ahead evaporate and all the experts wiped out, the scene was unimaginably horrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Su Chen swung the flame god spear, and with one strike, 1,000 miles became void. With a single step, he was already 1,000 miles away, striking again and again, utterly crushing the enemy. Millions of ferocious beasts and alien races disappeared one after another. Even the overlords could not last 3 seconds before being reduced to ashes. At this moment, someone finally saw that the one making the move was a human youth, with an exceptionally beautiful woman beside him. At the command center of the Ninth City, the commanders of the 8 legions and all the senior generals had gathered, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. An intelligence officer reported to City Lord Long Tianyue that a world-destroying battle had broken out 3 million miles from the front lines and suggested capturing the projection. Long Tianyue directly ordered the projection to be activated. A light screen appeared in the hall, and everyone saw a sea of fire and icy rain raging. The heavens and earth turned into a vacuum. The one creating all of this was a young man. With one strike, 1,000 miles were erased. Ferocious beasts, armies, kings, and overlords were all turned into nothingness. Everyone was shocked and discussed it fervently. Is the Nine-Crown Overlord that strong? Is he the newly promoted one? If mankind has such a powerhouse, the alien races won't be able to stop us. Luo Tianqing was also present. Seeing Su Chun on the light screen, he was utterly stunned. He had known that Su Chun was already a Nine-Crown Overlord, but he never expected him to be this powerful. He himself was completely no match. He had even been killed instantly. Everyone felt that perhaps only the City Lord could fight him. Commander Luo, do you know him? City Lord Long Tianyue asked, looking at Luo Tianqing. The Dominator-level powerhouses in the command hall all looked at Luo Tianqing curiously. City Lord, his name is Su Chun. He's my nephew, and he just awakened this year. He's also the grandson of the previous military lord. Luo Tianqing answered proudly. The grandson of Commander Su. No wonder he's so monstrous. What? He awakened this year? The City Lord was shocked. Luo Tianqing said he had awakened for less than half a year. In less than half a year, he had become this powerful, something even Commander Su in his youth couldn't match. Yes, he's 18, the same age as my daughter, and studies at Kyoto University. He awakened this year. For his first dungeon, he chose a Disaster Class 1. After entering university, his dungeons remained Disaster Class. Then he cleared the Tower of Heaven, took first place globally, and directly cleared it. A few days ago, he just came out of a source-level disaster world. Luo Tianqing gave a brief introduction. Even he himself found it unbelievable. The Dominator-level experts were also full of awe, defying the heavens. It's simply beyond description. Perhaps he's the one who can change humanity's fate, the chosen one of destiny. Nine-Crown Overlord in just half a year, and all of it Disaster Class. His equipment must be heaven-defying. The hall was filled with Dominator-level powerhouses, and everyone was shocked. This could no longer be described as defying the heavens. Everyone felt that humanity's future might be in Su Chen's hands. Boom, boom, boom. Deep in the outer battlefield, alien armies and ferocious beasts were densely packed. At this moment, Su Chun floated in the air, slaughtering one-sidedly. His domain unfolded, a chaos light shield protecting his body, the flame god spear in his hand. With every strike, 1,000 miles were destroyed, leaving only a sea of fire and icy rain. Galaxy Jean stood to the side, staring at Su Chun in utter shock. She knew Su Chun was very strong, but she had never imagined he was this powerful. After 1,000 years, it should end. Su Chun said calmly. He had even grown numb to his own strength. Right now, he only wanted to destroy the alien army, stop the invasion, and ideally cut out the alien race at its root. But he also knew that destroying an entire great race was nearly impossible. Even Earth's human race was only one in the billions in the universe. Su Chun kept striking without pause, and he had no idea how many aliens and ferocious beasts he had killed. In his eyes, these aliens deserved to die for invading Earth. There is no right or wrong in this world, only positions, only strength. At that moment, over 1,000 powerful auras suddenly surged through the air, all of them at the Overlord level, and even several with the even higher auras of Dust Immortals. Su Chun did not care. He had killed how many Dust Immortals in the Chaos Demon land? It was impossible for these people to stop him, and even if someone beyond Dust Immortal came, they still could not block him. Damn it, lowly human, how dare you provoke this prince? After the Overlords and Dust Immortals, an arrogant voice rang out. The alien Overlords and Dust Immortals parted to make way, and a young man stepped out. He was around 20 years old, with a terrifying aura and immense power, completely different from everyone else. His demeanor was confident, carrying the pressure of one in a superior position. Su Chun glanced at him and immediately understood that this person should be one of the top 5 princes of the alien race, far stronger than the 29th prince he had killed before. Su Chun smiled faintly, looking down on the young man's provocation, and said that he was not here to provoke them, but to exterminate the entire race. The young man attacked coldly. The void shattered, everything within 10,000 miles froze, and a mysterious power swept towards Su Chun. Such might far surpassed that of the Overlords and Dust Immortals. However, Su Chun responded calmly, stabbing out with the flaming divine spear in his hand from afar, and the spear domain instantly swept across heaven and earth. Chaos flames and ice rain heavenly fire covered 1,000 miles, and the other side's power simply could not bind Su Chun. Because Su Chun had an invincible piece of equipment, the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. The equipment ignored restraints, enhanced defense, diverted damage, ignored resurrection, ignored defense, and was immune to magic damage. All of the young man's methods were useless before Su Chun. The young man was blasted away by the spear domain, and his light shield and absolute defense shattered instantly. He vomited blood and retreated 100 miles, while Su Chun's single strike covered 1,000 miles, annihilating all the alien army, strong experts, overlords, and Dust Immortals without a trace. Only the young man remained, and the treasures on his body kept him from dying. The young man recovered from his injuries, and his aura once again returned to its peak. 7-colored light surged from his body, converging around his arms, and a mysterious palace engraving appeared. The palace suddenly expanded, growing 1,000,000 times larger, and shot towards Su Chun at incredible speed. When Su Chun saw the palace, he smiled slightly and flickered backward, retreating 100 miles away from it. Boom, boom, boom. The palace appeared, and the entire world trembled as it collided with the world's power of the outer battlefield. But all of this was under the young man's control. The young man said coldly, "You are very strong, but in the end you are merely nourishment for the Azura Divine Palace." Azura Divine Palace, suppress him. Floating in the air, he controlled the palace. This was his natal treasure, and relying on it he had secured his position as crown prince. Su Chun looked at the palace and did not resist, instead laughing loudly. He activated the 9 Palaces Divine Tao and summoned the 9 Heavens Divine Palace. The 9 Heavens Divine Palace was 10 times larger than the Azura Divine Palace and instantly pressed down on the other side. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 palaces crashed against each other, space collapsed, and the world shattered. The 9 Heavens Divine Palace crushed the Azura Divine Palace, and Su Chun pushed the 9 Heavens Divine Palace forward continuously, while the young man resisted with all his might, yet could not stop it at all. The young man was shocked and terrified, discovering that the Azura Divine Palace was being suppressed, and he also realized that the other side's treasure was the true core, while his own was only auxiliary. The 9 Heavens Divine Palace advanced in destruction, everything turned to ashes, and countless aliens and experts were crushed. Su Chun said lightly, "You're the crown prince, right? You're even weaker than I expected. Truly disappointing." He advanced step by step, and the 9 Heavens Divine Palace mercilessly crushed everything in its path. The young man was furious, yet powerless to respond. He realized that the Shura Divine Palace was gradually being eroded by the other side and slipping out of control, and he felt panic. With no other choice, the young man steeled himself and offered a blood sacrifice of his own body, respectfully invoking the Imperial Father. As bloodlight surged and the secret art was unleashed, a powerful and mysterious beam of light descended. The young man was exhausted, and the Shura Divine Palace could no longer hold on at all. It was crushed back to its original form by the 9 Heavens Divine Palace. Su Chun reached out and grabbed it, taking the palm-sized Shura Divine Palace away with ease. The phantom appeared, its aura terrifying, so much so that no one dared look directly at it. It was the projection of Tianhua Emperor Lord, possessing 1/10 of the true body strength, and it was the Crown Prince's life-saving trump card. Su Chen said calmly, "You think a mere projection can save you? You're underestimating me too much." For Su Chen, Tianhua Emperor Lord was the alien race's one. Although he had never met the true body, he knew Tianhua Emperor Lord was the ruler of the alien race on the outer domain battlefield. Now, even Tianhua Emperor Lord's avatar projection had been summoned. Su Chen felt excited in his heart. He had finally encountered an opponent worth fighting. Standing atop the 12th grade Chaos Golden Lotus, he thrust the Flame Divine Spear straight at the avatar projection, wanting to see just how strong the other side really was. After all, from the strength of this avatar, one could infer just how terrifying the true body was. Inside the ninth city, no one in the hall was relaxed anymore. Everyone stared at the light screen. They had originally been happy because Su Chen was invincible, but now they were filled with concern. Su Chen had casually crushed even the alien Crown Prince. Yet the Crown Prince had actually used a forbidden art to summon Tianhua Emperor Lord's avatar. This was a terrifying existence that had surpassed Dust Immortals. The battle erupted. Su Chen's spear domain, Chaos Flame, and Ice Rain Heavenly Fire all blasted toward the avatar projection, splitting the space apart. But Tianhua Emperor Lord's avatar merely waved a hand, and all of Su Chen's attacks were erased directly, leaving him with absolutely no room to fight back. But Su Chen did not stop. Instead, he struck even harder, unleashing his full combat power and bombarding it desperately. He was pondering in his heart whether his 200 billion battle strength could shake this avatar. Thankfully, his methods were heaven-defying and his attributes were monstrous. He had the Heavenly Emperor Jade Crown, the Tower of Heaven, the Immortal Steel, and other outrageous treasures at his side. Who was he afraid of? Su Chen's attributes could ignore the other side's resurrection, defense, and suppression. With this spear strike alone, he sent Tianhua Emperor Lord's avatar projection retreating violently, the phantom clearly weakening. Su Chen also roughly judged that the other side had 100 billion battle strength, while the true body was probably around 1 trillion. Although Tianhua Emperor Lord's true body was very strong, Su Chen was not afraid at all. His domain could reduce 97% of damage, and with the Chaos Light Shield and the Golden Lotus protecting him, even if the other side went all out, it would be useless. Su Chen's successive offensives angered Tianhua Emperor Lord's avatar. The avatar erupted with destructive attacks and fought Su Chen head-on. The two of them shattered space in their battle, reducing everything to nothingness. Yet with his battle strength, Su Chen remained firmly in the upper hand the entire time. Relying on the Chaos Golden Lotus, his endless domain, and the Chaos Light Shield for defense, Tianhua Emperor Lord's avatar projection could not injure Su Chen at all. The two battled, and for a time were evenly matched. But the alien army, experts, and fierce beasts were destroyed by the shockwaves, and even a young man died on the spot. Everyone was shocked that Su Chen could fight Tianhua Emperor Lord's avatar to a draw, and he still had not used his trump cards, relying only on battle strength to go head-to-head with the other side. It was simply outrageous. Unfortunately, the other side was only an avatar. If it were the true body, Su Chen would still not be a match. Everyone lamented that Su Chen was still too young. If he were given a few more decades, perhaps he could win. In the ninth city's command center, the Lord-level experts were all dumbfounded. No one had expected Su Chen to hold the slight upper hand. Though there was regret, everyone was extremely excited. The battle continued, and Su Chen still had not used his killing move. He relied entirely on his own toughness to endure. During the fight, he said disdainfully, "Your avatar only has this much skill. It's over." He put away the Flame Divine Spear, and with a gesture of his hand, destructive thunder erupted. The Thunderbolt Holy Ring unleashed its full power, with the power of Origin and the power of the Azure Heavens added on. Its thunder attacks directly crushed everything. The laws of thunder fully spread, covering 10,000 li, impossible to resist. Thunder was also the natural enemy of souls and avatars. Seeing this, Tianhua Emperor Lord's avatar wore a grave expression and erupted with full strength to clash head-on with the thunder. Space shattered, heaven and earth descended into chaos, and for a time it was impossible to tell who would win. Everyone at the General Command Center was extremely nervous. This battle was far too crucial. If Su Chen won, humanity would have hope. After the thunder and the fistlight clashed for several minutes, everything fell quiet. In the end, Su Chen stood calmly atop the Chaos Golden Lotus, a smile at the corners of his mouth. The projection clone of Emperor Tianhua had been completely destroyed, vanishing without a trace. Su Chen had won this battle. Su Chen won, completely unharmed. The Chaos Light Shield shone with rainbow brilliance, and the Chaos Golden Lotus blazed with golden light. He looked up at the sky indifferently. Emperor Tianhua, stop hiding. He knew that although the other party's true body had not appeared, the destruction of the clone meant the true body had definitely been injured. After all, a clone was part of the true body's power. Emperor Tianhua's voice came from the void. Mere lowly human, in one day, you will die. The voice faded away. On Tianhua Hall, Emperor Tianhua's expression was ugly, blood at the corner of his mouth. He was enraged. His clone had been destroyed by Su Chun, and he hadn't even managed to save his son. He was astonished. A human youth was actually this strong? The lords and dust immortals in the hall were all stunned. The emperor was like a deity. They hadn't expected even he could be injured. Emperor Tianhua said coldly, no matter. He is only a human. Mobilize the entire army and attack cities 1 through 8. Saint Knight order, go to city 1. Everyone accepted the order, their faces filled with excitement. They had waited 1,000 years and finally had something to do. As long as they seized over 100 planets, they could divide the resources and even use the divine treasures obtained through the emperor to increase their strength. After Su Chun killed the clone projection, the battle did not stop. The foreign army was still there. Relying on his own strength, he showed no sign of exhaustion. The battle was more like a massacre. Galaxy Jean had been following Su Chun the whole time and witnessed everything, shocked beyond belief. Only a few months had passed, and Su Chun had already become outrageously powerful. Su Chun smiled and said, you're not weak either. In fact, she had already become a sovereign. With the flame god spear in hand, every strike Su Chun unleashed destroyed 1,000 li. No matter if they were kings, sovereigns, or dust immortals, none could withstand it. Everyone discussed, how strong is Emperor Tianhua's clone? At the very least, 1/10 of his true body. The only one who can destroy the clone is Su Chun. He still hasn't used his trump card. The biggest variable in this battle is Su Chun. I hope Su Chun can defeat Emperor Tianhua. There is still 1 day left. The decisive battle is approaching. We'll find Su Chun. City Lord, do we need to do anything? Facing Emperor Tianhua and the Saint Knight Order, there is nothing we can do. At that level of battle, even dust immortals can't help. All we can do is hold the line and never let the foreign race set foot on Earth. In the 9th city, at the General Command Hall, everyone was shocked. No one had expected Su Chun, merely a hegemon, to actually destroy Tianhua Emperor's avatar projection. That level of power was unimaginable. From Tianhua Emperor's avatar, it was clear that tomorrow would be the decisive battle. The clash between Su Chun and Tianhua Emperor would be the turning point of humanity's fate. If Su Chun won, Earth would be safe. If Su Chun lost, no one could stop Tianhua Emperor and the alien race. The command center was filled with a heavy atmosphere. Everyone was powerless to help. As the city lord had said, this was not a battle they could take part in. Even Qin Xian would only be going to his death. The first city through the 8th city also received the news, and all the powerful experts were stunned. Hegemon killed Tianhua Emperor's avatar? What kind of joke is that? Even a demigod's avatar can be taken down? True or not, at least there's a bit of hope now. With the alien forces pressing in hard, people still doubted that the news wasn't exaggerated. After all, a demigod was almost a god. Compared to a demigod, a hegemon was practically an ant facing a dragon. After half a day of battle, there was no longer an alien army before Su Chun. He himself had lost track of how many he had killed, only knowing that every strike could sweep across 1,000 li, instantly annihilating every alien within range. At last, I can rest. Tomorrow is the decisive battle. Su Chun said softly. Though not tired, he was somewhat weary. Galactic Jean asked, based on the strength of that avatar, how confident are you in defeating Tianhua Emperor? Su Chun replied calmly, 10 out of 10. Tianhua Emperor was strong, but Su Chun was stronger. Moreover, he had not yet used his trump card. He hoped tomorrow's battle would be a satisfying one, without disappointment, so that he could bring out all of his true abilities. That night, the two of them simply rested and prepared to endure tomorrow's great battle. In the major cities, the city lords discussed and prepared for the final showdown. The fate of Earth, and of all the stars, rested entirely on Su Chun alone. If Su Chun won, the alien race would be driven back. If he failed, the defensive line would collapse and Earth would be fully exposed. All 9 great cities activated full holographic projections, allowing the 90 million troops and powerful experts to witness the battle in real time. Here, not only Earthlings, but also experts from other stars and small worlds were present. Tomorrow, the crucial battle. Let's just hope little Chen stays safe. Back at the villa, Luo Tianqing returned home with a grave expression. He hoped Su Chun would win, because if Su Chun lost, he would die. If Su Chun died, Qing'er and Xing'er would definitely be heartbroken. Earth might be destroyed, and everything would come to an end. He muttered to himself, Su Chun, if you lose, after you're revived, leave here. At night, beneath the starry sky, Su Chun and Galactic Jean sat on a large rock by the lake, feeling the night breeze. Galactic Jean looked at Su Chun with a sweet smile and asked softly, leave after you're revived? Go to another world, and come back a few years later. Su Chun turned his head to look at her and asked, where to? Inha Jean replied, to another world. We'll come back when we're stronger. Su Chun fell into thought, then asked, you're not from Earth, are you? Inha Jean admitted, I come from the Galactic Alliance. Earth is also a member, just in a remote location. Su Chun pressed on, how did you come to Earth? Inha Jean smiled and gave a perfunctory answer. Personal reasons. Su Chun no longer asked any more questions. He said, let's see what happens tomorrow. I'll do my utmost to defeat the Tianhua Emperor and wipe out the foreign race. If I can't win, then we'll see later. Inha Jean handed him a jade pendant. If you revive but don't want to keep fighting, crush it. You can teleport away directly and go to the Galaxy Alliance. Su Chun took the jade pendant and put it away. Early the next morning, Su Chun washed up and ate breakfast, full of energy. He headed alone to the place of the duel. Inha Jean did not follow, fearing she would hold him back. Su Chun junkai's his domain, crossing 10,000 miles with each step. In half an hour, he arrived at a mountain millions of miles away, sat down cross-legged, and waited for the Tianhua Emperor. He had no intention of actively seeking out the Tianhua Emperor, and he was not afraid that the other side would not come. If the Emperor did not appear, then that would be humiliating. At this moment, a subordinate in Tianhua City reported, City Lord, the projection has locked onto Su Chun. Early in the morning, at the command center of the 9 cities on the extraterritorial battlefield, all the powerhouses and city lords had gathered. The entire city was silent, all eyes fixed on the enormous phantom light screen in the sky. Inside the light screen, on the summit of a towering mountain, an 18-year-old youth sat cross-legged. He was calm and composed, with an extraordinarily delicate and handsome appearance. He was Su Chun, and the crowd was shocked that he was so young. At 18, to have already entered the extraterritorial battlefield was absolutely a monster among geniuses. As time passed, an omen suddenly appeared beside Su Chun. A blood-red streak of light tore through the sky, and a rift split open in space. Then a tall man wearing a golden crown emerged. He looked ordinary, but Su Chun knew he was extremely dangerous. The Tianhua Emperor. Su Chun recognized him and spoke calmly. The Tianhua Emperor looked down at Su Chun and asked coldly, regret it? Su Chun replied lightly, no, you should be the one regretting it. Today, you will die here. He stood up, unadorned yet overwhelmingly imposing. His presence suppressed the entire scene. Instead, it made the other party seem like the minor character. The Tianhua Emperor sneered as heavenly might descended. Just because you defeated one of my avatar projections yesterday, you think so highly of yourself? That kind of projection had only 1% of my power. Now, I'm making my real move. Su Chun did not care and sneered. Don't mention an avatar projection. Even your true body is nothing more than a slightly larger ant. If you have the ability, then stop talking nonsense. The enraged Tianhua Emperor fully unleashed his aura. Divine light shone forth, and his domain enveloped heaven and earth. The world acknowledged him as its sovereign. Su Chun likewise expanded his domain, and a chaos light shield appeared. Neither of them had made a move yet, but space had already begun to warp and shatter as their domains collided. Su Chun stood atop the 12-grade Chaos Golden Lotus, looking coldly at the Tianhua Emperor. On the opposite side, the Tianhua Emperor likewise let his hands hang at his sides and did not strike. Neither moved, but their domains had already clashed. Suddenly, Su Chun's figure swayed as he retreated 100 li in an instant. Under the suppression of Tianhua Emperor's domain, Su Chun had no choice but to fall back. As expected, the domain of a demigod was truly powerful. Tianhua Emperor sneered, thinking that Su Chun was merely a hegemon yet dared to clash domains with him. It was simply overestimating himself. Though he looked down on him verbally, he was shocked in his heart. An 18-year-old hegemon was actually able to stand toe-to-toe in domain power with a demigod who had lived for over 10,000 years. Although he was at a disadvantage, holding out for so long already had surprised him greatly. Su Chun smiled faintly. Your realm is high, but that's all there is to it. So this is all a demigod is capable of. At this moment, Su Chun's divine sense moved, space trembled, and a destructive aura erupted. The aura of origin and chaos surged forth, and countless stars appeared around him, encircling him, with faint connections between the stars. Space suddenly shattered, and Tianhua Emperor's domain was instantly crushed. Su Chun was like a deity, with stars continuously exploding and space being directly shattered. This was the origin law Su Chun controlled, which was above rules, and rules were above domains. So Tianhua Emperor's domain was directly broken. Tianhua Emperor's expression changed drastically as he retreated wildly, his face full of terror. Law, how is that possible? Even a demigod could not touch such a level. Yet this hegemon like Su Chun actually controlled it. Su Chun gave him no chance. With both hands, he manifested the Flame God Spear and thrust it toward Tianhua Emperor. The spear domain swept across the sky, blending ice, rain, heaven fire, and chaos flame. Seeing that Su Chun did not continue using the origin law, Tianhua Emperor instead felt puzzled. Su Chun clearly could crush him, yet he gave up that advantage and switched to a normal attack. Was he trying to fight fairly? Su Chun smiled. You're too weak. If I didn't do it this way, you would have fallen long ago. He was only borrowing the power of the origin law. It had not truly erupted yet, and Tianhua Emperor was simply powerless to resist. Tianhua Emperor was furious to the extreme. Raising his hand, he threw a punch toward the spear domain. The punch light and spear light collided, and amid a destructive explosion, the punch light collapsed, while the spear light advanced unhindered straight toward Tianhua Emperor. He found it unbelievable. He was confident this punch could break everything, yet it was easily defused. In front of Su Chun, the might of his fist was reduced to a mere fraction. He had thought that as his opponent was merely a hegemon, there was no way he could break through his defenses. In the end, the spear light pierced straight through, forcing him to retreat. 100-league golden blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his divine radiance dimmed. Tianhua Emperor gritted his teeth. Very well, very well, very well. Tianhua Emperor was enraged. A dignified demigod emperor had actually been injured by a human at hegemon level, and by his true self at that. To him, this was a great humiliation that could never be forgiven. He was going to make humanity pay a terrible price. In his rage, divine light transformed into a long spear that instantly absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, growing to 1,000 zhang. Carrying the power of demigod rules, it stabbed explosively towards Su Chun. This strike was Tianhua Emperor's killing move. Anyone hit by it would die for sure. But when the spear fell in front of Su Chun's endless domain offset 97% of the damage. The 12-rank Chaos Golden Lotus blocked another 99%, and finally the Chaos Light Shield blocked another 99%. In the end, there was only a sizzle sound, and the spear didn't even break through Su Chun's defenses. The Emperor's expression changed completely, and he directly began to question life itself. Is that all? Su Chun sneered. If the other side only had this much ability, then the battle could be over. Those words humiliated Tianhua Emperor to the extreme, but he was helpless. This human youth's defense was simply too strong, and his attacks were completely ineffective. The Emperor could only hold on by force. Unable to find any harsh words to throw out, he could only passively take the beating, feeling extremely stifled inside. Su Chun attacked with a cold smile, the Flame God Spear carrying Chaos Flame and Ice Rain Heaven Fire as it blasted toward the Emperor, with heaven and earth seeming to be destroyed. Tianhua Emperor did not dare to take it head-on. He wanted to dodge, only to discover that space had been sealed, something even a demigod could not break free from. Unable to withstand it, and unable to evade it, he could only forcefully defend with divine power. Gradually, he fell into a passive state. The human army and all the powerful observers could all see that Su Chun's defense was impossible to crack, and his offense was equally impossible to counter. The Emperor's attacks could not break Su Chun's defenses, while Su Chun's attacks ignored the Emperor's defenses altogether. There was simply no way to fight. If the Emperor did not unleash a major trump card, then this battle was already clearly decided. The commander-in-chief of the 9 cities gave a unified order. The moment Emperor Tianhua dies is the moment the alien race collapses. All troops, prepare. On the battlefield, Su Chun stood on the Chaos Golden Lotus, golden light shielding his body, an endless domain covering everything, completely suppressing Emperor Tianhua. The situation had been utterly reversed. Su Chun held the blazing divine spear in his hand. The spear was like a fire dragon. Every strike shattered heaven and earth. Within a radius of tens of millions of li, everything had already turned to ruins. Opposite him, Emperor Tianhua wore a grim expression, blood staining the corner of his mouth. The fierce battle had fallen into a stalemate, but it was obvious that Emperor Tianhua was already at a severe disadvantage, able only to defend passively and occasionally counterattack. Su Chun, however, remained calm and composed, a smile on his lips, fully in control of the pace. He was still only using basic attacks, not his ultimate skill. By now, Emperor Tianhua was already in an extremely passive state. If not for his half-divine body, he would have been killed by Su Chun 1,000 times over. Even so, his divine power had been greatly weakened, its radiance dim. Su Chan said softly, Emperor Tianhua, I originally thought you were very strong, but you've disappointed me. Boring. I won't play with you anymore. It's time to end this. He couldn't drag this out any longer. There were still plenty of enemies left among the alien race, and he had to finish quickly to avoid any unforeseen changes. As soon as he finished speaking, the blazing divine spear vanished. Su Chen's lips curled slightly, and the rule of thunder erupted. Within a radius of 10,000 li, electric arcs filled the air, thunder roared, and everything was imbued with the rule of thunder. You want to beat me with thunder? How naive. Emperor Tianhua sneered. Divine light exploded from his body as he condensed a destructive bolt of lightning and hurled it towards Su Chen. Su Chen's divine sense moved as well, gathering thunder into a bolt of lightning that met Emperor Tianhua's attack head-on. The armies of the 9 cities watched anxiously. Who would win and who would lose? Everyone held their breath. The 2 bolts of lightning collided in an instant. Mountains and rivers ran backward, heaven and earth collapsed, and the world was destroyed. Within the light curtain, the figures of the 2 could no longer be seen, leaving only boundless destruction. All the powerful experts were shaken to the core, silently praying for Su Chen's victory. Very soon, the 2 of them reappeared, having already moved far from their original location, crossing several thousand li. In the air, Su Chen stood on the Chaos Golden Lotus, cloaked in a 7-colored shield of light, with a confident smile on his lips. He was calm and at ease, completely unlike Emperor Tianhua across from him. Emperor Tianhua's clothes were torn, his hair disheveled, his golden crown gone, looking just like a beggar struck by lightning. He roared in fury. What kind of freakish defense is this? He was on the verge of collapse. Just now, he had used the Taishian True Thunder, thinking that with his half-divine cultivation, he would surely overwhelm Su Chen. In the end, although Su Chen's realm was lower, his rule of thunder was monstrously powerful. Although he had the upper hand, most of the lightning strikes still landed on Su Chen, and he himself was also injured by the residual force of Su Chen's thunder. What made him most despairing was that his own powerful lightning strike actually couldn't break through Su Chen's defense. Su Chen was completely unharmed. Meanwhile, his own defenses had utterly failed, and he had been damaged by the rebound. Su Chen said casually, absolute defense. And indeed that was the case. The Chaos Creation Immortal Steel came with the attribute of absolute defense, ignoring all destructive attacks. Emperor Tianhua gritted his teeth. Final strike. He decided to go all in. If Su Chen could block it, he would retreat and secretly infiltrate Earth to seize the divine artifact. A cyan green pagoda appeared in his hand, instantly growing from 1 chi to 10,000 zhang tall, emanating an eerie cyan green light. Emperor Tianhua poured all of his divine power into it, transforming himself into a giant tens of thousands of zhang tall, like the heavenly king of pagoda bearing, but even stronger and more terrifying. The pagoda devoured energy within a radius of tens of millions of li, erupting with billions of beams of cyan green light. Su Chen hovered in the air, watching quietly as the Chaos Creation Immortal Steel and Mount Penglai were already operating in secret. These 2 treasures were immensely powerful, especially the Chaos Immortal Steel, which had absolute defense. He was completely confident and not afraid at all. His passivity was only because he was fully assured. Outside, the experts and armies of the 9 cities were extremely tense, staring at the light curtain and discussing. Why isn't Su Chen making any preparations? Isn't he being too arrogant? Emperor Tianhua has already gone all out, and he's still waiting. Could something go wrong? But the battlefield was not something they could control. Emperor Tianhua's pagoda frantically devoured the energy of heaven and earth. Cyan green light shrouded tens of millions of li, pressing towards Su Chen. The outcome had reached a critical moment. Wherever the radiance passed, everything turned to nothingness. The cyan green light instantly shot towards Su Chen, shattering space, almost destroying him. But strangely, the light stopped right in front of him and simply could not harm him. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Su Chen looked at Emperor Tianhua and said, You're a magic damage type, right? But I'm immune to magic damage. The Chaos Creation Immortal Steel appeared, 9 immortal steels revolving around Su Chen, while Mount Penglai hovered above his head. Emperor Tianhua's face turned ugly. His killing move was actually ineffective. He had thought his spell could break through Su Chen's defenses, but in the end it had no effect at all. Su Chen said indifferently, I am an immortal. I should suppress all ages. As his words fell, the immortal steels and the immortal mountains surged in size, releasing destructive power. Mount Penglai suppressed downward, turning a radius of 90 million li into nothingness. Emperor Tianhua fled in terror, only to be restrained. His body and soul were instantly shattered, and even the pagoda was crushed into pieces. The experts and armies of the 9 cities were all shocked. The heavens and earth collapsed, and everything fell into silence. Afterward, Su Qian stood proudly between heaven and earth, stepping on a golden lotus and wearing a light shield, saying casually, "A demigod, nothing more." He put away the immortal steel and the mountain peak, vanished in a flash, and instantly appeared in front of the intact cave. Galactic Jade asked, "Is Emperor Tianhua dead?" Su Qian replied, "It's been handled." The armies and experts of the 9 cities were shaken, then immensely excited, because the demigod-level Emperor Tianhua was dead, and humanity now had a chance of survival. As long as Emperor Tianhua was alive, they had no hope of victory at all. After all, he alone was enough to destroy the entire battlefield. The kind of army and experts like them could now be dealt with easily by Su Qian. With the greatest threat, Emperor Tianhua, killed by Su Qian, the remaining alien races and fierce beasts could be slowly cleared away and eventually driven out of the extraterritorial battlefield, relieving the human threat. Prepare the whole army for battle. From the 1st city to the 9th city, the city lords issued orders, and the armies and experts set out, taking advantage of the chaos after Emperor Tianhua's death to strike hard at the alien races. Boom, boom, boom. One day later, Su Qian crossed space and found the alien Sacred Knight Order. The 9-peak 9-crown dust immortals were all wiped out by Su Qian within 10 seconds, and the Sacred Knight Order vanished into thin air. After finishing this, Su Qian did not return to the 1st city or the 9th city. Instead, he flew straight toward the alien side of the extraterritorial battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 days later, Su Qian arrived before the Heavenly River. There was a giant celestial body there, with a palace on it, the main base of Emperor Tianhua, as well as countless alien armies and ferocious beasts being transported through the Heavenly River's beam-like passage. Su Qian took one look, then drew out the flame divine spear and thrust it toward the end of the beam passage, directly destroying the passage and cutting off the aliens' transportation. Rumble. With the beam passage gone, the aliens could no longer be transported. Su Qian flew to the palace and destroyed it along with the entire celestial body. "It's temporarily over," Su Qian muttered. He summoned the Azure Luo divine bird, mounted it, and flew toward the 9th city. With the aliens temporarily cleared away, the remaining aliens and ferocious beasts would be handled by the armies of the 9 cities. Su Qian would not make another move and prepared to return to Earth to rest. 5 days later, Su Qian returned to the empty 9th city. All the armies had gone off to battle. Galaxy Jean returned 1 day before him. When she saw Su Qian, she asked whether he was planning to return to Earth. After thinking it over, Su Qian said he would stay here for a few days first, observe the changes on the battlefield, and then take Galaxy Jean to Luo Bingqing's villa. As long as this place was safe, Earth would be safe too. Otherwise, there was no need to say more about Earth. Beep, congratulations, attribute points have accumulated to 200 trillion. Congratulations, crisis resolved, system upgrading. A system prompt rang in Su Qian's mind, and he was somewhat surprised. Attribute points had unknowingly accumulated to 200 trillion. Most of them came during the decisive battle with Emperor Tianhua, when all the ferocious beasts within 90 million li were wiped out, instantly earning him 700 trillion attribute points. Su Qian muttered, "The system can upgrade?" This was the first time he had noticed that the system's main interface displayed System version 1.0. So it had been 1.0 all along, and now it was about to upgrade to 2.0. He had never paid attention to this before. Since the system could be upgraded, Su Qian subconsciously became curious about what it would turn into. He asked, "System, how long will the upgrade take?" The system replied, 30 days are required. Usage will not be affected during this period. Su Qian let out a breath of relief. As long as it didn't affect his own use, he could wait. Anyway, he was invincible now. In the days that followed, Su Qian and Galaxy Jean lived in the villa. The city lord came to visit and was especially respectful towards Su Qian. After all, Su Qian could even kill Tianhua Emperor. A mere city lord naturally wouldn't dare act presumptuously. In truth, when Su Qian killed Tianhua Emperor, he hadn't even used his full strength, only one of his hidden trump cards. If he broke through to the half-god or mortal-immortal realm in the future, how terrifying would he become? No one dared to imagine it. Su Qian was only 18 years old and had awakened for just half a year. A 9-crown overlord could live for 500 years, and becoming a mortal-immortal within 1,000 years was no difficult feat, let alone the future. Even now, there was almost no one who could beat him. Time passed day by day. Half a month later, the extraterritorial battlefield achieved a great victory, and no further incidents occurred. Most of the foreign races had been wiped out, and the remaining ones could be slowly worn down while tempering the newcomers. That day, Yin Shu and Luo Tiansheng returned from the battlefield, and learned that Su Chun was going back to Earth. Yunshu asked, "You're leaving today?" Su Chun said, "The battlefield is stable now. I'll go back to Earth first to make some arrangements." He had done the math. It had been over a month since he left Earth, and it was time to go back. Besides, with the foreign races cleared out, Earth's crisis could be considered temporarily resolved. Was it completely safe? Not necessarily. After all, the root of the foreign races had not been completely severed. Yunshu nodded and said that his current strength was comparable to a half-god, but there were even higher realms ahead, and the road was still long, so he should make preparations early. Luo Tianqing watched quietly from the side. Su Chen couldn't help asking, "Uncle, Aunt, are my parents missing or dead?" He had searched for a long time without any news, and he always felt there was a mystery hidden behind it. Even his grandparents' whereabouts were unclear. Luo Tianqing and Yunshu remained silent for a moment, and in the end Luo Tianqing spoke. They went to the Galaxy World. Su Chun was stunned and asked, "The Galaxy World? Is that the same concept as the Galaxy Alliance?" Luo Tianqing explained, "The Galaxy World is the name of the star domain, and the Galaxy Alliance is the official organization that governs it." Su Chun asked again, "How do you get to the Galaxy World? What conditions are required? What is the Galaxy World, and why don't others go there?" Su Chun asked 3 questions in a row, guessing that perhaps his grandparents had also gone to the Galaxy World. Luo Tianqing explained, "The Galaxy World is very large, with tens of thousands of life-bearing planets. Earth is merely a weak, unofficial member and is still at war, so it hasn't formally joined yet. That is the real grand stage. There are 3 ways to get to the Galaxy World. 1. The City Lord opens 1 teleportation slot every year, and there is only 1. 2. Go as a special envoy from Earth. Your parents used this identity, and they also brought 8 others with them, so you can no longer use this identity. 3. A special channel for the Galaxy World opens once every 10 years, with 1,000 slots each time, and it won't open again for another 2 years. There are also some special methods, but we don't know them." His parents had actually gone there as special envoys. Su Chun listened carefully, his heart filling with longing. He felt that he absolutely had to go to the Galaxy World, because his parents were there, and Earth was too weak. They must be having a hard time. Su Chun asked, "Uncle, can't we just fly over ourselves?" Luo Tianqing shook his head. "No. There is a spatial barrier between Earth and the Galaxy World. Earth is too weak. It's only a non-official member, and the war hasn't completely ended yet. It could be wiped out by alien races at any time, so we can't get in." Su Chen thought of 1,000 years ago, when weak nations had no diplomacy. Earth and the Galactic Alliance were in exactly that kind of relationship. He asked, "The war is basically over. Can we become formal members now?" Luo Tianqing gave a bitter smile. "It's not that simple. Becoming a formal member isn't as easy as you think. If you really want to go to the Galactic World, I can take you to see the City Lord. He'll most likely agree." Su Chen said, "Let's talk about it in a few days. I'm going back to Earth first." He had his own method of teleportation, didn't want to owe anyone a favor, and wasn't in a hurry to go over. He wanted to go back and make arrangements first. Luo Tianqing agreed. After eating, Su Chun and Galaxy Jean left and took a spaceship back to Earth. On the spaceship, Galaxy Jean asked, "Su Chun, when are you planning to go to the Galactic World?" Expectation filled her eyes. Su Chun smiled. "Galaxy Jean, have you been trying to trick me into going to the Galactic World all along?" Galaxy Jean admitted openly, "Yeah, I want to take you there." Su Chen said, "Let's talk about it after a while. By the way, is the landing point for teleportation fixed?" Galaxy Jean replied, "It's random, but there's a general range. The distance is too far for an exact landing point. This kind of teleportation array is just a catalyst." Su Chen didn't ask anymore. He thought of his mentor asking him to help with a dungeon before, and planned to fulfill that promise first before considering the Galactic World. Chun said that there wasn't much left on Earth, and the only people he couldn't let go of were Luo Bingqing, Luo Xing'er, and his grandparents. Now the sisters had family looking after them, and no one dared bully them. His grandparents had already passed away and were no longer on Earth. In this world, he no longer had any attachments. So he decided to leave the Galactic World and go find his parents and grandparents. But before leaving, he would first take his mentor through the dungeon. He had promised it, and he had to do it. "Okay, once I get back, I'll go to the Galactic World. See you then," Galaxy Jean said. Anyway, teleportation was random, so they couldn't leave together, and she was also preparing to leave Earth. The spaceship cut through the sky, and 3 days later landed at the 9th training ground in Kyoto. Su Chun and the others disembarked, and solemn soldiers stood on both sides. "Salute." Led by the general, everyone saluted Su Chun together. He returned the salute and left with a smile alongside Galaxy Jean. Su Chun knew that his deeds on the extraterritorial battlefield had spread back to Earth, so everyone was saluting him, but they hadn't deliberately put on a welcome ceremony, afraid of disturbing him. Your influence on Earth is unprecedented, Galaxy Gene said with a smile. Suchun simply said, I only did what I should have done. The two parted ways, and Suchun headed to Villa Number 9 by Linshui Bay. At the villa entrance, Luo Bingqing and Luo Xing'er were already waiting. When Luo Xing'er saw Suchun, she rushed straight over and hung on to him. Luo Bingqing stepped forward and pulled her down. You're grown up now. Be a little more reserved. The three of them went inside together. Luo Xing'er said excitedly, Brother, we watched the entire battle in the extraterritorial battlefield. You were amazing. You changed Earth's fate. The global live broadcast meant everyone remembered him as the savior. Luo Bingqing asked, Xiaochun, what are you planning to do next? Suchun said, Uncle said Mom and Dad went to the galactic world, and Grandpa and Grandma are probably there too. I'm going over there after a while. Luo Xing'er immediately said, Brother, I want to go too. Although Luo Bingqing didn't say anything, she also really wanted to go along. Suchun shook his head. I'm afraid that won't work. Only one person can go. 2 years later. The Galaxy World's teleportation opening has only 1,000 slots. Suchun persuaded them to let their uncle try to secure 2, but he planned to go first, establish a foothold, and let them come over 2 years later. That would be safer. Actually, the Jade Pendant could only teleport one person at a time, and Suchun couldn't possibly take Luo Bingqing and Luo Xing'er with him. The Galaxy World was different from Earth. There were more opportunities, but also far greater danger. He could give it his all alone, but bringing others would only hold him back. Luo Bingqing agreed. He planned to go in first, and it would be easier for them to come later. Suchun also promised his mentor, Nangong Xian, that he would take her into a dungeon. He hadn't managed to do it last time, so this time he planned to accompany her for a run through a dungeon before heading to the Galaxy World. He also said that the Outer Realm battlefield had stabilized, and his uncle and aunt were probably about to return. The three chatted for a long time. After dinner, the sisters went home, and Suchun contacted his mentor. Nangong Xian was thrilled upon receiving the message and immediately arranged for them to go into a dungeon together the next day, meeting at school. The next day, Suchun got up, washed up, ate, and then drove to school. Luo Xing'er had wanted to follow him, but Suchun was going into a dungeon, so she didn't go. Suchun knocked and entered Nangong Xian's office. Nangong Xian sighed high that in just a few months, Suchun had already grown stronger, while she had only just reached level 100 and still hadn't become a king, so she had to rely on Suchun to carry her through the dungeon. Nangong Xian was beautiful and poised, still dressed in a small suit, white shirt, and pleated skirt. Her figure and looks were impeccable, full of an elegant, mature aura. Suchun smiled and asked whether she had chosen the dungeon. Nangong Xian said it would definitely be a source-level world, disaster-level difficulty. She didn't want anything easier. Suchun told her to go apply, and he would wait at the Magic Circle Plaza. Nangong Xian's application was approved quickly. She walked to the Magic Circle Plaza and met up with Suchun. 9 array masters activated the formation, and the dungeon teleportation began. Anomaly signs appeared, and with a movement of his divine sense, Suchun brought Nangong Xian into his Yuan realm space. A beam of light descended from the sky and directly took Suchun away, leaving the scene completely empty. This time, the dungeon teleportation lasted a very long time. Space distorted, as if it might collapse at any moment. Yet Suchun remained extremely calm. Even if it did collapse, it still wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At worst, he could use the soaring heaven tower to go to another world. At least he wouldn't die in the teleportation void. A full minute passed before the teleportation finally ended. A bright light flashed, the spatial distortion disappeared, and Suchun opened his eyes, instinctively examining his surroundings. With his strength, there was nothing to worry about. By now, he still hadn't encountered anyone capable of threatening him. Even the Heavenly Hua Emperor had died at his hands, let alone other dangers. All around were wilderness and forest, no threats, only a gentle breeze. Suchun swept his divine sense outward, the space rippling slightly, and Nangong Xian also appeared nearby. Is the teleportation over? Nangong Xian asked with a hint of nervousness. After all, she wasn't even a king, so it was hard not to be nervous in a world like this. Even with Suchun protecting her, without strength, confidence was still lacking. The teleportation is over, and nothing went wrong. Let's see if there's a spirit artifact later, Suchun said. Upon entering the dungeon, the first thing was to confirm the environment, then wait for the artifact spirit to appear. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how to start. Soon, the artifact spirit appeared. Welcome to the Taishan world. Every complete world has a spirit of the world. The Taishan world is a source-grade world full of vitality. It won't be destroyed for thousands of billions of years unless it is violently damaged. The world spirit announced the rules. There are no indigenous inhabitants in the Taishan world. There are currently 21,029,225 people. Each person may stay here for at most 3 years. There is a divine tree at the center of the world. For every human who dies, the divine tree gains 100 growth points. For every exotic beast killed, the divine tree gains 100 growth points. Whoever obtains the divine tree's fruit can leave. This was only the first part of the rules. It was clear that fierce competition would follow. After hearing this, Nangong Xian frowned. What kind of lousy rule is this? It's all about slaughter. We only just got here, so we're definitely behind those strong ones. Even if there are fruits, they won't be ours unless we snatch them. But if they were to snatch them, Su Chun would certainly have a chance. Su Chun remained calm. The rules aren't over yet. As expected, the world spirit continued. Killing an opponent grants 100 growth points. Killing an exotic beast grants the same. When growth points reach 1 million, you will be teleported to the world center. As soon as the world spirit's voice fell, 2 beams of light appeared before Su Chun and Nangong Xian, turning into information panels. Name, Su Chun. Age, 18. Realm, 9 crown overlord growth points, 0/100000000 node. World divine tree growth points, 102988019110/100000000. The information was simple, containing only personal data and the divine tree's progress. The divine tree had grown to 102.9 billion, still short of 1,000 billion. The progress was only 10%. Nangong Xian held the information panel and asked, "What does this mean?" Su Chen explained, "This is personal growth points. At 100 million, there may be rewards, but the divine tree needs 1 trillion growth points. That requires a lot of people, time, and slaughter. If the growth point progress bar is filled and the reward is the world divine tree fruit, will there be 10,000 of them? Possibly. If there really are 10,000 fruits, then only those with full growth points can get them. What we need to do is hunt exotic beasts first. Don't touch the other players yet. What if we kill everyone?" Su Chun moved closer to Nangong Xian, the two of them almost touching, and the fragrance from Nangong Xian made Su Chun feel a wave of restlessness. After thinking it over, Su Chun voiced his analysis. "This is a disaster-type instance. Anything can happen. What should we do now?" Nangong Xian was very nervous and could only rely on Su Chun to lead the way. For her, this instance was almost certainly a death trap. She wasn't a king, so she could only depend on Su Chun. Su Chun remained calm. "It's still early. Let's observe first and earn some growth points. Also, Minter, show me the equipment panel." Nangong Xian felt a little embarrassed. Her equipment was very poor. As an SSS grade talent, she spent most of her time on campus and didn't have much good gear. Still, she nervously opened the panel. Even a cold, aloof older sister type would get nervous. She was afraid Su Chun would look down on her. Su Chun glanced at it and nearly had to support his head. Nangong Xian's equipment was far too poor. She didn't even have a full set of silver tier gear. There was even bronze, and not a single gold piece, let alone any exclusive equipment. He could hardly resist asking how she had even survived like this. Nangong Xian blushed. "Don't say it like that." Su Chun comforted her. "I've spent most of my time at school. It's not your fault. If it were, your gear wouldn't be like this. I'll get you a new set." Nangong Xian let out a sigh of relief. Whether it was true or not, at least she'd saved face. Su Chun directly took out a set of colorful origin-level equipment and handed it to her. Nangong Xian was instantly dumbfounded. "Minter, wake up," Su Chun said, waving a hand, feeling like she was being a little too dramatic. Nangong Xian came to her senses. Origin level, colorful, and an entire set at that. She had originally thought it would be good enough to get a couple of exclusive pieces, but Su Chun gave her a full set of colorful origin-level equipment, which was far superior to exclusive gear. "Put it all on first," Su Chun said. Nangong Xian was able to get a few pieces of exclusive equipment in the Taishan world, and Su Chun had her fuse the origin-level equipment into the exclusive gear. He also reminded her that her current combat strength was too low, and that changing equipment was the only way to save her life. Otherwise, she could be Mao Ed in an instant. Nangong Xian didn't rush to change her equipment. Instead, she playfully asked Su Chun what his combat strength was. Su Chun smiled and said she shouldn't ask because it would crush her confidence. Nangong Xian understood in her heart that Su Chun's combat strength was definitely monstrous. Otherwise, even a demigod wouldn't have died at his hands. After Nangong Xian had put on the colorful origin-level equipment, Su Chun casually asked her what her combat strength was. She answered 2.2182 billion. In truth, it was all thanks to the equipment boost, otherwise it wouldn't be anywhere near that high. Su Chun took her to grind growth points. With the Qingluo divine bird summoned, The two of them flew into the sky. Half an hour later, they stopped, and ahead of them were all beasts above the king level. Su Chun told Nangong Xian to hunt the beasts to train her skills and improve her combat ability. As long as she stayed within 10,000 li of him, even if she died, she could still be revived, so there was no need to worry about anything going wrong. Su Chun frantically harvested growth points, and the numbers in the information panel soared. Beast Kings gave 100 growth points, Saints 1,000, Overlords 10,000, Tyrants 100,000, and he still hadn't encountered any Dust Immortals. Nangong Xian could kill kings with ease, manage Saints with some effort, but had to run from Overlords. Mainly because she was a support-type healer with weak offense, and her combat strength relied entirely on the equipment boost. Time passed, and evening arrived. Su Qin stopped fighting and teleported to Nangong Xian's side. She was exhausted and looked a mess, but that only added a bit of charm to her. Nangong Xian complained that she was almost worn out, having not rested for most of the day. Su Qin told her to rest, but she said she wanted to find a place to take a shower. Her equipment was soaked with sweat. Su Qin agreed and took her on the divine bird to a resting spot he had already chosen long ago, a cave by a lake. Nangong Xian studied the surroundings while Su Chun walked off to take care of other arrangements. Su Chun gave Nangong Xian some space and walked out of the cave himself. Naturally, he couldn't watch her bathe. Seeing Su Chun leave, Nangong Xian smiled. Su Chun, it's ready. 20 minutes later, she finished bathing and called him back in. Su Chun returned to the cave, and the two of them were just in time to spend the night there. We'll make do for one night. Su Chun thought of the flying palace he had spent several million origin points to exchange for in the origin world, which he still hadn't refined yet, and planned to study it later. You rest. I'll tidy up, Nangong Xian said proactively, cleaning up the cave while Su Chun went outside to bathe by the lake. By the time he returned, the cave had been tidied up, and Qingluo's divine sense was keeping watch outside, so safety wasn't an issue. Su Chun took out water, spiritual fruits, and dry rations. Nangong Xian curiously asked him, how many growth points do you have now? She had witnessed Su Chin's battle today, and it was far more shocking than seeing it on the light screen before. Each of his strikes seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. She wanted to know how much growth value he could earn in a day. Su Chin glanced at the information panel and wanted to know that himself. His growth value was 98.27 million, just 1.73 million short of 100 million. He could max it out with a single casual move. 98.27 million, Su Chin reported. Nangong Xian was stunned. She had only 1.73 million today. Your progress bar is almost full already. I only have 1.73 million, Nangong Xian said, feeling a little inferior, but she was also happy that she had reached the million mark. The artifact spirit had said that once one reached a million, they could teleport to the center of the Taishan world. This is only the beginning. It'll get faster later on. Su Chin comforted her. Once she got used to it, her growth value would increase even faster. Half an hour later, the two of them were full and ready to sleep. Su Chin lay down, thinking about the rules of the Taishan world and the world divine tree, and soon fell asleep. Nangong Xian couldn't sleep at first. After all, it was her first time sharing a room with a man. But later, exhausted, she fell asleep too. The next morning, the two of them got up, washed up, ate breakfast, and packed up before continuing the fight. After flying for a while, they encountered an exotic beast. Su Chun made his move directly. With a single strike of the Flame Divine Spear, his growth points surged upward. Growth points plus 100 growth points, plus 1,000 growth points, plus 100 growth points, plus 10,000. Growth points plus 10,000 growth points, plus 100 growth points, plus 100. Su Chin's attack did not pause as he continued to strike, while opening the information panel. Once his growth points broke through 100 million, the progress bar not only filled up completely, but also gained an extra. Su Chin didn't know what it meant, but he was sure it couldn't be a bad thing. Since the bar was full, he could still keep fighting anyway, so having a few more didn't matter. Soon, Su Chun discovered that killing exotic beasts no longer increased his attribute points. He didn't ask the system, feeling it might be related to a system upgrade. The situation on the extraterritorial battlefield had stabilized, with fewer and fewer alien races and exotic beasts, and humanity had completely taken control of the battlefield. Not long after, the city lords of the 9 cities led the commander-in-chief and powerful experts to the square of the first city, waiting from morning until noon. On the surface, they were respectful, but in truth they were anxious, because they were waiting for the arrival of the Galaxy Alliance Inspector. The inspector could determine whether Earth would be formally allowed to join the Galaxy Alliance. For a small planet like this, they dared not offend the other party at all. One word from them could bring about Earth's destruction. At noon, a brilliant light appeared in the sky. A black hole emerged and then vanished, and a giant spaceship descended, its aura suppressing the entire crowd. The ship landed, and it took 10 full minutes before the hatch opened. This attitude enraged many of the experts, but they could only endure it. When the hatch opened, a group of people walked out. The leader was a young man around 20 years old, with a powerful aura, icy eyes, and a face full of disdain, looking at everyone as if they were country bumpkins. "Greetings, Lord Inspector." All the city lords and experts bowed respectfully. The young man merely responded indifferently, his gaze even more arrogant. The first city lord, Nangong Wujian, wore a smile on his face, but his heart was cold. He was one of Earth's top experts, yet at this moment he could only lower his head. Though extremely displeased, he could only endure it. Everyone entered the hall, and the young man directly took the seat of honor, clearly acting as if he were the ruler of Earth. The 8 people accompanying him were also top experts. The young man sat directly in the main seat, his arrogant presence fully unleashed. Nangong Wujian and the others could only stand. The young man announced coldly that because the previous delegation had offended someone, Su Huijing would be locked in the Galaxy prison for 10 years, and they would need to send a new delegation to the Galaxy Alliance. After speaking, he even glanced at Nangong Wujian, his tone calm, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. By evening, night fell over the wilderness of the Taishan world, and exotic beasts roared in the dark. Su Chen stopped fighting and, in a flash, appeared beside Nangong Xian. Seeing her fighting seriously, her condition was clearly much better than yesterday, already adapted to her new combat strength. Nangong Xian stopped and happily told Su Chen that she had already advanced to the king realm, her face full of joy. Becoming a king was the dream of every martial artist, and besides Su Chen, there was no one else she could share this happiness with. Su Chen naturally became the best person for it. Su Chen laughed that her talent was monstrous, and said that if she were in school, it would be hard for her to ever become a king. Nangong Xian replied that it should clearly be the mentor praising the student, yet somehow their roles seemed to have been reversed, and she joked about Su Chen with a smile. The once aloof mentor now seemed much more approachable. After all, they had already become quite familiar in the Tongtian mountain range. Otherwise, she would not have lowered herself to ask Su Chen to take her along. Su Chen teased Nangong Xian for being under 40 and told her not to act so old. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold, and Nangong Xian deliberately put on a stern face, telling Su Chen to say it again. Su Chen immediately changed his words. Nangong Xian, 25 years old, SSS wood element, insanely talented, not much older than me. Nangong Xian laughed when she heard that, and the atmosphere became relaxed as the two of them were no longer restrained. As it got late, Su Chen said it was time to call it a day. Nangong Xian told him to make the arrangements. Su Chen directly took Nangong Xian's slender hand and left. It was the first time she had ever held hands with a man, and Nangong Xian was both shy and nervous, her face turning red all the way to her ears. Fortunately, Su Chen was only leading the way, and they soon arrived at the cave where they would stay. After settling down, Nangong Xian asked Su Chen about his growth points, and casually took out her pajamas and washing supplies, preparing to go take a bath. Then he thought of the growth points. 3 stars already. Su Chen said subconsciously. His growth value had already reached 323,209,000/1000000, 3 stars. In just one day, he had gained over 200 million growth points. 3 stars. What does that mean? Nangong Xian frowned in confusion. I asked you about growth value, and you're talking to me about stars? Su Chen opened the info panel for her to see. When the progress bar fills up, you get a star. The more stars, the better. I'm only a little over 10 million. I hope I can fill it up before reaching the center of the Taishan world. Only then did Nangong Xian understand that 3 stars meant the growth value had broken through 300 million. Compared with that, she immediately felt ashamed of herself, but she accepted it. After all, Su Chen could even kill a demigod. There was no way she could compare. Too bad we can't form a team, Su Chen said somewhat helplessly. There were no parties in the Taishan world, so growth value could only be earned on his own. I'm going to take a shower first. Nangong Xian left with her sleepwear. Su Chen also walked out of the cave, summoned the Azure Luo divine bird to keep watch over Nangong Xian, and went to find ingredients himself. 10 minutes later, he came back carrying several huge dead logs and a giant spirit rabbit. Extra food tonight. Su Chen washed the spirit rabbit and started a fire. Inside the city lord's mansion, an official asked, Sir Inspector, what exactly happened to Su Huijing? He is the leader of the Earth delegation. The 9 city lords and a group of generals were all present, all wearing complicated expressions, but no one dared speak lightly. Everyone knew Su Huijing's character. This was definitely not a private matter. Earth urgently needed to join the Galactic Alliance right now. and they could not afford to offend the inspector. But Luotian City had no choice but to ask, so he stepped forward and said, "Sir, could you tell us the reason? That way we can calm 7th young master's anger." The young inspector Tianshui Bai said indifferently, "It doesn't hurt to tell you. Su Huijing offended my family's 7th young master and has already been sent to the galactic prison. You should think about how to soothe 7th young master's anger." Tianshui Bai was a collateral branch member of the Tianshi family of the Galactic Alliance, using his family background to serve as an inspector. He had other motives for coming to Earth this time as well. He had heard that there were many beauties here, and he planned to capture a few to present to 7th young master, and also enjoy them himself. After all, to him, Earth was just a low-tier planet, and its people were not even as valuable as slaves. Luotian City gritted his teeth and asked for more details. After all, once one offended the offspring of a superpower, the consequences were clear to everyone. He knew that 7th young master of the Tianshi family was not a good person, and he believed Su Huijing. "Humph, my family's 7th young master just took a liking to Su Huijing's wife. What a lack of vision." Tianshui Bai sneered, very dissatisfied with Luotian City. Hearing this, the city lords, the commander-in-chief, and the senior general were all shocked and furious, their eyes filled with killing intent. It turned out that 7th young master of the Tianshi family had set his sights on Su Huijing's wife, which was why Su Huijing had offended him. Everyone was enraged by such bullying of Earthlings. Luotian City was furious. Su Huijing's wife was originally his cousin. Even if she weren't, he still could not swallow this insult. To be bullied and then told he lacked vision. Who could stand that? At this moment, a strong expert beside Tianshui Bai glanced at Luotian City, and a powerful pressure slammed down. Luotian City was directly blasted out of the hall, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood. His entire body was unable to move, but the anger in his eyes did not diminish. Nangong Wujian saw this and suppressed his anger, quickly apologizing. Earth was not yet an official member of the Alliance, so they did not dare offend these inspectors. Even if they became official members, Earth was too weak to hold its head high. Only strength could bring dignity. Tianshui Bai said coldly, "You choose the delegation list yourselves, but the leader must be approved by me. If you fail to handle this properly, don't even think about joining the Alliance. I'll be returning to the Alliance in half a month, so hurry up and get it done." After saying that, he led his people away. Although everyone was furious in their hearts, they could only endure it. In his eyes, Earth was not even as valuable as a slave. Even the delegation members had to get his approval. Very soon, Nangong Wujian saw Tianshui Bai and the others onto the spaceship. Watching it depart, everyone felt utterly stifled. The crowd cursed in low voices, all of them angry and humiliated. Is there still any law and order? We need to discuss countermeasures quickly. And Su Huijing, he's Su Chen's father. I'm afraid this is going to get out of hand. Su Chen is Su Huijing's son? That's bad. The consequences may spiral out of control. And there's also the matter of the delegation selection, and Su Huijing being imprisoned in the Galaxy prison. Back in the hall, the 9 city lords and the senior officials were all in a grim mood. They had originally been delighted to repel the foreign race and join the Alliance, but they hadn't expected the inspector to bring humiliation instead. Hope was shattered, and dignity was gone. That night, Su Chun and Nangong Xian roasted a large spirit rabbit in the valley and ate their fill. When Nangong Xian wiped her mouth, she casually handed Su Chun a sheet of paper and asked him how much his skill had improved. While eating and drinking, Su Chun said, "Heaven Tier 2 star, 39%. This skill is too hard to level up. Do you have any faster way to improve skills?" As soon as Nangong Xian heard that, she got a headache. She had been stuck for more than a year before Su Chun gave her a universal fruit and helped her break through. Now skill improvement was still too slow, and she couldn't help but stare at Su Chun. "Do you have any good ideas?" Su Chun nodded and said he did, but it would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. After a moment's thought, he took 5 elixir of 10,000 spirits from his spatial storage and told Nangong Xian that each one could increase proficiency by 50%, but that each person could consume no more than 5, and that they were most effective at enhancing class talents. Nangong Xian looked at Su Chun gratefully. She felt a little embarrassed, but still accepted them. "Then let's improve the skill first. This thing is most suitable for enhancing talent," Su Chun reminded her. After a simple wash-up, the two returned to the cave to rest. The next morning, on the 3rd day in the Taishan world, daily washing, eating, and preparing for battle. Boom, boom. With every strike, Su Chen's growth value soared, and day by day. 3rd day, 52109000/10000000. 4th day, 68210200/100000. 5th day, 830129000/100000. 1000000. Sixth day, 100,380,0000. Su Chin's growth marker had changed from stars to a crown, and even he was a little stunned. Over the next half-month, they fought during the day and rested at night. Su Chin's growth value shot up to 3.1 billion, and Nangong Xian also reached 2 stars. At dusk, Nangong Xian stopped and said she was a little tired. Their relationship was now more casual, and the restraint between teacher and student had faded as well. Su Chen nodded. The battle is almost over too. Nangong Xian asked Su Chen with anticipation, "What do you mean?" Su Chen looked at her. The growth value of the World Divine Tree is about to reach 1 trillion. The strong ones who came to the Taishan world are really quite capable. He opened the info panel, and the World Divine Tree's growth value progress bar was nearly full. Su Chen guessed in his heart that once the bar was full, they should be able to teleport to the center of the Taishan world. More people means more power. With over 20 million powerhouses, if each contributes a little, it'll be full soon. Nangong Xian also glanced at the info panel and said, "Looks like the dungeon is about to end." Su Chen shook his head. Not necessarily. Teleporting to the world center might just be the beginning. He smiled. Could a disaster-level dungeon end so easily? Don't even think about it. The divine tree fruit hadn't been obtained yet. Nangong Xian relaxed after hearing this. After all, this was a disaster-level dungeon, and it had once been a source-level world. Her anticipation and curiosity surged up again. The two decided to rest, find a place to eat, wash up, and then get ready for bed. But Su Chen never managed to fall asleep, his mind filled entirely with the World Divine Tree. He knew very well that this thing could resonate with the 12th-grade Chaos Golden Lotus, a unique treasure in the entire universe, and its heaven-defying nature was self-evident. If he could get his hands on it, the consequences were unimaginable. But for now, he had no choice but to wait for the teleportation. An hour later, Su Chen finally fell asleep. Early the next morning, Su Chen woke up and quickly washed up and ate. The two of them did not go out to fight. They simply waited for the World Divine Tree's growth value to fill up. Soon, half an hour later, the progress bar of the World Divine Tree was full. The artifact spirit's voice came from the sky. The World Divine Tree fruit has matured. Those whose growth value has reached 1 million will be teleported to the center of the Taishan world after the countdown ends. A 100-second countdown appeared. Everyone waited. Only those whose growth value exceeded 1 million were qualified to be teleported. For the strong, growth value was not a problem. Like Su Chen, a casual strike was enough. But for the weak, it was a different story. 1 million growth value was as hard as reaching the heavens, because killing a single exotic beast only granted 100 points. Exotic beasts with high growth value were terrifying and not easy to provoke. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ticked by, the moment time was up, beams of light appeared, and the powerful individuals whose growth value had reached 1 million were instantly swept away, disappearing from where they stood. Su Chen and Nangong Xian were also teleported. This time there was no need to worry about being separated, because everyone was going to the center of the Taishan world, not far from the World Divine Tree. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Teleportation was taking place within the Taishan world, but it took quite a while, which showed just how vast this world was. 30 seconds later, the teleportation ended. Su Chen's eyes lit up. A gust of wind and a strong aura of immortal spiritual energy hit him head-on. The immortal chi here was extremely pure. Damn. Su Chen opened his eyes and couldn't help cursing. He found himself in outer space, but in fact he was standing on a leaf of a giant tree, and that tree was the World Divine Tree. The Divine Tree was unimaginably huge. One leaf was a world. He couldn't see the tree's full form, let alone its fruit. Streams of light kept falling as powerful individuals from all over were teleported here. Su Chen looked around, and 90% of them were overlords and dust immortals. Sovereigns were very few, and kings were almost non-existent. Welcome to the center of the Taishan world. You are on the leaves of the World Divine Tree. A total of 10.22 million people have come here, and there are only 10 World Divine Tree fruits. The last 10 survivors will obtain the fruits. When growth value is full, you may obtain the qualification for the Divine Tree trial. Growth value can be used for a lottery, 10 each time. The killing countdown will begin in 100 seconds. The artifact spirit announced the new rules. Out of 10.22 million people, only 10 would survive and obtain the Divine Tree fruit. The atmosphere was oppressive, and no one dared act rashly. The strong among them were all discussing the situation. Chaos and bloodshed were about to erupt, and both strength and luck were indispensable. Even the strongest dust immortals felt despair, as no one could withstand endless waves of attacks. Su Chun ignored all that and immediately used his divine sense and domain to search for Nangong Xian with all his strength, wanting to find her. Otherwise, once the battle began, she would surely die. He had never tried reviving someone outside the range, and he didn't want Nangong Xian to become a test subject. So he had to find her before the countdown ended. It's over, it's over. Nangong Xian was completely panicked. She had not been afraid of random teleportation, because in the end, everyone would arrive at the center of the Taishan world. That much was exactly as she had expected. But she never imagined that the new rules would be endless slaughter. She was only a small-time king. Facing a horde of overlords and dust immortals, she was not nearly enough. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and Nangong Xian fell into despair. She knew she had no chance of surviving. Once the battle started, all she could do was wait to die. When the countdown hit 0, the entire starry sky trembled, the aura of a powerful eruption. Nangong Xian was oppressed to the point that she could barely breathe. Then, suddenly, there was movement, and the terrifying pressure dispersed like wind. Nangong Xian thought it was an illusion, but when she saw the familiar figure, she finally reacted. It was Su Chun who had found her. She almost burst into tears and wanted to throw herself at him, but she held back. The battle was about to begin, and there were too many powerful enemies. Boom, boom, boom. War erupted, and the starry sky descended into a chaotic slaughter. Yet Su Chun walked step by step toward Nangong Xian. Attacks fell one after another, but they were all blocked by an invisible force. Whoever struck him died, and the damage from their attacks was reflected back fivefold. In an instant, all the powerhouses who had made a move were gone. Su Chun walked up to Nangong Xian. "I thought I was going to die," Nangong Xian said, her voice trembling as she fought back tears. "With me here, teacher, it's hard enough for you to even want to die," Su Chun said with a smile. "If he didn't let you die, then dying would be harder than anything else. If someone died in the dungeon, where would he put his face?" Su Chun raised his hand, and the fire flame divine spear appeared. Within 1,000 li, everything was within his spear domain. Flames and ice fires swept through, destroying everything, leaving not even a trace of Qinxian behind. His growth points soared wildly. With one spear strike, countless powerhouses were instantly killed. Su Chun harvested growth points. Everyone who came was nothing but fat sheep. Nangong Xian finally calmed down. She knew Su Chun wasn't bragging. He could revive teammates, and he could slay gods. "You won't wipe them all out, will you?" she said with emotion. Su Chun said indifferently. "If the artifact spirit doesn't do its job, then they'd all be dead for sure. It's not that I'm too strong, it's that they're too weak." Nangong Xian was speechless and could only smile. A young man should have youthful spirit. "Let's end this soon, so no one steals the growth points," Su Chun said as he put away his spear, his gaze turning cold. A somber chill rose. 9 immortal steels appeared around him, and an immortal mountain rose above his head. In an instant, the immortal steels and the immortal mountain expanded wildly, enveloping the entire starry sky world. "I am an immortal. I shall suppress the ages." Su Chen's voice was cold, like an immortal descending. The starry sky world collapsed at extreme speed. All powerhouses, whether rulers or overlords, even Qinxian, vanished like dust. The entire scene fell silent for 3 seconds. His gaze swept over the area, and all the powerhouses were annihilated, as if they had never appeared. Slaughter ended. 3 seconds after Su Chun unleashed his ultimate move, the voice of the artifact spirit rang out. The slaughter had ended, and 10.22 million powerhouses were instantly wiped out. If it had been a second later, not even the artifact spirit could have saved the 10 of them. Now, Su Chun was so powerful that even the artifact spirit of the Taishan world could not shake him. The rules were already something he could break at will. The starry world rapidly shrank, finally becoming only the size of a leaf. Su Chun and the others stood on that leaf. It turned out that the starry world they were in was originally just one leaf of the World Divine Tree, and the World Divine Tree had billions upon billions of leaves. One could imagine how vast it was. On the leaf, only Su Chun, Nangong Xian, and 8 strong cultivators of Chun Immortal remained. The reason these 8 survived was not because they were powerful, but because they were protected by the artifact spirit. The 8 were trembling all over, terror in their eyes, looking at Su Chun as if he were a god. "Among you, 8 people may undergo the World Divine Tree Trial before the trial. Please draw prizes 10 per draw. The World Divine Tree Trial will begin in 360 seconds. Fighting and interference are now prohibited, or you will be erased. Countdown. 360, 359. The artifact spirit continued to announce the upcoming lottery and trial. 8 people were qualified. Nangong Xian had no such fate. The countdown was 6 minutes. At this moment, a flash of light appeared, and Su Chun was teleported away to a separate space. In front of him floated 100 golden light spheres, each the size of a fist. You have 901.2 billion growth points, equivalent to 900, and may choose 90 balls as rewards. He instantly understood that he had entered a giant lottery machine. The total growth points were 1,000 billion, 10 per draw, for a total of 100 chances. He alone had 900, allowing him to draw 90 times. The rewards all depended on luck. Su Chun took a deep breath, casually grabbed a light sphere, and it burst open in a blaze of light. Congratulations, you obtained one Ice-type sacred artifact. On his first draw, he directly got a sacred artifact. Su Chun could only say, awesome. As soon as the prompt sounded, a glowing treasure appeared before Su Chun. He did not waste time and directly stored the Ice-type sacred artifact into the Yuan realm space, then immediately continued drawing. He had 90 chances, and time was tight. In 6 minutes, the World Divine Tree trial would begin. He did not dare delay, continuously grabbing light spheres, each one a draw, and kept obtaining all kinds of sacred artifacts, immortal artifacts, techniques, and rare treasures. System prompts kept flooding the screen. Congratulations, you obtained one Fire-type sacred artifact. Congratulations, you obtained 10. Congratulations, you obtained 999 EN power. Congratulations, you obtained one Wood-type immortal artifact. Congratulations, you obtained one Metal-type divine artifact. Congratulations, you obtained one Imperial Dao divine artifact. All the rewards were stored by Su Chun into the Yuan realm. The lowest were all at the sacred artifact level, and there were quite a few immortal artifacts and divine artifacts. Even Dao divine artifacts and Imperial Dao divine artifacts appeared, which made Su Chun a little shocked. These rewards were simply outrageous. When he drew the last light sphere, 7-colored light exploded. Congratulations, you obtained the strongest reward, Eternal Mirror Flower Divine Sword. Su Chun finally got the top grand prize, and it was on the very last draw. So close. After 90 draws, Su Chun was instantly teleported out, and it was the next person's turn to enter. 5 people participated in the lottery, each with 10 chances, and all were done in 5 minutes. There were 10 people in the arena, but only 8 could truly undergo the trial. Nangong Xian could not participate and had to rely entirely on Su Chun to survive. Without Su Chun, she would already be dead. This disaster-level trial was too terrifying. Aside from Su Chun, no one could survive. When the countdown ended, the 8 of them were enveloped by a curtain of light and teleported away. Among the group, Su Chun was the only dominant powerhouse. The other 7 dust immortals were trembling like chicks before him. Su Chun was just too powerful. They arrived at the edge of a world, shrouded in mist, with a thick barrier before them. When Su Chun touched it, it felt like tree bark. He was shocked. This wasn't the edge of a world at all. It was clearly the trunk of the World Divine Tree. The Divine Tree was unimaginably huge, and the barrier only seemed like the end of the world. The artifact spirit gave a simple introduction: the World Divine Tree. Trunk diameter, 999, 9999 10,000 li, 9,990 900 million leaves, covering 99 light years. You have only 1 day to communicate with the World Divine Tree. Everyone was baffled and had no idea how to communicate with it. Su Chun was stunned as well. The Divine Tree was beyond his comprehension. As soon as the artifact spirit finished speaking, Su Chun's divine sense stirred, and the 12th-grade Chaos Golden Lotus appeared. He sat atop the Golden Lotus, golden light flickering as it rose. After sensing the existence of the Divine Tree, the lotus spun rapidly, mysterious aura flowing toward the World Divine Tree. Su Chun could feel a connection beginning to form. Su Chun saw the mysterious link appearing between the Chaos Golden Lotus and the World Divine Tree. Without another word, he directly sacrificed 2 drops of his essence blood. 1 drop landed on the 12th-grade Chaos Golden Lotus, and the other flew toward the World Divine Tree. In truth, the Chaos Golden Lotus was already one with him, so there was no need for such extra effort. But in order to speed things up, he was staking everything on this move. Boom! After absorbing the essence blood, the Chaos Golden Lotus erupted with surging golden light. The World Divine Tree also absorbed the essence blood, and the connection between the two instantly strengthened. Their auras rapidly merged, and the World Divine Tree emitted a joyful ripple as its branches and leaves swayed slightly. The 2 people on the tree, Nangong Xian and the other one, were like boats in a storm, seemingly about to be destroyed at any moment. Yet the World Divine Tree was utterly unaffected, as if the ants on a big tree had nothing to do with the tree itself. At the foot of the tree, the 7 dust immortal experts who saw this scene gave up immediately. None of them dared to compete with Su Chun. They didn't even have a sliver of hope left, fearing they might incur Su Chun's wrath. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the Chaos Golden Lotus. The two successfully communicated, and their souls were also linked to the World Divine Tree. But to fully control the World Divine Tree was not easy. Even with the Chaos Golden Lotus's help, it was still not quite enough. Time passed, and Su Chen entered a state of self-forgetfulness. He did not know how much time had gone by before he opened his eyes. At this point, the World Divine Tree and the Chaos Golden Lotus began to reflect each other's brilliance, their auras blending together. It was obvious that Su Chen's communication had succeeded, and he was only one step away from complete mastery. The two resonated with each other, and since the Chaos Golden Lotus was part of Su Chen, he could feel that resonance completely. As more time passed, the starry world where Nangong Xian was vanished, and she descended to the ground. The enormous World Divine Tree also disappeared, leaving only a small sapling with luxuriant leaves, containing mysterious laws. Su Chen looked at the World Divine Tree in his hand, his heart shaken. The once colossal tree had now become a miniature potted plant just 10 centimeters tall. The Chaos Golden Lotus and the World Divine Tree perfectly fused together, and 9 emerald green vines even grew from its roots. With a thought from Su Chen, the World Divine Tree shrank even further into a miniature welcoming pine. At that moment, the artifact spirit's voice rang out. Congratulations, you have passed the trial of the World Divine Tree. The Taishan world is about to close. Countdown. 60, 59, 58. Su Chen passed the World Divine Tree's trial and fully took control of it, but time was running short, so he could not complete the fusion. The artifact spirit announced that Su Chen had passed, and at the same time declared that the Taishan world would close and the trial would end. A streak of flowing light suddenly appeared in the air and flew towards Su Chen and the other 9 people. A 7-colored fruit landed before each of them. It was a fruit of the World Divine Tree, and also the token for leaving the Taishan world. Everyone hurriedly grabbed the fruit. Thunderous light descended, and only those who possessed the fruit were swept away by it. Su Chen and Nangong Xian vanished instantly, transported into the dark